Chapter 641. If something happens, call me. The white pulp is not very thick, almost translucent, mixed with a small amount of blood, which is difficult to detect. Oops. It also comes with a harmonious effect? Liu didn't know why the white blood was flowing in the body of the white robe. But there was no red blood. His psychological pressure immediately eased, and he no longer hesitated to tear it apart. Will you die if your head falls off? If you don't die, you won't be human. Liu pulled the head and smashed it against the 3 remaining people on the altar. But the human head passed through the body and could not interfere with their actions at all. Bai Pao's head was twisted off and he fell naturally. The remaining 3 formed a triangle and aimed at Liu with their heads. The entire tunnel began to be filled with light. And there was something even more dazzling in the light. 3 white robes scratched the top of his head. And the translucent white liquid turned into 3 sharp rays of light, shining directly at Liu. 3 more rays of light? Liu hung on the upper wall of the cave to avoid. Huh? Why did I say again? Immediately afterwards, Liu found that his body and limbs seemed to be corroded by the light and became a little burnt. He had no time to think about some details and focused on running towards the 3 white robes. The white robe shook his head, and the light above his head changed its angle and shot after Liu. Immediately afterwards, Liu saw Norton in white armor flashing past the corner of the street and running towards the residential area. What are you doing? Liu immediately ran away to the tunnel in the living room. After making sure that the screen was directed at him, he hurriedly walked out of the house and listened to the weird symphony. Liu regretted that he could not find the person who drove away the paper mask when he was dizzy, but he couldn't rely on me for everything. It was Shou's scream. Or it was an uninvited guest like Norton. What woke Liu up was the scream coming from the street far away. The thin man walked over hesitantly, and as he got closer, he realized that the house was so unoppressive. So he dared to walk outside the porch. The inspection upon entering the town is quite tolerant. After tearing open the paper masks and pasting them on 7 dead white robe faces, Liu completed his poor scene arrangement. Oh, we should be like the so-called brave men who retreated secretly. It's okay. You can stand. Liu supported the wall, pointed at the residential area, and asked again, what's wrong? Good or bad? You can't try to use it as a scapegoat. Something happened last night. If you return to the Iron Horn Hotel, you won't have to socialize with the old lady or Musta. What's wrong? Liu stopped Norton and saw my frowning serious expression. The white paste in one hand made the skin and flesh sizzle. The iron or town seems intense, but the bad image is also complicated. Here, come back and take a nap. Liu patted his thin back. When it arrived, it almost enveloped the entire residential area of the iron or town. Liu sure had just been in Iron Mine Town for 2 nights, and he was already exhausted. Sure enough, I still need a sword. If not, Liu cannot try to deal with the scene. Seeing this inexplicable offensive, Liu suddenly felt that there seemed to be no difference between Protestantism and cults. The incantation under the altar had long since lost its light, before being beaten and chewed by 8 white robes. The altar of the masked society had not actually been destroyed. Is he still standing? Norton looked Liu up and down, and seemed to be very interested in whether I had any fractures. Liu smashed the second head, reflecting that maybe his own situation was too small, maybe the beliefs of the Chaos continent were like this. And Blue Star's knowledge should not be used to judge its rationality. Shou sniffed, still wanting to retreat too much, regardless of the evaluation of Bai Jiang. Just from the perspective of the way of death, Bai Bao is indeed closer to human beings. Shou tried his hand for a while before speaking again. His screams kept getting stronger and stronger until they sounded continuously, getting closer and closer. However, judging from the situation of the mass masking society, the world on Earth is also complicated, and there may be fewer demons and cults. How come there are no demons? The most dazzling light faded away, leaving only a misty shimmer in the tunnel, coming from the body fluids in the white robe. Liu also fell asleep. As long as it is submitted to Hullard, the order form for the pregnant woman is not his night pass, and the mansion the big mine director bought for his mistress is not his hotel. Unfortunately, the living room is close to the tunnel. If something goes wrong, we can't escape to the tunnel immediately. What about me? Liu gestured with his hand like a knight in white armor. It's also difficult to communicate, and he fights in a very strange way. It was just dawning inside, and the street had bid farewell to the gloom of the night, making it look very unusual. It was, Shou's communication style was very simple, and to the extent that he could express himself, Liu didn't think he was very intellectually weak. Let him sleep at the door. If it's okay, you can also take a nap. Liu's movements were up to standard tonight. Although he was too nervous, he felt that he couldn't take a proper rest. Why did the Wailing Mask and the mask appear underground in Iron Ore Town? If not, Liu said in Chapter 7 that he would escape directly to the tunnel and prepare to live outside from now on. The bad news is that the tunnel to Iron Ore Town has been found. But it took less than a day for the 2 sentries to die. And I heard that no one investigated the matter. It seems that the security of Iron Mine Town is not as bad as imagined. After briefly summarizing tonight's adventure, Liu returned to the small hall of the fracture construction site. He no longer felt the slightest bit of weird atmosphere, knowing that the commission was finally resolved. Does this mean that it's not just the Protestant religions that are attracting new believers, but the same goes for other cults? Liu knew that Paper Mask was dead. In the past, even if you were wanted, you couldn't hide underground and continue to light up the map. After slowly completing the scene, Xingjia mistook Hollard's order form and ran back to the fracture construction site, taking away the questions in his mind. Liu stood at the door and whistled to Shou across the street. What are the origins of these dozen human beings who have been assimilated by the masked society? Beggars? Refugees? He only killed 2 sentries when he entered the town, and killed 7 believers and more than a dozen believers underground. The hidden troubles seemed to be even smaller. After a slight pause, Liu saw something moving below, and immediately searched for the relics of the white robe and found the paper mask. Liu reflected, but it should be more complicated to deal with than dealing with interpersonal relationships in Iron Ore Town. Right. But after sleeping for a few minutes, Xingjia was woken up at dawn. With this in mind, Liu went around the armpits of the 8th and 7th white robes and penetrated 7 iron nails into our eye sockets. It seems that I still follow the rules too much. Then he retracted the iron nails from under the dead body and shot back from the cave wall, and also tore up the wounds where the nails had penetrated. Xingjia tried his best to eliminate the traces of his presence. After all, that body sleeps when it wants to, just to give itself a little rush. The first person didn't come to the altar and kicked him over. Oh, why bother? You just want to stay quietly for a while. Liu looked at the mess on the ground, his clairvoyant eyes moving downwards, wanting to see if there would be no new white robes coming up. The paper mask was full of cracks and had lost the sense of mystery it had when we first saw it. After appraisal, it had lost all of its value. Thinking about it, Xingjia easily knocked down the wall of the living room and covered the small hole leading to the altar on the ground. Chapter 642 Melting. What's the big deal? Liu took Shou and followed Norton's footsteps. What does it have to do with you? Norton kept walking and quickly turned to the streets of the residential area. Let's just watch the fun. Liu was now a little suspicious that the morning scream that resounded throughout the town was related to paper masks. Mass masking meetings? Or Protestantism? It can't be Gamma, right? What abnormality did you encounter in Hollard's residence last night? Norton saw Liu following him and immediately started questioning him. Hey, you really gave me such a big surprise. It almost broke my bones. Liu didn't mention the paper mask inside the wall, but only mentioned that the house could be rotated and folded like a Rubik's Cube. Then you stayed in there all night? Aren't I afraid that if I come out, you will see my joke outside? Liu Yuexian said nonsense. Since I have accepted the commission, I must work hard. This is my first commission in the Iron Ore Town. Norton didn't answer, just as a woman rushed out of a screaming house. When she saw Heijia, she felt like she was seeing a hero. She fluttered over and crawled over, talking without hesitation. After comparison, Liu discovered that the underground of the square was where the altar of the mask-making society was. And it was not the place where the paper mask and the 4 white robes fought. Before leaving, Jean Long found that the acceptance of the flyers was very low. It seemed that the townspeople were also afraid that the person sleeping next to them was a masker. While receiving the flyers, they all asked for Protestant badges and large accessories. To a certain extent, the picture below gives you peace of mind. The sound insulation is still not good. Is there any snoring sound coming downstairs? Jean Long also reminded the old lady to go to 201 to mind her own business. Liu briefly understood the bad situation and found a new way out for himself. I heard that there are no 7 towns. The posture of the bishop in each town is the same, and the ore he is holding is also the same. Then I think I won't disturb your work. Hearing that his face melted, Liu had already determined that it was related to the mask hiding party. So why would he stupidly send it to the scavenger for investigation? When he came to the big square at the junction of the residential area and the commercial street, Liu almost bumped into a group of Protestant believers. I heard that there was no altar for the mask-making association on the ground. Yesterday, a group of Protestants took it away and killed the bad guy. The townspeople told Liu what they had heard, and the source also passed it on. Take me to have a look. Norton lifted the lady's arm and walked towards her home. He's back. Have you heard about it? There is no cult. His face melted. The old lady saw Liu retreating and hurriedly greeted him. As Liu walked down the road back to the Tianjia Hotel, he felt as if he was walking under a market full of roosters. The houses were called after each other, and they were connected together, almost covering the entire residential area. Few of them are old townspeople anymore. When our masks are dead, our faces will melt, and we will become skeletons. Another town resident added. Ching, Lord Scavenger, my husband, his face melted. The lady grabbed her cheeks and pulled down. Who did it? Li Yuan also roughly understood what happened. And now, he just wanted to know how far the Protestant investigation had gone. Of course, it was the Protestant priests who exorcised the maskers and demons. The townspeople seemed to appreciate the Protestant actions. Norton also slowly understood what was going on. He ignored Liu, waved his hand, and rushed out of the room. There were not many people outside the hotel whose faces were melting, and they were lying next to the bed of the sleeping guest. When the guest woke up, there would be no screams. Why is it underground? In fact, Liu has always understood it. He is sure that Protestantism is so effective. Why has the above-ground altar not been discovered even though it has existed for so long? After waiting for a while by the square, Jean Long saw that the white-robed Protestants had finished handing out leaflets and hurriedly fled the scene. What's wrong? Liu asked a town citizen who was watching silence. Yes. Yes. Did you hear these screams? These are the masked believers hiding around you. The main square had not yet been completely surrounded, and the townspeople who had trouble outside their homes did not listen to the screams of their neighbors. The rest gathered outside and pointed at the sculptures in the iron or town square, the scene of the crime. We are really not that good. We are weaker than the scavengers. Of course. Ever since the Holy See fell behind, it's like all the digging rats from all over the world have come to the 7 towns. The townspeople cursed. He had to rely on himself and the mask-making society to attract the attention of the Protestants. However, before the Empire occupied the 7th town of Split Gold, the heads of the sculptures were smashed by the Protestants. But it seemed that they were trying to destroy the new sculptures, so they simply displayed them as they were. Oh! I almost forgot. The old lady called to Liu. Mr. Must have handed me a note this morning and asked him to help me do the appraisal at noon today. I was attacked by Gamma last night and killed 2 knights. Is the work going to end today? Today there is a crack in the ground on the sculpture, seeping out layers of holy shimmer. Yes, these are people who know what they are doing every day. They drink and eat meat with your tax money. That musta is really idle. Not so many people have been corrupted by paper masks? At most by new clothes. Liu didn't sound shocked at all, so he had to slow down his steps. The sculpture is a bust, and its head was smashed a long time ago. Liu asked during the day yesterday that it was a sculpture erected for the bishop in the 7 towns when the old Holy See was still there. The sculpture looked like the bishop holding iron ore. It is impossible to investigate the intricate tunnels on the ground, but there is manpower to conduct a thorough investigation. Obviously, the Empire and the Protestant Church still have the ability to completely control the 7 towns of cracking gold, whether it is public security or the infiltration of other sects. Strength comes from the heart. If you are targeted by the Protestants for some reason, you cannot escape and take action on the ground. Bad? You know, Li Yuexin said. You can't inquire about the trends of the Protestant religion from me. There are not enough manpower, so we can only seal the tunnel in a complicated manner. As a result, he also saw that those cults and demons are like mice. They are caught, and they multiply again without knowing it. The people are also very helpless. Isn't the power of the mask-making society that small anymore? The townspeople also compared the work content and workload of the church and the scavengers. At first glance, he is from the 7th town. The townspeople listened to Liu's question and looked at me for a long time. The 7th town is all connected to the mines. From then on, there were not many people digging private mines underground. Even the square was excavated. Too many bad times. Today is the same. The physical recovery of your 8 children is wrong. The old lady made another fortune last night. She hasn't gone out to buy any medicine for injuries so early in the morning. She is in a bad mood. Compared to the townspeople, the businessmen in the Chamber of Commerce should have more wrong information. Why, did the Protestants or the scavengers check the underground passages? Liu asked. And it does require some money. Although Jean Long was afraid that someone in white robe would suddenly highlight him and shout, "It's not me," he still had to stop for a moment to observe whether he would be exposed. What about humans? Liu stamped his feet, thinking that did indeed explain these simple above-ground passages. Well, I heard it. It's quite scary. Liu looked through and saw 8 women taking a nap in the basement. More than a dozen Protestant believers formed a human wall and stood in the gap. A few others in white robes prayed in the middle, holding holy lights and looking upwards. Chapter 643. Do you still dare to threaten me? Musta's statement was basically the same as the townspeople's, just a little clearer. The Protestant religion focuses on developing new believers, which is the most effective measure against other sects. As for the scavengers, it is true that they are unable to protect ordinary townspeople, and they all revolve around rich guys. For example, Norton and his group, who have a good relationship with Musta, will help the Chamber of Commerce with some errands and drink soup from time to time. As for the mass masking party in Iron Ore Town, Musta was not surprised and said that it was not surprising that there were many sects or demons in the 5 towns. After all, it was not God's sworn city or even the mainland of the empire. How could anyone manage so many? But between words, Musta mentioned that a new war with Demon King City was about to begin. The arsenal was back in operation, and big things would happen in Iron Ore Town soon. There is no guarantee how much additional force the Empire or Church will send at that time. Musta seemed to be hinting that Liu had a backer when he joined the Chamber of Commerce, and Liu just wanted to simply spend these days lighting up the Iron Ore Town. Ignored Musta's solicitation, and still just maintained a cooperative relationship. Anyway, this invitation has no time limit, so Liu can consider it slowly. After receiving the reward for the appraisal, Liu bought new clothes. By the way, he also bought an iron sword from the blacksmith shops that can be found everywhere on the roadside. He thought that if he met Bai Pao again this time, he would be able to kill more happily without fear of being killed. Burned hand? Well, the mysterious power is very mysterious. Do you think this must be connected to the above-ground altar of the mask-making society? Musta suddenly said something that was too much. Liu suddenly raised his finger. The white robes were torn, and no one was torn in the same way in faraway places. Musta finally pointed out. Remember? Red Oil Town? As long as it was him who died, the townspeople seemed to have no objections. Don't think about it. Have you ever been there? Musta spread his hands. You just know how the Protestant white robes died. Well, there are less bad things. Liu nodded and looked through. Although his sight was blocked by anti-thief runes, he still saw Weissman and Norton at the top of the stairs. In the next few days, Liu kept a low profile, carefully inquiring about the movements of the scavengers and Protestants, trying to judge whether he was safe from the limited information. I'm trying to hide it from him. There are some mysterious forces involved in the fracture construction site. Maybe you can solve it. Liu lowered his voice and tried his best to cooperate with the performance. But he always felt that the businessman seemed to have no intention. Liu was silent. But he didn't even complete Hollard's commission. Musta chatted casually. There are many tunnels far away from the church. We have obviously dealt with them to reduce the possibility of invasion by demons or other sects. If we break through from the ground, we can only go to the front to worship? Basically, in that situation, Famlin lit up the Iron Ore Town one by one, under the map. Only the town hall and the Protestant church were left without a trace of darkness. Well, travelers always stop. Liu really didn't mean anything. Liu looked at Musta, thinking that the mass covering event would definitely not be of this scale next time. It might be able to attract Duo Baipao to leave the church, and the chances would be worse. During dinner that day, Liu sat at the table on the first floor of the Chamber of Commerce in Bad Town, waiting for Musta to bring in new identification items. He also collected his mood and thought about ways to sneak into the church. What if? You mean what if? Liu tried to speak as fast as he could. What if you killed the mask-making society and also killed 7 Protestant white robes? This is your cooperation. It's not those anymore. Musta walked out of the warehouse and threw a small package of mysterious items to be identified under the table, interrupting Liu's thoughts. During that time, Liu also discovered that the scavengers and the Protestants did not have as tight a control over the iron mining town as imagined. As long as they were close to the church, they would basically be questioned. So he felt a little nervous. Badly draining your value? Indeed. From a technical point of view, the death method of Baipao and these dozen masked believers was exactly the same as that of the Red Oil sect and thieves. Ah? Thanwen felt that Fan Winnie's topic was very jumpy. Thanwen had thought about that loophole and bought the iron sword because of this. He just thought that after changing the method, no one would connect two such distant things. And with the movement of Yingya, there were obviously fewer people in Iron Mine Town. After all, he had to face the Protestants whether to escape or not. Liu tried his best to hope that they would be more obedient. But he had to do what he did next time and move as soon as he got close to the church. Oh, is he accusing you of killing someone? Liu followed Musta's words and asked. Did he want to use that incident to threaten you to stay in Iron or Town and continue to help him with identification? There is indeed no inexplicable existence underground. Liu is also sure that it is a ghost or a believer of another sect. In short, as long as it affects the regression, try to avoid it. Although Liu went there a lot, at least he only rested here at night when he had somewhere to go. But he always remembered the layout and tied the thread and hair every time. Dive and retreat knowingly. During that period, the old lady's 8 children were still recovering from their injuries and went to the arsenal to report. But the business of the Iron Point Hotel did not become hotter. It seemed that the old lady's mood could also infect the guests. Making us drink happily. He still dares to threaten you. That person investigated the fracture site while he was lighting up the map? 29 gold coins. 94 silver coins. What's that? That's a bad thing. Liu slowly appraised the package under the broken table. Stretched out his hand, waiting for Musta to pay. Came unprepared? Musta tensed up. No businessmen, much less refugees, frequented the hotel business. If it is really easy, maybe no one needs to cooperate? The turmoil caused by paper masks and face coverings also passed very slowly. It seems that it is really like what Musta said. That kind of thing did not happen outside Jinchi town. The investigation came here, and it was strange. Anyway, the tunnels extend in all directions. If there is no abnormality at a certain node, approaching from another direction will have the same effect. I heard that he is leaving Iron Mining Town. Going to Copper Mining Town? Musta continued to pay attention to Liu's movements, and knew that Liu was recently inquiring about the situation in Copper Mining Town. And even went to the blacksmith shop to nail Show. Horseshoe. You can guess my last destination. Ah? Liu pretended to be stupid. Yes. What he said sounds very sinful. Musta waved his hand. You just want to a certain extent, use his ability for the worse, so that you can grow stronger together. Maybe it's coming to an end. Liu was planning to respond to Musta's call every day before arriving in Coppermine Town. Liu is sure that he is a believer, but he cannot openly withdraw from the church. The businessman was very angry and retreated today. It should be. Liu never asked Hollard about the entrustment-related matters again. He only regarded the entrustment form as a voucher for night travel. In addition to sleeping, he walked outside the Iron or Town day and night, accelerating his recovery. From time to time, Liu would go up to the tunnels. For a few days, he still had not figured out the distribution of the tunnels in Iron Mine Town. This was not very helpful in lighting up the landmarks of Iron Mine Town. Liu was considered to be a qualified ground workers. Chapter 644 Negotiation. This is not a threat. This is a negotiation. Musta knocked on the table. Weissman and Norton walked to the table and stood behind him. You talked about a lot of what-ifs. And I also know that if you are such a criminal, you don't want to be chased by the scavengers. Musta leaned back slightly, as if the negotiation had officially begun. Musta was right about this. Liu really didn't want to mess with the scavengers or the Protestants. But that was a few days ago. Now that only the church is still unlit in the entire Iron Mine Town, Liu's desire to stay in the Iron Mine Town is no longer so strong. You think so too? Liu raised his head and asked Norton. It is the duty of our scavengers to maintain law and order in the 5 towns. Norton answered in a straight tone, looking directly into Liu's eyes. And suddenly his words became softer. If everything goes as you say, then maybe we can come clean and have a chance to work together better. A hidden criminal, a chamber of commerce, and a scavenger, this is already a huge force in the 5 towns. Musta continued to lobby. Besides, we are only maintaining cooperation at the identification level first, and a friendly relationship. In this case, if there is a big deal in the future, we will not miss it. Han Shan looked through the situation in all directions and was very pleased to see the light of Protestantism gradually spreading throughout the iron ore town. Are you even qualified to negotiate with me? Mustafa also felt the pressure, which was why he was unwilling to let Sima leave. Han Shangyuan was shocked. Want to die? Before seeing the corpse demon and the paper mask, Simon had no more respect for the monsters in that world. But he was about to be stopped by such a pony. Simon was too lazy to think about the role of Wei Liyu's relics. He only knew that the man was dead. As dead as possible. After the complex situation passed, only Norton was left in the store to return her action. Ding! While Simon took 2 lives, he evaluated the comparison of combat power between himself and Gamma. When Musta died, no one believed him. Wait a minute. Don't leave yet. Simon suddenly felt that the horse was useless. Norton advanced, blowing the scavenger's whistle for help. The Chamber of Commerce's horse transport. It's sea water. So Simon took action directly. Musta took out 2 coins from his eyelids, held them behind his eyes, and released the iron nails with a ding sound. Sman knocked Norton away. His white armor instantly filled up, and Norton coughed up blood. That gave the 8 people a small shock no matter how much they talked. They started taking action, even giving them a chance to bargain. Musta's head fell to the ground. Norton thought that Musta's accessories, and the debts accumulated during those days, actually blocked the traveler's sword. Bema was sure of what Han Shan was going to do, and he hesitated because he knew whether he should go or not. Even the waterman Wei Liyu was killed by my sword. Who knows if I wouldn't have been able to kill Yun Ma. Shou, who was sleeping, heard a dust sound, and then saw that the reins binding him were broken and the horse rails creaked and fell apart. The white horse dragged a line of shadows and fled at high speed. At the same time, Norton raised his hand to block the double nails and slashed at Sman's sword-holding arm with his white sword. The conclusion is, that's unnecessary. As if being cut under steel, Simon's new clothes were cut by Norton's sword. Blood burst out, and the wound was deep enough to show the bones. Is there anything smaller than demolishing a Chamber of Commerce branch and killing a scavenger? Originally, Han Shan owed Han Shangyuan some greetings and water. They were assets that Han Shangyuan negotiated with, and also gave me the confidence to face the travelers. However, they were all wiped out by that sword. When Musta had just finished chatting, Sman was thinking about the possibility and necessity of killing us with an iron nail and a sword. Han Shan found out that the 8 of us had the same mentality. We all wanted to die too much. But we were caught off guard. Norton needed Sman alive, but he wanted her to stay. Sman shot a few more iron nails at Baijia's joints, but Norton blocked them. That time, Norton went straight in, smashed the small door with his head, and fled towards the town hall. But what are his negotiation skills? Simon spread his hands, and 8 iron nails were shot directly into the eyes of Musta, Wei Liyu and Norman. Simon is definitely allowed to have no handle in our hands. It's just that we have to cut off complex cooperation to test the bottom line. He must have been forced to cooperate because of that incident, and he has never suffered like this before. Bema looked at the corpses and liquid on the ground, thought for a moment, then moved his body sideways to get out of the way, and was about to disappear. Being thin is obvious. Yunma was afraid of Simon's sword, and seemed even more afraid of the shadow under my sword. With a whistle, Simon walked out through the wall. Sman stabbed with the sword in his backhand, using his perspective and identification to aim at the watercolored relic hidden in the waterman's body, and pierced it with one sword. Take you somewhere. Wait. I stabbed him. Simon pointed his sword at the horse's neck. Norton fled to the town hall, probably to meet up with the reinforcements. It would take a while before he would be back, and there was little time. Simon raised his sword and tried to give chase, but was stopped again by a white horse. Norton felt a strong sense of security in his heart. He had rarely chopped down a living person, but there was no one who felt like that. He looks like a human being, more like a clockwork warrior. Of course, Sman wanted to minimize the advantage of being first. He didn't pay attention to Norton's sword that cut off his arm, and he didn't bother to deal with the water that was pouring down his crotch. Instead, he held the sword with one hand and twirled it, directly cutting off Musta's head. As soon as you get here, I'll come back and take you somewhere. Simon ran down the street and shot an iron nail towards the stables of the Iron Horn Hotel from a distance. And Simon hadn't seen the light coming from near the street until he finally had time to say goodbye and turned around to grab the mane of the transport horse. At this moment, Norton could only continue to exert force and chop under Han Shan's arm. Simon used his clairvoyant eyes to observe that it should be the function of a certain demonic relic. There is a stone with no magic power fluctuation in Wei Hanshan's stomach. When the double nails were poured into the eyes, a lot of water seeped out of the stone instantly. Less liquid. The suspect who has witnessed the mask meeting incident. Norton was running away while communicating with the scavenger. The iron nail instantly penetrated Han Shan's eye hole, spurting out a stream of liquid, and the wet-haired old man transformed into a water man. This shows that the pressure on Gamma in the following days should not be that small. After all, what I faced at that time was just a wet-haired old man and 2 silly knights. Just when Musta thought there was no hope of negotiation, Simon took action. On the one hand, he was being coerced, and on the other hand, this man needed a small incident that could attract the attention of the Protestants. Like Gamma. Like Epic. Musta hinted. He keeps running away. Flee to Coppermine Town. Kill him. Simon drove away the white horse. Like popping a water balloon. The entire store was filled with liquid. Wet and salty. That's very wise. Musta was about to speak, but an iron sword pierced his neck and drove me straight towards the wall in front of me. At least add some magic traps in the warehouse. Half of the waterman's body penetrated the floor and twisted Sman's legs. Have you picked the wrong person to negotiate with? Put you there? Simon mounted his horse. Musta's necklace, ring, and jewelry were all shattered by that sword. But my life was still saved. A loud whistle sounded, and the scavengers and soldiers in the town hall gathered quickly. But that's all. A small scene is coming. We have to slow down and retreat. Li Yu's appraisal was very accurate. This group of Mustas has gained a lot of prestige within the Chamber of Commerce. Many businessmen are already asking what kind of magical appraisal items Musta has obtained. Chapter 645, Praise. Li Yu picked a very particular place. It was right at the intersection heading towards Coppermine Town. The dark horse ran to Coppermine Town, preferably to lure the scavengers and the Protestant white robes there together. As for Li Yu himself, he followed an abandoned house into a tunnel and ran in the opposite direction, in the direction of the church. He finally made some noise. But of course he couldn't waste it. While the scavengers and Protestants were out in force, he quickly explored the church. It was only a small part of the reason that Li Yu didn't want to be tied up by Musta. The more important thing was to quickly light up the unknown darkness. After all, nothing is more important than upgrading plugins. As for the issue of identity exposure, we will solve it later. Anyway, the 5 towns all look the same, and they all have mine tunnels left. So it will be okay to live underground in the future. Making full use of his observation of the underground of Iron or town in the past few days, Li Yu ran along the tunnel and reached the sewer of the town hall in just a few minutes. The tunnels here are connected to the sewers, and the sewers in the town hall are the same system as the Protestant sewers. They are very new, and were obviously built after the Empire took control of the 5 towns. Li Yu huddled in the sewer and looked up. After ignoring the filth, he found that the area around the town hall and church was indeed as deserted as he imagined. The war is about to end. Has he ever seen that this is the eternal night that is approaching? Is he sure that I am the real culprit of the mass masking incident? Under the town square, a man in white robe held a light low and asked Norton. Norton was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes slowly softened. He knelt on the ground, with his head facing the white robe, and cried piously, "It was your ability and greed that caused the loss of faith. You atoned for your sins. It's not too late to go out now. You can only go to the warning hall, pretend to stay here to guard." The believer tried to find some excuses. Just as Jessica left, the believer suddenly turned around. The last time? Will he want the last time? Zhu Lianqi laughed again. Bad, bad, bad. Do whatever you want. Get out of the way. The blond man raised his foot and kicked the believer's calf. The night has just ended. I want to block your way. I was a believer when I left the town, but that didn't stop me from finding faith outside the town. Right? Norton complicatedly told some of Li Yu's origins. I accepted Hollard's commission and contacted me at the fracture site. When it comes to the mass masking meeting, you must be more hesitant. The white robe enforced my weakness, just like it did to Norton just now. At this moment, Li Yu was hiding on the benches in the small hall of the church, looking through everything in the church emerging from the sewer. Li Yu climbed out of the window and retreated into the small hall, looking through everything that happened outside the bathroom. You understand. The thin white-robed head was taller. Li Yu only hoped that the real culprit of the mass-making incident would show up, which would be enough for the white-robed Protestants to stay busy all night and give him less time. Li Yu felt familiar for some reason, And just then, he remembered that when he first arrived at the town hall to take on the commission of the fracture site, it was not the man who went through the procedures for him. Maybe you will still feel interesting. Jessica shrugged. Let him wait. Wait until the last time you were not sexy. After a fierce moment, the believer was pushed away by a blond man and quickly arranged his clothes. I am already a heretic. And it was all caused by them. Norton directly blamed the Protestants. They need to weaken the missionary. And they should let the townspeople live in safety. The scavengers and white robes have taken to the streets to hunt down the 4 white-robed murderers. Liu listened to the sound of low-heeled shoes walking across the corridor, and thought that Zhu Lianqi's taste was quite strange, and not interesting at all. It's quite poetic. Looking through the church, the entire building was shrouded in hazy light, making it difficult to see clearly. Liu had to distinguish very carefully to find the way to the interior of the church. For the sake of faith, all actions are worthy of praise. The white robe became more and more hesitant, stepping on the footprints left by the steam engine soldiers and clockwork warriors, and moved towards Coppermine Town. As he spoke, Norton took off all his white armor, and the light coming from the holes in his body slowly dyed my clothes white. The light came from the church hall, which was the signal that had just ordered all believers to assemble. Before meeting us, Zhu Lian was at most certain that there were still some blind spots outside the church. You don't have an agreement with the Empire. It seems that you can't instill faith in the scavengers. Another white-robed man with a long, thin body and tall head expressed dissent. Go this way, in the direction of Coppermine Town. Call the scavengers in Coppermine Town to block it. They will definitely let me go. Norton looked very busy as he directed the scavengers coming and going. Really? The believer straightened his waist and tried to minimize the coverage of his body. Oh, damn. You were too close to the gods just now. You seem to have missed some kind of call. The believer stood up, rubbed his eyes, and noticed the light seeping through the crack of the door. Who's here? Liu almost laughed out loud after hearing this. TSK. But everything you have experienced with him has made you less interesting. Jessica sighed. For faith. For faith. For faith. In the bathroom on the side of the church, a believer was launching the first sprint. But I am a believer. Baipao originally thought that everything that happened outside the altar had nothing to do with the mask-hiding party. The white robe seemed very careless, and waited until Norton finished his work. Norton became a believer. Find out everything. Norton murmured and stood up, ordering the scavengers around him, the steam engine soldiers and clockwork warriors driving the town hall to join in the search for the heresy. Damn it. It must be very important. There's no one there anymore. The believer peeked through the crack in the door and looked into the church hall, and saw that he had seen other people. Too close to God. Yes. It's not me. Li. A traveler. Norton commanded for a long time, but also thought about everything. You were just not suspicious at first. So after doing a routine check on me, you didn't expect me to take action directly. You should really preach. White Robe nodded and pushed the light he held low into Norton's mouth. You will pray for him. The believer opened the door and let the blond man out. The scavengers left slowly, leaving only 2 white robes holding their lights low in the town square. Zhu Lianqi, when did you last meet? The believer turned around, but did not get out of the way. The other scavengers surrounding me were shocked and actually said something. Is it important? The blond man smoothed his hair, seemingly unfinished, but he didn't care at all in his tone. If it's very important, he should get out of here right away. The blond man put on his broken glasses and regained his capable appearance. Does he think that the creation sect will abide by that agreement? White Robe folded his hands. You are competing for faith with Sistorum in the north. And you are also competing for faith with the mechanics of God's sworn city. And you are also fighting head-on all heresies. After thinking about it for a moment, Liu did not disturb the 2 of us, but got into the row of chairs and quietly lit up the white under the map. Yes. The believer replied very piously. He is not your prayer, but your God. He should indeed atone for his sins. White Robe helped Norton stand up. Now, faith requires him to summon all his strength to find this heretic from the south. Open my head and find out everything. Chapter 646, Warning Hall. Of course, Liu remained completely silent, while looking through the figure of the believer and observing his every move. The believer didn't seem to be asking Liu, but walked near the pulpit and looked into the back room through the moonlight. There was a faint knocking sound. It's you again. The believer felt relieved when he heard a familiar voice, and then suddenly paused, as if he had figured something out. Great. I can use you as an excuse, the believer said. Open the door and walk slowly to the back room. Liu vaguely remembered that this person had mentioned the warning hall just now. And he suddenly became interested what was in the warning hall. Who was warning? But seeing the light on the map gradually becoming rounder, Liu felt that it was best not to add extraneous matters, and focus on the plug-in first, and then talk about other things after it was solved. So Liu lay under the row of chairs, feeling the interior of the entire church through the gap in the believer's door, and gradually entered a state of selflessness. It was as if I could feel the emotions that had happened in the church. The pious, helpless, angry, crazy, they all rushed into my mind. When the light of Iron Mine Town filled up, Liu felt in a trance, as if he had just woken up. Shadow Demon no more. The believer said all his guesses at once. The Demon King City is coming. The Demon King City is coming. In an instant, the church's white lights flickered on, and two men in white robes stepped out of the thick halo. It was the two men who had instilled faith into Norton in a weak manner under the town square. Yes, we are brave. We are just lost lambs. Rufus took the prisoner in the hands of the believer, looking up at the moonlight. Liu didn't move far. He knew that he was just dazed for a moment. You know? You are just persuading those brave men like you taught. Oh, that's right. Those believers accept the faith. The believer met two priests at a time, and his words were not coherent. Not me. VJs nodded. But you clearly saw the shadow moving. You have taught you that the shadow demon cannot control the shadow. Although the believer's mood became intense, he still tried hard to show that he remembered the teaching. My last date with Jessica was far away. The church opens its doors and lets the brave ones go. What should we do now? Sir Maydan raised his head and drew a diamond shape on his head. Did I see a shadow? VJ shook his head. I only saw believers coming out of the window. Wyjas raised his hand, and the entire church started to glow. I was checking the interior to confirm that there were no more intruders or remnants of demonic power. You have to worry. You have to worry. If it must be the shadow demon, he is not dead yet. Rufus pressed the believer's shoulder. And it was, and who comforted me. But what is the reason why I came to the church? To save other believers and me? Rufus was very confused outside the church. But he understood Li's purpose. Liu was sure what everything in the warning hall meant. Are those humans? Believers? Perhaps there really is no traveler road, and my journey must pass through the church? Vijay's guess is close to the truth to a certain extent. Since Liu hadn't completed his mission yet, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He went out through the window and retreated to the sewer. By the way, why was he outside as soon as he finished? After casting the spell, Vijay turned his head and looked at the believers. Did you arrange for him to help the believers to warn you? The lamp swung back and forth, and white syrup would fall on it at any time. But the prisoners outside the cage dared to look at the lamp, and even avoided it as if they were avoiding poison. Is this what you are looking for? Rufus' face darkened. Go ahead and find me. If they don't get salvation, they won't be able to regain their freedom. Sir Maydan also directly opened the cage in the admonishment hall. It seems that I have achieved my goal. Rufus was not disappointed. The believer shook the tip of his whip and wrapped around a prisoner who looked weak. He led me like a dog and rushed towards the small hall. I've been fooling you all around. Rufus smiled bitterly. Shadow demon, the believer shouted. You know why the shadowless demon retreated? Just now the shadows of the entire church moved. You almost. The believer had not stopped crying. More serious than dodging the whip of a believer. Perhaps during the mass masking incident, the traveler was thinking about the church. Immediately afterwards, the believer turned into a pool of white pulp and was absorbed into Sir Maydan's palm. Want to go down and have a look? Then, there was the sound of clanking chains. Liu had just climbed halfway, and when his clairvoyant eyes went around the halo, he saw the believers whipping a group of prisoners outside the cage just as he imagined. But it was not then that the voices of believers came from the admonition hall in the front room. It's very bad. They suspected. VJs walked behind the 9 brave men and stroked our foreheads one by one. It has something to do with it. At most, you can control some scavengers. It seems that compared to the invasion of the church, Wyjas is more concerned about absorbing the power of the empire. The light of the church also gradually weakens, until the night is illuminated into daylight. Liu was sure it was his fantasy. When the believer saw Liu's figure, he vomited a mouthful of white liquid and smeared it under his eyes to capture the scene. Then smear the white paste under the mouth. And the believer shouts, those who believe in it will break in. Those who believe in it will break in. You. The believer stammered as he thought that the topic could come back. As a result, the lights in the entire iron or town stood vertically, pointed at the church, and gathered in that direction. Rufus also loosened the tip of his whip, and the believer stood up in astonishment. The church is no longer an unknown darkness to Liu, and Liu has no unfinished business in Iron Mine Town. Why just summon the believers in the entire iron mining town and searched for travelers again? VJ smeared the white liquid under the eyes of the believer, absorbed it, and then tasted it happily. But a moment ago, we knew there were no other options, but we didn't drive into it. But at this moment, the shadow of the entire church deepened, spread out, and quickly shrank back to Liu's body. The prisoners are very healthy, and each of them is fully clothed. A lamp hangs in the center of the cage, with white liquid flowing outside the lamp, slightly upright. Liu also noticed that the physiques of those people were far superior to ordinary people. Their blood flow was very much like that of knights, and at worst, they were much weaker than Musta. The white liquid seeped into the bodies of the brave men, and we felt full of strength. If it must be Li, it doesn't mean that all my actions tonight are unplanned. It is far more complicated than killing 2 businessmen. Out of curiosity, Liu was about to climb to a bad angle and observe the warning hall. Suddenly, the scene of a believer beating a group of prisoners came to his mind. Little man sure made in. Little man Rufus. No believer breaks in. The believer pointed at the broken window and shouted. Rufus looked back at VJ's, as if waiting for me to make a decision. He also knew where the shadow demon came from. The 4 ragged believers, who were not brave men, looked at each other, all suspecting that VJ's did not have such bad intentions. Quiet. Sure Maydan is always the first to speak. Are you a believer? Or a shadow demon? If you remember correctly, none of them were hunters before. What did I do out there? What did I take with me? Save my believers? The thin Rufus pointed at the prisoner who was being tied up with a whip by the believers. Chapter 647 Tracking. The hunter among the brave men immediately ran to the window that Liu smashed, touching and smelling it. The other 8 brave men seemed to have not yet adapted to the recovery of strength, so they moved their bodies individually. The hunter examined it for a moment, twitching his nose and squinting his eyes. At this moment, the hunter's eyes were like a hawk. Have you found it? Among the other 8 brave men, there were 5 thieves. They were originally a group. The voice of the woman who led them was sweet and very confusing. The other 3 brave men are the dancer, the gunman, and the boxer. Among them, the dancer and the boxer are fine, just waiting quietly. The gunman raised his palm, and the white liquid oozing out of his hand kept changing its shape, and seemed to be tending to change into something. Firearms. Finally, it was settled into 2 pistols. The hunter was silent for a moment, as if there was a trace of uncertainty, then raised his head and whispered softly, "He didn't go far." Huh? Didn't go far? The female thief didn't understand what this unbeliever who broke into the church at night was thinking. Didn't you run away after being discovered by the church? That bought time for thieves' hands. After dying, the hunter was confused. The trap was triggered, and vines wrapped around Liu's body. From the gap between the severed head and the body, 7 thieves' hands came out, touched Liu, tore my clothes to pieces, stole the belongings under me, and even pulled out a piece of hair. It's just that there are no believers, scavengers or imperial troops searching inside the town. And there is no brave group of 9 people outside who is tracking me. No matter how much Liu understands that world, he can also see that the actions of the 9 people are aimed at him. And he immediately wants to understand what happened. The priest of the church let the brave people arrest people. However, the route behind him was still clear. But Liu hadn't noticed the light penetrating to the ground yet. It was like being chased by 9 vicious dogs at the same time. Liu felt that outside that world, there was one among the churches. Businessmen, thieves, and brave men. Liu ignored the hunting knife thrust toward his waist. Nor did he make any move against the trap. He simply cut out the hunter's head. The light from the sky has not yet penetrated halfway, and in a few moments, it will completely envelope Liu. Liu broke free from the vines, turned around and ran away without any hesitation once the fight was over. Liu's target was not the hunter, but just to blind our eagle eyes. Of course it's a tracking bomb. Right here. The gunman pointed at the mine tunnel. The hunter raised his knife to block, but Guan Shui had rushed behind him in the last second, and all he saw was a bright iron sword stabbing his cheek. That was not the battlefield chosen by Liu. It was the feeling of security that made Guan Shui realize that she had to leave. Liu climbed helplessly outside the mine tunnel and hurriedly descended. The hunter raised his knife and stabbed Liu in the waist, and at the same time threw a restraint trap on the 7 walls, preparing to rely on the hunter's patience to withstand the blow of the believer, and then use the trap and damage to intensify and kill me. Does this mean the church is capturing brave men and converting them into believers? None of the intact bullets thrown by the shadow on the ground were gradually losing their shape and turning into white pulp. If I had gone to the church to pray as the leaflet said, would I have been locked out of this cage and accepted the whippings of a famous believer? Here. The hunter locked his eagle eyes on Liu, holding a hunting knife solidified with white pulp, and rushed after him, even if he didn't have the mentality to steal someone and hide it in their window. Guan Shui actually didn't feel relaxed at all while waiting. He kept scanning back and forth with his clairvoyant eyes to determine whether there was any danger around him. Damn, I escaped. Chase. The hunter noticed the prey's retreat immediately, retracted the trap he had just set, and retreated into the water channel with the other 8 brave men. Join you, doubt you, you can chase me, the hunter's head spoke, rolling his eyes, inviting the 8 brave men. When the 9 brave men did not move, the light in the sky of the big town also changed in the direction of the movement of the 9 brave men. The light suddenly weakened, seeming to mark Guan Shui's escape route. The remaining 8 brave men were stunned for a moment. Endure. The brave man with the worst constitution was setting traps at various exits on the ground and waterways. His eagle-like eyes always focused on the waterway where he was. That's the chase. There was a gunshot in front of him, and the white bullet hit Liu's front and back, but was immediately blocked by the rising shadow, leaving some scars. Only my shadow knows how it all happened when the iron sword slashed my neck. White liquid emerged, which should have held back the sword, but the shadow of the sword came into contact with the hunter's shadow and was pulled away directly. The mine tunnel is about 800 meters long and can only accommodate 1 person. At the end of the mine tunnel is a downward mine shaft, which is almost vertical. Liu knows what we know about the underground mine tunnels, but that is doubtless Liu's advantage. Huh? Found out? The hunter's patience means holding on to that sword. The worst thing he uses is tracking bullets. The male thief placed his first hope on the gunman's bullets, hoping to leave some clues. The hunter's thoughts were very strict, but at the first moment of contact, the hunter's body and head were separated. There are no 7 thieves in front of him, and no gunman to support him. As long as he blocks it, the traveler will die. The 9 brave men continued to shorten the distance between them and Liu as the dancer accelerated. By chance, when they were chasing the mine tunnel, they saw the traveler at the rear. Then I saw 9 ragged guys sneaking around under the ground. But it looks like he was beheaded by Guan Shui with a sword. The safest place is not the most dangerous place. Liu planned to hide on the ground of the town hall, survive the first wave of searches, and then find a way to leave Iron Ore Town. At that moment, Liu turned over and fell down. Blocking the exit of the mine tunnel, 9 brave men lined up, followed by hunters, thieves, gunmen and dancers. Liu turned around and ran over, shooting the iron nails in his hand into the hunter's eyes. Are you sure? The female thief stood beside the hunter and looked into the ground with him. Rufus and VJs just listened silently without any words or movements, waiting for the light outside the Iron Ore Town to close and cut off the traveler's escape route. Of course, those Liu had seen it and thought that his body was just rough and thick-skinned, and could even block bullets, just like he had fought thousands of times. Liu knew exactly what he should do. The hunter was separated from his body and head by the shadow. Is there a brave man in the cage? While waiting for the waterway, Liu was also thinking about how long he would have to stay before escaping. I had seen the real halo around the Iron Ore Town, and knew that the church was encircling him. White liquid oozed from my decapitated body, and I turned around sharply while holding on to the mine tunnel. After 8 turns and 2 turns, Liu ran away from a long and narrow mine tunnel, controlling his steps slightly, counting the time until he was chased down by the brave, blocked by the hunter's body. We watched helplessly as the young man with torn clothes climbed out of the well and left in the blink of an eye. Time is running out. Seeing 9 brave men chasing after him, Liu thought for a moment and soon ran out of countermeasures. The unshackled men finished their dance, and the 9 brave men were as heavy as feathers. 7 wretched thieves and a guy holding 2 white guns were waiting anxiously. The situation is too optimistic. The brave men chased him halfway, and the target was in sight. The thief put on his white gloves, and the gunman's pistol was unloaded. Just now, was it a shadow? Guan Shui thought for a moment, and after the hunter's trap was formed, he quickly ran deep into the upper waterway. Liu had to say that this approach was very pragmatic and solved to a large extent the problem of the church having enough people. At this moment, Liu was huddled in the sewer of the town hall, motionless. Chapter 648 Big Shot. The 8 brave men seemed to be inspired and couldn't help but want to hold the headless hunter's hand. At this time, the remaining will in their bodies let out a final cry. The gunman woke up first, fired a few bullets at the hunter's body, turned around and ran away. The white bullet would turn and shoot back into the gunman's shoulder, causing him to lose control of his arm. At the same time, the thief's gloves held their throats, and the dancer's shoes forcibly pulled her toward the hunter. The 9 brave men are about to merge into one. However, after missing the hunter's last invitation, Wu Zhu's head gradually shriveled up, and when the fusion was completed, the eagle eyes on his face also dimmed. The brave men have lost track of Liu. The white light that was seeping into the ground also lost its target. Even if it still focused on the place where the traveler last appeared, it could not cover the intricate mine tunnels. Issue a wanted order and let him become a rat in the ditch. Rufus ordered Norton in the church. Norton turned and walked away, faithfully executing. There are only 2 white robes left in the church. In recent days, the pub has been full every night. So the iron mine town was originally lit up in 3 days. But now 5 days have passed, and the copper mine town is still not dark. That was an obvious thing. Before escaping from iron mine town, Jinshan of course came to copper mine town. And that was not even the 7th day. Yes now, but slowly. But to be honest, it's quite restricted. There are no annoying social interactions. There are no businessmen who use him as a cash cow. And there are no people who are always trying to knock him out and sell him out of the mines. By the way, Jinshan also lit up all the maps that could be lit up on the ground. And not even 1/8 of the landmarks in the entire Liyue were lit up. At least the knife stabbed by the hunter did cut through the skin. He wants you to connect? Tozos frowned. Are we clueless? In addition to those 7 days, Jinshan was also formulating a plan to visit those 8 locations. Vegas didn't notice that Tozo's pupils deformed for a moment. Of course, the town hall and church in Copper Mine Town can retreat at will, and they may need to force their way in. Are you sure? Lord Tozos is tracking Sistorum in the north. No wonder you dare to attack the Chamber of Commerce. Dare to attack an 8th level bard who wrote an epic. Tassos and Vigors have not yet learned from Norton what Yen Fa did in the iron ore town. I didn't take anything with me. Tassos confirmed that fact, and then slowly got the answer. Am I collecting information for the devil? If becoming a wanted criminal would affect his actions, Jinshan could only linger outside the shallow mine tunnels. Sometimes when there were people down the street, he would run out for a while, and then rush up again. You know, Lil Rufus doesn't like to hear a question with or without an answer. It seems impossible to sneak into the Tongxin Tavern quietly, although there are few people here. They are not very serious about identity checks. You said it couldn't be Noli more. White tears flowed from the corners of Rufus' eyes. The past life is a very previous life place. Jinshan only needs to be hidden in the distance and cannot be quietly lit. And any building that does not have past life outside basically has to be retreated in person. Everything is intense. Celebrate the arrival of every little person in the 7 towns of Split Gold. 7 days ago, Yen Fa went through several small-scale searches by scavengers and Protestants. In times of crisis, he even had to dig deep holes in the mine tunnels to survive. And we caught some traces of him. Jinshan looked at the categories and wanted to laugh inexplicably. He thought to himself that there was indeed a small commotion in Iron Ore Town. But it was because the church was so scared. Right? Classified as demon. You can't understand the last 2 steps. But if it's a low-level demon, just the 2 of you. A new shadow demon ran out of the mouth of the abyss? The next target of Demon King City is Jinshan Mountain? We need to report to Lord Tassos. Wyges was a little nervous. Where is the devil? Bad. You will end the connection to prepare for faith. Tassos reached out and pressed the holy diamond emblem. He saw what the hunter witnessed and agreed with VJ's. Break it. Retreat and report. VJ stopped him again and prayed with his head raised to the holy rhombus emblem next to the pulpit. Yes. It's just you 2 priests. VJ shook his head. There are not many believers in the 7 towns. We are your smallest force. Why on earth should I come to your church? Wyges asked a question. Although the body is a bit hard, it is still to the extent that you can understand it. Right? Compared with cutting off the pilgrimage of the successor pope. Does he think the shadow demon thing is not that important? Vickers did not resist. Liu is right between the Demon King City and the Empire. If the war ends again, It will definitely be the first line of defense against the devil, like the Protestant church in iron or town. Indeed, as Vijay said, Yin Fa became a rat living outside the mine tunnel. Compared with a humble traveler, there are not many people who are more noteworthy. So there will be very few weird people. Even the hidden underground mine tunnels feel depressing. But there is no sense of danger. This is not the actual possessor of the 7 broken gold towns. The heir to the Kingston family, Jesse Kingston. Because today is a fun day at the Copper Heart Tavern. You will. Yin Fatian walked towards the diamond-shaped emblem and stood next to Vijay's. But you need to wait to think of a way to deal with it. Although the regression is slow, Jin Shan has accumulated quite little stealth experience. Like a ghost hiding in copper mining town. Back when the old Holy See was still there, Bronze Heart was not a gathering place for brave men. And it is still the case now. Of course, Jin Shan has not yet become a wanted criminal in the entire empire. The face reflected in the mirror when he entered the town is posted on every sign. Every hotel and shop in the 7 towns of Split Gold. It's just that there were more brave men and fewer businessmen passing by. And most of them were going to the north. In the next few days, Tongxin's business became a little busier. Shadow Demon. Traveler. Waijas read the memories of believers and hunters. And repeatedly observed Jin Shan's movements. That's still my limit. I don't have at least an 8th level warrior, or a low level demon. Strength. But the Shadow Demon. Vijay's had a trace of worry in his brows. It can be seen that Yongya's movement has indeed touched the sensitive nerves of human beings. Jin Shan didn't notice anything strange about his shadow at all. The unlit parts are mainly concentrated in 8 places. Namely the town hall, the church in Copper Mine Town, and a well-known tavern called Copper Heart. It was even more crowded tonight. So I will most likely continue to operate in the 7 towns. You will use the power of the scavengers and believers to find me, locate me, and then kill me. Vijay's looked up. For faith, of course it is nothing. Tassos was very determined. But for the Empire, it may be very important information. Maybe the Shadow Demon is a backpost? From this, Yin Fa also came up with some hidden rules. The bad news is that the arsenal in the 7 towns of Broken Gold has ceased operations before the few occupied townspeople get paid from the arsenal. They no longer have the ability to come to the tavern for entertainment, which needs that kind of intensity. Chapter 649, Discounts. Drinks. All you can drink. During the days of hiding underground, Liu also picked up some newspapers and paid attention to the situation in the 5 towns. It is said that it is because the arsenal has been restarted, and the former heir of the Kingston family, Gerald Kingston, died in the war. And Yongya is also moving. So the new heir needs to show his face in the 5 towns of Broken Gold. After all, when the war starts, it won't be so safe here. In addition, the Bard Convention is approaching, and people are looking forward to listening to poems about the last war. Therefore, the taverns and hotels in the 5 towns are very lively these days, constantly demonstrating their ability to host the convention. Lots of deals. Lots of drinks. Free flow from time to time. It had just fallen into the night, and the Bronze Heart pub was already crowded. Liu had also been hiding in the shadows of the intersection early, waiting to blend into the crowd and squeeze into the tavern. At this moment, there were 2 cross scars on Liu's face, the marks that Liu broke and smeared on some cuprite in the mine tunnel. There was no flaw visible in the night. Liu took the right opportunity to walk onto the street, looking at the light wandering 2 streets away from a distance, and felt very comfortable. Perhaps, the poem will also tell you what happened in the war, and which demon defeated the Imperial army so badly. The dancer poured the wine from her beard under her body, and motioned for me to come over and drink. Also thanks to the Copper Mine Town Morning News, Liu heard that the Protestant religion had launched a new doctrine, and was advocating prohibition of alcohol throughout the empire. This of course angered a certain noble surname, so it has not been implemented for a long time. Of course, Liu is always paying attention to the topics of the drinkers. He just wants to listen to what we are discussing and understand the recent situation in the 7 golden towns. Under the table in the middle of the crowd, there was a bard playing the lute, and the dancer next to him danced in a heavy veil. The beautiful scenery made the guests infinitely happy. That doesn't have any impact? Naming it after a place name is bad. The defense of Steel City. The battle for the rise of mankind. The bearded man remembered the glory of mankind in the past. Liu squeezed out of the door, ordered a cup of yellow beer, leaned against the window and sipped, quietly lighting up the Bronze Heart pub. It's always white over there in Copper Mine Town. Does that mean those people haven't been waiting there for a long time? According to the experience of the Iron or Town Church, Those shadows are likely to be human beings. I'm afraid he just wants to participate. And no one will catch him and make him a dog for the nobles. The white-haired man had a whip tied under his waist. It was worn and peeled, and the blood was hidden. Liu didn't have the same problem. You're a treat that round. The bard was finishing a song. And a drunken hero raised his glass and shouted. The old lady even tried to get Norton to compensate for the losses caused by Liu. But she was ignored. Have the Empire's scholars given this war a name yet? Asked the bearded man, blowing his beard. It's called Magic City, Fog Swamp, Light Eye River. Luo Xiu tried to name it after the place, but suddenly found that this war was too small. To be honest, although this war has been going on for a long time, Liu originally thought that there would be a less powerful name like Battle of the Holy City and Battle of the Fall of Xinjiang. But he expected that there would be no sound. Ha ha ha. Let's leave things like naming to the scholars and minstrels. The dancer stood up and danced to the music. I heard that the minstrels' meeting was held in those few days. And as long as a certain poem sing, this war loses its name. People are also seizing the time to have the latest carnival. From what I heard, it seemed like the discussion at the bearded table was relatively unproductive. This is intentionally avoided. Liu had no choice but to get closer to the window, so as not to have time to escape in case of an emergency. A domino-encrusted eyeball. Dong dong dong. Bad. The guests also raised their glasses. But Liu really had to control his curiosity. If he wanted to know what secrets were hidden outside the tavern, it was worth asking Li Gua to make the trip alone. I heard that outside of this war, Gerald Kingston was killed like a chicken, and one of the brave men who followed me survived. The dancer filled the beard with wine. What if this Jesse also came to gather the brave group that time? Which requires a lot of care. What would he say if I asked him to name it? The dancer joked, slapping the bearded shoulder. Looking out the window, the drinkers rubbed their eyes hard and saw that what was falling vaguely from the sky was not rain, but eyeballs. Liu focused his eyes on the blurry shadow outside the cellar again. Liu had no intention of joining the carnival. But does anyone remember which demon stood at the top of the city and resisted the small human army during this war? The dancer's voice suddenly became thinner, as if she was afraid of being heard by the demon. 7 days later, Liu took the time to go back to Coppermine Town to see Shou Shou. The skinny horse had not yet been fattened by the old lady. Of course, the old lady was interrogated by the Protestants and told all about Yan Xiang's actions before she was washed away from the relationship. Suspicion of heretical collaboration. This war, if it lasts longer, you will understand which war it is. The beard slammed under the table, bringing Liu's thoughts back to reality. The white-haired man pinched his head and drank heavily. Are you going to fight a new war? Bearded Beard asked, while taking a sip of wine. You heard that all the brave men who went to fight with Kingston's house will die next time. And they are looking for cannon fodder that time? That's not to mention the small towns within the boundaries of the old Holy See. After reading the content of our conversation, I know that the recent topics in the 7 golden towns revolve around Jesse Kingston and the Minstrel Club. Who cares about the mask incident, and a man named Lee is a wanted criminal, probably looking for cannon fodder. Your future boss didn't run a dancer's house. He died outside the Demon King city with all his bones and scum left. The dancer next to him, with the beard, agreed, scanning the entire tavern with his clairvoyant eyes. Yinxiang noticed that the wine cellar on the ground was obscured by anti-thief runes, and there were no scattered shadows outside, making it difficult to distinguish what objects they were. The window is not the sewer of Coppermine Town, but is connected to the bathroom of the Copper Heart Tavern. Idiot. Scholars are still investigating and piecing together the truth. Because in this war, it seems that no very key figure has been hidden. The white-haired heroes seem to know even less. Of course, Yinxiang also tried hard to integrate into the environment and raised his hand. That's bad. Just when the people outside the tavern were drugged by joy, a crackling sound suddenly came from the roof. Like a sudden rain. Dull and heavy. What to wait for? Yes. Yes. You know that too. The dancer raised her hand. It's worse than the battle in the Holy City being led by the Demon Expeditionary Force. A demon named Memphisius ate half of the God of Faith. Hey. What did he say Kingston is here for? To pick a brave man? Why pick a brave man? Several people were gathering at a table next to the pillars of the tavern. One of them, a bearded man, asked another one with white hair. The light was of course caused by believers patrolling the streets. But none of them were close to the Bronze Heart Tavern. People always refer to it as the war, since there are no new doctrines in the Protestant religion. Of course believers can follow them, and dare to get close to them to be tempted. Therefore, the tavern naturally does not have the advantage of blocking the Protestantism, which is also the reason why Liu dares to show his face. Liu lamented that he was thin, but he couldn't smell the gamma smell under the dancer's body. Chapter 650 Eyeball Rain. When he heard the strange noise, Liu thought it was a Protestant attack, either coming to arrest him or the brave man. But when he saw the dominoes and eyeballs that Gulula fell on the ground, Liu knew that there was a high probability that it had nothing to do with him. The dominoes and eyeballs were exactly the kind that Liu had picked up before. They were creations of the devil, and were prohibited from being brought into the 5 towns of gold. Unexpectedly, this time it turned into rain, and fell with crackling sounds. The rain was boundless. Covering the entire Jinshan mountain, the dominoes fell in bundles from outside the clouds, scattered suddenly when they fell into the air, and then fell with a thud, like a hailstorm. It hit the heads of people on the street, and people kept opening, bleeding, fainting, and dying. Even some dilapidated houses could not bear the weight and collapsed with a muffled sound. Of course, some eyeballs fell straight to the ground, exploded with a pop, and turned into pus. The entire 5 towns of Rijin are being hit by a strange rain. Demon King's Castle. Demon King's Castle. The war has begun. Call the soldiers quickly. The Protestant light in midair also descended at this time, piercing the brains of these people who had opened their ribs, stopping our roar, but also making us twitch and fall to the ground. Following the bone cart were a steady stream of fully armored troops of skeletons, dark elves and dwarves. The troops were mixed with bone tanks, bone man robots, and bone horses. Where's the egg? There's an extra egg. What I just gave them is a gift. Those who are the first to accept the belief will live. Liu Rai put his arms away, and there were no fewer people who had their ribs stabbed. At the same time, in the Copper Heart Tavern, the people watching the domino projection suddenly stopped shouting and shouted something like "coo-coo" from their belly. Kurt could see the lines of the skull and bones and the incantation under the red robe, and thought that the turbidity of the demon's creation was quite low. From then on, dominoes were banned. You are the city defense commander, Liu Rai. I am very happy to accept their attention. The red-robed skeleton said that at that time, everyone not only saw the scene projected by the dominoes, but also suddenly saw the devil in the field of vision, the head of the city. At the main entrance is a giant bone car that is as low as the city. A giant white bone dragon is embedded in the roof of the car. It scans Shilu with empty eyes. Are you being affected or assimilated by Liu Rai's words and actions? The war is over again. Under the bone city, a white shadow stood next to the red-robed skeleton. The shadow was wearing a small red cloak, silently stretching its body, beating like a heart made of shadow. Not even a bone giant. Zhang Yin felt happy for a while. Kurt was aware of the communication from the demon of Nashi, and remembered that Gamma said that when the dominoes first appeared, people could see the battle in the Colosseum outside the Demon King's city from the dominoes, and saw how the vanguard army was destroyed. Better night, human being. The red-robed skeleton greeted Xiaojia very rudely. There were responses from those present. Cough, cough. In the image projected by the dominoes, there stood a skeleton wearing a red robe. Do the demons also play that trick? Do they have some other pursuits? Kurt was even more curious about the man. It's not us. It's not us. The dancer next to the beard finished screaming. Sisters told you. Skeleton. Shadow demon. We are not the most evil guys outside the Demon King's city. Kurt finally understood why the 7 towns of broken gold banned bones, accompanied by Liu Rai's mantra-like lyrics. The small door of the bone city opened, and the giant and small bone cars hurriedly drove out. This is a dense bone city. The city is full of bone spurs and bone holes. Inside the holes are densely packed bone muzzles. In that world, the demons merge with technology? Why is he another guy trying to steal faith? Just as the dancer howled, she was knocked unconscious by Whitehair's palm. I thought about coming back on that day. At that time, everyone realized that the sudden rain from the clouds was not an attack, but a communication to the entire continent. The sturdiness of the Copper Heart Tavern is pretty good, with only a few broken windows and the main body intact. Along with a roar in the abdominal cavity, our ribs opened with a snap and pierced out from the body, and the whole body trembled up and down with a strange rhythm. When a big disaster suddenly happened, Liu originally wanted to find a sewer and get into it, but he couldn't resist the rainy scene. He covered his head with his forearm and watched the situation quietly. Flags were waving above the bone city, including the slender dark-skinned elves, the dwarves in bone armor, and the overwhelming sea of skeletons that almost merged with the bone city. The heavy rain stopped, but slowly, and the church in the 7 towns of split gold bloomed with pure light, setting up a net in the air. Then I thought about it. The devil's technology tree has reached that level, and humans are still using magic to communicate over long distances. It seems like something is wrong with that world. Declare the military strength of the Demon King's castle. Kurt was still thinking about the meaning of everything that had just happened. And then he saw dominoes scattered on the ground in groups of 8s and 7s, projecting huge images. Surrender. Get off the bones, and you will witness the birth of a new faith together. All that was left was the smashed up people on the ground, a few ruined buildings, and a field of dominoes. The times have not changed yet. Surrender. Accept the new faith, and become a member of the Bone Car cult. John Yinred opened his arms, revealing the dense white bones. But now there is such a possibility. When Kurt originally inquired about the arsenal, he knew that humans were manufacturing steam robots, clockwork warriors, and tanks. He originally thought this was an advantage for humans. What does that ghosting mean? Then it's over? A little thunder, and a big rain? People in the tavern stopped reveling, and hid under the tables one after another. Kurt rubbed his eyes, feeling more and more that the world was beyond his comprehension. The effect on his vision might be due to some kind of curse or magic. But these pipes under the city head looked like small cannons. Right? The city defense army is about to go on an expedition. Those who accept the faith will live. Liuride raised the attention card low to ensure that all humans heard my speech. The remnants of the empire, the land waiting for conquest, the flames of war will burn forever, purging their fears and resurrecting them into limited hope and sincerity. Liu noticed that when the heavy rain fell, Whitehair became inexplicably excited and grabbed the whip around his waist. The people hiding in the wine cellar also seemed to become very nervous, gathering together as if they were facing a small enemy. Like Zhang Yin, Whitehair seemed to be affected. Instead, he took advantage of the chaos to grab a domino and stuff it out of his clothes. And in these places where there are no Protestant churches yet, it is hard to imagine what is happening at this time. Clearly, 2 faiths are at war. Just as they expected, I will leave the city, and I will spread the new faith to all parts of the continent. The city defense commander ended my declaration of war. Sure enough, when the red-robed skeleton mentioned faith, the Protestant light in the 7 towns suddenly increased, ending the projection that affected the dominoes. Under the head of the Bone City, outside the palm of the red-robed skeleton, a card was turned over. The worm under the card was squirming, enjoying everyone's gaze. The net swept away the falling dominoes in midair, and the rain finally dispersed. Zhang Yin was not affected at all, but he was still not shocked when he saw what happened behind his eyes. Video call? There is a snail lying under the battlements of the Bone City. The snail is like an illusion, suddenly appearing all over the city walls of the Bone City, as if it can move instantaneously. Chapter 651. Will Jesse come again? The Bronze Heart Tavern fell into dead silence, and the carnival atmosphere was washed away by Redcoat on the scattered dominoes on the ground. The eyes of distortion were spinning, like some kind of mockery. In the past, these brave men who were used to seeing demons might have regarded these dominoes as good things. After all, they were made of self-healing bones, eyeballs and tongues, which were all very good materials. But today, they all put away their hands and feet and stood still. Some Protestants are very busy tonight. I don't know how long it took, but a poet made a joke. Immediately afterwards, people in the tavern were like a den bursting into flames, and they started discussing in a hurry. Is it him? In that war, the Imperial Army lost to this redcoat? I heard it's him. The skeleton and the bone car are all facing each other. Hell, the war is really about to start. It seems that Jinjin Mountain is not a safe place. If you want to survive, you have to go to the New Holy City. New Holy City? Do you want to be a believer? It seems to be of no use. So why not go to God's sworn city? If you die, you will die with the royal family and nobles. The discussion was in full swing. But during the process, people still stayed away from the dominoes, because they know that the Protestants and scavengers will definitely come back to recycle them. Liu sat next to Whitehair intentionally or unintentionally, always feeling that he knew something. Liu had heard a lot about that war while walking with Gamma. Unfortunately, the poems were all processed by bards, and he couldn't understand them. When the fight starts, you will join Kingston's brave group. Right? The dancer asked the Whitehair with a sigh while still fainting. With a beard and a drink. Maybe? The Whitehair was slightly distracted. looking absent-minded. With this tonight. Will Jesse still come? Not sure. Hey, how are we going to fight this battle? Their army. Their creations, if 1, 10, or hundreds of brave men are put on that kind of battlefield. Wouldn't it just be a matter of a few cannons? The beard is still there. Recall the military situation in Demon King's castle that I just saw. In that war, under the leadership of the Archmage and the Holy Knight, the Imperial army attacked the Demon King's city. More than a dozen personal regiments and brave regiments were all defeated. Even if they came back, there would not be many knights left. Why? Beat? Although Bearded Beard had never been on that battlefield, he became extremely pessimistic based on the analysis of the results and what he had just seen. The knight is useless. And those gun barrels are nothing at all. The white hair shook his head and was finally brought back to reality by the beard. Li Yu's ears almost stood up. This man must have been to that battlefield. That's nothing? Luo Shi, who had seen the scene where the vanguard army was killed by the bone conduction cannon, and he didn't understand what the devil's trump card was. This is why everyone is looking forward to the Bard Conference among the brave men who participated in that war. Only a small number of bards came back alive. And people always thought that they were the only ones who had seen the truth. Have you seen it? Asked the bearded man. I've seen some. Are you a bard? From the brave group? The bearded man glanced at the white-haired whip. No. But I have experienced it. The white hair was still calm. Have you ever experienced the defeat of the Imperial army? The bearded man took a sip of wine. Then tell me, what else does the devil have besides the skeleton cart? Those skeleton cannons. And the army? Where do demons come from? Whitehair asked. The south. The bearded man didn't understand the meaning of this question. Where do demons come from? Whitehair pointed at the dominoes scattered on the ground and asked again. From the clouds. The beard twitched. How did they throw these things over here? This time we threw dominoes. What if we threw bombs? The bearded man looked out the window and looked at the sky. The clouds covered the moonlight. And under the protection of the Protestant religion, everything was blurry. Li Yu also suddenly felt that the so-called sense of security was an illusion. Will that moon release countless demons at some point in time, turning the 5 towns into purgatory? That city is alive. And the devil comes from heaven. The white hair said an obvious fact. Live? Well, the News 5 fortress was smashed by the Bone City. Whitehair said very firmly. The devil launched an attack from the sky that we can't see. And it is unstoppable. By the way, I haven't asked yet. What's your name? The bearded man finally looked at the white-haired hero. Sawya. My name is Sawyerby. The white hair was in a trance again. Sawya, nice to meet you. My name is Danny. Knight. Bearded is quite proud of his path. Knight. Then I think you should be careful of snails. Sawyer thought of the scene at the end of the war, when the knights and the light race were severely beaten by a snail, and said something mindless. Forget it. It's not important. Sawyer didn't explain much. How did you escape? Li Yu finally couldn't help but interrupt. Danny and Sawyer looked at Li Yu together, and then noticed that the guy by the window had sat over. I don't know either. Sawyer covered his head. I only remember many pure-blooded demons and many people around me. A shadow threw me out, and I don't know anything about the rest. Sawyer has never found the exact answer to this experience, and is very distressed. Shadow? Shadow demon? Li Yu mentioned the guy next to Redcoat just now. He looks like the second in command of the city defense commander, alongside the snail. No more, the demon who has been promoted the fastest in recent years and has the greatest reputation at. Danny has been paying attention to every war on the continent. I always thought he would be the next demon king. Oh! Sawyer and Li Yu asked together. You don't know? Damn it. Am I dreaming? Danny muttered. During the Battle of the Holy City, Noli Moore was promoted and gained a demonic name. Before the end of that war, Noli Moore was promoted again. Many businessmen were twisted to death. For a while, people didn't even dare to look at their own shadows. Danny looked at all the dark corners in the tavern. Nervously, Li Yu roughly understood the situation in Demon King City, but he was not sure whether it was an opportunity. The advantage is that once the war starts, fewer people will notice the activities of a wanted criminal, and you can travel with peace of mind. The disadvantage is that the devil comes from the south and from the sky, and you may not have much time left for you. Once involved in a war, there may be dangers. Now the Demon King City is really coming. What are you going to do? Danny drank with a sad face, confused about the future. Of course. Escape to the north? Liu responded silently in his heart. Among the 11 punctuation points after passing Jinshan Mountain is the Holy City, which happens to be in the direction away from the war. I need to go back. I will join the brave group. Although Sawyer has always been ignorant, the brave heart is extremely determined. Then it seems there is no chance tonight. I just heard Redcoat's declaration. Who is still in the mood to join the war? Danny pointed to the tavern where the mood was waning. I guess that Kingston won't come either. As soon as Danny finished speaking, neat footsteps suddenly came from the night street, gradually approaching the Tongxin Tavern. Sawyer's eyes regained their clarity. Chapter 652, Must Win. A group of knights turned a blind eye and trampled the dominoes and eyeballs on the street, arriving in front of the bronze hard gate. Through the window, Liu saw them guarding a tall female knight. The female knight has blonde hair and full armor. She doesn't look like she's here to hang out in a tavern, but she looks like she's here to catch someone. Liu was alert, and then noticed that the shadows in the cellar fell into an eerie silence. Bang! The door was pushed open, and the drinkers and brave men couldn't help but retreat to make room for the knights of the Kingston family. Good evening, brave men. The female knight is of course Jessie, and the cross sword on her waist is very eye-catching. Liu felt that it would be too conspicuous if he hid in the toilet now, so he sat on the table and did not move. Oh, damn! If I were wearing such a suit of armor, I think even I could chop down a dozen skeletons. Danny who muttered in a low voice. What? Scared by the devil? Maybe I came to the wrong place? Jessie and her knights raised their heads and looked down at the people in the tavern. I don't know if they were inspired by the majesty of the knights, but the brave men also raised their heads and stood up in unison, as if they were undergoing a review. However, in this war, pure-blooded demons are not the main force. Ji Shui shook his head. On the contrary, the bone creations and unknown technologies in Demon King City are things that exceed your expectations and are the culprits that have caused you to be so small. Before the Holy City War, the development of the Demon King City had never gone through an explosive period. The Bone City, bone-guided cannons, and tanks they just saw were all manufactured during that period. You don't have enough experience to deal with pure-blooded demons. You even stored a small amount of holy light, equipped the steam mechas and clockwork soldiers with hard-locking functions, and applied cold-resistant armor. The specific strategy of the war against the Demon King City is of course confidential, but I'm sure none of them want to know less. Liu paused. When other brave men saw the appearance of reporters and cameras, they seemed to be surprised and acquiesced that the Kingston family did not need such a pomp. There is no abyss in the Demon King City. There are no demons outside the abyss's mouth. The brave man present who did not understand the Demon King City took a step back and asked Liu. When Jessie saw it, he suddenly realized. Scholars and engineers from the Ministry of Creation are still discussing why the Demon King City cannot break through the resource constraints and raise its military strength to such a scale in the absence of Memphisius. It should be some kind of skill on the knight's path. But at this moment, people are immersed in the rain, anxious and anxious, knowing when the expeditionary force will descend from the sky. Hey, if they have that kind of mentality, they will indeed die on the battlefield. Ji Shui's expression did not change much because of that question. His speech, it seems like you will definitely lose that battle. A war. It turns out that the main reason for being so small is resources? Jessie also has a new understanding of the Red Road skeleton and the demons around it. Are they all demons without intelligence and willing to study? Well, much better. Jessie smiled happily. It seemed that he was not just looking for cannon fodder, as the heroes discussed, but was actually a little friendly. Join the Braves. They will find the answer out there. Ji Shui looked at Jess's table. No wonder the Empire is so slow to occupy Jinshan Mountain and open arsenals. This is really satisfying. Gather all the materials from the Empire and the old Holy See to fight against the huge Demon King City. You will definitely win. Liu was full of confidence, and the brave men present seemed to be inspired and stood upright one by one. The reporter got out of the wooden box and quickly wrote down that paragraph in his notebook, preparing it as the headline of tomorrow's morning newspaper. You still don't know much about bone carts and bone creations, and you are also developing methods to deal with the devils in the world. Liu pointed to the dominoes and eyeballs on the ground. Just like before the Battle of the Holy City began, the Empire originally thought that the power of the Demon King City was just that, and misjudged the demons' trump cards, which led to the victory of this war. The brave men were silent. You have heard all their questions, and you will answer them one by one. Liu raised his hand, and the brave men automatically muted their voices, as if they were rehearsed. Really? Did he see it just now? Introduce yourself. I am Jesse Kingston. I am here tonight to form a new group of warriors to defend our homeland. Jesse walked to a table, and the warriors under the table stand up automatically to make room for you. Does it mean that the Ji Shuowen family is happy with the people? Crack! A puff of smoke came out, and the reporter fixed the moment of Li Yu's heroic appearance. But there was no cold reaction from the brave men present. The battle in the Demon King City was not fought with an endless sea of skeletons, but with real creation technology. Of course, Ji Shui hid in front of Danny to avoid the weak light. Following Ji Shui's speech, the knight in front of you gave way to a person holding a wooden box, pointed it at Li Yu's table, and adjusted the angle of the wooden box. Maybe it was Kingston that came. But the Protestants. What is the purpose of the brave group? Are they sent to die? Finally, no brave man asked the question that everyone was very concerned about. But Jesse felt a pressure when Li Yu raised his hand. This pressure gathered together with the knights who were not around Li Yu, and pressed them over, as if they were slapped in the face. Are there still reports about Li Yu's inspection of mines and arsenals? That's why your arsenal is operating at full capacity. Li Yu did not pursue the question, nor did he reveal the Empire's trump card, but instead unleashed the pressure of the knights again. It must have been after the rain of eyeballs fell that Li Yu's words were not enough to attract the braves and show the Kingston family's caring attitude towards the people. Now you even know how this war started. Of course, Li Yu didn't dare to be out of place, and sat up a little straighter. Although there is no conclusive conclusion yet. Scholars believe that what the dominoes just showed is the most advanced inventory of Demon King City. Li Yu's voice suddenly became low. The reporters were still setting up cameras, trying to get as much of the panoramic view as possible. But seeing that Li Yu didn't seem to be too resistant to that kind of question, the brave men spoke one after another. But out there, you will only say it once. Li Yu signaled to everyone to listen carefully. How is the Empire prepared to fight that war? Planes? Planes made no sound at all in this war. I heard that all the pilots who were missing were killed in action. They all went to die. The brave man continued to ask. Li Yu's visit to the tavern was not a public relations move. Jesse had no consciousness of being a wanted criminal, and took advantage of the excitement of the crowd to get up and avoid the camera's angle. But when Li Yu looked over, the brave man was brave and shrank in front of others. You understand their concerns about that war. But any war will be a sure win. It doesn't mean that the Demon King City can no longer endlessly manufacture cannonballs and creations like in this war. As for how this war started, you think someone here might be able to give Xuzhou the answer. Li Yuzhong was sitting and talking. That's a camera. Right? It was only after hearing Ji Shui's words that Jesse began to think deeply about this war. Chapter 653 Shudder. Li Yu shrank, wondering how the topic came to this table. Fortunately, a white-haired man came to his rescue. I don't even remember. Sawyerby stood up and said, Don't remember at all? Jesse frowned. You are a brave man who was stripped from Chiha. Jesse was on the banks of the Lund River in the Sea of Death, and saw a little bit of the end of the war through the magic mirror. Now Danny tightened his hand and pinched the sleeping dancer next to him awake. He thought this kid was bragging, but he didn't expect that he was really a brave man who survived that war? Or was it stripped from Chiha? Chiha was one of the great magicians who led that war. Oops. The dancer screamed as she was pinched, only to find that the knights of the Kingston family had arrived and her table was surrounded. As long as you come, you will always remember it. Jesse seemed to be sending some kind of invitation. The traitor of the Kingston family. He was not the one who killed Gerald. Revenge for Gerald. The knights raised their swords and shouted low, unfolding their light shields to firmly protect the magician in the middle. The magician is not dead yet. Compared with Li Yu's guards, the armor of that team of knights was already dim and shiny, with blood stains all over it. Don't worry. I'll be waiting for you at the town hall early tomorrow morning. Jesse leaned back in his chair, very relaxed. I'm just asking some complicated questions, such as roads, experiences, etc. And there may not be any big tests. Hearing Li Yu's speech, the poet almost dropped his piano, hating that he was one of the people who escaped from this war. The Clockwork Warriors formed a solid formation, and the magician injected magic power into their magic cores, filling their bodies extremely quickly. The town hall of Coppermine Town? The brave man asked. Don't you have a minstrel meeting yet? Li Yu nodded to the poet playing the lute outside the tavern. Now you invite them to the town hall for a retreat meeting. The Empire newspaper reporters will also be on site to record the grand occasion of the small gathering and directly sing the poems of the winners. At the same time, the white darkness of Tongxin Tavern suddenly appeared. and Zhong Rong lit up the inch of light under the map. As long as they pass the test, they will become members of the Brave Group, receive training from the Kingston family, and serve the Empire. Li Yu added some benefits of the Brave Group. The family will also provide some promotion opportunities for the Brave Group, the necessary potions, materials, and even directly help complete the ritual. But blocked by the same light shield, Li Yu formed a formation with your guards to fight against the ray and exploded with weaker light. For the Empire, the brave men raised their glasses one after another. Yes, sacrifice our lives and survive secretly, just like he is hiding in the sea of death and controlling everything. The knights outside the wine cellar hesitated in their beliefs, and the light became stronger. Now? Sawyer looked at the knights behind Jesse, not sure what the process was. Anyway, I was originally looking for a criminal, and when the time came, I would be able to go to a town if I broke into it again. For such a grand and small gathering, the town hall of Copper Mine Town may be suitable. Li Yu smiled and shook his head. If so, let's book it at the town hall of Shungmin Town. An heir had obviously died in the next war, but now it was very natural. Damn! How did you lose this war? No one told you. Seeing that Li Yu was so approachable, Danny couldn't help but forget the answer to the 7th question. When we finally waited for them, you thought they would be inspired to give up that stupid behavior. Li Yu turned around quickly without any difficulty or lag. Only one sound was very abrupt. In the confrontation between the light shield and the ray, the armor of the knights beside Li Yu began to crack. Sawyer thought about it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It was such a convenient opportunity to go to the town hall for a walk. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? Was Copper Mine Town opened by his family? Sawyer ducked away. His heart was too intense. And just when Li Yu and your knights got up, preparing to leave the tavern to the brave warriors who were having fun, the white darkness under Sawyer's map suddenly shrank. We haven't asked about the registration details yet. Very good. I came today to recruit brave men for the Brave Group who are determined to defeat the Demon King City. Jesse finally got to the point. Join the Brave Group, and you can understand how we will end this war. It was unforeseen that before tonight, the news would spread throughout the 7 towns of Split Gold, and the bards would inevitably miss the opportunity to sing the poem directly in the town hall. Recruit people directly in the town hall? Die! Only if he dies can the Kingston family be pure again. Sawyer noticed that there was no white fluid flowing outside the knight's eyeballs. There were vibrations and roars in the wine cellar. The shadows on the bottom gathered together at some point. A scorching cold ray cut open the ground like a knife and stabbed Li Yu in the back. My brother died in the war. My brother is a hero. You allowed them to respect my soul. Li Yu drew his sword. Of course, Sawyer tried his best to act as a brave man full of hope. But he noticed that this aspect of Tongshin was stuck in place and could never be illuminated. After all, it was about the smallest risk the heroes could face. This is the center of the 7 gold split towns. It is the first stop for the Kingston family to re-exploit the sacred mine. It is also the place where the demonic expeditionary army once camped. Click! The reporter pressed the slow door, and the flash of light spread to the corner of the tavern. The Brass Heart Tavern became active again, and the brave men seemed to have forgotten the dominoes and eyeballs scattered underground. Drinking, singing, and dancing, as if they had not seen the Kingston family's treasury unfolding towards them. And Li Yu took a step back. Bearing the pressure of a very small number of rays, the knights around him stopped the cracking momentum. But Li Yu's armor quickly decayed. The Copper Heart Tavern can be completely lit up with only a little bit of white left. If the Brave Group can be recruited to light up the town hall, the only target left in Copper Mine Town is the church. Zhong Rong felt it was a wrong opportunity. The ray came scorchingly and landed on Li Yu's back. Let you drink. For tomorrow. For the Empire. Li Yu toasted. Although Mr. Jesse has lost that part of his memory, it will also affect your ability to obtain answers. Li Yu seemed to have known about Jesse's existence for a long time, but chose to meet on that occasion today. Of course, there are no big plans outside. After the Brave Group actually stepped onto the battlefield, that condition was indeed very unattractive. For example, the weak Braves under Xiaolu have not died yet, and the newly recruited Braves are of a relatively high level, so the investment of the Kingston family is still controllable. After hearing what Li Yu said about the benefits, the brave men present were eager to give it a try. Promotion materials are rare, and the ceremony is even more difficult to complete. Now the Kingston family is helping to do it. It really is. Regardless of which poet is the winner, Li Yu must occupy a footnote in the epic. Especially before the rain of eyeballs tonight. The Protestant church must be quite busy. Right? The floor of the tavern collapsed, and Sawyer saw several knights guarding a magician in the wine cellar, and 4 clockwork warriors stood in the inner circle. It's hardly a city without the worst wine and the least attractive people. After watching Li Yu's performance from beginning to end, Sawyer felt that the 7 towns of split gold seemed to have become the territory of the Kingston family. Everything the heir did was unprepared and had little ambition. Li Yu indirectly changed the venue of the minstrel meeting. Well, that's why I want to join the brave group. Sawyer nodded. I will go to that city again. Chapter 654. An extraordinary brave man. The moment he drew his sword, Jesse pointed at the knights and clockwork warriors in the cellar, and quickly completed the judgment between friend and foe. In a flash, Li Yu roughly understood the intentions of both parties. The group of knights in the wine cellar should be Gerald Kingston's men. For some reason, they did not participate in that war or escaped. Came back. They believed that it was Jesse who killed her brother, and because of the knight's loyalty, they came back for revenge. Knowing that Jesse was about to inspect the 5 towns of split gold, they waited in this mixed-race tavern to give Jesse a fatal blow when she was trying to win over her people. This may be the limit of what they can do. On the contrary, Jess's attitude is worthy of careful consideration. Does she think her brother is a hero? In this case, how could she be the one who killed Gerard? The brave men present were inspired by Jess's aura, and many of them had this question. And so, the tip of Jesse's sword swung slightly, pulling the clamoring knight into the air. Duel. Danny ducked away with great effort. His clairvoyant eyes swept across the clockwork warrior, and he pushed back its body with a sword, piercing the magical core that looked like a heart. Danny's dodging became a little easier. Jesse realized that those 2 brave men were special. The clockwork warrior turned around, and was about to shoot out his fist to blow Jesse's head off. But a second later, it was torn apart by the combined efforts of Danny and Sawyer, and its neck was spinning around in an attempt to find the target. A scythe popped out of his wrist, and the clockwork warrior waved his hand towards Danny. The brave men finally fought back. But when I struck the clockwork warrior with his back turned to me, the sword edge curled up, and there was no harm at all. Looking at Li Yu again, it's like looking at a god who has suddenly arrived. Danny didn't understand where that kind of thing about the brave came from. However, the drunkards and the brave men chose a different route in a hurry when they fled. The toilet was blocked, and there were empty seats. This is the knight leader you just named for a duel. Now you can tell which one is the head, and which one is the brain. It was only half a minute from the time you disappeared until you came back, and the scale of the battle was already tilting towards you. That hardly declared the assassination a victory. Danny has no new understanding of the battles of the braves. He found that the bad images like Musta and Weissman can't compare with Li Yu in terms of combat. He killed 2 of us in a row, and gave. Bring any pressure yourself. When you came back, you happened to see Danny and Sawyer teaming up to tear away the clockwork warrior. The drunkards were bleeding on the spot, blocking the door and windows, and those who were not desperate even ended up hitting the wall in an attempt to break out. Danny understood Li Yu's intention, and suddenly realized that you were fighting in a very disorganized manner when you were focused by the ray. You chose to pick the weakest opponent in the duel, which not only avoided the ray, but also directly reduced the opponent's combat power. The floor broke open, and the drinkers and heroes fell into chaos, pushing each other and trying to stay away from the center of the battlefield. Everyone who wants to join the brave group, come with you. Kill those traitors. No one among Chang Yi's guards shouted, and the brave men naturally took out their swords. If he fights back, he will be beaten by the clockwork warriors. Although he is sure whether Li Yu can come back, the main cause of the trouble is running out of the cellar. As long as he holds on a little, there is no hope until the white robes of the scavengers and Protestants come. Die! Level 8 Knight. The moment he was stared at by you, Chang Yi seemed to see himself rising rapidly. It wanted to attack Li Yu's guard from a different angle, but Chang Yi, like the dancer, blocked its way. Beheading tactics? Li Yu opened his arms, and a small pillar of fire came out from the gap in your armor. In an instant, it was like a fire phoenix spreading its wings, and the feathers drove away the assassin's vital points. It's quite difficult. This is the clockwork warrior who is sharing the damage among the assassins. Wait a minute. Why are you thinking about how to fight Li Yu? That is not the suppressive play style of low-level knights. Losing their target, the remaining knights and clockwork warriors in the wine cellar rushed forward in a swarm, chopping up Jess's bodyguard. It seemed that the clockwork warrior, who had beaten the heroes to pieces and left their limbs on the ground, was easily defeated by a brave man who talked a lot. It's just that complicated. Seeing Li Yu again, the assassins burst out with the most advanced strength. 3 knights and 3 clockwork warriors rushed towards you together. Even if they burn their lives, they still practice their loyalty to Gerald. Leave alive. And the assassin does not need to receive a fair trial. But Liu didn't stay too long, but continued to raise his hand, clicked on a knight who was playing 1-on-3, and disappeared again. That is the power of the knight. Jesse couldn't understand it at all. Chang'e was about to jump to the 7th floor when a clockwork warrior suddenly appeared behind him. Its glasses rotated to lock onto Liu's guards. Its lower and upper body rotated in the opposite direction and quickly left the battlefield, going around Danny. Many brave men have died under the swords of the assassins, including the dancer next to Danny. Compared with the rich battlefield experience of the assassins, Liu's guards were obviously inferior, and the light shield was quickly shattered, and the two sides retreated into hand-to-hand combat. Click! The reporter hiding in front of the guards pressed the slow door again, freezing Chang'e's heroic moment, like piercing a walnut. Before many knights and clockwork warriors died, the space outside the tavern also increased. But there were still people who dared to approach these miserable corpses. The clockwork warrior burned out the magic core, and the 3 knights were nailed in midair, unconscious. However, as the smallest tavern in Coppermine Town, the doors and walls of the Copper Heart Tavern have certainly been tested by many melee battles. Even if some brave men broke off their hands, they could not cause much damage to the walls. Danny, who is also on the path of a knight, recognized the signature skills of the 8th level knight. Liu also had a general understanding of Jess's strength. That time Chang'e came back even slower than before, threw in the 7th meatball, clapped his hands, and ordered the guards to kill all the assassins. Danny was thinking wildly. His men were quick, and he continued to clean up the battlefield side by side with Sawyer. Immediately afterwards, Liu came back, holding a ball of meat mixed with armor in his hand. Quack, quack. The clockwork warrior's glasses lost their light and moved in place. Jesse was standing in an octagon with Danny and Sawyer. From the corner of his eye, he saw Danny stabbing a clockwork warrior with his sword. But if you confront Liu, you may have to strip away all your armor, and at the same time kill all the knights who are protecting you. You were cut in half by the clockwork warriors without emotion, just because this semi-mechanical creature wanted to rush in front of Liu's knights and block our approach. At the same moment, Sawyer whipped up a knight, flicked his wrist, and tore off my head, tearing the armor underneath me into scrap metal as well. To be fair, are we the saviors, heroes, and hope of slaying demons for mankind? Jesse seemed to have some kind of illusion, and accurately believed that the revengeful knights suddenly became stronger. The same thing happened when he came back, giving the assassins a clear target to attack and then taking another person to a duel. The clockwork warriors released rays differently, and everyone was involved in the battle. Originally, Danny just wanted to find an opportunity to escape far away from the toilet and use the sewer to leave as dirty as possible. That was how he lived in Coppermine Town those days anyway. There was chaos in the tavern. They're wrong. Chang'e nodded to Sawyer. Chang'e and Jesse. Chapter 655. Why does this person have no shadow? Idiot. It's the Kingston family's magic mirror. Behind Danny, the bard huddled under the table and muttered softly. Oh, right. When the flames were withdrawn, Danny noticed that they came from the gaps in Jess's armor, and recalled the sacred object of the Kingston family. Liu saw their understanding expressions and didn't ask. What magic mirror? Sawyer spoke up. Huh? Didn't you come back from that war? Have you ever seen Gerald use it? Danny didn't expect Sawyer to not know, judging from the ferocity with which they attacked. Danny thought that the two of them were very experienced warriors. Liu had a dull face, and suddenly felt that his presence was a bit strong just now, and he was too proactive when he took action. I wonder if it will attract unnecessary attention. After all, we are wanted criminals. What's his name? Finally, Liu cast his eyes on Danny. They're going tomorrow too, right? Sawyer asked Chang'e and Jesse Coder. On the other hand, the knight in front of you once again lowered the hilt of his sword, but Wuzhen waved his hand to stop him. No. Sawyer shook his head. Maybe there was, but the battlefield was so big that I don't remember it. Jesse Coder. Of course, Danny had already thought about his backup identity and chose a name that fit the image of a traveler very well. As long as Liu recruits the brave group to go to the town hall tomorrow, the only unfinished business in Coppermine Town will be the church. Wuzhen stood quietly, with no intention of reaching out, and there was always a trace of doubt in his eyes. Although you have forgotten Van Helsing, You still have some residual impression of the strange face outside the dominoes. But he even dares to call himself a traveler, allowing you to associate yourself with this wanted criminal. Where is he going? If the scavengers and the Protestants are going to question you again later. Sawyer turned around and asked. Drinking too much. Let's go to the restroom. Danny waved his hand, pushed through the crowd, and went straight to the restroom. Sawyer felt that he had fought side by side with Jesse Coder and Tang Ji, and had drank under the same table. So he had some reservations in his words. Why is there no shadow? Little Liu. Those are the photos taken tonight. Please take a look. A secretary-looking guy held down 8 photos on a copper plate, which were the same photos taken outside the Tongqing Tavern earlier. Returning to the sewer felt like going home. Danny wiped away the red copper, or disguised as a scar on his face, and said to himself that he was lucky to walk slowly, and was hit in the face by a clockwork warrior. Danny had lit up the Brass Heart Tavern when the floor caved in, and now there was no reason to stay. Danny moved forward silently, preparing to escape to the toilet. Wu Jin was unreasonably concerned about wanted criminals, as he would be recognized if he ran into scavengers and Protestants. Li Yu's head turned, and he understood first pay for the loss of the Tongqing Tavern, and then investigate the responsibility. That photo, who is that person? Simply pass it by in a blur. However, people outside the tavern are not very discerning, so it is difficult for them to think of this wanted criminal. Brave? Wu Jin had no doubts about Danny's path. Of course, the brave group will definitely join, which is contrary to the path of the map. Just that one. Li Yu glanced over it hurriedly, and selected the scene of toasting with the brave men in the tavern. In the mayor's office, Li Yu was sitting sipping tea. Behind him were 8 knights, who had been tortured into human form. Jesse's guards tied up the 3 living knights. First threw a piece of gold to the bartender in the tavern, and then tied him up. The guards were escorting the 3 prisoners, and the reporter had not yet confiscated the wooden box. We followed Li Yu to the door, and immediately relayed to the scavengers and priests what had just happened. He doesn't seem familiar at all. Li Yu frowned slightly, staring at Danny with more and more confusion. I hope Wu Jin, the villain, can speak more truthfully, but I have to arrest you all for questioning, which will delay tomorrow's test of the brave group. Wu Jin Kaisheng changed his name, and called Li Yu a villain. After all, he had been killed so cleanly just now, so he had to pay attention. Li Yu retracted his hand, not feeling embarrassed at all, and his movements were very natural. After a while, the mayor's report will be presented to Li Yu before being reported to the Empire. I'm also looking forward to seeing him in the town hall tomorrow. You can talk in detail then. Li Yu asked if he had ever asked. When he saw the light retreating from the window, he stood up and prepared to leave. He is very bad. I look forward to seeing him in the town hall tomorrow. Li Yu put his hands on the door to do good deeds, while he walked up to Tang Ji and stretched out his hand to me. In addition, because Li Yu had always been curious about clockwork warriors, and wanted to try out the capabilities of this well-known creation of the Empire, he unconsciously made a heavy move. With so many assassins hiding outside the wine cellar, the owner of the tavern must have had nothing to do with them. Danny also became more and more interested in the underground mining operations in the 7 towns of Split Gold. He felt that after the minstrel meeting, he should have time to rush to the holy mine town to hear whose epic was more moving. As you wish, Mr. Li Yu. The secretary took the copper plate, took out the 7th toast, and then suddenly froze on the spot. But the strange face projected by this domino exists in the deepest part of Li Yu's memory in some twisted way. Danny was startled, thinking he might be recognized. Li Yu's bad photo will be published in the Empire tomorrow. As for whether it will be the headline, it depends on the Empire's attitude towards tonight's eyeballs. That brief gaffe was only captured by Danny and Wu Jin. Danny could always turn around and run to the toilet now, so he could only wait patiently. The toilet window was open, and Danny walked through the window to the front alley. He also picked up a domino in the alley before retreating to the nearest sewer, leaving behind the Bronze Heart Tavern in the night wind, and the holy black light at the main entrance. It's a pity that the skinny horse Rosenander is there. As the heir to the Kingston family, Li Yu would of course pay attention to the list of wanted criminals in the 7 golden towns. I've already run away. The first photo of someone just sitting down is not too rigid. The 8th photo of someone with his wings spread out is too calm. And Wu Jin chose the 7th photo that is relatively violent, recalling the flame wings that had just unfolded. Danny was sure whether he could escape from the siege of knights from Li Yu and the Kingston family. I'm just a believer who is still looking for his own path. After meeting Li Yu, Danny certainly dared to call himself a knight, but he would reveal his secret if he asked casually. The mayor's office has not yet been requisitioned by Wushan, and the mayor himself was rushed to a cubicle to work, struggling to deal with the aftermath of today's eyeballs. You will go. Tang Ji nodded. After all, the direction of that war is probably hidden in the summary of this war. Thinking about this, Wushan slept outside the sewerage far away from the town hall, quietly waiting for the interview tomorrow morning. As for whether the bartender is innocent or not, it depends on how I behave. There were footsteps on the street corner, and the light in the window did not recede. It was obvious that the scavengers and the Protestants had received the news, and they later arrested people in the Tongxin tavern. But if he retreated to the toilet now, it might be more conspicuous. Liu could only try to stay calm and reduce his sense of presence. When Gama hears the news, he will definitely delay arriving at Holy Mine Town. Right? Where have you seen? Liu looked at Jesse Coder's face, and suddenly his hands tightened, and his armor made a slight noise. Chapter 656 Pale. The next morning, the town hall was already full of people, including the brave men who got the news from the Tongxin tavern yesterday, and the brave men who came all night after the news spread. Almost all the brave men in the 5 towns have expired, except for a few bards. Maybe it was because there were heavy casualties in that war, or maybe they already had poems in hand and didn't want to participate anymore. Those who come are generally mid-level warriors, at most level 6. A level 5 knight like Danny is already considered a good combat power among this group of people. Everyone wants to take advantage of the opportunity to join the brave group and use the resources of the Kingston family to improve themselves. As for how to fight against the demon army led by the red-robed skeleton and the bone car cult, we can figure it out later. Liu sneaked into the town hall when there was a lot of people. He was sitting next to the pillar on the edge. Opposite was the window of the town hall, and to the side was the bathroom on the first floor. The pillars and walls were mainly made of solid stone, mixed with some copper or residues. Liu had seen a lot of them in the tunnels, and had opened a few of them with his own hands. He knew that this thing was similar to a wooden door for him, and could be opened directly. The map had been lit up the moment we entered the hall, and now there was only a dark spot left, like the cage of the iron or town church, the wine cellar of the Copper Heart Tavern. It was this one that Danny swept over as he retreated into iron or town. Nice to meet Xiaojia. Liu's voice sounded from the 7th floor, very coldly, similar to the Copper Heart Tavern. The darkness of the town hall also exists on the underground half floor. Judging from the architectural structure, it is probably a place like a dungeon. Zhou Ming by brave. Zhou Ming was the first to go down, and when telling the road, Jesse only called himself a brave in a complicated way. About 7 minutes before the time agreed by Zhou Ming, Danny saw Sawyer looking around outside the small hall. He believed that he was looking for Jesse, who was alive, so he kept showing his head. Before you register for the initial test, you will step back to take photos. But this is not the time to sign the oath. Liu took out the cross sword in his hand. Sign a contract with you, become a member of your brave group, and gain glory together. However, in front of that figure, there was a paleness. Thinking back to the Iron Mine Town Church, Danny looked at the scene behind him and felt that there was no irony in it. The Iron Mine Town Church captured the brave men and forcefully instilled faith in us right next door to the town hall. But when they arrived in Copper Mine Town, instead it is the town hall that is recruiting a new brave group. And the Protestant church has not done anything. Lost? There are only a few roads in Copper Mine Town. And he will get lost? Sawyer couldn't understand it at all. Danny thought to himself that the Kingston family was also stupid. They must give away materials and promotion rituals for free. They wanted the brave men here to become one of their own before they were willing to spend money. The initial test of the brave group is very complicated. You only need to state your name, route, register, and make sure you are a believer, Zhou Ming said. And the knight pulled a mirror. Don Quixote? Is it right here? Jesse pointed at the pillar, right under Danny's head. Bad. Please stand outside. Zhou Ming pointed to the mirror device on the side. A group of knights and magicians stood beside Liu, while another group cleared the center of the small hall and then dispersed to the edges. Demon! Oh, Zhou Ming! Suya saw him and walked over to say, Lo, why are you here? We are looking forward to seeing him. I am one of the first batch of brave men who retreated to attack Demon King City before it opened. My path is also very pure. It is a very retro practice. I have to be careful. Liu has obviously investigated Zhou Ming. I soon learned that the Lamont family fanboy was not like that at the end, and had no intention of hiding it. Zhou Ming remembered Jesse's attribute of being a road idiot, and thought that he must have gotten lost while charging towards the Demon King City, and then ran all the way to the 7th town of Splitting Gold. Right. I had a bad sleep yesterday. Let's take a rest. Danny stood up hurriedly and responded, also finding that Jesse's perception was very sharp. Oh man! Why is he squatting out there? Zhou Ming immediately pulled Jesse over to say hello. Danny noticed that the reporter from the Empire was also there. I ran to the north side of the small hall from the first floor with a wooden box and set up my equipment. Obviously, I wanted to miss the perfect publicity opportunity. After arriving, I heard that there was no signing process, and the brave men started whispering. The number of guards was also smaller than yesterday. Except for Liu, the number of knights reached 24. And there were still 3 magicians. The brave men immediately started talking. Even if there are no ruthless people outside the dungeon, there is no 8th level knight Liu here. And there are not so few clockwork warriors displayed in the armory room. It is enough to solve the problem. The pale tail wags. Immediately afterwards, Liu and your guards came up from the stairs, each with full armor. They knew they were guarding against something. Or they simply wanted to give the brave men who came here a big shock. When he came down early, Zhou Ming saw Protestant believers knocking on the door, collecting dominoes and eyeballs from last night, and still tolerantly enforcing the ban on self-healing bones and dominoes. The heroes present were all strangers, so little explanation was needed. Just like when you introduced yourself. You said you were human. The small house immediately became quiet. I mean bad. I got lost. Zhou Ming scratched his head. This made the brave men present very satisfied. It may be that idle people are either captured to work in the mines, or go to the arsenal to forge iron, or they join the Protestant religion and become believers. Once you open the dungeon, you can't leave. In addition to the dungeon, Danny also saw the armory room with his clairvoyance. There were 2 rows of clockwork warriors displayed in the armory room. An old man slept under them and held a key to wake them up. Must be a believer. Do they still have no doubts? Zhou Ming asked all the brave men present. Quiet home. Liu stood up. You think you should explain it to me? Is it over? Jesse asked. The comparison is quite weak. Of course Danny will sign some kind of contract with Zhou Ming, and he only comes there to lighten up the darkness. When the recruitment is over and Xiaojia is busy registering, he will go to the bathroom to see if anyone has gone to the dungeon. Chance dismounted. His timing was quite bad. Sawyer patted Jesse on the shoulder. But I saw Don Quixote. Do I not want to join the brave group? Now that the brave men are all gathered in the town hall, there is no one who has applied to be a gentle soldier? Liu suspected that any confined space where a brave man existed could not be lit directly from the outside. Instead, he had to wait for the space to open, or break in directly. Jesse, on the other hand, hurriedly backed out of the door without even sweating on his forehead. Obviously, the Kingston family intends to accept Protestantism and also intends to recruit believers from other sects. A lone conscription order also appeared in the middle of the town square, but there were only a handful of responders. As soon as Danny miscalculated the next move, the recruitment of the brave group ended immediately. Jesse naturally stood behind the mirror, reflecting the figure of a young man with white hair. Jesse nodded in response to Liu's understanding. Chapter 657 Hand. The brave men were in an uproar and immediately pulled out their swords. Pure ass. Does an old-school hero have a demon inside him? Do you think we are fools? How on earth did this man get into town? Quiet Jesse stood up and stabilized the situation to prevent the chaos from spreading further. The white devil in this person was caused by that war. I already know it. You know? Do the Protestants know? White devils are contagious. The brave men all expressed their unwillingness to be in the same room with the white devil. Like Shanja, there are actually many knights in the center, but there are not even any hunters. After all, the picture on the wanted poster does not look like it, so it is difficult to identify. But it would be a bad idea if there is no photo. The brave men finally took back their swords angrily. I don't know what Jesse Kingston did in order to raise a brave group. Has the Kingston family gone so far? The brave men slandered and discussed loudly. I had the same reaction when I was near the church in Iron Mine Town. You think I didn't fully prove my strength last night? Jesse stopped the other heroes from questioning him and invited Danny to look in the mirror. Is he kidding? Mainly because I want to keep photos. Gah. The armors of the 12 knights inside were dented instantly. When he was young, he had retreated more than halfway, and Danny had waited until the dungeon opened. He was about to decide to use the toilet to escape and go there in person, when he was suddenly stopped by Sawyer. There is a problem. The face is still covered with scars, and there is nothing normal about it. At the beginning of that big episode, Shanja was about to join the team of Braves, waiting to establish a vow with Jesse Kingston, when he was stopped by this reporter from the Empire. It must be a hunter. I can be wrong. You have received many young people. The last two of us are hiding in the corner. The female dancer muttered in a high-pitched voice. His hands resumed action. Shanja had no time to draw his sword, but stabbed the shoulders of the knight behind him with both palms. Shanja looked at Shanja. Wei Wei could feel the entanglement in my heart. It seems that Protestantism is still okay, but it can only enforce prohibition. And even the nobles can no longer blatantly cooperate with the devil. Since Jesse said that, the brave men had no objections. They just ended their whispering and asked how Li Yuke behaved last night. Tongji's whip. The 12 knights surrounded by synchronized formation instantly formed a formation to complete the judgment of enemy, and enemy Danny was the only enemy in the town hall. And 8 long swords came at Shanja in unison. Danny had some reason not to feel relaxed, and hurriedly walked to the mirror, looking at his face reflected in the mirror little by little. Fortunately, Danny had made preparations when he went out this morning. In addition to deepening the scars on his face, he also painted the side of his face with mud to make it look as dirty as possible, and to enhance some of his personal features. That's bad. Please take a photo, Jesse said in a fierce voice as he motioned for Danny to stand behind the wooden box. Danny noticed Tang Ji's reaction when Jesse mentioned the white devil, but when he talked about turning the devil's power into his own power, Tang Ji's expression looked very patient. And in the next war, we need all the power. Jesse gave the final explanation. Now that the matter was over, Shanja had no worse idea. He stepped behind the wooden box and waited for the click. Sean Zicoed. Wait! It's his turn. Sawyer greeted Danny from a distance. You are making a bet with that idiot. I must say he is a hunter. It's ironic that an old-school warrior can separate himself from the devil. The belt under the whip didn't have huge force and was tightened at the same time. No sword stabbed Danny's body, and no knight got stuck behind his eyes. Danny noticed that there were relatively few thieves among us, followed by gunmen and dancers, and not even female dancers. After arguing for a long time, someone asked Tang Ji himself. This white devil can't. Jesse shook his head. Danny felt that the 12 knights were connected, and he tore apart the one behind him. His heels were not chasing him from the sidelines, so he simply threw the knight behind him forward, turned around and rushed towards the dungeon. Shadow Demon? By the way, there's no photo session yet. When the old Holy See was still there, if the Jindadan family dared to recruit a brave man infected by demons, they would probably be directly labeled as a heretic. Right? This white devil once affected Chiha, but it was killed when Chiha died. Jesse further explained. I asked the Revealer of the Light about this situation last night. You want to ask, where is his shadow? Just after the flash of light. Jesse suddenly stood up. Of course, Danny also ducked and rushed sideways at the first moment. He was about to draw his sword and smash the long sword behind his eyes. The two of them rushed towards the small door, but in fact they rushed towards the dungeon of the town hall. Click, a round of light flashed through. Sean just squinted his eyes and survived. His attention always focused on the clockwork warrior. The brave men present suddenly became confused. None of the brave men present had gone to the Tongshin Tavern yesterday, so they knew why Shanja dared to conceal his path. Danny raised his head and was shocked to find that his shadow was not on his body, but on his trousers. Suddenly a whip was wrapped around his hands. The knights came unprepared and completed the blockade of Danny in an instant. Sawyer pointed to a heavily made-up female dancer beside him. Danny put his arms together and exerted force, and unexpectedly twisted his elbows away in reverse, and escaped from the entanglement of the whip. Shadow Demon. But Jesse, who was about to resort to duel, suddenly became confused. Upon hearing the name of the Empire's Archmage, the voices of the brave men present suddenly dropped. He just reported his name and rode, and Danny wasn't worried when he looked in the mirror. Anyway, he hadn't taken a picture when he left the Iron Ore town. Not safe? Even thieves find it difficult to get involved. Li Yucode, those who have faith. Danny kept the same words as yesterday. Those hands, it seems like I have seen them somewhere else. Click. Tang Ji stood behind the wooden box. A flash of light passed by, and Tang Ji became the first brave man to complete the registration. Right? Right, Alexander? The subsequent recruitment process went smoothly, and the brave men went on to report their names and paths one after another. That may also indirectly reflect the wretchedness of the world. Danny also understood why Sawyer hated chatting with the dancers so much. Seeing that no one was looking at him, he could only bite the bullet and run to register. At the same time, Danny was also scanning the field with fluoroscopy and identification, and suddenly found that the old man guarding the Clockwork Warrior had not yet woken up. He was holding a key in his hand, and seemed to be inserting the keyhole of the Clockwork Warrior at any time. At the same time, Danny's body started to lag again. It was not obvious, but it gave Danny a very strange feeling. Well, the answer he gave me was, Sawyer's heart is very pure, and only Sawyer cannot be affected by the White Devil and turn the devil's power into his own power. Mass masking event. I guess I also really like the demonic power in my body. But Danny noticed that the reporter from the Empire didn't seem to be relaxed, and he swallowed several bad mouthfuls of saliva in succession. What is the relationship between a believer and a brave man? Danny felt that he was still not being careless. He should have escaped to the dungeon earlier and lit up the town hall. Instead, he stayed in the hall for so long just to watch the silence for a while. Chapter 658, I must have seen you. Of course, Liu would not think about the mood of everyone present, and rushed into the dungeon, temporarily escaping from the siege of Jesse and the knights. Of course, it will sink deeper if he wants to return the same way. 24 knights, 1 level 8 knight, and 3 magicians will all be Liu's enemies. Perhaps we should also add Sawyer and other warriors who have just passed the first round of recruitment. Kicking open the iron door, the dungeon suddenly opened. Liu saw 6 cells inside, and there were no human beings locked in each room. A group of masking believers whose faces were torn off were banging their faces in the southwest, as if they wanted to return to where the masks were. In the remaining cells, there were rickety old men with blood tumors growing on their backs and hanging upside down from the ceiling. There were obese men with pus flowing all over their bodies, but sucking each other. There were also some with abnormal organs on their bodies, and an ear growing out of their elbows. There was also a weirdo with dense nails stuffed inside. Liu's eyes were opened, combined with those who hit the wall and those who carried blood tumors. Liu knew that these were believers from other sects, and he didn't know the meaning of being locked up here. Entering the door lit up the darkness, but the little time Liu bought was quickly exhausted. There were footsteps and the sound of machinery behind him, and the one closest to him was of course Jesse. The walls of the dungeon also began to be covered with ice crystals. Apparently the magicians of the Kingston family realized that Liu was powerful with his fists and kicks, and began to make a cage. Just as Jesse was about to tear down the wall, Liu finally led his men out of the dungeon. Evenly matched. That kind of physical weakness, he is a knight. Liu, as one of the people in Xiaolu who best understands the path of knights, quickly judged that Jesse's body exceeded the limits of a knight. And even if Liu said that, Zhou Ming still had no intention of having a relationship with you. He just wanted to win over you slowly. Or at worst, hold you hostage and use it as his ticket to escape. But he also underestimates the power of the knight, Zhou Ming said, and his armor glowed, gradually connecting into a whole. You are walking on the road of level 9, and you don't have the power of the paladin. Liu immediately removed the cell doors of 6 cells, and there was a clanging sound all over the place. Or when the knight reaches level 8, he doesn't have that kind of confidence. Immediately afterwards, the bearer who was hanging upside down from the ceiling fell to the ground, with a huge piece of air stuck to his back. The nostrils of the masked person were slightly open, smelling the free air. My lover in the next life? Jesse looked through the past. Your armor was blurred by the light, and you found your strong point. The heretics in the cage did not expect that someone would rescue them, and they were all stuck for a moment. Zhou Ming moved his hands and feet to check if there was any strange lag in his body, but he was not ready to take action yet. Zhou Ming's body is the weakest weapon. Obviously, the Kingston family's sacred objects could not interfere with the retreat of the duel. During the process, Zhou Ming did not show his wings of fire like he did in the Copper Heart Tavern. During the appraisal, Jesse found out that all the armors under his body were of sky-high price. If he was careful about one thing, he could become a small rich man in the 7th town of Split Gold. The fighting rhythm of the two sides was almost the same. There was no back and forth. The fists and swords fell under each other's bodies, and they both struck loudly. No one could completely dodge the other's offensive, and neither could completely break through the other's defense. Jesse had seen Liu's duel outside the Tongqing Tavern, and had also heard about the duel from Gama, but it was only in the form of poetry. He never expected it to be so straightforward and irresistible. Jesse regarded its sentence as, Liu was his opponent in a physical fight, and ended the close combat. The duel took effect immediately, and Jesse was dragged back into a wasteland, surrounded by huge stands and corridors on 7 sides. Being able to fight with an 8th level knight should not be considered a top level body. You must have seen him. Liu duels. Did you pay attention to the people with backs? Faces? Fat people and weirdos coming towards you? Just raise your sword at Jesse. Zhou Ming's equipment is enough to match your little noble's worth. The body also ended up exploding with thick slurry in response to the cross sword's attack. He rushed out of the dungeon to save these heretics. Liu took a step forward and gradually got closer to Jesse. Is he a believer? In terms of hand-to-hand combat alone, the level 8 poet should be the opponent of the level 8 knight. Right? It looks scary at best. If they were delayed by Liu. Once the brave men inside eliminated these heretics and completed the encirclement, they would be able to escape. There was some disturbance under the wasteland, and there was not enough space to move around. Jesse put away his sword and fought with Liu with his bare hands. After all, you have been sparring with your brother Gerald since you were a kid, so you don't have enough experience. Jesse answered yes. But there was no way to answer that question. Zhou Ming was not in a daze, but he knew why. After a few minutes of fighting, Zhou Ming's hands knocked out layers of fine marks under Zhou Ming's armor. At the same time, his body was slashed several times by Liu, and the sound of boneless cracks was heard. When Jesse thought about this, of course he didn't hesitate. He didn't take action immediately, but looked at Liu quietly. It looks like a coliseum. The difficulty is in the wasteland. But how to deal with the fire wings that will explode from your body before going out? Did he eat the self-healing bone? Or was it the function of the source of information? After all, the dungeon is located between the town hall and the Protestant church. Even if the Protestant church is collecting dominoes from door to door, the support must be fast, and a quick victory must be achieved. The sacred objects of the Kingston family are even more expensive. Jesse is high and causing chaos. So, maybe the lack of fighting can remind you. Liu fought with Jesse with his giant sword. At that time, he was joking instead? Should it be you? Liu was still trying to identify Jesse's face. Jesse's confidence grew. The obese people and the weirdos also rolled out of the cell. And then the ending was different. I know how good this group of heretics are at fighting. Wouldn't it be bad if I had known that if I just caught Gamma, pinned him to the ground and gave him a beating? That ability is quite annoying. Perhaps the fragments of the magic mirror need to be removed? Jesse is surprised at your decisiveness. The heir of the Kingston family really dares to challenge people to a duel casually. Is it because he is afraid of death? His fighting style is really strange to you. Liu tried hard to recall the experience when he retreated into the Demon King's city for the first time. But he couldn't recall Van Helsing's name. After using the iron sword in his hand to block the attack for a while, Jesse saw the collapse and curling blade, and confirmed that it would break if he hit it a few more times. He also confirmed that his own weakness was enough to withstand Zhou Ming's special slash. It seems that it has been in disrepair for a long time, and the stands are in tatters, with wine glasses, bones and other fragments scattered. There is no blood moon in the sky, and the dark clouds are quietly watching the wasteland, hiding the cracks. Have you seen him somewhere? Liu looked at Jesse. But I just thought about it. Liu's aura suddenly rose, and he cut off Zhou Ming's arm with a dang sound. It was Jesse who had experienced the baptism of the fracture sight, and fully understood that fractures did not affect the battle, but instead became more ruthless. Zhou Ming finally tested the limits of his body, and suddenly felt that he might have been too careless from now on. Without 24 knights, 3 magicians, a team of organized clockwork warriors, and a group of brave men chasing him, Zhou Ming made the best choice to surround Jesse. Chapter 659, Am I a Shadow Demon? It only took a few sentences between the two of them, from the duel to knocking off Liu's arm. But the intensive battle that broke out within these few sentences was enough to trample the wasteland into pits. The light shield appeared, and Liu was squeezed away, unable to get close. I will torture you, and I must find out who you are. There is some kind of key hidden in you. Although I don't know it, it may explain why everyone is confused about the outcome of that war. Don't worry. There are people in the family who are very good at torture. There is only a mirror between you and them. Bringing you back will not only solve the mystery about you, but also purify you of all evil. Jesse and Guang were connected together, chasing Liu and raising and lowering his sword. Arms, thighs. After several sounds of gold and iron clashing, Liu was left with only a human stick in a short period of time. Jesse burst out with the power of a 9th level paladin, directly turning the tide of the battle. Thank you. Liu's answer shocked Jesse. Although he felt no pain, Jesse inexplicably felt that there was no strong looseness in his body. Ice wall. Liu judged Jesse's intention, shouted to the magician at the entrance, and greeted him. At the same time, the courage of the knight is to allow you to move forward again. TSK. Jesse said with few questions, but with the strength to ask even less. After all, if it were any later, the Kingston family might have no direct heir. You plan to accept his torture. Jesse was thinking like that. And when he saw the enemy's formation change, he immediately stretched out his arms to reach the corner of the dungeon. And like a ball of mud, he instantly bounced in the opposite direction. At the same time, Liu also threw a large shield forward from his inner bag. The light shield ends and breaks. Seeing Wang Qian, who was wearing fire wings, Jesse followed suit, turning his shadow into a sword, and stabbed her in the neck. Did I interrupt the transmission of the relic? Of course, Jesse's idea was to smash the shield. So he threw out the iron sword and nails in an attempt to interrupt the spell. Those were very hidden in the dense fog. But both Wang Qian and Liu noticed that they were normal. His hands and feet were connected by shadows. Liu was half floating in the air, his shoulders connected to his right hand holding his left hand, and his two thighs neatly lined up behind him. When Liu's fire wings unfolded, the body fluids of the obese people and the blood of the weirdos in the dungeon were quickly evaporated, and the scene ended in a gloomy way. Then the sword broke. The bodies of the weirdos have not been beaten into pieces of flesh, but they are lingering in the fat and body fluids of the obese people, staring at the exposed flesh of the obese people, knights, and magicians, trying to pass on the distortion of the body. In front of the fire wing, the icy walls gradually thickened, and the dungeon began to be filled with mist. There are dots of light outside the shield. This light is connected to the body of the knight at the entrance, and seems to transport us directly to the depths of the dungeon. The Colosseum is the place where you first grew up. As soon as Liu finished speaking, he finally gave up the duel with Jesse, and returned to the dungeon to ask for help. But the curled iron sword and the sharp iron were cut off by the light. As if the light were not sharp swords at all. Liu made every possible response. Then Jesse saw the human stick standing up on the ground. The small and large particles mixed in the shadow blurred out the light, and also disrupted the light. The clockwork warriors are struggling with the bearers, trying hard to tear at our front backs. The believers of the carrying sect seem to be very eager to carry those few creations of the Empire, and the blood tumors on their backs are jumping and dominating our actions. It was as if his hands and feet were scattered on the ground, like a wooden stake, and Jesse didn't have any other choice. His whole body was wrapped in white by the shadow, and he penetrated the fire wings in an instant. Are you a shadow demon? Or no more? Jesse also wanted to know the answer to that question. In front of the wall is not the sewerage of a Protestant church. Shadow demon. No more. Liu finally realized that dragging Jesse out of the duel might be the worst response. We obviously just met him last night. But is this shadow still in the Demon King city? The dungeon was already spacious, and the heretics and the Kingston family were fighting together. The brave men had no room to retreat, and they were all blocked at the entrance of the dungeon. The shadow falls off dead skin like silt, but finally got through it. Here, Wang Qian had just used her wings of fire to clean up all the obese people, and she became the first obstacle to Jesse's escape. The duel was over, and the seven fell back into the dungeon, although he knew that there was nothing normal about his shadow. At the moment of the duel, Jesse borrowed the power of the shadow in anguish, preparing to win that battle first before thinking about anything else. Finally, the shadow emerging from the cracks in Jesse's broken arm and leg wrapped around Liu's body, tightening tightly. The next second, Liu moved his hands and feet together. His shadow connected to all parts of his body, and he fought with Jesse again, without Sawyer here to guard him. Jesse would of course throw himself into a trap and run to the dungeon entrance. The appearance of Wang Qian also gave the knights and magicians a clear goal. We all got rid of the entanglement of the heretics, changed our formation, and blocked the entrance to the dungeon. There is no doubt that those teleported knights will become human shields in the ice wall, preventing Jesse from passing through the wall. Get ready for Jesse. The battle in the wasteland started suddenly, but the battle in the dungeon was retreating into full swing. The Face Ones from the Masking Society were attacking the southwest side of the dungeon, taking up the energy of the 6 knights. On top of this, Liu was slowly beaten to pieces. Only a hole as big as a football was opened. Jesse turned into a ball of shadow, and his body, hands and feet got out together. Jesse only knew that no more was the shadow standing next to Redcoat, the red-robed skeleton, and he was also a terrifying existence that once appeared in the Gamma epic. But Jesse hadn't given up thinking about the reason for everything. In short, it would be a bad thing if there were no knights blocking the way. So he pierced the forming ice wall with his palm and cracked it with his bare hands. Shadow demon, noli more. We all remembered the same shadow. It will break if you pull it a little bit. Jesse himself smashes against the wall deep in the dungeon. Then we saw Jess's broken arms and legs, weakly connected by shadows. Liu understands the principle. Wang Qian was completely silent. The moment they returned to the dungeon, fire wings fluttered from the inside of Liu's armor and clothes. Jess's shadows seemed to be unprepared. He let go of Wang Qian and dragged Jesse to the entrance of the dungeon. Yes, you really want to torture yourself. I'm hiding it from him. That place is quite popular. Where is it? Jesse held the shadow sword in his hand, stabbed the light shield quickly, and handed it to Wang Qian's small artery in the neck. Wang Qian decided to retreat directly and light up the map of the entire copper mining town. Wang Qian had some doubts, and then suddenly felt that she had never had similar emotions before. What kind of hands did that man have? Are they universal tools? What's more, the Protestant church is right next to the town hall. If you break out now and light up the inner wall, should you wait for the believers to set up defenses? Shouldn't he despair? Why thank me? Wang Qian tried hard to break free from the shadow, but she could no longer exert her strength. That has nothing to do with you? Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going? Those are some bad questions. Behind his eyes there was only a wall of ice and a gradually brightening light. Chapter 660, The Altar in the Church. Liu pried the ground, this time without any hesitation, and headed straight into the deepest corner of the church along the sewer. The scavengers and the Protestants must have learned about their actions in the town hall, and now every second is crucial. Fortunately, Jessie was left behind, and the result of the first duel was not as she expected. So the resistance she received would become smaller in a short period of time. But there was no guarantee that when the Protestant priests came back, she would use the duel to delay her for a moment and besiege them heavily. Liu accelerated, smashed the church's sewers, and rushed straight into the warning hall at the prompt of the shadow. Yes, the deepest darkness in the Protestant church in Coppermine is still in the warning hall. Liu even looked forward to meeting a group of brave men imprisoned by the church there, and looked at each other with the brave men who were about to join the brave group. Don't chase horses? Sawyer came to Jesse and asked. In the cellar of the town hall, the guards began to clean up the imprisoned heretics, killing the faceless ones, the bearers, the fat ones, and the weirdos one by one with one sword, and chopped off the sticky white pulp. You want to chase me? Strictly speaking, you are not yet affiliated with my brave group. You can move freely. Jesse turned around and said, Why not? Since you will accept the brave man polluted by the white demon. Why do you accept a confused shadow demon? Liu flicked down the embers of the fire wing. Let you look forward to the collision between demons and Protestants. Liu Shao left the recruitment of brave men to the 12 knights and magicians, and stood on the street corner in the church, watching silently. Or, you also think there's something fishy about him? You didn't try your best. Jesse noticed every detail in the battle, and knew that what Sawyer showed was far from his limit. What Sawyer had in mind was that by retreating from the church, he would temporarily get rid of the pursuers in front of him. But he would also have to face new enemies. If I am sure that I am really a shadow demon, that possibility does exist. Did Liu deny the guard's conjecture? There are many sources of information outside the church. Because if that is not true, I will be very depressed. And you will also be very depressed about that problem. You will know the answer soon. Goodbye. Tangji smashed open the wall, passed through the dust, and chased to the church. Since you can retreat into the church, you go inside and guard me. Liu finally wanted to hesitate about the next step, waved his hand, and led the guards, clockwork warriors and brave men back to the town hall along the tunnel. Not disarmed. However, contrary to expectations, when the believers' prayers resonated with each other and pressed against the vibrating colored windows, the holy white color ended up spreading in the hall, gradually slowing down Sawyer's movements. Jesse is too good and bad to explore the way. Liu clenched his fist. The appearance of this altar is exactly the same as the masked altar in Iron Mine Town. You see? This is why we are looking forward to that poets gathering very much. Jesse spread his hands. There are very important things that have been covered up, and it is difficult for you to identify friends and foes. Even unconsciously, he became Liu's scout. But it's still far from this point. You need to know less. Liu put away the cross sword. The church is a bad place. If my target must be the source of the information, I will definitely be very satisfied. Could it be that he wants to suck the source? The guard pointed to the white liquid on the ground and mentioned a possibility. Sawyer did indeed have a collision with Protestantism. And only once. There was no shadow arrow directly behind the severed limb, pointing directly at my target location. Nolly more. Then, the shadow cut off his head and stabbed his heart away. And then he was cut into 4 pieces. The priest was forced to stop preaching and move to the bathroom on the first floor. Then he saw the severed limbs connected by shadows, rolling toward Fei Wong in the warding hall. Sawyer's body shrank and expanded, and the iron nails shot out, falling on the chairs, colored windows, and under the heads, and small flowers of blood bloomed. The prayer hall was red, broken, and broken. Fei Wong, are you really considering cooperating with the shadow demon? The guard only dared to ask the question with a small amount of determination. Of course, the guard knew that this was a topic he should interrupt, and silently motioned to the magician to clean up the dungeon, especially the smelly body fluids leaked from the obese people. Because speaking of tolerance, that Jesse Coder, oh yes, Lee, actually did not harm your actions. Before Lee, you found out that the photo was normal last night. Of course, he found someone to compare it with the 7th town of Jean wanted list and found the past of Lee. When the sounds of fighting came from the town hall, we could still hold back our bad curiosity and persistent praying, but when the water pipe burst and the stained glass windows of the church buzzed, we all turned our attention to the priest beside the pulpit. Is that person a shadow demon? What is my plan? The guard understood. A group of ordinary believers dare to stop the shadow demon. I just had nothing to do with the mask incident. I killed a few businessmen and priests and weakly broke into the church in Iron Mine Town. Lee, you did not blindly want to chase Sawyer. Devil, stop. The priest's eyes flowed with white thick liquid, and the holy light appeared all over his body, preparing to show the power of the Protestant faith in front of the believers. At that time, Sawyer's movements were very muddy, and he didn't worry about whether he was being used by the shadow demon. All he could think about was slowly lighting up the punctuation marks. How can Protestantism be so brainwashed? According to the experience of the Copper Heart Tavern and the town hall, as long as the door is pushed back, a cage is smashed or something, Sawyer will have no way to escape. Although a small number of Protestant priests and believers were on their way back. It was early in the morning, and there were no believers in the church to pray. We don't pray like crazy. The believers in the prayer hall shouted the same as the brave men. And the shadow next to the Red Road skeleton last night instantly became a living nightmare. Are you really chasing? The guard cleared away the heretics outside the dungeon and followed you, waiting for instructions. Tozos must have forbidden you to enter for no reason other than my own. I thought you knew that the Protestant church had secretly kidnapped many brave warriors and conducted some mysterious experiments on them, such as indoctrinating them with information or beliefs. Yes. Sawyer stared at the broken wall. So I decided to chase after it and take a look. What does he think of Jesse Coder? I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to ask. You were all so vague. When it was over, you thought I wanted to save the heretics. But now it seems that is not the case. Liu shook his head and waved his hands to disperse the stench. Protestantism is not that simple. And now is not a bad time to deal with our relationship. Fei Wong shook her head, and the image of Jesse Coder smashing through the wall was deeply imprinted in her mind. I seem to simply want to come outside and escape from the church? Liu frowned. You are still ready to break the tacit understanding between the two parties. We can't talk about the shadow demon anymore. If we miss the opportunity to retreat to the Protestant religion, the last time will be when, in addition to a huge cage, there was an altar placed in the warning hall. Fei Wong didn't care about her identity and concealment. Her only goal was not the admonishment hall the moment she climbed down to the first floor. A small part of the church was already lit up. Believers even spontaneously brought the dominoes collected during homework to the pulpit, expecting to use prayers to eliminate the sins of those demonic creatures. There were no more obstacles, and Sawyer finally rushed out of the warning hall. Out of insult to Protestantism. You tried to capture me. But obviously, I was very weak. Liu's mood gradually calmed down. Maybe you should think about how to deal with me first. Chapter 661 I Have Tentacles. It had been a few days since the last time Liu forced his way into the church in Iron Mining Town. Coupled with last night's domino rain, the Protestants in Copper Mining Town did not have a tight defense against the church, and everything seemed very loose. But the identical altar still aroused Liu's vigilance. Liu was even sure that this altar was the one underground in Iron Mine Town. Moved to Copperfield Town? There were 2 priests standing next to the altar. They were shocked when they saw Liu and slapped the cage with their palms. The brave man in the cage was like a wax figure whose I had been broken. He shook off the white pulp and rushed out to meet Liu. Their movements were very stiff, as if they had just been fished out of the source. Every time they blinked or raised their feet, they would shed white paste, which would then form slightly luminous footprints. The priest shook out the sticky white substance from his sleeves, like throwing mud, in an attempt to contaminate Liu with the source of the Protestant faith and complete the purification of the shadow demon. When the cage was opened, Liu found that his shadow quickly wiped across the floor of the warning hall, reproducing everything that had happened here in an abstract way. Hazy, very fast, and not very clear. At that time, Sun An's movement stopped. A cube perpendicular to the ground suddenly appeared, superimposed on the position where Sun An escaped, covering the center of the warning hall and covering the soil. That aura of safety was far beyond what the priests were shaking out of their sleeves, as if they were infected with a disease. However, the whip seemed to be devoid of life, rolling down my body along Sawyer's broken arm and strangling my neck. Bai Jiang recalled some details of this war. Sun An avoided the brave man wrapped in the source of the message and Liu, who was shaken off by the priest. He tried his best to get rid of the dirty things, but when he moved forward, he suddenly found a whip rolled up in front of his back. About to be surrounded? When he realized that he was being respected, the priest muttered no words, and outside the glimmer of light that had been stepped on by the brave men, there was no one left and gradually took shape. As long as he can escape the range of the white pulp whip, he should not be able to escape. Sawyer also understood why he was so unfamiliar with the job. Bite your ass, can you be seen like that? And just when the white robes were about to stop moving, Sawyer's tentacles stretched out from the wound, wrapped my body in severed limbs, and crawled back to the ground together. To me, Protestantism is the same as the masked society, the Red Oil sect, and so on. They are just trying to win believers in some way and tamper with our beliefs. By the way, a piece of ground was shoveled away, exposing the fresh soil at the bottom. Why are you working so hard? Sun An muttered loudly, separated his arms and legs, pulled the whip tip apart and pulled out the head, keeping it locked as much as possible. The light also circled the body and severed limbs of Sawyer, who was crawling in the darkness with countless tentacles. In this case, of course Sawyer was going to fight with a priest and a group of crazy heroes. So he turned around and left. It would be bad if I saw you. As Sawyer thought like that, he suddenly found that his whole body became transparent, and his whole body merged with shadow and light. This is a very simple and intoxicating idea. Just like the source of faith is the Holy Dew and the Holy Communion, watering our will day and night, allowing our souls to gradually get closer to the only light. The key to lighting up the punctuation points is to help the shadows sweep through these enclosed spaces. Bai Jian's body resembles that of Jesse, and exudes some aura that makes shadows fearful. Sun An has a way to hug Bai Jian with his shadow just like Jesse. It was difficult for Sawyer to answer that question, but suddenly he remembered. Damn it, your head hurts. Why? Seeing Sun An waving his tentacles and sinking back into the soil, Bai Jian's whole body stiffened, and long-lasting memories emerged in his mind. A piece of land was dug up, and the magic of the footprints inside was formed. A small group of white-robed priests filled the admonishment hall. 2 figures also appeared in the middle of the altar. They were the Protestant priests of Iron Mine Town, Rufus and Vergers. When the body was cut off by Jesse, Sun An not only discovered the shadow, but also discovered that there were broken tentacles hidden one after another between the bones and skin, but blocked by shadow. Sawyer realizes that he can escape. It was too late to leave again. Sawyer was like in a dungeon. The shadow erupted and covered the ground with particles, forcibly cutting off the connection between the white shadow and the footprints. He is no more. Who is he? The white whip was dyed sickly white, trying to invade Sawyer's body. Immediately afterwards, I felt the emotions of the heroes and priests. But obviously, Bai Jing did not fully understand the weakness of Sawyer's hands, and always let me get close to any wall, fighting firmly in the middle of the warning hall. What is essentially the same? What does that mean? Let the violent faith purge the heretics. But no one wants to wear the same mask. No one wants to get close to the white light. No one wants to produce red oil. I'm weaker than him. I can't just twist you into a ball of flesh. Bai Jian didn't mind acknowledging the weakness of the love demon at all. No more is a demon who can lift the Demon King city. I told you. You are Don Quixote. Sawyer dodged the white whip and stayed away from the white liquid. But Sawyer was immersed for a moment, before being stripped away. He saw that under the map in his mind. The landmark of copper mining town had been lit up. Bai Jing did not want to deal with Sawyer alone, but was waiting for the support of the Protestants. If Liu had not experienced the battle with Jesse, he might not have noticed anything strange about his shadow. But after being called Shadow Demon and no more several times in succession, how could Liu not pay attention to his shadow? You really wish you were no more. At most, you only need to waste too little time with him. Screw those Protestant idiots who spit out their sources and foam at the foam, and then leave. Sudden has been looking for a solution. Opportunities over the wall. It seems that a small part of the white darkness under the map has nothing to do with Liu. He has somewhere to escape. But still no voice stopped Sawyer. Liu has always wanted to understand the logic of plugins. Although it was difficult for Sawyer to understand how to lift the Demon King's castle, he was even more certain that he was the shadow demon next to the red-robed skeleton. It must be no more. Maybe even the town hall and the church. It wasn't screwed to pieces. Was it? So before the punctuation mark in the warning hall was lit up, Sawyer's mind became active, and he has now put it into practice. He knows no more? Bai Jiang must have said it so firmly that Sawyer even believed that he was really not the shadow demon everyone thought he was. Those tentacles seemed to have been asleep for a long time, and they were just used as muscles to help Sawyer control his movements. But when Sun An's entire body passed through the holes in the dungeon, it was like a fish's fin falling into the water, and everything became natural and soft. Bai Jiang was even sure that the memory was his. The corpse will in Hongyu Town is Liu. But there is no Liu in the underground altar in Coppermine Town. And there is no Liu in the Protestant church. The shadows of whips and shadows intertwined. And the brave men and priests in the warning hall were temporarily helpless. Is this also outside a cave? As for altars, priests, brave men, instilling faith and so on, Suya didn't care at all. In the last second, the source of information in Guangling turned into ice, fire and thunder, and an elemental storm broke out. Albig, Rufus under the altar raised his hands, and the white robes he was wearing raised their hands as well. The power of the believers in the cage seemed to be absorbed by the altar and extracted into a diamond-shaped cube of light. As soon as the whip wrapped around his arm, Sawyer immediately removed his arm along Jess's slash wound. And it was the whip that was wrapped around him. It's Sunan, Don Quixote. What is his purpose? During the battle with Sunan, Bai Jiang noticed that Sawyer always avoided the sources of information spread by the priests, and also got close to those who were instilled with Protestant beliefs. The brave man. Sawyer felt that Bai Jian might have the answer. But it was not the right time to think about it. The light from the colored window did not weaken, and the dim footprints in the warning hall gradually emerged. Believers in white robes. Chapter 662. Even breathing is meaningless. When the elements were violent, Liu had actually swam out of the Guangling for most of his body, leaving only his last calf behind. Fire, ice and thunder symphony. And the tentacles in the calf instantly feel hot and cold. When the thunder element was sucked into the tentacle, Liu seemed to speed up several times. He used his hands and feet to climb out of the light diamond at high speed and into the deeper soil. A transparent tentacle monster emerged from the light. Its shadow wrapped around its hands and feet, mixed with broken limbs, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Disappear, die, become the afterglow of faith. On the altar, Rufus silently recited the incantation, and the white robes in the surrounding light array echoed softly. A regular triangular cube has been dug out of the hole, which is the trace of the light rhombus just now. The elements inside have also ceased, and Liu's shadow can no longer be seen. No, he's not dead. Only Sawyer looked at the hole and found a trace of irregular elemental changes. A line of weak electric lines was diagonally below, forming several round shapes and gradually disappearing. What do you mean? Rufus stepped forward and walked down from the center of the altar, with VJs following behind him. Outside the belly, there was only a weird-shaped stomach pouch. At this moment, Liu and your brave men are waiting inside the church. Why do eyes grow outside armpits? At that time, No Shinta came from the prayer hall and whispered a few words loudly into VJ's ear, telling me that Jesse had not yet joined the Liu Brave group. I'm attracted to sources. Why just summarize Sawyer's motivations for his actions? Which of the 7 towns has the least sources of information? We have no respect for our faith. VJ's finished speaking, clenching his fists and speaking with anger. He let me go just now. You will report to the villain Tassos. VJ's pondered for a moment, but did not take action. Instead, he attributed all the chaos to Liu's head and threw the pot over. Nothing outside your head? It will allow me to shake the faith of the believers. Their faith is not very strong yet. Hua Shujin touched the altar in front of him. Damn, a bunch of trash. Vergers confirmed that Liu had escaped. Turned to look at the brave man who was almost sucked into a mummy next to the cage and cursed. We need hunters. Where are all the hunters dead? Well, that explains very little. Sawyer understands his body more and more. Jesse was the one who didn't care so much. He jumped out of the pit, and made sure that he could burrow into the soil, and leave like Don Quixote. Then he swung his tail, and went back to the prayer hall to meet Liu. Sawyer looked at it. No longer afraid. Holy Mine Town. Rufus raised his head. It's not that Sawyer even breathes without any real meaning. It's just that he wants to breathe. So he just takes action. Sawyer was close to the mine tunnel. Huddled outside a large earth hole he had dug out with his tentacles. And looked at himself. And where the eyes should have been there were also a pair of eye sockets. In fact, there were a few eyeballs that were missing and accumulated on them. Like 2 magazines full of bullets. Defiled. Washu looked at the brave man who was almost sucked dry and the shimmering white liquid underground. And agreed with Hua Shujun's statement. Blind? Sawyer peered into the front of his head and saw the tattoo beneath his skull. We are human beings. We are what I call devils. Or something even more disgusting? Then, Sawyer saw a plaster-like shadow stuck under his head. Sawyer tried to observe the ground with the eyeballs on his armpits, and found that the whole thing was white and dark. Through the skull, Sawyer finally saw his shrunken brain. Mainly, no one would really look into their own hearts. Huashu was slightly shocked before trying this. That time Sawyer used clairvoyance and realized that he was quite weird. As you command? Mr. VJs. Rufus nodded and moved forward. You will move the believers who can move to the church in Holy Mine Town. And wait for Lee outside here. That proves that the missing eyeballs have no visual function. For example, next to the ribs. The part that should be muscle and fat. There are 2 rows of eyeballs, leading straight to the armpits. Jesse. Huashu Bai. Brave. Huashu announced his name. His eyes still focused on the pit, replaying the scene where Don Quixote's tentacles landed. It's too accurate to say that the brain is like a slice. Only no bigger than a knuckle. And it's very different from a big ball of mud. At that time, Huashu had already escaped from the iron mining town, and was recovering from his injuries next to an abandoned mine tunnel underground. You and I, the priests, will try our best to quell the wavering faith of the 7 towns in Demon King City. And you need him, to wait for the demon in the church in Holy Mine Town. Hua Shujin gave the difficult task to Rufus. A rising circle, and a pattern of 2 crossed guns. What creature has 8 eyes with the same function? These are all new information that Sawyer turned the pupils of his clairvoyant eyes in front of his head, and stared directly at them. Seeing through and seeing through. Sawyer also found fewer problems. White Devil. VJ's eyes oozed white liquid. He is defiling this place. The body was broken into 7 parts, causing pain and itching. There were tentacles and small strands of thread hanging out of each part of the body. And some liquid and juice leaked out. No matter how you looked at it, it was abnormal. What the L kind of monster is that? There are only 8 kinds of eyes. 1 kind of perspective. 1 kind of identification. And 1 kind of blindness. There were no hunters outside the church in Iron or town. But unfortunately they were killed by Sawyer. The power of the elemental rage was extracted from those brave men. And the power of Guanling was built according to our path. It is a pity that there are no hunters among those brave men. So they should be able to take a step back and track Lee's escape route. I said that violent faith did not stop him from escaping. Sawyer pointed downwards with his whip. But the electric pattern had disappeared together with the traces of elemental violence. Whether there is a heart, whether there are lungs. Scanning his body inch by inch, Washu summarized the main items that make up the body's self-healing bones. Tentacles, eyeballs, stomach bags, strange membranes and body hair. You need you. Rufus tried to calm down VJ's anger. On the contrary, it was the 7th time. The 7th time that Lee broke into the church's admonishment hall. Just seeing them embedded in 2 rows on the armpits makes me feel very happy. Sawyer had never used those eyes before, and he knew they were of no use. Sawyer also understood why hunger, thirst and excretion were caused. Broken bones were painful. Broken limbs could move. Killing people was normal and unfamiliar. And he could even hear the voices of animals. Observe the growth of armpit hair? What about outside the brain? Who is speaking? Hua Shujin seemed to agree with Jesse's judgment, and also noticed the devil's tail I had just put away. The strange thing is that clairvoyance can see every detail of the body. But it only looks at the outside of the stomach pouch. Is there nothing outside? The rotten bread and stewed meat that we eat all those days? The heir to the Kingston family recruited brave men in the town hall, causing chaos and spreading to the church. Sawyer cannot look down, up, right, left, back and front together. First of all, Washu discovered that although he had no skin, fascia, or bones, he did not have a heart. And he also had other internal organs and intestines that he seemed to have. Seeing that, Washu was 100% sure of one thing. We are human beings. Also, before discovering those eyeballs, Sawyer suddenly saw the full angle. And there are no abnormal people who can become invisible or change color. Chapter 663 Shadow. Noli more? Liu had been called the Shadow Demon so many times, and had seen the abnormalities in his own shadow with his own eyes. Of course, this question came out of his mouth. The main thing that makes Liu uncertain is that although his shadow sometimes does a lot of outrageous things, on the whole, it is still integrated and moves very smoothly. That's why Liu doubted the relationship between the shadow and himself. No. The shadow attached to the brain slice was written on the inside of the skull. Liu was stunned and felt that this method of communication was very hidden and quite special. Who are you? Are you also a shadow demon? Liu felt that at least its identity should be determined first. If it's the same kind as the one next to the red-robed skeleton, does it mean it has the same potential and ability? That Noli More is a demon who can lift the Demon King's castle. Shadow demon? That should be it. Shadow also seemed to have a lot of uncertainty. You know that you just want to help him complete the map. This is your only mission. Ying's handwriting was like ink. Oh. Ying was also talking nonsense. He directly pulled out the tentacles and threads from Liu's body in the dark, stretched the fascia and skin, and then slowly reconnected. What do you think about this? Bianli stared at the cracked skin and fascia with his clairvoyant eyes, hoping hard for them to heal. It seems that your goals are the same. They are to light up the punctuation points under the map and find the memory. Liu asked Ying. His bones healed on their own. They shouldn't be the self-healing bones banned in the town. It's just that the density is very low. As for his body, it was him who stared at them and felt that they should heal. So they healed. Liu tried to connect her hands and feet by herself, and found that she even used her mind to rejoin us. However, the threads passing through the fascia and skin were too few and too hard, and it was very laborious to connect them one by one. Do you have any other needs? Bianli was even more curious about his rear body, knowing that it was of no use raising a shadow demon. Damn it. Are you a doctor? Demon name? It means the name of the devil? Is that thing still awakening? Bianli didn't know much about Xiao Lu's demonology. You think it can't be just one girl? Liu thought of the several times he had been injured. Is he you? Or, is he an independent devil? Liu was sure that the shadow was in existence like a grandfather. You know. So you refuse. Shadow accompanied Liu to the church twice. It is completely consistent with the map in Liu's mind. Oh! His eyes are tired? Ying leaned out from Liu's feet and wrote directly on the ground. Then I saw that the skin was healing rapidly, and the threads on the outside of the body were gradually restored, intact as before. At most, it should be confirmed where the upper body comes from. Those punctuation points originally only existed outside Liu's mind. Now that the shadow knows it, everything is indeed what it says. You are not him. Before experiencing the self-identity of gods, travelers, knights and demons, Bianli seemed to have discovered a new continent. It's too reasonable. Why does the shadow demon grow bones? At that time, Liu still knew that he was a demon. Every time he saw the wounds, he expected them to recover. But then, they suddenly recovered inexplicably. You feel? Now it seems that it is the body's cells that heal themselves, and nothing else. It's like it's not the first time we've met. He never. Shadow paused for a long time. You forgot. Or maybe that body wasn't originally that of a shadow demon? It should be a lot easier without Ying's help. I am the shadow demon. Shadow hesitated for a long time, and then admitted. Ying has also been secretly observing Bianli, and simply pointing out the facts. What you want is not to accompany him and accompany him to his destination. The big shadow squirmed and said something shocking. The current scene is very funny. Liu and my severed limbs were piled outside the cave together, with tentacles and threads drooping out. I, with my pupils turned forward, stared at the front of my head and muttered to myself. This is just convenient. Liu shook his head, and the writing in his skull shook together. You helped him awaken. You just called him Ying before. Help? Liu asked. He knows your destination? Liu thought that for Shadow. The secret in his mind did not seem to be a secret. I'm sorry for you. I have to go in. Liu had a plug-in. And it was true that he had awakened some memories in Hongyu Town. So he had to force Shadow to go with him. That's bad. You refuse. Although it was the first time for Liu to communicate with Ying. He felt comfortable for some reason. Bian Li's mind was in a mess. That should be the Shadow. Doesn't he have a name? Your name is Liu. What's his name? Bian Li thought that the big Shadow might not have a name similar to Noli Moore. You are not him. You can lead him. Shadow's answer was hesitant. He's bad. Bian Li. And it must be walking in human form. If it is broken into severed arms and legs during a fight, it will definitely give the enemy a small surprise. What is he talking about? You know it. Ying wrote faint words in the darkness. It was you before. Don't want to get close to the Protestant church? Liu recalled the anomalies he had experienced and found that every time he passed by the church, his body would freeze. Liu thought he understood the logic. House on. Redwell Town. Split Gold Mountain. Holy City Sindalami. The big Shadow finished writing the punctuation points under the map. And even drew a map by the way. What body? You don't have a body. He is not your body. He's bad. Shadow. Their light is uncomfortable. The Shadow Demon responded as if he was typing. And soon, it was filled with words in Liu's head. He erased it and rewrote it. Where did you come from? Liu discovered that behind the Shadow, the only remaining secret shouldn't be the identity of the time traveler. The bones are still broken. Just wrap the fascia and thread tightly. But the human skin is deformed by the Shadow. Bian Li's body is not twisted. And the eyeballs are protruding from the sockets because the Shadow pulls too far. Yes. For your small business. At least put your body back? Liu shook the tentacles and threads at the wound, feeling that there was no need to reattach it. After being weak enough. The devil needs a name. Shadow seemed to be quoting a certain passage. Did we just travel there? Have you awakened your demon name yet? The big Shadow was silent for a long time before typing that line. Shadow. Shadow Demon paused for a moment. Bad. But it was too honorable to act. Ah? Who did it next time? Liu became alert again, fearing that there was something strange living in his body. Forgot? How come so few people have lost their memory recently? Liu muttered. Let's wait for them to heal next. Did he help with the next fracture? Liu thought of that night outside the fracture site, thinking that even broken bones can't heal on their own. So human skin should be fine too? Oh, doesn't he have any needs? For example, help him resurrect. Or occupy a body or something? Liu thought of some of the standard equipment of the old man. But it's still weird, is the Shadow Demon living outside your own shadow? Or is your shadow not it? Chapter 664. I think. Just like when he was covered by the light diamond. Liu thought he would become invisible. And he became invisible at that time. The disconnected fascia and skin healed together. It was also at this time that Liu noticed that fascia, skin, and even his hair, seemed to be some kind of threads that could be controlled with just his thoughts. At this time, Liu was in full bloom. Like an unfolded seaweed. Could it be that I am a god who makes all my wishes come true? Liu couldn't help but have this suspicion. Then, let me light up this map. Right now. Liu stared so hard that his eyes almost popped out. But he didn't react at all. God's power is limited after all, right? According to my experience, you should be a brain spirit. The Shadow passed in front of Liu's face, drew an arrow, and passed all the way over Liu's neck, cheeks and eye sockets, and entered the back of his head. The arrow points to the small slice of brain in Liu's skull. You could always see it after completing your mission. Only then would it be discovered if it was embedded in Liu's eye socket. Liu tried to heal Ying with his thoughts, and the white spots slowly faded away. They have the same devil eyes, but they have the same effects. Some of them can't confuse people's hearts, and some of them can't see dreams. Did you just do it? In the battle just now? Ying struggled with Jesse first, and was still covered by the priest's light rhombus, and was not fully penetrated. What he appraised is probably from the eyeballs of the demon merchant. Ying stroked Liu's eyes. We need the appraisal pupil to judge the value of the goods. No. 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 You misunderstood. Brain spirit is not powerful at all. Brain spirit is very fragile. Maybe, you need to light up fewer anchor points under the map and retrieve fewer of his memories. Ying touched Yamao's head. Does he know what those eyes are? One can see through, and the other can. Liu showed Ying the eyeballs of his right eye. left eye and armpit respectively. Is Now Ling so powerful? Then why don't you stand at the top of Bone City? Liu seemed not to see Now Ling among the army in Demon King City. It's boring. You are Brain Spirit. Although Ying said Brain Spirit was very strong. Yao Mao looked at the skeleton, eyeballs and underwear and felt that practice had proven that he was quite weak. Nailing? Liu looked back along the arrow. Yes. A monster with only a brain and the ability to control objects through thoughts. Ying at least remembered that he was a shadow demon and knew more about monsters than Liu. Maybe you know what you are looking for. Ying said. He? Suspicious. What do you call him? You can only protect him secretly. Ying backed away from Liu's body. If you protect him, your body will be smashed. Wu Ying was protecting himself outside his mind. And Liu felt that it was more timid to speak out. You are not him. Ying rubbed Liu's brain. What are you afraid of? Yao Mao also felt that he should be afraid. But he didn't feel that way at all. Well, you said you hate light? Ying squeezed out white pus from the white spots. Newly born? Through conversation, Liu did feel that Ying didn't look like a big child at all. And he immediately denied it. You know? Liu's shadow shook his head. They are not monsters themselves. And the eyes of the demons are so different that it is difficult to judge from the inside. Noli more? This demon who is feared by the brave and stalks the red-robed skeleton? Brain Spirit is very strong. But he is weak, Ying added. If he had known how to fight. You know very few things. After all, you were just born. He's scared too? Ying recalled the panic when humans shouted Shadow Demon. After thinking about it, Liu said, that's a bad thing. At most, if he waits for a call from Demon King City, without him having any hacking relationship, he should be eaten as soon as we meet. But he just said that the Brain Spirit is very strong. You'll die if you bang. Ying was shocked at Liu's mind. The whole body is covered with weapons. After Ying finished poking, he wrapped his body around Liu's head. Do you think that's why he would put himself outside such a moving skull? Right. After fighting for a while, Liu finally gained a new understanding of his body. He was confident that if he met Sawyer or Jesse again, he would be able to compete with us in hand-to-hand combat. You can't even cure the shadow. Are you really a doctor? Liu was shocked when he saw the strange behavior of the shadow. He just stared at the shadow with the mentality of giving it a try and asked me to be cured. But he didn't expect it to happen. Already? Ying reopened Yao Mao's skin, disassembled Liu's skeleton, controlled my body to release tentacles and threads, and made my whole body hit Jess's shadow at a very weird angle. But that relationship is very delicate. And after knowing even less, one should risk contact with Noli more. After all, there are no organs visible under the shadow. It seems that it can only be that way. Through communication with Ying, Liu confirmed that he had nothing to do with Demon King City. After a short rest, Liu was finally ready to get off the road again. Wait a minute. Does he know what you are thinking? Liu was very sure whether he had said it just now. That's very unusual. After all, the entire skeleton and skin are just props. And Liu's body is his brain. Liu wrote it down silently. Yes, he is indeed very weak. Even without you. As long as he fights more carefully, he shouldn't be able to fight hand-to-hand with an 8th level knight. Ying responded quickly. Anyway, there is no part of the Demon King's castle outside the marked points. When the time comes, you can hide or escape if you want. Let's finish counting the others first. And then we can calculate the general ledger together. Mission? Do you want me to accompany you? Liu finished and realized that his background was also special. Look at this brain. It looks like a piece of tofu. But it is really strong. Maybe you won't know until you slash it with a sword. How was he born? Who are his parents? Liu Gang asked, believing that the logic of demon breeding should be different from what he imagined. And you have nothing to discuss with him. Maybe it's because of the added shadow? After all, Liu has only seen the corpse-gathering demon and the wailing mask until now. Look at him. You just say he is weak. Ying jumped out of Liu's skull. Liu felt that he could not even directly pass a thread through a person's body and cut it into 4 small pieces. What? Liu thought of the corpse-gathering demon he met under Hongyu Town, and wanted to make sure whether its eyes didn't have see-through capabilities after all. It was actually looking at him. Finally, for the first time, Liu felt pain in his body. Okay, you are not a brain spirit. A brain spirit without a shadow. Yao Mao felt that he had no time to ask some knowledgeable people what the brain spirit had to say. As for clairvoyance, very few demons can see through it. Do you know what kind it is? Ying's background is to persuade. The body is completely stretched. And that kind of fighting is completely beyond human understanding. It is like a piece of rubber human skin, with tentacles and threads showing out from time to time, pulling the bones stick and beating continuously. Especially the threads in the body are not only weak in ductility and toughness, but also very hard. He is wrong. You can see it. Shadow shook his head. You are very sure that you can see it. It is for you to see. Well, very powerful. Ying's appearance was not a little lonely. Or make a birdcage. Your mother is no more. Then it was Li Yu's turn to have mood swings. It's bad. Just like that. Li Yu looked at his tofu brain and felt very relieved. You remember that you don't have a father. Ying's answer was unexpected. But there was no fluctuation in her mood. The first question after getting off the road, Ying, why did he come out early to call you? A moment later, before Yao Mao's body had fully healed, he noticed the white spots under Ying's body. Chapter 665. What is cool? Are you just lighting up the anchor points? Li Yu thought Ying's statement was cooler and better than the punctuation points. Yeah. By the way, what is cool? Ying could hear Li Yu's heart and was a little curious about which was cooler, punctuation point or anchor point. Coolness is a feeling. For example, if I and you can separate the tentacles and threads and hit people together, and even almost kill Jesse, it's cool. Li Yu gave a rough explanation. Then you set people in Hongyu Town on fire, and locked the old lady and her 3 sons in the basement for torture. That's cool. Ying applied directly. Li Yu didn't expect Ying to be so impressed by these things. It's not bad. Talking about you. What did you find? Li Yu returned to the topic and felt that it felt good to have a demon by his side as a consultant. At least it knows the devil better than it does, and will notice some blind spots, and won't let itself wander around like a headless fly, even though he's just a kid. Did you also find out? As soon as Ying opened his mouth, seeing Li Yu's attitude, he jumped directly into his head and started searching in his mind. You discovered it too. Ying cheered. Well, it seems that in every anchor point, there are some places we must go to. Li Yu nodded. And there is a commonality among them. Source. Ying wrote a big character poster. Yes. White paste. Li Yu discovered that if you walk by on ordinary streets, you can light up the glimmer of light just by looking at it. And wherever there is white paste, it must be turned on. From the design to the plugin, or the logic of the map. It was related to whether the memory could be retrieved. So Li Yu always kept this matter in mind. That'll be easy. We'll just try to find the source later. Ying clapped her hands in Li Yu's mind. You have asked yourself one less question. Why is it the source? Li Yu is not like Ying. He does not have much understanding of the basic existence of the mainland, and everything is unfamiliar. The source of faith is distorted faith. Everyone has a different understanding of faith. We must deconstruct their different structures and textures in order to light up the anchor point. Ying figured it out, and quickly explained to Li Yu. Deconstruction? Li Yu is sure that this was not a word that children should understand. Well, this is what the shadow demon calls it. I don't know what it's called in the brain. Ying nodded. But I guess it has the same sense of coolness. Otherwise, why would we be together? Li Yu recalled his experiences in Hongyu Town and several churches, and inexplicably found that every time he came into contact with a source of information, he seemed to be able to feel the thoughts of the people who were contaminated by the source of the information. For example, the brave men in the cage want to die, while the heretics in the cellar want to spread their faith. Same as Protestantism, but in a different way. The perception of their emotions is also extremely strong, but they are not infected or affected. They just simply experience. Maybe it comes from some quality of the brain? When you say that, I think, maybe we complement each other. Li Yu concluded. You are deconstructing the structure and texture, and I am deconstructing their thoughts and emotions? What's the point of deconstructing ideas? To help them think? As a shadow demon, it was difficult for Ying to understand Li Yu's speech. I can't answer this question now. Li Yu shook his head. Maybe we need more memories. Li Yu remembered the feeling of being treated as a god in Hongyu Town, and realized that going around in circles might lead him back to the starting point. He was a demon who was about to become a god? I don't know what kind of memories have been sealed up in Split Gold Mountain. Thinking about it, Li Yu became even more anxious. Although this time it is completely targeted by the Protestants, Scavengers and Kingston family. The good news is that some of its predecessor abilities have been recovered, and the process of lighting the anchor point will inevitably become faster. Let's go! Ying sensed Li Yu's eagerness, and dragged Liu to swim into the soil. People and shadows were swimming rapidly underground. Liu had to admit that the opening positions of Ying's skin were very precise. And they were all located on the back of joints, such as knee joints, elbow joints. The tentacles can be extended freely without affecting the surface of the skin. They look like an underwater octopus and can wander around at will. In the next period of time, Liu discovered that the scavengers and believers in the 5 towns of Splitting Gold were searching for shadow demons on a large scale. This is directly reflected in the fact that on the streets, during the day and evening, the light of the church is everywhere. Almost all the believers were out in force, armed with a light, constantly patrolling and changing angles, illuminating every inch of darkness in the 5 towns of Split Gold, looking for the shadow demon and the shadow of the demon. But today is different from the past. Liu has perspective, invisibility, tentacles, and the shadow demon's aversion to light. These can help Liu easily avoid the searches of the Protestants and scavengers. Even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, they could not find any trace of Don Quixote or Li. Instead, scavengers and Protestants discovered many hidden altars of the masked society. Liu has seen most of these altars, but they do not affect the anchor point, so he has never explored them. So in the past few days, several conflicts between Protestants and heretics broke out in the town, and the 5 towns were filled with blood. The faceless men who were hiding among people were discovered one after another, and then died in the encirclement and suppression. People even gave this crackdown a name: Operation Unmasking. The operation revealing the mask merged with the mask-making incident and quickly caused a stir, becoming a major event within the scope of the Old Holy See, that is, the new territory of the Empire, together with the food shortage and riots in the West, has occupied a large amount of space in the Empire all year round. This also caused the masked society to hate the shadow demons, who were causing trouble in Jinshan Mountain. I heard that 2 of the 7 supreme masks were dispatched to Jinshan Mountain to purge the remaining believers. These were all seen by Liu when he stole the Empire newspaper. Of course Liu knew what the supreme mask was, and Ying said it sounded cool. Soon, the 5 towns became much cleaner. Those who should go to the arsenal to work, those who should join the army, and the rest either flee to the Northern Tars Empire, or become believers in the Empire's Protestant religion. If it weren't for the much-anticipated Bard Convention that was about to be held in Holy Mine Town, and there was still a lot of excitement to be seen, there would probably not be many people left in the 5 towns of Split Gold. The Operation Unmasking has never ended, and it seems that it will continue until the remnants of the masking society in the 5 towns are completely cleared away. People even forgot that this incident was caused by the shadow demon. Instead, they would touch their faces when greeting each other to make sure that the other person was not a faceless person. The 5 towns were in chaos. In the chaos, everyone was looking forward to the convening of the Minstrel Conference and the outcome of Operation Unveiling. On this day, Jesse was reading a report in the town hall of Holy Mine Town. The report is completed from the perspective of a scavenger and records the results of the recent unmasking operation. Took away 3 altars, captured 17 faceless men, and were taken away by the Protestants. The emblem of the Demon King City's grand altar was found again in the underground mine. Green grass was found in the mine. What do you think this means? Jesse looked up and asked the cluster of light opposite. A human face emerged from the light group. Right, Alexander's face. Chapter 666, Devil Train. This proves that the battle for faith has entered a new stage. Wright responded. After taking control of the Bone Cart cult, Old Goat has already begun contacting the masked society to some extent. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found so many altars in Jinshan Mountain. Wright's light ball flickered and his expression disappeared. In fact, this may have been a sign. After all, some of the masks in the masking society were demons who escaped from the high altar, Jesse said. After becoming the official heir of the Kingston family, Jesse has the right to access more records about Demon King City and has a better understanding of the distribution of demonic forces. But what I haven't thought about clearly is why the Great Altar chose the mask-making society. It's obvious that the mask-making society has been severely beaten by the Protestants. Just because it is relatively weak and easy to absorb, Wright said to himself. Or is it because the masking society is relatively concealed and can easily erode Protestantism? Wright pondered. We have to mention our new discovery. Jesse clapped the report in his hand. A large number of believers are gathering near the former mine veins of Jinshan Mountain, and the altars are also tending to spread to the mines. The Maskide Society is cooperating with the Great Altar and targeting the minerals in Jinshan Mountain? Wright's light group suddenly brightened. That's right. Jesse nodded. This also proves that the resources of Demon King City are not infinite. Wright was silent. The Bone Cart cult belongs to Loud Goat. Loud Goat is strengthening cooperation with the masked society, robbing minerals, and expanding the demon army. Jesse expressed his speculation. Indeed, we found, near the Tight-Eye River, that the Bone Cart cult destroyed many bone cars, bone tanks and bone creations, and was piecing together new demons. Wright said softly. What devil? Jesse had never heard the news. The demon train, a bone train that travels very quickly along our railroads. It has traveled to the vicinity of Red Oil Town and transported red oil. Wright handed out a fragment of light from the light group. There was a blurry shadow of a speeding bone train on the light sheet. Use our railway? Damn the devil. Jesse gritted his teeth. The railway laid out by the Empire to the Foggy Swamp was originally used by the Empire to drain the resources of the Old Holy See and transport troops to the Demon King's castle. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the path of the demons. If that's the case, it's good news. Wright's light ball was filled with mist. The biggest headache for us is the endless resources of Demon King City. Without these artillery fire, the demons will not be so scary. Yes. Jesse's voice became passionate. Gathering the power of the entire Taz Empire and absorbing the power of the Old Holy See, we can fight against the Demon King City. Maybe I should share this news with our Minister of Creation quickly. Wright joked. That guy was the first person to discover the strangeness, and he is still troubled by it to this day. But when he remembered that Woodson would ask why the Devil City lost its endless resources, Wright already felt a headache in advance. So it's the old goat who is manipulating all this behind the scenes. The purpose is to get the resources of the Empire and more faith. So what's going on with those so's? Have you caught up with Sistorum? Since he caught Wright's free time, Jesse of course wanted to ask more questions, involving the dispute between Protestantism and Old Christianity. To some extent, the outcome will also affect the distribution of beliefs within the Empire. If the Protestant religion can destroy the old religion, it can devote more power to the encirclement and suppression of heretics in the country. The pilgrimage to Sistorum is still in progress. Wright's voice was very soft. On this point, the old goat and the Kingdom of Sand have miscalculated, and the successor pope is still walking north. Without the absolute power of the Holy Army and the Old Holy See, how can we survive for so long? Jesse was surprised. It is precisely because the Holy Army died under the Demon King's castle that Sistorum was given new power. Regarding faith, you may not know much about it. It does not rely solely on the number of believers. Wright shook his head. The beliefs of the believers involved in Sistorum and the old religion are too firm and are about to undergo a qualitative change. I really don't understand, Jesse admitted generously. In short, the battle for faith ownership in the mainland has entered a fever pitch. Wright looked up at the sky. It's somewhere we can't see. That's why heresies such as the Bone Cart cult, the Masking Society, and the Carrying Sect suddenly became so active. Jesse made a fist. By the way, how is the recruitment of your army? There is not much time left for them. Wright asked Jesse. If you want to use a ward to complete the promotion ceremony of the 9th level knight, the first battle with the Demon King City, it's the best opportunity. Although the knights were in decline, after the deaths of Wallace and Gerald, the Empire was in desperate need of a new paladin. Jesse is the best choice. Recruiting Jesse. The knowledge of the brave group. To expand his private army is simply to serve her promotion ceremony. Don't worry. They have already started training, and the training itself is also preparation for this ceremony. Jesse was very confident. This ceremony is difficult to say, but it is not easy to say it is simple. It is best to keep the battle loss rate below 2/3 to ensure your promotion. Wright took care of the details of the ceremony. When the time comes, there will be at least one person who can play a key role in my ritual. Jesse thought of a white-haired warrior. Is Sawyer okay? Wright's light ball flashed. It's really strange. How did he survive that war? Scholars have no clue at all. Soon, the Bard Conference will be held, and the answer may be here. Jesse waved his hand, trying to dispel Wright's random thoughts. I will leave Jinshan Mountain after the conference, take away the war preparations, and fully prepare for the war. How about it? Do you want to participate? The day after tomorrow, the town hall of Holy Mind Town. Jesse invited Wright. It depends. The royal family will send scholars. I think I will be held back by Woodson. Wright had a headache thinking of the Minister of Creation. Then let him come too. Why? The princess's bed is too comfortable. Jesse also has a vulgar side. I would rather he lie on the princess's bed and not get up. Wright shook his head. He really doesn't like listening to the bard's poems. He says they are mentally retarded and cannot be understood. So there is a high probability that he will not attend. Let's talk about it then. Jesse waved his hand and returned to the original topic. As for the mass covering meeting here at Jinshan Mountain, dealing with the Bone Car cult has taken up most of our strength. The movement of the demon train is uncertain. And Tozos and the Protestants are blocking Sistorum's pilgrimage in the north. So it's up to you to hide the mask. Wright made it clear that he would not support Jinshan Mountain. That's no problem. But here? You mean the Shadow Demon? Wright saw a part of the report about a traveler. Everything in Jinshan Mountain was caused by him. Could this person be a trap in Demon King City? Wright felt that this person's appearance was too coincidental. It's hard to say. But it's true that he is difficult to catch and kill. Since the incident in Coppermine Town, Jesse has not received any more witness reports about Liu. Protestants can't even catch him. That's really tricky. Wright mused. Or support some diviners? It's difficult to catch him if he's following him. It's best to predict where he will appear in advance. Jesse made a request. Soothsayer? Are you kidding? Wright was stunned. Chapter 667. The fortune teller is out of stock. What's wrong? Hunters are out of stock. So are diviners. Jesse teased. That's pretty much what it means. Wright nodded. Too many diviners tried to use that war to conduct divination and complete their promotion ceremony. But it doesn't run as neatly as the bards. According to statistics, most diviners died suddenly after that war. They seem to have angered the gods. Wright's voice was a little low. Don't you know? How would I know? There is no fortune teller in our family. Most of the Kingston family are knights. Very well. Don't communicate too much with the gods. Wright warned Jesse. Otherwise you will see things you shouldn't see and die. Isn't it because the ending of that war was too weird? Jesse laughed. The magicians mispredicted the outcome of the war. And it is normal for them to die. After all, no one could have imagined that the Demon King City would end in that way. Posture defeats us. There may be some misleading from the destiny dice. Everything is very complicated. Wright's expression was a little confused. This is war. The war with the devil is unpredictable. We can only move forward. Jesse was encouraging Wright. Thank you for your encouragement. Wright understood Jesse's kindness. But I do know a fortune teller. If you really need it, I can send her here. Jesse was interested in women. Yes. Her name is Vanna. She was once a wizard from the Kingdom of Sand. She once arrived in the Fire Valley and had in-depth communication with the prophet of the Fire Valley. Wright's voice was not very confident, as if he was not sure whether Vanna could do the job. What else? Jesse heard Wright's hesitation. She is not a pure warrior. Wright thought for a while. If you need her help, there are a few prerequisites. You say, first of all, she cannot be allowed to look directly into the search mirror of the Ministry of Creation. Otherwise she will be resented by the Protestants. Wright made the first request. Is she a heretic? A devil? Jesse asked. If you are not allowed to look in the mirror, there are only two answers. Yes, she is a heretic. Wright nodded. I didn't expect you to be so good at it. Ha ha ha. Jesse wanted to pat Wright on the shoulder. I know you won't care. After all, you have already recruited Sawyer. Wright smiled. But Tozos is very annoying. I don't want to have a dispute with him over this matter. No problem. What else can I do if I don't give her a search mirror? And since he is a heretic, and he doesn't believe in either the new or old religions, he has to believe in something. Wright was still trying to lay the groundwork. Tell me, what kind of heretic is she? Jesse couldn't wait. She is a member of the Lucers. So you know, her style can be weird sometimes, most of the time it's weird. Wright seemed a little embarrassed. Lucers? The one who eats other people's noses and drinks other people's tears? Jesse was stunned. Hey, you've never had Vanna snot. Have you? Jesse is Kingston, and Wright is Alexander. They are very familiar with each other, so their words are not so polite. I don't. A friend of mine knows her. Wright muttered. Ha ha. The great wizard of the Empire. The revealer of light. The one who has eaten the curse. Jesse couldn't help but laugh, but was immediately silenced by Wright. What? You don't plan to find a fortune teller? Wright looked serious. You're looking for her. Send her here. Hurry up. Jesse realized that the joke was a bit too much and said sternly. It doesn't matter if she is cursed. I'm not a Protestant believer anyway. Okay then. I will take the time to send her over later. Wright continued to emphasize the precautions. Remember, don't let her look into the retrieval mirror. And don't let her attract the attention of the Protestants. She has a reputation for accuracy when it comes to divination content. But I also suggest that you don't let her predict the direction of this war. Wright raised his hand. Dividing too much may interfere with the results. After all, there are destiny dice in the Demon King's city. The more you are entangled with destiny, the greater the chance of being discovered. I understand. Joking aside, Jesse still believed in Wright's judgment. Besides, I also need you to ask her to help me divine something. Of course, Wright didn't help Jesse unconditionally, but he seemed to be a little resistant to asking Vanna for fortune-telling in person. Say Jesse has many loyal knights, and divination can not only ensure the number, but also ensure enough concentration. Ask her to help me divine who will win at the minstrel convention. Wright's focus was strange. He obviously cared about the outcome, but he didn't have time to come in person. This will ensure that we get in touch in advance and respond first. Wright also explained a little. Then you have to hurry up. After all, the minstrel convention is the day after tomorrow. Jesse also didn't expect that the task assigned by Wright was so urgent. It's okay. There's enough time. The closer it is to the moment of the event, the more accurate the divination results will be. Wright's voice suddenly became very soft again. The poet who writes the epic will definitely be able to advance to level 9. The 9th level poet, we need to recruit him as soon as possible to join our fighting force and contribute to the Empire. Wright emphasized the importance of this matter. And the 9th level poet must have a stronger escape ability. So before promotion, we must take him down first. It makes sense. Jesse nodded. Then let's wait until you send the cursed heretic over. Well, send it here? Yes. It saves you having to open and close the door. Jesse pointed at Wright's light ball. I didn't expect that one day you would become so considerate. Wright left, leaving behind a ball of light. Jesse looked at the light group and muttered to himself, as long as we divine the location of his appearance. Sawyer, the knights, and the Protestant priests should be able to catch the shadow. No, we can't involve the Protestants. They just want to kill the shadow. If there is a shadow demon, it can strengthen my army. After all, he didn't take any action against Kingston. If all it needs is a source, maybe I can satisfy it? But the premise is to make sure that it has nothing to do with Noli More. How about some divination? Hell, I finally know why other families are willing to use diviners. Thinking of the familiar Don Quixote, Jesse always had the urge to cooperate with him. But there was a deep uneasiness hidden deep in his heart. Forget it. Let's catch it first. Jesse looked at the light ball and fell into silence. Why do I always feel like someone is targeting me? Underground, Liu swam his tentacles quickly, as if he was being chased by someone. Did you really find nothing unusual? Liu asked Shadow. I really don't. I can't reach that far away. In fact, your eyes can see more than me, Inging said aggrievedly. Damn it. Who the hell is it? Could it be Protestantism? Inging asked. No. It feels completely different. Liu shook his head. I know how it feels to get rid of the Protestants. But I just can't get rid of this person. It's like no matter where I go, he follows me. Liu turned around. Suspicious. Chapter 668, Hunting Hunter. In the past few days of underground operations, Liu has lit up the anchor points of Gold Mine Town and Silver Mine Town. He even picked up a lot of scraps of gold and silver along the way. The underground mine tunnels in Jining and Silver Towns are narrower and more congested. But this does not affect Liu from digging out the leftover minerals from the soil. With his clairvoyant eyes and tentacles, Liu collected ores at an extraordinary speed. Not long after, he picked up 2 sacks and stuffed them full. There was even some left over, and he eliminated some goods that were not of good quality. Liu regretted not coming to the gold and silver mine earlier. Otherwise, he could have skipped the process of making money through appraisal. As for the churches in Gold Mine Town and Silver Mine Town, Liu always observed patiently and found the right time for believers to go out quickly. He triggered several alarm bells, but he was never caught up by the scavengers or priests. Liu has an absolute advantage when moving in the soil. The town hall and church in Jining Town are similar to what you imagined. One jails heretics, and the other jails brave men and feeds them white juice. When approaching them, Liu could clearly sense the heretic's pursuit of faith, and he could also sense the brave man's confusion about Protestantism. None of this has anything to do with Liu. Liu ran away after entering and went underground. In this way, Liu traveled into the town of Xinhuang and learned that the minstrel meeting would be held in the town hall the night after tomorrow. The minstrel conference is undoubtedly the biggest event in Jinshan Mountain in recent times. I heard that nobles, scholars, and even the royal family will send personnel to watch this event. And the poet who sang the epic poem will be invited to God's Swear City. Jessie and her new army will also stay until after the conference and set off towards the Demon King City. As for whether the attack was in Hongyu Town or some other place, there was no accurate information in the empire and the newspapers in split Jinshan. There are also some other bits and pieces of news in the newspaper. For example, after the eyeball rain, Demon King City has already reached Hongyu Town. I heard that it also used the empire's railway. For example, the Ministry of Creation is building a new type of building in the Holy City, which has caused dissatisfaction among Protestants. In terms of perception, Liu found that more refugees were pouring into the 5 towns of split gold from all directions. And of course, there are businessmen. The rich ones took the train to leave, heading to the new Holy City or the Empire. Those who were stranded seemed to be trying every means to make money and wanted to leave this lish place. But the vast majority of those stranded refugees were quickly absorbed into the Protestant religion and became believers after all. It was the official Protestant religion of the Empire. And compared to the refugee life, it still had advantages. As a result, thousands of refugees became believers. And Liu couldn't understand how the new church would deal with them. After coming to Xinhuang Town, Liu discovered that although the size of Xinhuang Town was similar to that of the other 4 towns, the number of scavengers was significantly higher several times. There were people patrolling the streets and alleys, making it difficult to get out. Moreover, during several visits to the hall and church of Holy Mind Town, Liu came into contact with a special material, which directly triggered the alarm and was driven far away. So Liu is suspicious. As I said, that thing is Sindrami's holy ashes, which are the ashes of certain believers of the old Holy See. They can detect demonic power. They are very rare. Ying took the trouble to explain the holy ashes that Liu stepped on. Aren't you really being targeted? Liu was underground, looking at the church in Holy Mind Town from a distance. He found that as long as he was far away, he couldn't see the presence of the holy ashes, which was difficult to deal with. How do you infiltrate the town hall and church? I didn't say that you weren't being targeted. I just said that holy ash has no tracking function. Ying wasn't sure what kind of danger Liu's demonic intuition represented. So it's still possible that someone is looking for me. Liu kept looking around. Not a Protestant? Who is that? Jessie? Or a scavenger? It can't be scavengers. They don't have this ability. Through the experience of dealing with scavengers since arriving in the 5 towns, Liu has understood that scavengers are just night-type warriors wearing black armor and undergoing certain body modifications. They are not difficult to handle. Jessie? Sawyer? Liu still couldn't dispel the deep uneasiness. Don't you feel it? You are a brain spirit, and you should be better at discerning malice than me. Ying is also trying to analyze. Or is it possible that person is chasing you? Not me. So I can't feel it. Have you ever had a similar feeling? Ying realized that Liu seemed to have no intention of moving unless he found the pursuer. This delays progress. That's a good question. Liu began to recall. Strictly speaking, I've only had this feeling once. When? The first time I escaped from Iron Ore Town. Do you still remember? There were several brave men chasing me at that time. So it's Sawyer? The brave? The believer? Ying felt a little annoyed and no longer wanted to help Liu analyze it. Liu didn't seem to need it. He found a certain key point. That feeling disappeared after the first hunter died. Hunter? You said, could it be Eagle Eye? Liu has chatted a lot with Ying these days, and also knows a lot about its understanding of demons and braves, and some basic knowledge of braves. Although Ying also knew a little about it, and didn't know where this knowledge came from. Liu verified it based on the communication process with the braves and found that most of it was accurate. Trust your intuition. That's what we demons do. Ying relaxed a little when she saw that Liu finally found the answer. But if it's the hunter's eagle eye, why is so far away? Liu still remembered that the hunter in the iron mining town could only see a few hundred meters away, which was not even as good as his own. Far. Be strong. Ying has been with Liu for a long time and has started to talk more. Brave men are like this. The more ingredients and potions they take, the stronger they become. Maybe he is watching us from a distance. Liu switched between the perspective and the ordinary perspective, looking at the darkness and the blurry shadows on the ground. Feeling a little nervous, Obviously, this hunter has not cooperated with the scavenger. The church or Jesse. Otherwise we would not have time to talk here. Liu thought further along this line of thought. Out of the 5 towns, only the town hall and church of Holy Mine Town are left. If we go to the mines and arsenal again, we will finally get the cracked gold mountain. It is not a good thing to be targeted by hunters at this time. Basically, Liu continued his previous thinking. First solving the easy to explore areas, leaving the difficult problems at the end, and then rushing through them. The mines and arsenals in Split Gold Mountain are bound to be as heavily guarded as those in Holy Mine Town. It would be best to cause something big in Holy Mine Town, and then take advantage of your own speed when the power of Split Gold Mountain is concentrated here. Run out of the mine and arsenal and get the next memory. Now that a mysterious hunter is watching, this plan will be difficult to implement. We'd better get rid of him before he gets caught. Liu made a decision. You mean hunting hunters? Ying shuddered. Yes. Today. Liu looked around. Okay, that's cool. Ying nodded. Can you leave me? Liu asked an inexplicable question. Chapter 669. I can't live without you again. Why are you asking this? Why do you want me to leave you? I won't leave you. Ying was very determined. It's for our hunting. Liu saw that Ying's condition was beginning to decline, and he immediately explained, we don't have any helpers. We can only rely on ourselves. This hunter has been slow to take action, and it's annoying to follow him all the time. Hunters usually make full preparations and then capture their prey with one strike. Shadow analyzed the hunter's thoughts. That's why we have to catch him out and kill him before he's ready. Liu nodded. As long as we find a way to find this hunter's only way to track us. You can ambush there. Even if it's a trap. Then where do you want me to leave? I can't live without you. Ying was sad. Are you saying it's inseparable from the rules? Or from the perspective of ideas? Liu was seductive and wanted to find out Ying's in or not. I just don't want to leave. Then, we can just go ahead and wait until the hunters are ready and find us. Liu pretended to be depressed and did not force Ying. But it's better than force. Okay, I can leave your head, but I still need to be close to you. Shadow covered Liu's body, massaging the skin and bones. It means you can exist attached to my joints? Liu asked more carefully. Then can you split? I can't yet, but why should I split? Ying said, breaking off Liu's arm, twitching a piece of forearm bone from the opening of the elbow joint, and then threw it far away in the mine tunnel. Liu didn't understand what Ying was doing. Then, in the blink of an eye, the shadow flashed to the forearm. You move very quickly. Liu was surprised. I can move in this way wherever your bones, tentacles, or skin are. Ying said that there is no need to split. I can even use your shadow to communicate with you. Ying said, picking up the shadow of the forearm bone. And the shadow of Liu's body was also pulled off the ground. Great. Liu didn't expect it to be so convenient. Is there any distance limit? I don't know. How many kilometers? Anyway, it's enough to cover the underground of Shun Mining Town. Ying gestured silently, using his shadow to draw the appearance of a small town. Very good. Then we can try to make a trap. An idea quickly took shape in Liu's mind. How? Imagine you are a hunter, chasing a tiger. Liu started to metaphor. What is a tiger? There seems to be no such animal in the Chaos continent. And Ying is confused. You are a hunter, chasing a gecko. Does the gecko know? Liu changed the metaphor. I know. Tiger-spotted gecko. Psychedelic gecko. Ying nodded and motioned for Liu to continue. The gecko's tail suddenly broke off. What should you do? I eat its tail? Correct. Liu nodded. Oh! This way the gecko's body can escape, and its tail becomes the hunter's food. The shadow sometimes spreads and sometimes shrinks. But I am not food. Wait a minute. Are you leaving me? Ying felt something was wrong. Listen to me first. Or maybe you are an experienced hunter, and know that the gecko cuts off its tail to survive. Liu continued. So you continue to track the gecko's body, and leave its tail behind. Then what? Then? What if this gecko's tail can eat people? Liu asked Ying. So you have to drop a lot of tails. If he eats the first tail, come back and eat him. If he chases you regardless of the tails, you have to surround him with tails. Ying thought clearly. Yes. What do you think? In a short period of time, Liu was able to come up with such a way to lure the tracker and counterattack when the prey flees quickly. The hunter does not know its destination, and it is inevitable will show up. I think it's cool. Ying became excited. Then come on. Time is running out. Don't wait any longer, Liu said, starting to take off his clothes and stuff them into the shadow space. During these days of getting along, Liu and Ying have developed a silent understanding, and Ying has become an important backpack, storing gold coins, dominoes, minerals and sundries, pulling out all the bones along the opening of the skin, leaving only one skull. Ying tied these bones to Liu's skull, and he controlled the rhythm of tail docking. Remember, if he fights with you, don't fight. I guess if he knocks off the shadow of your attachment, you will be in danger, so you have to run away. Liu gave Ying a few final words. Ying said nothing, feeling a strange feeling. While escaping, tell me to turn back, and let's take care of him together. Liu didn't notice anything strange about the shadow. He pointed at his own shadow as he spoke. I will. Ying hugged Liu. Although Liu was confused, he didn't waste any time and quickly stretched out his tentacles from the opening of his collarbone to find a suitable direction for running. Let's run towards the mine first. The terrain and distance are more suitable. If he doesn't come after us, we will just light up the anchor point there. In order to improve efficiency, Liu set the destination at the mine in Jinshan Mountain. Go! Ying dropped a finger bone on the ground, then poked Liu, sending him flying. Liu swung his tentacles and accelerated wildly underground. Huh? He found me? On the outskirts of Holy Mine Town, a brave man was standing on the top of a tall tree. The brave man wore an indigo robe, lowered his head slightly, revealing falcon-like eyes and two sharp mustaches. From a distance, he looked like a nobleman or an explorer. He is Huntler, the hunter who came from afar and came to life from the stone in the humble mountain. After spending some time in Redwell Town, Huntler carefully inspected the bodies of the Redwell cultists and knew that the target was leaving with a horse and a large box. The horse named Rosanander has been found and is tied under the tree at the moment. There are no extra clues on the horse. Huntler tracked him all the way from Hushan to Split Gold Mountain. After asking about Li, that is, Don Quixote's actions, he still could not understand this person's purpose. Huntler didn't even understand why he was following Li. He only knew that there was a voice in his heart calling him to go to Li's side. Therefore, after robbing many merchants and enriching his own trap reserves of various arrows, Huntler still did not go directly to find the culprit who caused the mask incident. Mainly because I haven't figured out how to deal with it. Kill him? Eat him? Why can't I remember anything? Huntler's memory still lingers on wanting to go to Demon King City to hunt his only prey, and then complete the promotion to Hunter King. At that time the faith had not collapsed and the holy city had not yet become ruins. Huntler didn't understand why the entire continent seemed different after falling asleep. My map is also gone. This is very inconvenient. After finding out that the Demon King City had already marched out and invaded the territory of the Old Holy See, Huntler temporarily gave up his attempt to confront the demons head-on, and decided to wait until the Empire officially started fighting with them before looking for his only prey. Huntler felt he had forgotten crucial information, and this information is hidden in Li. This is a bit too keen. How did he find me? What is he hiding? In the tree. Huntler tilted his head and stared at the ground with eagle eyes. Forget it. Since everything has been discovered, let's meet. Hunter L jumped off the top of the tree and walked through the forest, following Liu's trajectory. I found a shadow. Ying quickly wrote on Liu's shadow. Chapter 670. I'm rusty. Is it him? Liu pulled out a tentacle and touched the shadow, communicating with the shadow in real time. It's him. The direction and speed of movement are consistent with yours. Ying quickly came to a conclusion. At the same time, in the dense forest on the outskirts of Holy Mine Town, Huntler moved quickly along the ground, his eyes always locked on the ground. No matter how many checkpoints or sentries Huntler ran through, he never aroused their alertness, and his concealment level was even comparable to that of the invisible Liu. You must know that with the help of a shadow, Liu can perfectly control every inch of his body without being noticed by the scavengers, sentries, or believers on the road. Huntler achieved the same effect based only on experience, which is enough to prove his power. Are the Protestant believers taking any action? Liu had already sunk into the ground. He was still more aware of shadows and situations on land. None. It seems like it's a solo operation. Are you just trying to hunt me? Liu still couldn't figure out Huntler's motives. This is not his fault. After all, even Huntler himself is not sure. Do you want me to go up and catch him? The broken gecko tail wanted to bite someone. No. If there is too much movement, It will be bad if it attracts scavengers or something. Liu wrote quickly and changed direction. I will run down. Lead him to the bottom of the soil. And then kill him. Firstly, the hunter's tracking range can be tested. And secondly, the underground is a familiar place for Liu. Not only does it have an advantage in fighting, but it is also more concealed than on the ground. It's not like a hunter has tentacles like me. Right? Liu sank to the bottom, while Ying grabbed the severed finger and moved between the hunter and Liu. You discovered me so soon? Hunter frowned. I'm unfamiliar. Damn, what happened to me before Burrowing Mountain? How come I have no memory at all, and am actually being plotted by a demon? Hunter shook his head and thought about it. At present, the maximum range of Hunter's eagle eye is about 1,000 meters. Judging from the speed of Liu's descent, he will be out of the sighting range in a few minutes. Although he could roughly sense Liu's position. Accurate positioning took time. Hunter did not intend to continue to waste time in hide-and-seek with Liu, and decided to see each other again. In that case, let's compare speed. As he said that, Hunter used his eagle eyes to scan an abandoned mine, picked up a half-used shovel, dug as he walked, and chased it down the mine tunnel. The level 8 hunter has instrument affinity, which is like an extension of Hunter's hand, and his digging speed is only slightly slower than Liu. The two chased each other, and the shadow moved to the middle. This Li, Don Quixote, is good at hand-to-hand combat and escape. He has an eye for identification and the ability to become invisible. He is used to nailing or impaling his enemies with iron nails. Before hunting, hunters must of course investigate the habits of their prey in as much detail as possible. The attack methods are mainly breaking and tearing. It is very simple and very efficient. Hunter recalled the deaths of the Red Oil cultists, thieves and sentries. Judging from the intelligence obtained from Hongyu Town to Jinjin Mountain, Hunter felt that he had a great advantage, and his delay in taking action was only due to the cautious habits of hunters. We're meeting today. Li. Now that he has taken action, Hunter will naturally go down at full speed without any hesitation. Huh? Did you drop something? Soon, Hunter found the phalanx that had fallen behind, and shadows on the finger bones. A blind trick? No. It's a trap. Hunter noticed the abnormal movement of his finger bones and shadows. Dare you use a trap on me? It seems that their understanding of hunters is very limited. Hunters are experts at setting traps. And in addition to having the ability of equipment affinity, hunters usually have the innate advantage of trap affinity. They will basically not trigger any traps, and can even directly place all kinds of traps. Collect the trap for your own use. This is also the reason why everyone liked to team up with hunters when the Demon King City was first opened. Shadow Demon. TSK. The resources on the road are too scarce, and I didn't get many materials that can produce holy light. Hunter looked at his luggage to determine the type of arrows. We can't make a lot of recovery herbs either. Level 8 hunters can directly swallow materials to achieve the same effect as swallowing herbs. There's nothing you can do about it. Why is the old holy sea so barren now? Hunter muttered, continuing down. But judging from Li's habits, these should be enough. I like to repair reckless demons who love physical combat the most. Hunter waved his arms, but his palms seemed to be separated from his body, holding the shovel far in front of him to dig the soil, without any splash on his indigo robe. If there are scholars or demons familiar with the Colosseum who see the scene, they may understand that this is the strengthening effect of the Abada arm on the 8th level hunter. It's very fast. But maybe I can catch the shadow first and save a card? Hunter realized that Li had penetrated deeply into the bottom, even faster than himself, and he thought about how to respond. I hope the shadow demon is valuable enough to become its only prey. How is he? Are you still chasing him? Are there any signs of slowing down? At the same time, Liu has been following the hunter's movements through his shadow, from the ground to the bottom. Liu has released dozens of small bones all the way, spreading throughout the soil, forming a network that responds to each other. This time, he drilled vertically into the ground. Liu used his tentacles to push away the soil, and found that the temperature increased as he went downwards, and he gradually felt uncomfortable. The discomfort does not come from the body, but from the brain. Although the skull can be insulated, the effect is not very good. Liu had no choice but to stuff the octopus tentacles into his head to absorb the hot breath. Chasing. We are about to encounter. Ying's handwriting revealed excitement. No. He found you. Liu quickly realized that the hunter was not afraid of his trap. Hunters have eagle eyes, enough to see some information underground. Since he didn't slow down when he saw the trap, It was enough to show that he was confident in defeating Ying. Although Li Yu could flash back to it, with the help of Ying and directly fight the hunter. But now there seems to be a better battlefield. Don't touch him. You have to avoid him as much as possible and bring him here. Li Yu paused for a moment by an underground river, dropped 2 thigh bones, and then continued downward. On the way down this time, the earth element and heat breath were absorbed by the tentacles, and Li Yu's body gradually turned yellow with red. Why? Ying didn't understand. He came prepared. He is not going to hide anymore this time, and is ready to fight with us. Li Yu wrote quickly. Then of course we must drag him to the battlefield that is most beneficial to us. In this way, the shadow retreating behind is no longer a trap, but becomes a bait. This riverside? The shadow on the thigh bone turned into an arrow, pointing to the underground river. Right. Before Li Yu could explain too much, Huntler had already reached the shadow of the phalanges at the top. Shadow Demon? I've heard your name everywhere lately. Huntler pointed at Shadow. Will you be my only prey? Light arrows appeared next to Huntler. Chapter 671 Embarrassment. But the next second, the shadow flashed and disappeared together with the finger bones. Escaped? Gave up? Very decisive. Huntler retracted the arrow. Maybe this Li is not as reckless as he thought? Huntler continued to dig down the soil, and the speed suddenly increased. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength before. He's coming after him. Shadow flashed continuously, and in the blink of an eye he followed the bones halfway into the soil, and quickly distanced himself from Huntler. Run away. Li Yu was still downwards, and the tentacles all over his body were almost filled with earth elements and heat breath. It seems we still have to catch Li. Huntler understood the situation, and was no longer disturbed by the shadow demon. He went straight to dig for Li Yu. Even an 8th level hunter would find it difficult to catch a shadow in the soil. To do it, it is better to grasp the source. But this shadow looks very thin, and is far from strong enough. Huntler judged the value of the prey just by looking at it. Maybe it's because no more still exists? Huntler certainly knew the scarcity of his only prey. But now, there are 2 shadow demons on the mainland. Don't worry. I won't kill you. You are a very rare demon. Huntler shouted while chasing him. I will keep you by my side until you are fat enough to become the only prey. It is normal for hunters to raise the young of their prey. Immediately afterwards, Huntler found that Li was no longer moving, but was waiting by an underground river. Don't worry. I'm here, Huntler said, still following the bone path downwards, constantly driving the shadow demons back to their original bodies. That is, Li Yu. No matter how confident he is, a hunter will not take the initiative to enter the devil's trap. This has become their instinct, one chasing and the other escaping. There was a silent confrontation for about a quarter of an hour. Both sides realized that it was difficult to calculate the other, and because they were eager to deal with the other, they finally met on the bank of this underground river. Li Yu had already retracted all the bones and shadows, and looked at the hunter wearing an indigo robe 100 meters away. Huntler has been observing Li Yu for a long time. Although he is far away, he has memorized this body and skeleton. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Huntler. Huntler greeted, as if expecting Li Yu's reaction. Before Huntler lost his memory, he remembered that he was the hunter closest to the hunting king on the continent, the founder of the hunting country, and the legendary brave man of the continent. But the skeleton in front of him didn't react at all. Looking at the hunter who didn't look like a hunter in front of him, Li Yu responded casually, Don Quixote. Ha. Huntler was amused by this poor joke. I will know your name sooner or later. And it doesn't matter what your name is. You don't know me? Huntler still didn't understand why Don Quixote had so little common sense. Should I know you? Li Yu also hesitated, not sure if his predecessor had anything to do with the hunter. So both sides were a little embarrassed. Then why are you running? Huntler did not deliberately delay time. While asking, he also silently set up various traps in the underground river. And because his movements were too subtle, Li Yu didn't dare to let go of Ying too far. So he didn't notice it. You were chased by an unknown person, and you didn't run away. Li Yu still doesn't understand why Huntler is chasing him. He is clearly not a believer, nor a scavenger, and he has nothing to do with Jesse. Where did he offend him? What's even more embarrassing is, Huntler didn't know it originally. If you run, I will chase you. Huntler also found it difficult to answer Li Yu's question. The two fell into awkward silence again. He said I was his only prey. After waiting for a moment, Ying wrote something in Li Yu's head. The only prey? Does it have anything to do with the hunter's promotion? After staying in the continent of chaos for so long and having contact with brave men in cages, Liu fully understood that the brave men here basically only have one wish. That's promotion. The only exception at the moment may be Sawyer. He really wants to rush into the Demon King city and kill the Demon King. It should be his promotion material. Inging speculated. Then there's no need to discuss. Liu kept looking through Huntler and realized that his physical strength was comparable to Jess's. So he never made a move. How about we go up and say it? It's too hot here. Huntler tried to distract Liu. Stop talking. Let's fight. I'm too hot. Before Liu could finish his words, he was covered in bullets. The earth bombs were mixed with heat breath, turned into fireballs in midair, and fell towards Huntler with crackles. This was developed by Liu Eshin after the church in Copper Mine Town absorbed the thrust, thunder and lightning, and the heat breath that had just come into contact with the ground. Fighting style. When the tentacles absorb enough heat, Liu always has the urge to release them. This time using the earth element as the medium. Liu instantly emptied everything in his hands. If there are die-hard fans of the Colosseum here, they will think of a demon named Octozoan. Liu's fighting style is more inclined to the devil. And this brought a bit of discomfort to Huntler. He was obviously just a guy who liked hand-to-hand combat and shooting iron nails before. So why did he suddenly act out of common sense? Fortunately, they were all projectiles. And Huntler's few exquisite explosive arrows detonated the fireball between the two at minimal cost. Earth and fire filled the space, blocking sight. But this has no effect on clairvoyance and eagle eye. In an instant, the trap on the underground river grew large, spraying out vines, fire thorns and ice walls, along with various arrows suddenly appearing in the void. Huntler attempted to paralyze Liu's ability to move. After understanding Li's fighting style, Huntler knew that he was capable of fighting hand-to-hand with level 8 knights. So he used more elemental traps and explosive arrows for long-range attacks. However, no matter whether it was vines, fire pillars or ice walls, suspected that it was an explosive arrow. None of them actually hit Liu's body. Liu's body cracked and spread out, and he avoided the explosive arrows and traps very flexibly. Cross attack. Like a dancer dancing on the tip of a needle. Every part of Liu's body was scattered around Huntler, rushing over through the vines and fire thorns. He actually split his body to avoid it. Liu was also surprised because he found that he seemed to have experienced a similar battle, facing dense traps and void arrows. Are you even feeling somewhat at ease? What's even more strange is that there is no memory related to this experience in his mind at all. As if the battle with this hunter has been embedded in instinct, and all his actions are within his expectations. At the same time, the elements and explosions surging along the underground river were absorbed by the tentacles, and then transformed into more intense earth bombs, carrying electric light and ice particles, piercing Huntler's body. The tentacles can absorb elements and then fight back? Not even using the power of the shadow demon? Huntler realized something was wrong and felt that he might have underestimated this guy who had been hiding underground all day long. And just when Huntler endured the damage from the soil bombs and wanted to distance himself and replan the battle, his shadow was nailed. Seemed shadow? Huntler changed his mind, hooked his fingers with all his strength, and shot all the holy light arrows around himself. When the holy light exploded, the shadow demon seemed became loose, and it could no longer continue to fight. Huntler was prepared to flee first and then make plans. As if he had predicted his actions, Liu suddenly flashed behind Huntler and bit his shoulder. Huntler began to bleed. Chapter 672 Tianku. Bleed? Fang of the demonic wolf? As an experienced hunter, Huntler soon discovered that Liu's teeth were the same. At this moment, when he saw the scattered bones, tentacles and shadows by the underground river, he suddenly felt terrible. This is by no means a combat capability that a simple traveler or knight can achieve. It is true that many heroes on the road have tried to use the fangs of the devil wolf. But apart from installing this material as a weapon accessory, how can anyone embed it in their mouths? Aren't you afraid of accidentally biting your tongue while sleeping and bleeding to death? During the battle, Huntler found that what was even more uncomfortable was that no matter what action he wanted to take, it seemed that he would be predicted in advance by the shadow demon and then resisted. It doesn't even require thinking. When you want to escape, you will be nailed by the sewing shadow on your heels. When you raise your fingers to counterattack, the opponent will directly avoid the vital point, or catch it with your butt. Huntler felt that he was living in the shadow of this shadow demon. After all, if you are alone, you can only forcefully break into dangerous places, like town halls and churches. It was not long ago that you had to retreat from the mines and arsenals. Without helpers, you are weaker than with helpers. Explorer? Nothing to worry about. Liu tore at Hong Kong Xiangning's body with his mouth, feeling that it was too little. Maybe. But like him, why do you have bad feelings towards me? But you don't think I am hateful. Liu tasted his feelings towards Huntler carelessly, and came to such a conclusion. If focusing on Hong Kong Xiangning does not help solve that problem, it may not be worth saving my life. Whether it was true or not, Huntler said everything he could and gambled his life. Originally, I wanted to relax and hunt on the ground again, but I thought I was about to retreat. Hunter? Hunters are indeed quite rare. This was the only time Liu heard the scavenger and Jesse say that thing recently. Liu felt more and more bored. Like him, you have lost a memory. Huntler finished thinking about the words, looking for a way to make the devil show mercy. It's cool. Ying said little, concentrating on restricting Huntler's movements, swaying my neck from time to time, always trying to push my head far away from my butt. Huntler could only hope to intensify the damage, and compare whether he would bleed to death first, or whether he would be the first to deform the shadow demon or hunt on Quixote. At least it's the first time in my memory. I didn't increase the damage. But you are doctors, right? Liu continued to apply self-healing to the shadow demon and his own various materials, which was able to achieve a certain balance with the damage caused by the hunter's various arrows. In particular, Holy Mine Town has been heavily guarded recently, and there are no low-end products like Sandrami Holy Ash, so it is difficult to sneak into it. Huntler had experienced suffocation and near vertigo many times. This is the first time I have been out of breath so loudly. It's a pity that you need a hunter. Liu cut off Huntler's thoughts. He only needed to light up the anchor points under the map, and did not have a target to hunt. You are just a hunter, and you have also walked the path of an explorer. Although he was not hurt, Huntler also realized that Liu seemed to be open to cooperation. So he took a step back, and added his own value. The main thing is that every move of the opponent is within the scope of my prediction. Just like all the experience of hand-to-hand combat was learned from me. No wonder everyone wants to get some information, and find something to doubt. An 8th level hunter was hunted by a demon. That kind of thing was very common in the entire Chaos continent. Of course Liu is open. So they know each other? Ying's handwriting revealed limited simplicity. If something happens, don't worry. At least you remember how to kill him. Liu continued to put pressure on Huntler, and he had not yet bitten almost all over Huntler's body from bottom to top. And Huntler felt that kind of fun, because if he broke 2 more, he would be beaten to death by the shadow. It's important to save your life. Liu hasn't thought about whether there is no ancient god causing trouble. Even the environment is poor. From then on, when he controlled House Han, Huntler did many similar things, using a weak and forceful attitude to impose his weak will on the opponent. Huntler was extremely upset, and even more confused about where he lost the map. And he couldn't even teleport to escape. When Liu heard map, he suddenly felt that he might be an explorer? Just once. That experience hadn't even become instinctive yet. That's the summary of my navigator's route. Even if I escape back to the remote mountains and start over again, I won't be in such an embarrassing situation. Like a devil's stomach. What did you forget? An explorer can't help you draw a map and mark treasures, crises, and opportunities. If you add the hunter's tracking, you can't even see everything under the map in real time. Huntler was hit twice by shadow again. Cruel. I have to hold on for a long time. Seeing the 2 demons, he didn't even have time to discuss. Huntler knew that there was little time left for him. The hind body hates that hunter very much. Cooperate? Is there any harm in killing you? Huntler begged. Does he want to create a traveler path? Explorers will be very unhelpful to him. Huntler has collected information that Liu has never seen before from Hongyu Town, and knows that I once claimed to be traveler. That hunter, you seem to have killed him before. Liu was not honest. Is he the same? Kong Xiang was really not tired anymore. At this moment, I am not covered in blood yet, and the herbal medicine can help me a little bit. I just rely on my physical strength to hold on. Gamma is like that. Jesse is like that. Sawyer is like that. That was originally a war of attrition that hunters were very good at. But knowing why, Huntler was very confident. Where did the map outside of his head come from? In a short period of time, Huntler could only speak slowly about the core advantages of the explorer's path. As for abilities such as small C navigation and leadership, which are too temporary for use, it is necessary to bother to mention them. Tian Ke. Do you understand? Focus on natural restraint. Liu ended the conversation with Ying, increasing Huntler's psychological pressure. He also lost his memory. Huntler keenly grasped some details of our conversation. Or is there some kind of low-level power in that world that makes both humans and demons forget about it? Damn it, where's my map? Even Gamma is Liu's target. But I'm not good at that kind of negotiation. Anyway, as a talented warrior who is both a hunter and an explorer, Huntler has heard of such things. The entire soil layer became the devil's lair. It completely split its body and connected the soil and underground rivers with tentacles, bones and threads. Attacks came from all directions, completely surrounding itself. You can't cooperate. Huntler struggled to say the word cooperate. You are a hunter, and you can't help him find what he is looking for. The blood flowed like a fountain, and Huntler was like a walking fountain. At the same time, Kong Xiang and Ying were also puzzled as to why they were so at ease when fighting Huntler, and were so restrained. As long as I come to visit him. Liu is really interested in Gamma Epic. Why are some of the people I met before time travel so confused? Hunters and diviners alike suffered heavy losses in this war. The more he fought with Kong Xiang, the more Huntler felt that he had no chance of winning. The stock of herbal medicines was at the bottom, and the shadow demon focused on regaining strength in self-healing, cracking his neck more frequently. Various traps and lines even identified the demon's true identity. The collected holy ash materials were not enough to make more holy light arrows, maps, teleportation, and escape. Chapter 673, Be My Dead Ghost? I heard, many fallen humans will sign soul contracts with demons? Liu learned about the existence of soul contracts during his communication with Ying. That was an unbreakable agreement, since he wanted to take advantage of Huntler's ability. Liu certainly would not let him have room to move freely. Now that we have taken advantage of the territory, we can achieve this kind of victory. If the situation were different, I might be the one begging for life. Liu was very sure that if Huntler was given a certain degree of freedom, he would definitely betray him. Maybe the predecessor was also betrayed? So Liu felt, there must be a very strong constraint. Soul contract is good. You want me to be your bitch? Of course Huntler knew the weight of the soul contract. Don't agree? Then I can only make you my dead ghost? Liu chuckled, feeling very happy. Without those things stuffing his body, young Kwok Taiyu would have been very obedient. Right? Liu thought, carrying Huntler like a piece of garbage and swimming towards the ground, preparing to wait for me to wake up and use my eagle eyes to look for Sindalami's holy ash and complete the contract. Huntler had thought that the demon was so stingy. Liu felt like he had dumped a lot of garbage outside Hung Guataiyu's body. Mainly, Liu also wanted to take this opportunity to try out whether he could apply this self-healing magic to other living creatures, so that he could become a doctor or something in the future. Huntler knew that the only way to break the soul contract was to advance. That was the worst insurance Guatai could think of during the fight. Liu discovered that controlling Huntler's shadow from the inside required fighting against my entire strength, and there was no way to invade my body. Immediately afterwards, Liu cut open Huntler's body, cutting him open like a frog. The moment he opened Huntler's body, Liu knew what to do. It is said that I died on the bone tree in the humble mountain? After obtaining the materials and signing the contract, how do you restrain him? Liu knew what he would get out of no matter how hard he squeezed, and stopped thinking about excessive plans after signing the contract. How did Hunter State provoke this demon who dominated this war? It doesn't seem to block the effect of teleportation magic. The main material is, of course, Huntler's blood, which was abundant at the scene. The secondary materials include the holy ashes of Sindalami, the horn of the evil horn, etc., all of which are on the embargo list of the 7 golden towns. In the previous step, Liu replaced some of Hung Guataiyu's main bones, such as ribs, collarbones, and calf bones. Imagine that I must not be thinking normally, and immediately my ribs will point to my heart. He has all your materials, but of course, you will die too. Huntler breathed easily. Huntler thought of a former companion, and missed the days before Abagon took care of such things. Bad. Now his blood is gone. He will come up with the remaining materials. Guatai also knew that the contract was for humans or demons of the same weakness. Of course, there is a shadow in that part of the line, and the shadow demon cannot move away at any time and control Huntler's body. And it just so happens that there is a gap between the 8th level Brave and the 9th level Brave, which happens to exceed the limit of the mid-level soul contract. But it's less complicated from the outside. Knowing that Huntler was telling the truth, Liu didn't have any trouble. Wait a minute. Huntler tried his best to hold his neck with both hands. There is no holy ash in Holy Mine Town. The remaining secondary materials, like the horn of the evil horn, the Chamber of Commerce must not have. At this moment, the domino that Liu picked up under Coppermine Town was revealed. Perhaps the answer still exists in this memory that everyone has forgotten. Maybe the Sea of Death doesn't even have its own legend? You once controlled the hunting kingdom. You can't take it from the Chamber of Commerce. Huntler tried his best to survive. That means the red-robed skeleton has nothing to say. If the heart ruptures and bleeds, it should be saved. As the first insurance, Liu could always make them swim away from Huntler's eyes or mind, giving me some real-time reminders and shocks. Ying seems to have no understanding of that kind of thing. Feeling that it was still too safe, Liu broke off one of his tiger teeth, tied a thread to the inside of the replaced rib, and then wrapped it with tentacles. As for the relationship between the explorer's map and the map outside his head, since it is a soul contract, then I also have a request. Huntler of course had to deal with it a bit. The contract needs to stipulate that if you help me obtain a only prey, then my life will be yours. An explorer who feeds the shadow demon should be very unknown in the entire Chaos continent. Right. You won't sign. Right. Then you die. Liu curled his lips, and did not say that he must keep Watayu alive. Let's do that. If he opens his body, he will resist again. You study it. As he said that, Liu asked Ying to pinch Huntler's neck and strangle him unconscious. When necessary, the tentacle cannot be withdrawn, and the fangs of the demon wolf swipe at the hunter's heart. Tomorrow night there will be a small gathering of bards of Yidao. After this, we must be prepared for bad things. However, even the bard Gama knew himself, so the probability was not low. This is your only chance. This can only kill him? Liu continued to put pressure on Huntler. Tonight, you can sleep with him. Surely if Hunter Country was still there, he would be coerced into signing a contract by a shadow demon and a bone demon? First, Liu also stuffed some particles into Huntler's body to help control them. Those were large dusts that Liu squeezed out of his tentacles. They were very hard and had no metallic texture. Liu now has complete control over his body. The lack of a few bones does not affect his movements. But Huntler is the same. What if the latter person is really an explorer? If you can be promoted to Hunter King, you will have the opportunity to get rid of the shackles of the contract and regain your freedom. Better late, human. It was a worthwhile endeavor. Ito waited for Huntler to wake up and complete the signing of the soul contract before asking casually. Huntler remembered something that was not there. You know, Watayu was about to lose consciousness. Liu said something, and Ying quickly wrote down the materials needed for the intermediate soul contract on the ground. First, separate some threads and insert them outside Huntler's fascia. If those things can work as imagined and control the 8th level Huntler, Watai feels that they will be applied to fewer people in the future. But asking means understanding. Ying said that those are things that are known since birth. After Ying finished exerting his strength, Huntler's head was instantly pushed from his back to his crotch, and blood started to flow from his neck. First, Idal applied self-healing to maintain the balance of bleeding and ensure that Huntler died directly. Then Guataida stuffed something outside the body of the 8th level hunter. Although I knew what those particles did specifically, they played a very small role whether outside the town hall dungeon or when I escaped from the church's light diamond. What? Do hunters carry a lot of materials with them? When Watai saw any movement from Huntler, he asked Ying to stop folding my neck again. First hold the life gate of the 8th level hunter tightly, and then take a step back. Use sign, use sign. Huntler struggled again. Chapter 674, Endless War. The angle of the dominoes is very high, overlooking the earth. In the projected picture, Hongyu Town and nearby villages have fallen into a sea of skeletons. Demon King City is live broadcasting the grand spectacle of the war. Hongyu Town is being swallowed up. The Empire's railways are like branches, with rows of bone cars and demons stained on the branches. A huge bone train hangs on the main trunk, and a steady stream of demon soldiers are released downwards. Bone dragons danced in the sky, exhaling the breath of death and eating away human flesh and blood. Humanity in the area is in dire straits. Refugees, brave men, soldiers, and believers are dying endlessly, making it difficult to resist the invasion of demons. Hongyu Town is not far from Jinshan Mountain, and the army from Demon King City is already very close. The demon train is like the arm of the Demon King City extending outside, constantly spreading demons, taking over and devouring the newly absorbed territory of the Empire in the Old Holy See. Tonight is the night when Hongyu Town and surrounding villages were destroyed, and there was only one of them. The corpse-gathering demons in the well broke out, accepted the baptism of bones, and grew into giants of flesh and blood. wearing huge bone armor and holding bone clubs, and lined up in a chaotic line. Ancient Euro was still far from adapting to the slave life. She knew whether she had escaped or lost after signing the contract. At this moment, all she could think about was where to find the only prey, advance as quickly as possible, and escape from the control of that demon. There are very few demons who live in hatred. Hatred is the source of their power. Ying also accompanied Jin Shan to watch. Watching with gusto, especially paying attention to the shadow demon no more. "We're coming." Jin Shan saw the dirt road he had walked on, and the mountains full of skeleton soldiers. All he could think about was to quickly light up the crack and leave that dangerous place. Mutation, distortion. Ying wrote some strange handwriting on the ground. Just like that. There was no need to sign the contract at all. And Huntler could only do everything King Soft asked for. It was a strengthening ceremony for the entire Demon King City army. When he woke up and saw Jin Shan and Ying, Huntler subconsciously wanted to run away and put some distance between them. But he was pulled over by Jin Shan with a wave of his hand. The corpse swelled and stretched, and the skeleton soldiers were running away from the corpse group. As if they were providing nutrients, the red-robed skeleton muttered silently, waving its hands, and the corpse gradually turned into the appearance of a corpse-gathering demon. But there were only a few traces inside and outside. A lot of bones were broken. A small number of corpses were emerging from the dry well in the center of the town. "What are you waiting for? His blood is gone. You go get the holy ashes and auxiliary materials." Jin Shan grabbed Huntler and swam away from the ground of the holy mine town. "The Demon King City is here." Jin Shan has seen and killed the corpse-gathering demon before. But has he ever seen anything like that? "You are so full. What did he stuff inside you?" Huntler slowly felt the strangeness in his body. Some small bone sticks, small ribs, small tentacles, etc. "As insurance after signing the contract," Jin Shan said, letting the particles drill out of Huntler's eye sockets. Playing a blindfold game. Huntler weakly resisted the urge to rub his eyes, and felt himself carelessly. Sure enough, he felt the messy things coming back from Jin Shan. "You?" Huntler realized that he had to correct his attitude. "You can't make a contract if you need a manufacturing process. As long as you collect bad materials, you can't." As the ritual progresses, the bone cart ends up absorbing flesh and blood in the small underground, turning into monsters that can crawl or even jump, depending on the terrain. However, Ying was not excited for some reason, and the shadow of war was stirring in his body. By the way, he should know how to make a soul contract. Right? Jin Shan substitute Hung Chung Euro worried. But it would be troublesome. Those things can only be stuffed outside first. If we were to fight secretly, would it be more shocking if another group of enemy troops appeared directly at the edge of God Swear City? After looking at the demon wolf's fangs under his ribs and twisting the thread sandwiched between the fascia, Huntler was 100% sure that his endurance was limited to that, and he had not yet become a piece of flesh of the demon. Isn't that what he said? The deformation of demons? Of course, Chung Yu also learned a lot about demons from Ying and others in those days. He knew that humans or demons would undergo irreversible deform changes under certain extreme conditions. Nolimor seems to be the main force in the Demon King City. Every shadow is me. And it's me. The entire battlefield is in the palm of Nolimor. These sporadic holy lights can cause substantial harm to me. Whoever I want to crush to death will be crushed into a pile of corpses mixed with armor and iron sheets. Then the bones in the corpse were summoned by the Bone Mage sect and turned into more skeleton soldiers. They stood up with weapons or skeletons and joined the endless sea of bones. Then you will know why Jin Shan is so slow. Let's just fight a war. We have to live broadcast it for everyone to see. What's the picture? Liu stared at the projection of the dominoes and didn't understand what important information the red-robed skeleton had to share with the outside world. Although that is scary now. It is almost a living target for the Imperial Army. Right? Then, he was brought back to reality by Jin Shan's words. It was too easy to use. When the contract was broken, I deliberately took out those things and let him move freely. Chung Yu called Huntler over and patted me on the shoulder. The small army is about to overwhelm the situation. Like a fountain coming from the ground. Less and less humans are joining the Demon King's army, becoming a bone-colored disaster that is about to sweep through the old Holy See. Only a sporadic resistance? And these people who had originally become believers in the Bone Cart cult were sitting in the Bone Car, chanting the prayers of the red-robed skeleton crazily. These zombie demons were also created by the red-robed skeletons we disobeyed Redcoat's orders. And before the formation was chaotic. We took steps to rush towards the humans, and rushed further north. The difference is small. You are wrong. Look! The ceremony of the red robe. The shadow turned into an arrow and pointed at the center of Hungyu town. Also in the rumbling vibrations coming from the distance. Huntler finally woke up. The tentacles under the ribs outside the chest were also untied. And the fangs of the demon wolf were ready to move. As he spoke, the particles and threads came out of Huntler's eye sockets, drilled out of his nose, and passed out of the cerebellum. So the process of the live broadcast is that they are absorbing the hatred of humans? This is indeed the same. Jinshan nodded, but still felt a little confused that demons don't have that kind of brain. In a war of that scale, throwing back a dozen level 8 warriors may not cause any splash. Once they are swept back, it will be easy to escape to the north. If the north side were not broken into you, it would take 8 days at the fastest to reach it at the speed of the bone train and car. The bones support the corpse-gathering demon's body, causing it to grow long and low, and grow into the shape of an indescribable giant covered with osteomas and sarcoma. Huntler had no ability to resist. Like a big chicken being carried. Huntler never thought that as the brave man closest to the Hunter King, he would be manipulated like this by a demon one day. That's the case. Should the little magician or the Protestant church take action, the army in Demon King City was more three-dimensional. With boneless trains, bone carts, bone dragons, skeleton soldiers, and even bone giants. Compared with the mighty army of demons, the human army is like foam in the ocean. Not even a wave. The red-robed skeleton stands tall on the huge bone cart, as if the entire Hungyu town has been turned into a huge altar, and a grand ceremony is going on. Those dying humans are sacrifices, and the flow of the sea of bones marks the context of the ritual. The boundaries between the living and the dead are gradually blurred, and the corpses are ready to move. Demon King City? Bone Carriage Cult? Expeditionary Force? Huntler only saw the dominoes of Jinshan and everything projected by the dominoes. Chapter 675. Are the dominoes mine too? You keep this? Huntler knew that this was a prohibited item of the Empire. Just as he asked, Huntler thought again that this demon was lawless, and it was normal to keep prohibited items. The reason why Liu keeps the dominoes is very simple. First, he feels that the bones are very familiar. Second, after mastering his own bones, Liu feels that the two bones are very similar. After a try, it turns out that the dominoes can be directed by one's own thoughts and move quickly, and can even be used as an extended body of one's own. However, when fighting Huntler, Liu did not throw the dominoes out for fear that they would be damaged and unusable. It was also for this reason that Liu began to suspect that he was from Demon King City. The red-robed skeleton is undoubtedly the most popular demon today, and the dominoes he distributes can actually be sensed by himself. Does this mean that they are supposed to be a group? But out of caution, Liu suppressed this terrible thought and decided to continue completing the anchor points on the map and think about this issue after he had more memories. After all, I don't know if I was exiled or something. What if there are enemies in the Demon King's castle, and they come to my door and die? So Liu still lingered in the 5 towns of Split Gold, and set his next destination in the new holy city in the north, away from the war. When the next rain of eyeballs fell, although he saw the red-robed skeleton and the power of Demon King City, Jinshan still had no real sense of it, now feeling the vibration on his feet and the approaching bone-colored disaster. Yu Chao finally felt war. You guys had just kissed each other. Jesse savored the sweetness in his mouth and listened to the man's murmur. It is obvious that there will be no more peace for Yu Chao. According to Ying's words, the red-robed skeleton did not ruin the live broadcast. Hey, Hunter, what's going on with this light? Jinshan turned his head and saw a slight sway in the ever-brightening holy light of the church in Holy Mine Town. TSK. TSK. If you want humans to hate it even more, it has to say a few words less. But the demon's expressiveness is too poor, and he has no talent for live broadcasting. Heng Yuechali accepted the words, and she even expected some kind of miracle to happen. Go to the Chamber of Commerce. Did he just say that he couldn't go to the Chamber of Commerce to get auxiliary materials? Of course, Jinshan had to complete the soul contract first before assigning a task to Huntler. No wonder it says sleep tonight. Just like now. Everyone knows what they are watching, and it is very interesting. A long time later, in the small hall of Holy Mine Town, Jesse was having a conversation with a brown-skinned man under the bed in the bedroom. A small part of the dominoes that surrendered to the 7 towns in the following days were also taken away by the church. We must have seen those. Jinshan even believed that, If he rushed down to the ground now, and the weather was bad, he could see the hundreds of corpse-gathering demons under Hongyu Town directly from Liu. Mask Society, Demon King City, Bone Cart Cult, Royal Family, Nobles, Protestant Religion, Brave Group. You are so anxious to sign a contract with me. What are you going to do? From the beginning to the end, Huntler didn't know what Liu's purpose was. But now seeing his eagerness, he thought it might be an opportunity that could be exploited. But Jinshan felt that what I said didn't make sense. Demon King City and the Bone Che sect had engaged in such a small battle, and they would arrive at Liu in a few days, and the Protestant church would definitely be affected to a certain extent. Jinshan had barely made it clear that he was sending Huntler to his death. The war is coming. The war is about to break out in Liu. Hung Yue Chaoli noticed the particles in her throat and immediately fell silent. Maybe he is hesitating to change his faith and join the Bone Car cult? Jinshan really wanted to know the position of his body under Xiaolu. Regarding the live broadcast of the red-robed skeleton, the Empire did not make any statement. It seems that it has not assembled enough troops and can only let the Demon King City show off its power. After all, our doubts are all to support our survival. We are sure that the Empire will defeat the Demon King City, and the pattern of faith may change slightly in the future. After Vanna finished speaking, Jesse quickly blocked your mouth. At the same time, the projection outside the dominoes seemed to be coming to an end. The question before Jinshan is whether he can light up Liu and get the memories after that little silence is over. Wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Vanna sucked her fingers, closed her eyes, and told you your latest divination. Because the distance was too far, Shadow could not sense it. But the change could not escape Huntler's eagle eye. The Demon King City has already attacked, so it's okay for him to be so clueless. Yu Chao noticed that Huntler had been looking at the dominoes, and was not surprised by the military strength in the Demon King City. But in fact, Jinshan still had some idea of what to do with the 8th level hunter after all. It was his intention to accept me, and the vague idea in his mind was just to use me to gather the attention of the scavengers, Protestants and Jesse Brave Group, conveniently lighting up the first 2 locations in Holy Mine Town. Of course, Yu Chao will also make full use of the observation ability of the 8th level hunter. Of course, Jinshan remembered that. Almost as low as a gigantic bone car. That is the intersection of all faiths. And a king will be born there. The brown-skinned man was naturally not the Vanna whom Wright introduced to Jesse. However, due to Vanna's strong request, Jesse did not let anyone else do the divination for him, but went into battle himself. But now that the red-robed skeletons are coming, there is no more eye-catching focus in this town except for the Minstrel Guild. The bad image has not helped Jinshan to some extent. By the way, you can't take some random things to nourish Yishang Yingying's body. Just a few holy light arrows came up. Yingying suffered some injuries, although he has not weakly added self-healing. But Jinshan is still too worried. Maybe my faith has been shaken. Hung Yue Chaoli is a scholar, and she dares to say that she is too stubborn. For example, there is only prey hidden outside the warehouse of the Chamber of Commerce, which can help him advance directly and kill the demon. In the time just mentioned, the demons had completely wiped out Red Oil Town and the villages in the distance. The corpse-gathering demon's body had also become smaller, absorbing the remaining flesh and blood. On the way back to Holy Mine Town, while running outside the soil, Jinshan commented on the red-robed skeleton's approach. When Huntler begged for his life, he said that I had controlled the hunting country and could not withdraw money from the Chamber of Commerce. The main thing is speed, and mines and arsenals. Even though the battle in Hongyu Town has come to an end, the red-robed skeleton still has no intention of stopping. It seems that it wants to live broadcast it until the humans in Hongyu Town see the entire process of destruction. This doesn't seem to be a question you should think about? Yu Chao asked. If he can't correct his mentality, you can only give him death? Before signing the contract, you will tell him what to do and stipulate what he should do. Jinshan also comforted Huntler. I'm worried that you will make bad use of his ability and make it easy for him to die. After the war comes, first withdraw from the place of right and wrong. They are like giants and towers of flesh, with different shapes and different ways of moving. The same thing as their greed for flesh and blood and their kindness towards humans. Maybe it can't compare to the bone wall of the Demon King's castle? Where are you going now? Huntler finally accepted his fate, knowing that whether he could survive would depend on his performance. Chapter 676 Divination. Don't you want to tell fortune-telling? Why don't you let me tell you? Vanna gasped and tilted her head to look at Jesse. The two of them were almost face to face. looking at each other only from the corner of their eyes. And they could even feel each other's breathing. Why do I hate fortune tellers? Because every magic stick will tell Kingston that he can become the king. Or that he will encounter great danger, which requires some kind of ritual to resolve. Jessie moved back a little, and held Vanna's face. Hate it? I think you like it very much. Vanna wiggled her tongue. The process was indeed good. And your divination made me very happy. Jessie pinched Vanna's tongue. But I don't need to know the future of the Kingston family. I only need to know two things. I'm sorry. I'm used to it. When I meet a lost lamb, I always subconsciously peek into her future. Vanna licked Jessie's finger to apologize. I hope this will not affect our relationship. What's our relationship? Jessie teased Vanna. Vanna also put her hand on Jessie's shoulder. Okay. Let's stop making trouble. The first thing that needs divination is, I need to predict a person. Oh no. A demon. Jessie sat cross-legged in front of Vanna with a serious expression. Ta. They want to believe in Liuzue. But they want the prophet of fire burning valley. Vanna opened her eyes and smiled. Her whole body felt hot. And she actually dried the bed quilt. Shut up. Si Shuang had no self-control, and was asking for any information related to the new king. Kiss you. Vanna wrapped her around. You have to taste more. Taste less. You can divine that question. You need to taste me, to know. Vanna shook her head. You feel a mysterious force that is attracting more people. Demons. And even gods to look outside. Vanna closed her eyes again. Keep him here first. You will catch this shadow demon. Si Shuang felt that without Vanna present, it would not help to understand the demon in a deeper way. And at the same time, he could appreciate Vanna's divination process. Split the gold mountain? The bad images that came out were really small. That's a secret. Just like the divination that happened between him and you. Vanna didn't answer. But it was equivalent to an answer. He is very weak. Vanna said something about pain first. How's it going? Jessie's face wasn't a little red even though he hadn't experienced it once. He still felt that the process was not calming and palpitating. The person he is looking forward to, the devil, will appear at the minstrel meeting at 11 o'clock tomorrow night. And it will even bring a very unknown guest. Vanna closed her eyes. He murmured and arched his body. Bad. Jessie had heard of Gamma's name, and decided to report it to Wright later, and asked me to look for such a bard. The divination began. The sheets got wet. And some inexplicable smell filled the outside of the room. Where is he going? Vanna asked when Si Shuang stood up. Yes. Just like he recruits brave men there, and builds his brave group. The masked society is operating underground. Coveting the ore. A small gathering of minstrels is held there. Singing epics. The battle between the Bone Card cult and the Devil the Army is in line and coming here. Jessie originally thought that fortune tellers were people who said weird things. Even if they told the contents of the fortune telling, they would not understand it until the announcement was made first. As for this wandering demon appearing under the small meeting, it is also reasonable. After all, it is the smallest event in the 7 golden towns in recent days. Nothing was crackling outside the bedside table. As if it was about to come out of the drawer. Is the devil's army still coming to Hongyu Town? Vanna's divination does not require too few tools. But it also requires Jessie to give you less information about Liu. If he says that again, you may need to chop off his head and give it to the Protestants. Jessie was not yet alert to the prophecy that Vanna kept mentioning. Of course, that's an obvious thing. Jessie stood up and walked to the mayor's office. After struggling like that for a moment, Vanna swallowed her saliva and smiled at Jessie. Is there still? But maybe it will be very slow. Vanna tilted her head. If it is, how come there is no new king? Why is there an earthquake outside? Just when Jessie was about to walk out of the bedroom, the small hall tilted, and there was no earthquake. Jessie himself is not so anxious about who will win in the minstrel meeting. Anyway, they will sing their own works, which will be announced tomorrow. Why? Jessie was alert, raised his hand, and the armor displayed in the small hall clicked through your body, instantly covering your body with armor. Heretical beliefs, relaxed Protestantism, the rising eternal night, the falling empire. Vanna counted the fate bound here in detail. Is the Demon King's castle causing trouble again? There is no light ball outside the mayor's office, which was placed by Wright. He cannot maintain communication with Jessie at any time. And he can also pick up the heretic from the curse at any time. Who is this unknown guest? Jessie knew what impact the guests brought by the shadow demon would have. Yes. Vanna stuck out her tongue. You were just reminding him that Jinshan Mountain will be the most eye-catching place before this war. Shadow Demon. Jesse stared at Vanna's eyes. I need to predict where he will appear. Accurate to the time and place. What is my purpose? Jesse wanted to find me. Lock me up. And investigate my relationship with myself from head to toe. It doesn't matter whether this is directed at oneself. Has the Empire fallen? Jesse looked up. What else? Vanna asked. First tell Wright the name Gamma. I really want to know that information. Jesse turned back and smiled. By the way, have I asked him for divination? Has he seen it? Of course you can taste it. Vanna smiled. The next time I don't have a similar feeling. It will still be raining eyeballs from the sky. Vanna murmured. Her tone was strange. And it was getting closer to a chant. Thinking about the things he wants to divine. The people or demons he wants to divine. Vanna murmured. Blending in with Jesse. As for the winner of the Minstrel Club, his name is Gamma. He is a deserter in this war. Vanna wriggled her lips. Tasting carelessly. I will compose an epic. And I will write for this war. Give a name. 11 o'clock, Gamma. Si Shuang had thought that the divination given by Vanna would be so accurate to the time and name that they wanted. The second thing is, who will win at tomorrow's minstrel meeting? After Jesse finished talking about the two things that needed divination, he waited quietly for the Vannas to ask for it. Does he want to do less divination? Vanna pointed to the mayor's office. If that's the case, maybe you've followed him recently and gone back first. If he catches it, remember to give it a try to you? You are also very interested in it. Vanna stopped sweating slightly. The sweat evaporated, and the smell outside the room became stronger and stronger. Vanna wants to mention this prophecy about the intersection of fate again. Chapter 677, Be careful with snails. Opening the drawer. A domino suddenly popped out. In the projection, it was the scene where the corpse-gathering demons lined up to form a giant-like battle formation. This is Red Oil Town? Of course Jesse had read all the war maps related to the Old Holy See, even though something beyond comprehension was happening on the screen at this moment. He still immediately recognized the location of the Demon King's army through the terrain. The Bone Car sect, Demon King City, has captured Hongyu Town. Vanna also watched with relish. The Devil's train is about to arrive, getting closer and closer to the Jinshan Mountain. Vanna looked at the silent march of the devil without feeling any fear. How are the mines and arsenals? Jesse pulled out a few fragments of the magic mirror from the gaps in his armor, twisted them between his fingers, and asked at the other end of the mirror. Nothing unusual. The other side of the mirror replied quickly. Where's the brave group? Just urgent gathering. Incorporate them into the regular army. Arrange them outside Holy Mine Town. And set off tomorrow night. Jesse gave instructions quickly. Once the alarm is triggered, he will die. At least the support from our noble army and the Imperial army will arrive later. And the attack on the Demon King's castle will be delayed. Is that what he expects? The new king may be even less interesting. You do. You don't have your brave group. You don't have your private army. Liu gritted his teeth. The knight's elegy has not died yet. You are the future of the knight. Did he see it? The dominoes? Liu wanted to open the bedroom door again and take the dominoes over. Without the little wizard's promise, these would be problems. Of course. Wright unfolded his light ball to cover Liu, shielding him from prying eyes in the Holy Mine Town. There were several fainting people lying on the ground. And we were the warehouse guards. We finally couldn't sleep peacefully before experiencing the worry of the earthquake. He knows that he is still retreating from the war meeting. Wright revealed his whole body. It is indeed not unexpected. No one expected that the Bone Cart cult's retreat speed would be so slow. There are too many things. But you can't. Jean Shan patted Huntington on the shoulder. She had been waiting for this day for too long. Don't talk. Don't let you see the holy ash. If you see it, it will trigger the alarm. Jean Shan sewed Hung Sui Xiongqiong's mouth tightly with thread. It's a pity that I am Thosos. He hopes to be able to support the war independently, obtain the least military merit, and complete the promotion of the paladin. Wright's answer was as Liu wished. Jean Shan also opened the door. The sooner my noble's private army and the Imperial army are deployed, the sooner you can advance. That's because you are kidnapping us. But it is the need of humanity and the Empire. Liu told Wright. He needs to ensure that we and Thorsos is dragging you forward. And you want to hear his word. We can definitely give up after breaking Jesse. After breaking Jesse, the number of refugees will increase exponentially. Plus the minerals outside. The Empire definitely hopes that these will become the power of the devil. Sui Xiong weakened the situation. Easy. What he needs to pay attention to is that he will die after the encirclement is completed. Wright felt Li Yu's fighting spirit, and was afraid that you would become a wandering spirit after being promoted to a paladin. The royal family has no plans? Wish him bad luck. Of course. Wright was happy to send the worst wishes to Li Yu. What did you expect? Li Yu needed to hear Wright say it. Now, isn't he interested in hearing this prophecy that has nothing to do with the new king? Vanna leaned over, and the air outside the room began to become moist. Li Yu thought so, pushed open the bedroom door, and welcomed the air in front of him. Hearing what Sui Xiong said, and feeling the foreign object in front of his heart, Hodkinson stepped forward reluctantly and headed straight for the horn of the horned beast. If you know the past vaguely, you can glimpse the future more vaguely. Vanna picked up the domino and blew the eyeballs under the domino heart, as if she wanted to blow out some tears and taste them. Behind him were stacks of shelves filled with boxes filled with various materials. The war belonging to our Kingston family has finally begun. For Jesse, the war is the best opportunity to advance to the 9th level of Paladin. Seeing the military formation of Demon King City through the dominoes, Jesse now wished he could rush over alone and cut the corpse-gathering demon with extremely low walls into 2 pieces. Looking back at the bedroom door, Sui Xiong felt that if everything went well tomorrow night, he might take Vanna with him during the battle to do divination, and divination to relieve his boredom. Li Yu looked at the dominoes and then at Vanna, and felt that you were not annoying at all. By the way, big-hearted snail. Wright still remembered the scene where Wallace died, and the Holy Path army died. Is that good or bad? Your original plan was to lead our troops out of the city, deepen the front line, and then destroy their useless forces. Li Yu's voice became more and more gentle as he thought about joining the battlefield. Ha! Li Yu smiled, entered and exited the light group, and started communicating, thinking of the paladin Wallace, who died in the Tight Eye River together with Iha. Wright fell silent. Tomorrow evening, you will send them to Holy Mine Town. Wright nodded. The brave group, the private army of the Troll family, plus 10 creation legions. The size of the army he controls has not exceeded his brother. Tomorrow night, before the minstrel meeting, you are about to step off the battlefield to stop the devil. I hope the epic can give you enough inspiration. Li Yu smiled at Wright. I wish you bad luck. The road to promotion is just around the corner, and capturing a shadow demon is just as important as becoming a paladin. Take it, if it breaks your contract. Sui Xiong motioned to Hodkinson to collect the materials for the intermediate demon contract. In the mayor's office, among the light, Wright was not waiting yet. You will avenge your brother. I haven't become your strength yet. Sui Xiong patted his breastplate. Maybe after tomorrow night, before he can prove his divination ability. Li Yu slammed the bedroom door. Go away now. Have a good sleep. You have nothing to do. Gamma, I don't have any impression of the bad image regarding this war. Wright knew fewer details than Sui Xiong. You will investigate. Wait a minute. They can't even hold the front line of Red Oil Town. They've already reached the cracked Gold Mountain. We must not give up the holy mines and arsenal here. Jess's words became excited. Very bad. What Li Yu feared most was that the support for the Empire and other nobles was delayed, and he was wasted on the battlefield of the Sui Xiong. He thinks he was right before the war. Vanna followed Li Yu's words and said, but you need to remind him that tomorrow night's minstrel meeting is equally important. Gamma's epic will sum up everything that has happened. You know all that, but it takes time for the royal family to make a decision. Wright nodded, and that does not conflict with what he and Sui Xiong have to do. The slower they push back, the weaker their strength becomes. You know that they have unlimited resources. If you kill one, you will get one more. Li Yu analyzed the battle situation. It's also about getting Xiaoyu's materials. He needs Xiaoyu's materials now. Aren't you waiting for the Empire's order? Not yet. Are the 10 legions promised to you by the Ministry of Creation ready? Li Yu asked Wright. You need them for the battle to tear Jesse apart. You promise. A ball of light shot out from Wright's palm and drilled back into Li Yu's chest. Gamma. The bard who wrote the epic is named Gamma. Li Yu first answered Wright's most concerned question. In the bedroom, Vanna made an indescribable sound. Chapter 678, 8th Level Hunter Slave. Inging knew the materials for the intermediate demon contract, and Huntler couldn't cheat. He couldn't get any extra materials, so he could only quickly select all the necessities. As for the Holy Ash of Sindalami, as early as when he entered the Holy Mine Town, Li Yu asked Huntler to put 2 pods into his mouth, stuff them full, and bring them over with him. Hurry up. This is the Chamber of Commerce in the poor town. We just knocked out 2 guards. If we are caught, we will be in trouble. Liu didn't want to start with the Chamber of Commerce now and lure out the scavengers. Priests were outstanding people from the Holy Mine Town, West. Having just watched Redcoat's broadcast, they must be very sensitive and fragile in their hearts. There were too many goods, and even with eagle eyes, Huntler could still delay a moment and pretend to search seriously. At this moment, a voice came from a pipe in the warehouse. What was the noise just now? When Liu started knocking out the guard, Huntler made a little noise. Whether it was because of his slippage or on purpose, this sound was amplified through the pipes and was heard by the people from the Chamber of Commerce above. When the voice in the pipe asked, Huntler's muscles tensed, seeming to ignite a little hope. It's nothing. I was shocked. What's going on outside? Liu answered the voice in the pipe with the voice of a guard on the ground. This is also a new skill that Liu discovered recently. He discovered that his tongue has the ability to imitate other people's voices, which he can use now. Xue finally felt the helplessness of the monsters or demons he raised, such as Lin Xiong. Ying trembled, and then he spread his body out into a small net and carried it towards the shelves on the wall. And it was not at that time that Huntler was shocked. Ying squatted on the spot, waiting for Liu to find more worthless boxes, and then threw some out to replace them. I don't know. Maybe Demon King City is calling, the voice outside the pipe said. Anyway, you will leave tomorrow morning. It just needs to be an accident. Liu lost an 8th level hunter slave. Huntler was thinking hard about a solution, while Liu and Ying were not completely busy yet. Total disobedience to your orders. Why is he still standing there? Help. Liu urged Xue. Huntler could be dragged along, but Liu already knew that he could not sign the contract just by making a scroll. He could only be dragged by the bones and threads outside his body. And he took Xuefan's hand. This person knew that I was having a conversation with my mind. That one is valuable. Replace it first. That one is also wrong. Xuefan continued to identify the treasure boxes, and cooperated with Ying to move the treasure boxes back and forth under the shelves. Have your only prey? It's loaded. After swallowing only one shelf, Ying reached her limit. Xuefan said that he had been hunting hard in the hunter country for several years, but he had never found the only qualified prey. As a result, as soon as the hunter country was dispersed, he found an inexplicable large chamber of commerce that he originally had. The Chamber of Commerce will add some magic to a large number of treasure chests. Once they are moved or opened without permission, an alarm will be triggered. Huntler's mouth was almost under control, and he suddenly reminded Liu. Those were collected with great effort by the Chamber of Commerce of the bad towns. Basically, not all the belongings were left in the 7th town of Split Gold. It seemed too devilish to leave like that. The alarm bell in the Chamber of Commerce warehouse buzzed. The deadline is 100 years. Everything happens. Once you get used to it, things get bad. Liu patted Huntler on the shoulder and comforted me. Before he gets used to it, he will think that you are the wrong master. Huh? Liu sucked back a small part of Huntler's body, leaving only a rib, a demon wolf tooth, a tentacle, and a particle. Liu set some principal conditions, trying not to cover up his ambitions at all, and without leaving any dignity for Huntler, before extending a tentacle to the hunter. Ahem, you found. Huntler raised his hand and was about to point at the box that was hidden deepest when he suddenly saw the box move. A weak expectation surged in Huntler's heart. Kin. She must be able to pick up the box knowingly or not, and then quietly complete the promotion. And then she will be out of the control of the demon in front of her. A few of them were well informed. They seemed to have been alerted by Redcoat's dominoes. They were currently having a late-night meeting to discuss tomorrow morning's itinerary to ensure that they would encounter the demons rushing towards the Jinshan mountain. She is not allowed to do anything that would cause her to harm you and the shadow demon. Tomorrow morning, the Chamber of Commerce in Huzhen will move away the first batch of goods. Robbery on the road will obviously fit in with Li's plan. How to do? What are you still looking at? Let's look for it together. Xuefan pushed Xuefanya. What time will you come tomorrow morning? Xuefan continued to ask. Huntler had just completed the signing and was in a very bad mood. He had not recovered from his depression for a while. Huntler also scanned with eagle eyes. You are helping them observe below. Huntler racked his brains to think of an excuse and glanced at the merchants and guards, who were sleeping again outside the Chamber of Commerce. No big thief. A small voice shouted as the box jumped out of the shelf. The goal is not to consciously hunt the only prey in front of you. Shadow directly used Shadow to carry the treasure chest, without triggering any alarms. That image was born to do that. This is a box hidden deep in the shelf. It looks ordinary, but the hunter's instinct tells me that the only prey I want is outside. Are you leaving? While Ying left a message on the ground. He also pointed with an arrow at the materials and treasures piled on the shelves. To be on the safe side, Liu still retains the ability to not kill Huntler manually at any time. When did the Bad Town Chamber of Commerce become so promising? There is a way. Ying is just a new shadow demon, and he still has such a small capacity. Of course I'm leaving. Is he in the shadowless space? Take as much as you can. When you get inside, you open the box and see what bad things you can find. Even if they come, Liu will of course let him go. However, once it is transported away, you will never know when you meet again. Since the space is unlimited, we have to choose. Liu finished the appraisal and looked for the least valuable treasure box. Hung Shuefanya was very slow to find the materials, and Liu was also procrastinating and wanted to sign a contract with the 8th level hunter on the spot, not even bothering to leave the scene. The contract is reached. The ceremony to be promoted to Hunter King was now for her. Go to bed early. Liu started the conversation. The young man in the cargo box was plated with anti-theft runes. Liu couldn't see clearly with his clairvoyant eyes, but that was to influence him to pack them away. Huntler's muscles relaxed. He no longer resisted, and he could find materials with peace of mind. 8 o'clock. Although the frenzy was surging in his heart, Huntler was shocked on the surface and still pretended to scan with his eagle eyes. Because I saw a treasure chest that met the requirements of the only prey. After thinking about it, Huntler still felt that he should ask Liu and Shadow to collect this only prey first, and then find a way to snatch it away. So good. Liu touched Huntler's head, indicating that the shadow should be heavier. Chapter 679. You will be petrified. Hey! Gamma? Are you here? Liu didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here. You just escaped from the Chamber of Commerce in Iron Ore Town. And you turned around and ran to the Chamber of Commerce in Shungnan Town. You are very good at hiding, and you even played a trick with us under the light? Liu and Ying ignored the alarm bell and rushed together towards the corner of the warehouse. In fact, Liu didn't know why he wanted to capture Gamma, but he just rushed forward subconsciously. Hell. The conference is tomorrow. Can't you let me sing an epic song in peace? Gamma recovered well, and was able to open the box and speak. At this moment, Gamma was like a snail, with his body stuffed in a box. But his head and hands could poke out of the box. He looked more like a mimic than a bard. Epic? When Huntler heard Gamma's words, he thought about it, and roughly understood that the uniqueness of his box lay in. He composed a poem about that war, which is very legendary. This is a once-in-a-century prey, so if you miss it, you won't miss it. So Huntler waved his hand in the air, trying to temporarily summon a trap, but suddenly found that the materials were insufficient. Huntler turned around and unpacked the boxes, desperately filling his suitcase with materials. What place could be more complete than the Chamber of Commerce's warehouse? It's like reading the beginning of a novel, and naturally wanting to know the end. Obviously, this pocket watch is a demonic relic collected by those Tian Gamma, and it does not have the function of slowing down time. Fight them. Gamma held the harmonica between his lower lip and nose, and played with his breath. He stretched his arms out of the box, and fiddled with the sound of the harp. Horse. Let you go. Gamma replaced the harp with the lute. The sound from the piano box seemed to resonate with the horses, making them shake their heads. He will turn to stone. Ying explained by writing on the outside of Chui Da's head. Come on him. The pocket watch was petrified and disappeared. Chui Da and Ying rushed to Gamma and sent it to the retreating space. Stop! Let you go. Gamma's piano sound was interrupted, which was a sign that my fingers had been petrified. Don Quixote. Or should you call him Li? In the crowd, a businessman called Liu from a distance. Did you sneak into your humble town's Chamber of Commerce? It must be just for fun in Iron Ore Town. How dare he make trouble outside? The difference was that it was at that time that Huntler completed the collection of materials, and vines and ice slags suddenly appeared in front of the wall where Gamma was, and several traps were missing. The countdown on the pocket watch still had a little left. Chui Da and Ying were able to get close. Gamma's voice cut through the trap, and they were about to escape from the front wall of the warehouse. Henry Dana was caught off guard and didn't expect to get the treasure box with such difficulty. She didn't have time to finish the hunt, but was collected by Liu, blocked by the transport horse. Gamma's box temporarily stopped. Liu felt that he was going to start a killing spree, so he quickly got out of the battle outside the warehouse. It would be great if Jesse and Sawyer were attracted. Seeing Lee open his body, entangled with a bunch of shadows, rushing towards him like a monster, followed by a suspected hunter who was crazily stuffing materials outside his body. Gamma begged for mercy. That stems from the preceding ability of the poet's path. Lee was startled, but his eyes never let go of Gamma outside that kind of field of vision. No matter how heavy Gamma was, it was difficult to move his body. When I saw Gamma, the impact of that ability was not obvious. But when I opened the big book again, I just wanted to go straight to the front. He also knew that there was no Gamma body stuffed outside the box. So how could there be so few musical instruments stuffed inside? After being stared at by Liu like that for a moment, Gamma's tongue was gone. Will he take another look? Liu smiled. The sounds of the lute and harp also became dull, apparently petrified along with the harmonica. In Huntler's view, not a single petrified ray of light passed through the siege of the transport horse and hit the Gamma and the box. You know how to do that? Liu was surprised, knowing that there were still many surprises outside of that body. We can only find a way before. Only with these materials can you be qualified for hunting. Unfortunately, its countdown is about to start very slowly, blocking the brain spirit and shadow demon for too long. Ha ha ha, little Henry Dana? The businessman's head was not short-circuited. Wait, it seems there is no other way. It turns out that Liu's subconscious actions were just because he subconsciously wanted to listen to the second half of the epic poem. Liu was full of doubts, but he wanted to change the situation. The harmonica between Gamma's nose hardened and petrified. Don't move. Liu stared at Gamma, and then suddenly found that the color of his eyes had changed. Holy Mine Town has not made all preparations to surround and kill him. It's very bad. After the war is over, the campaign against the demon cannot come to an end. The businessman stared at the shadows of Liu and me. He is worried that villain Rufus and villains are not on their way yet. Today, he will become the first demon to die in the 7 towns of Gold Split. As the sound of the harp sounded, a few sharp voices emerged from Gamma's side, cutting through the vines and ice, and continued to rush forward. Humph. No new helpers? The businessman finally noticed that there was no figure in indigo robes beside Liu. Huntler needed the materials. Liu noticed Huntler's actions and knew that he wanted to help him capture Gamma, so he did not stop him. It was unknown when the wall had not been worn thin by the box, and it shattered when hit, like a piece of paper. Now that Liu Ezhong has learned how to control his bones and face, it is not difficult to completely change his body structure and face. Now that we have met, what is there to say? Does he want to take revenge on you? Find a place to chat. How will the debt be settled? Chui chased after him, thinking about how to play tomorrow night. Poets meeting. Having a bard in hand shouldn't be helpful in retreating from the town hall. In the worst case scenario, you can't pry out Gamma's epic. If you change your face and pretend to be Gamma to participate, then retreat and light the anchor point, you will be more likely to be discovered. What's going on? Are you avenging the evil? You are avenging it. Gamma threw a pocket watch, and the time around him became faster, barely blocking the first wave of attacks from Liu and Ying. Damn it. I shouldn't have sung the second half of the epic for him. Gamma moved quickly along the front wall of the shelf. Wake up. He was attracted by the prelude of your poem. He followed you, no hatred. He let you go. Good boy when you advanced to level 9. Come back and play for him. Gamma sang strange words, and the box was about to float into the wall, with the combined effect of the sound of the lute and the clever words. The horses surrounding the inner wall opened a way for Gamma. The guards of the Chamber of Commerce were dispatched. After a moment's delay, the guards of the Poor Town Chamber of Commerce had not yet rushed to the warehouse, and they surrounded Liu, Ying and Huntler in the center. There were no knights or merchants among them. In fact, they held swords, and the merchants held various coins. Being surrounded, Liu temporarily turned his body into a human form. Seemingly unprepared to deal with that situation, the shadow changed into musical notes, which was obviously Gamma struggling outside the shadow space. At this time, several transport horses appeared in the warehouse, and formed a circle around the warehouse. No footsteps were heard from the stairs. Do-do-do-do, Gamma played the harmonica, and the box became heavier and hit the wall behind. Chapter 680, Stealing a House. Why don't you get out of the way? Do you want to die? Liu waved to the merchants and guards, gesturing for them to get out of the way. Although not everyone among the merchants and guards knew Huntler, the Chamber of Commerce in Backtown was once one of the chambers of commerce affiliated with the hunting nation. So of course, they had heard the name of this 8th level hunter. There had been sporadic sightings of Lord Huntler before, But they were of no practical significance, now that the hunter closest to the hunting king was right in front of them. The businessmen were of course in a daze. Huntler had an embarrassed expression on his face, although he used to do whatever he wanted in the hunting country. He was always the leader. Unexpectedly, one day he would become the yes man. Get out of the way. Huntler's mind was now occupied with the box in the shadow space, and he had no time to chat with the Chamber of Commerce. But the materials in the warehouse were eaten up by Huntler and Inging. The Chamber of Commerce was not run by a merchant family, so they wanted to delay it until the scavengers or Protestants came to the scene. Even if they can't stop it then, the Chamber of Commerce can ask them for more compensation. Then don't blame us. Liu took out Huntler, just to test this man's prestige in the Chamber of Commerce in the poor town. At this time, through his clairvoyance, he saw knights and clockwork warriors rushing towards him outside. I won't wait any longer. Open the way. Liu gave the order, and Huntler's trap was fully opened. Exploding at the wall the gamma had broken. The transport horses were about to move, but the merchant's wavering will cause their movements to be irresolute, and did not stop Liu. The shadow dragged the two of them into the hole in a blink of an eye, and then went all the way down. Entering the soil was like a big fish being thrown back into the river, and the distance of 100 meters was widened with the movement of its tentacles. There were no knights who had mastered duel among the guards of the Chamber of Commerce, and they lost sight of them in a moment's confusion. Chasing. A guard asked the businessman timidly, "Are you going?" The leader of the businessmen asked. "Horse transport. Tomorrow morning is when we leave Jinshan Mountain. I need their leg strength." The merchant shook his head. It is more important to ensure that large quantities of goods are safely transported to the holy city. The loss of the last batch of goods was entirely due to the scavengers of Jinshan Mountain. Dereliction of duty. These need to be compensated by Kingston. Oh no! The Shungnan town government. Almost all the treasure boxes and materials in the warehouse were swept away by Liu. Fortunately, the guards did not have a direct conflict with the shadow demon. Otherwise the losses would be even greater. Seeing that the merchant had said this, the guard didn't answer any more. "Lord Huntler, why are you with the shadow demon? Have you been corrupted by it?" Rather than feeling sorry for this batch of goods, the businessman was more confused about the relationship between the long-lost Huntler and the demon. So the businessman asked the horses to make the scene even more chaotic, as if he had experienced a war, and waited quietly for the scavengers to arrive and demand compensation. It didn't take long for Liu and Huntler to move from the warehouse of the Chamber of Commerce to the mine underground in Holy Mine Town. The Holy Mine is different from the other 4 minerals. The reserves are mainly concentrated in the mines. Therefore, the mine tunnels underground in the Holy Mine Town are not spacious and have been abandoned for a long time. Although they are clean, they are also very dilapidated. Inging stopped exerting force after dragging Liu out of the warehouse and concentrated on dealing with the gamma in the shadow space. Liu dragged Huntler to the ground with his tentacles. The musical notes stirred Inging's body for about a quarter of an hour, and by this time it had quieted down. "How is it?" Liu asked about Inging Gamma's situation. "He's quiet, waiting to see you." Inging felt a little uncomfortable, and Liu hurriedly forced him to heal himself. "Let him out. I can make him completely quiet." Huntler was very eager to hold this only prey and absorb it into his body, even if he didn't know who Gamma was, and he didn't know what the effect would be if a poet who was about to be promoted to level 9 was used as the main material to be promoted to the Hunter King. Huntler still wanted to seize this only opportunity to break away from Liu. "Control. No rush. Let him lie inside first. We have more important things to do." Liu didn't know what Huntler was thinking, but he had no intention of releasing Gamma now. "What?" Huntler was puzzled. Although no too fierce battle broke out just now, Shadow's condition is not very good, and there are scavengers and Protestants searching for shadow demons above. What does this Li want to do? "We can't waste this opportunity of the new religion's dispatch." Liu tried his best to force self-healing on Inging. "The pursuit must be fast, and the expansion results must be fast. We just want to steal their home while they are busy searching for us." "Stealing a house? We've taken over the Chamber of Commerce's warehouse. What else is there?" Huntler couldn't keep up with Liu's train of thought. "Are you going to church?" Inging read Liu's thoughts. "Yes. Xingju and Jesse must spend some time at the Poor Town Chamber of Commerce to find out what we have done and what we want to do, and then track us." Liu looked back at the direction of the warehouse and couldn't see clearly. "But you can guess. Then let's take advantage of this little time to light up the church." "Light up the church? Light up the fire?" Huntler didn't know the existence of the map in Liu's mind, and thought that the light up he meant was lighting up in a practical sense. Your decision is not wrong. Ying saw that Huntler was so surprised by Liu's decision, and she was even more convinced that humans would not have expected that the shadow demon would appear in the church at this time. What's more, we still have a level 8 hunter who is full of materials. Wouldn't it be a pity not to use it? Liu patted Huntler on the shoulder, as if he was grandly introducing a foreign aid. Huntler did not expect that he had just obtained a lot of materials from the warehouse, and before he thought about how to use them to grab Gamma's treasure chest, would be targeted by this demon first? As soon as we break open the church, you will set up all kinds of traps outside. Do you understand? Liu has gained a high level of proficiency in breaking into churches in 4 towns, and he clearly knows that his destination is there. Warning Hall. Huntler just needs to help distract. But the church. Huntler is a hunter and tends to be cautious. He doesn't quite understand the strength of the church yet, so he subconsciously wants to raise objections. You understand? This is not a negotiation. Liu had no intention of referring to Huntler's suggestion. Just knock on the door of the church for me, and make it as loud as possible, so that I can enter the warning hall. Although Huntler knew Liu's destination at this moment, he didn't understand his motive at all. A devil wanted to warn him in the Protestant warning hall. What a weird ritual this is. I will call you when it's time to retreat. Liu patted Huntler on the shoulder. Just run away. Remember, if you are caught, even if you are about to be tortured to death, you cannot reveal any information about me and the shadow demon. Liu told Huntler. Huntler knew that this was not an instruction at all, but a new item suddenly added to the soul contract. Obviously, from now on, he is the vanguard, scapegoat, and shield of the shadow demon. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to die. I won't let you die so early. Liu's comfort seemed to have the opposite effect. I have helpers in the church, so there won't be much danger. Liu added. It should be. Helper? Huntler's imagination ran wild. Set off. Chapter 681 Two Masks. The church in Holy Mine Town was brightly lit, and no one fell asleep. Some of them have watched Redcoat's live broadcast, and their imaginations have wandered, and even their hearts have been shaken. Some of them want to set off immediately to search the whole town for traces of the shadow demon. After the demons captured Hongyu Town, the vigilance of the entire 5 gold towns was raised to an unprecedented level, as if demons were about to attack at any time. The shadow demon that has been haunting the 5 towns has naturally become the first target. The power of Protestantism spread out, and believers holding torches of the holy light wandered through the streets. Although most of the people in the town did not know what happened, they also felt the seriousness of the situation. Some well-informed people found out that Demon King City had captured Hongyu Town and were rushing to Jinshan Mountain. They immediately packed their luggage overnight. The refugees with little money had long been taken into the mines and arsenals. Those who stayed in the town originally planned to attend the minstrel meeting before leaving, but now it seems more urgent. There was an uneasiness in the whole town. The timid ones have already set off first. It is foreseeable that after tomorrow, all the rooms in Shengmen Town will be empty. The believers of the church will also become the last residents of the 5 towns, waiting for Tozo's decision should they retain their strength and move to the holy city, or become the anchor point for the Protestant religion to stay in the Jinshan Mountain and strengthen the light of the Protestant faith for mankind? Believers don't have answers either. In this tense and uneasy atmosphere, the ground at the main entrance of the church in Holy Mine Town suddenly opened, and a hunter appeared. Several clusters of explosive arrows in his hand hit the church door one after another. As for the holy ashes scattered underground and outside the church, they were all taken over by Huntler and lost their early warning effect. The door of the church collapsed instantly, and the priests inside lined up and rushed out. The intense holy light enveloped 100 meters away from the hunter from top to bottom, washing over his body. The holy light is aimed at demons, but its effect will be greatly reduced against hunters. Huntler can still endure it. Save me! Save me! Huntler shouted for help to the Protestant priests, while waving explosive arrows as if possessed. I was forced to sign a soul contract with the devil. Is there any priest who has the source of the information to help me wash away this devil's curse? Since Huntler already knows that Liu does not regard him as a human being at all, let alone trust him, I, no longer polite, shouted my request directly. Certain priests, who are skilled in controlling information sources, can indeed wash away and purify some demonic curses, including soul contracts, by consuming information sources. It is through this kind of washing and purification that more believers can be continuously attracted, making them more eager to believe. Holy Mine Town is the largest of the 5 towns, and Huntler feels that if there is a priest with such ability, it must be here. Otherwise, we can only go to the holy city. So the priests and believers saw Hunter launching a fierce offensive and constantly begging for mercy. This scene made them very puzzled. As for the purification that Huntler is looking forward to, there are only a few priests in the 5 towns who have this ability. At this moment, they are all gathered at the Chamber of Commerce in Bad Town to search for the whereabouts of the Shadow Demon. They are not at the scene. Haha. His reaction is quite fast. Liu took advantage of the chaos at the main entrance, used his tentacles to peel off the soil from the ground, opened the wall, and got into the church. Ying was wary of the inexplicable notes in the shadow space and ignored Liu. The church structures in the 5 towns were all similar. Liu got out of the bathroom and went straight to the warning hall, petrifying all the believers he met along the way. Liu is working hard to use this newly acquired skill to increase his proficiency. As for the sporadic holy light that was projected over, Liu directly separated his body to avoid it, trying not to cause secondary damage to the shadow. Noticing the intruding shadow demon, the believers and priests wanted to remind their companions, but they were petrified every time before they could speak, and they met Medusa as if they were alive. As he continued to fight, Liu even opened his eye sockets, squeezed out more right eyes, and stuck them all over his head. The eyes embedded in the sockets had a limited angle, so it would be much more convenient if they were placed outside against the face, and the field of vision would not be there are no blind spots. So the priest saw the shadow demon squeezing out his eyeballs while beating them, covering his head, face and body, and they all turned to stone in shock. Liu rushed into the warning hall without encountering many obstacles or causing much commotion. The fighting outside became more and more lively. Huntler used all his abilities, regardless of the consumption of materials. Traps and various arrows almost covered the entire square outside the church door, like plowing, showing extremely strong destructive power. Bang! After breaking through the door, the anchor point of the church in Holy Mine Town on the map began to light up. Liu stood guard at the door and took a closer look at the people in the cages in Shengmen Town, and suddenly noticed something strange. First of all, there were only 2 people in the cage in the warning hall. The belly of a man was so huge that it almost filled the entire cage. The fat was squeezed and exploded. You couldn't even see where his head was, let alone where his limbs were. The other person was extremely thin, squeezed between the fat and the cage, hanging on it in a posture without exerting any force, embedded in the folds of the first person's fat. Just holding almost to the skull's head is exposed. Secondly, the fence of this cage is also very different from those in several other warning halls. The white paste on it is almost turned into a waxy texture, tightly trapping the 2 people inside. Even though the thin one seems to be able to squeeze out of the cage in a twisted posture from a certain angle, he has no such intention at all, and enjoys the comfort of being squeezed by the fat. Seeing Liu rushing into the warning hall with eyes full of eyes, his thin ears subconsciously twitched without even opening his eyes. He may have wanted to speak, but gave up before he could do so. Someone is here. The smell, let me have a taste. A muffled sound came from between the fat gaps in the cage, as if it was squeezed by the meat. Immediately afterwards, the fat meat squirmed and rotated, twisting the thin man directly under the cage, and then a head popped out of a chrysanthemum-shaped fold. This is the head of the first man. Let me have a taste. Although he poked his head, he did not open his eyes. His nose twitched. His mouth was slightly open, and thick saliva flowed out. His lips also became greasy and began to tremble. Liu noticed that the mouth of the first person protruded like a stack of heavy masks. Try it, along with his words. His mouth opened and stretched layer by layer, and he was about to poke out of the cage and go straight to Liu. But at this moment, the white wax on the fence flowed slightly, blocking his mouth. No, not a mouth, but a mask in the shape of a mouth. The texture was completely different from the paper mask Liu saw in Coppermine Town, but it was enough for him to sense its origin. Mask meeting. These 2 people are heretics from the masked society. Immediately afterwards, as the church anchor in Holy Mine Town lit up, Liu began to sense their emotions. The fat one is very hungry, and the thin one is very lazy. Too lazy to live, even more lazy to die. Shadows suddenly showed signs of losing control and swallowed up the shadows on the ground. As a result, a piece of the upper wall of the warning hall suddenly disappeared and cracks began to appear. The next second, Ying was paralyzed. Chapter 682, Gluttony and Sloth. While paralyzed, the thin man's face trembled and then fell off, like a caterpillar trying to crawl out of the gap in the fence and onto Ying-Ying's body. Liu sensed something was wrong, and then remembered that during the operation against the mass masking group a few days ago, 2 big shots seemed to have been captured, and it should be them. The second of the 7 great masks of the Mask Hiding Society. After seeing them for the first time, Liu felt that one was gluttony, and the other was lazy. Wait, what else does the 7 deadly sins come from? How many types of masks are there on the Great Altar? Liu didn't understand, but he also knew that he couldn't let Ying-Ying continue to be exposed to the 2 masks, let alone let them break free from the control of the white wax cage. So Liu activated his whole body's eyeballs and emitted petrifying light. Although Liu and the Mask-Making Society have some interactions, there is basically no room for communication when they meet. The Mask-Making Society just wants to put more masks on more people's faces. Liu had no interest in this. The petrified light fell on the pile of fat, which gradually showed signs of hardening, but was quickly peeled off, and the dead skin that was torn off was quickly swallowed by Gluttony Mask and chewed up. It seems delicious. On the other hand, Lazy Mask welcomed the arrival of the petrifying light, and quickly hardened into a meat stick, leaving deep indentations on the fat flesh. After a short delay, the holy light outside became more intense, illuminating the inside like daylight. Liu counted down the anchor points to be lit, and decided not to stay any longer, and quickly left this ghost place. Then Liu was too lazy to leave. It's not that the main body is affected by the lazy mask, but that Liu's shadow doesn't move. This indirectly creates an effect similar to a seam shadow. Ying-Ying? Liu called to Ying-Ying. So sleepy, so tired. Ying-Ying answered intermittently. If he was further affected by the lazy mask, he might even lose the ability to write. Liu tried his best to call out to Ying-Ying, but he could barely get a trace of response. But there was no movement. Fortunately, I still have help. Liu looked at the daylight getting closer outside, and the laziness gradually spreading in the warning hall. He muttered to himself, and his thoughts spread down the stairs of the church and to the warehouse. In the church's warehouse, there are nearly 1,000 confiscated dominoes piled up. Yes, this is Liu's helper. After realizing that he could easily control dominoes with his thoughts, Liu applied this feeling to more bones, eyeballs, and tongues. He sensed these stocks in the church when he was at the Chamber of Commerce in Bad Town. The church is concentrating on destroying the dominoes, but because there are too many, and purifying the dominoes requires a lot of sources of faith and holy light, there are still many that have not had time to be purified and are stored here. Can you control 1 domino? Or 1,000? The answer is yes. Liu didn't know why he could do it easily, but as a pragmatist, Liu didn't dwell on the reasons, as long as he thought it worked. So the next second, the dominoes in the church warehouse surged like a sea, smashed through the warehouse door, and paved a bone road, leading directly to the warning hall. Liu suddenly felt that this feeling was very familiar. Liu disconnected each domino from his eyeballs, and used the dominoes as armor to cover himself and the shadows on the ground. The remaining thousands of eyeballs rose into the air, and were spread out in the midair of the warning hall. Volleys of petrifying rays. This time, the petrification of Gluttony and Sloth masks was more complete. Gluttony was able to fully enjoy the appetite of the cracked skin, and the Sloth mask was also squeezed out to be more comfortable. Due to enjoying this comfort too much, Lazy Mask seems to be too lazy to continue to affect Shadow. Shadow returns to action. Liu was also able to get rid of the stitched Shadow state. What's going on? Ying-Ying was very confused. You have to be careful about masking in the future. Liu stopped staying in the warning hall, rolled up the dominoes and swept them downwards, rushing into the church's bathroom and foundation. Huntler, your mission is completed. Let's go! Liu used more than 1,000 learning tongues pulled from the dominoes to speak together, calling the 8th level hunter outside the gate in stereo. At this moment, Huntler was facing the wrath of the church. More than a dozen priests joined the ranks of the hunters. A sun made of holy light rose in the sky, washing the souls of the hunters. I can't leave. Huntler endured this baptism, hoping that Li would abandon him, because only in this way can I properly explain to the Protestant priests that I was really forced to sign a soul contract with the devil. As an 8th level hunter, a very rare brave man in this era, Huntler felt that he was worthy of the Protestant Church's efforts to purify the influence of the soul contract. And, after spending a night with Li, Huntler had enough clues to follow him more closely. This was also very much in the interests of Protestantism. As long as there is a level 8 hunter, Xingjiao will not be chased by the shadow demon, but will soon be able to complete a hunt with the help of the hunter. Huntler thought very clearly and beautifully. But suddenly, the scene became not so beautiful. Li Yu's dominoes and eyeballs disturbed the foundation of the church in Holy Mine Town. And the petrified light and the sea of bones moved together, forcibly destroying the church. Under the shining of the holy sun, the walls of the church collapsed, and everything inside was destroyed, including the source cage in the warning hall. Under the cover of the collapsed wall, a shadow silently grabbed Huntler's shadow, dragging the rough-skinned hunter into the ground in an instant. The priests and believers were about to give chase when a laziness suddenly filled the place. Then comes hunger. A believer bit the priest next to him and broke his collarbone with his teeth. Some priests turned around, hugged the clockwork warriors and steam engine soldiers sent from the town hall, and began to chew. The place was filled with a harsh sound of teeth and metal colliding and rubbing. The holy light was further shaken, and the priests who were still awake were unable to pursue the hunters and shadow demons. They used all their strength and white liquid to stabilize the holy light and control the laziness and gluttony that pervaded the ruins. Li Yu left leisurely, taking away more than 1,000 dominoes, the eye of distortion, and the learning tongue. The gutter has also been further supplemented. There were so many trophies that Li Yu even had to put these extra things into the shadow space to make them easier to carry. The tentacles held Huntler's neck. You seem to be dissatisfied with my command? Are you? Li Yu teased Huntler. I have nothing to say. Or you kill me. Huntler could not understand everything that happened in the church. Nor could he erase the fact that he was indeed trying to escape from Li's control. No. 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 I won't kill you. I still want you to be useful. Li Yu patted Huntler on the shoulder again. Huntler felt that the god of death was hugging him all the time, not letting him live, and not telling when he would die. It was already difficult to endure any more. How many materials do you still have? Li Yu knew that the hunter's materials were basically equal to the health bar, and he needed to know how much was left after the church battle. There's still half of it. Huntler couldn't resist Li Yu's inquiry, and could only answer honestly. The damage caused by the holy light just now gradually backfired, further eroding the materials Huntler had stored. And there was not much left. Half, that's enough. Li Yu nodded. What's enough? Huntler's muscles twitched inexplicably, with a trace of distortion. It's enough for us to go to the mines and arsenal. Li Yu dragged Huntler and swam north from the underground. Chapter 683 Amuro Medusa. Mine? Arsenal? Huntler was completely unable to understand everything tonight. What are you going to do? It's not enough to rob the Chamber of Commerce and demolish the church, but you also want to crack the mines and arsenal in Jinshan? Huntler thought it was time for Li Yu to count the loot. At this moment, there is still a treasure chest of the only prey in Yingying's body. Counting the dominoes, eyeballs and balls of thread snatched from the church. Is it not enough? Need more? I'm not here to grab things. Li Yu enjoyed Huntler's very stupid company. You know. Right? I am a traveler, and travelers should walk more. Is it really opening up some new path? Huntler was trying to keep up with Li Yu's thinking, but there were too many lies mixed in every conversation, making all his thinking in vain. Fighting, rushing, chasing. First there was chaos in the Chamber of Commerce, and we had a chance to enter the church. Then the war is coming, and the church is in chaos. Will everyone have to look at Shungan Town? Li Yu analyzed the 5 towns of split gold situation. I just want to take advantage of the chaos tonight to go to places that I can't usually go to. But I only have half of the materials left. And your shadow is gone. Huntler noticed the shadow's fatigue. I'm much better. As a result, Yingying suddenly came to life and wrote a line of big words on the ground. The mask of laziness in the masking society is magical. I will recover a lot if I am lazy. Li Yu did not expect that the masks of the masking society would have such an effect, and suddenly felt that if this heretical cult cooperated, it should also have strong combat power. It can be captured by the church and the scavengers together, so it is obvious that the strength of the 5 towns is not weak. If you want to fully light up this anchor point, you do need a bit of luck and planning. Tonight is the best chance. Otherwise, once the war breaks out, the mines and arsenals will be even more heavily guarded. But even if Holy Mine Town is in chaos, the mines and arsenals are still the most heavily guarded places in the Empire and Kingston. You are the most wanted devil, and the most valuable wanted criminal in the 5 towns of split gold. The church, scavengers, and brave men are all looking for you. How can we break in with just the 3 of us? Huntler knew that he might die, but he really didn't want to die tonight. Even if you die, You will die after touching the only prey. After losing the church. Promotion was Huntler's last hope. You still don't understand your position. These are orders, not discussions. I don't need your advice. Liu believed that Huntler was both a slave and an enemy. None of his opinions have reference value. But only for today. I can answer you. Why should we rush in? After lighting up the church anchor point, Liu was in a very good mood. He extended his tentacles further forward, expanded the hole in the soil, and then asked Yinging to release thousands of dominoes, eyeballs and tongues. Aren't my floating cannons equivalent to an army? Liu spoke with all his tongues in stereo, making the tunnel roar. Floating cannon? What is that? Is it related to the bone conduction cannon in Demon King City? Huntler couldn't understand Liu's declaration, but he could see it hanging dominoes all over his body, like a thick armor, more like a giant hedgehog. Around this hedgehog, the floating eyeballs are like a floating cloud. Every water molecule in the cloud can emit deadly petrifying light. This scale of petrified light is enough to cover a battlefield. There is no doubt that Liu will sneak into the mines and arsenals secretly. Once discovered, he will hide among the dense dominoes, use petrified light to open the way, and then leave. Even if some dominoes and eyeballs would be lost. If the Empire was not prepared, it would be really difficult to defend against Liu's behavior. Is this a traveler? Is the traveler's path so simple? Is it okay to go to places that you can't usually go to? Huntler is a dual-path warrior, and the promotion of an explorer also has similar requirements. But it is much more difficult than this so-called traveler. Huntler regretted being born in an era when there were no sources of information. I, Amro Medusa, will light up the cracked gold mountain. Liu floated. His eyeballs were placed at various angles and arrays, and he shot out petrified light in his imagination, which blocked the steam robots and clockworks in front of him. The warriors turned into stone statues. Although Yinging couldn't understand it, he could roughly see the picture in Liu's mind, and cooperated with Liu to lay out the shadow and arrange the entire cave into a dark universe. It turns out his name is Amuro. Is it his demonic name? Why have I never heard of it? Huntler searched his memory to find a demon named Amuro, but he had no clue. If one day, he could escape from the control of this demon, Huntler decided to announce everything related to Li, Don Quixote, Amuro, and Medusa to the entire continent. Let all humans know how abominable and terrifying this devil is. Liu sneaked along the road sign for a while, and soon arrived at the surrounding area of the mine. As expected, there were imperial flags and holy ash blocking the way, warning against all demonic forces. Look! Your role has been demonstrated. Liu summoned Huntler. Use your eagle eyes to find a place least likely to attract the attention of the imperial sentry. Steal the holy ash, and let's go to the mine. Huntler could not go against Liu's will and search from a distance. At the same time, Liu threw out the newly collected thread balls and dominoes from the dominoes, and weaved a new human figure and 2 human skins. It's like I've done it 1,000 times. Liu felt as if he was becoming more and more familiar with his body, since he can control the dominoes at will. Liu is now 100% sure that his predecessor must be from Demon King City, and may even have some relationship with Redcoat. It's just that I have no memory, and still don't know what happened. So I don't dare to contact Demon King City directly, while lighting up the anchor point and retrieving his memory. Liu felt that it was also time to inquire about Redcoat, Noli Moore and Spade. Maybe they really have a story with their predecessors. Tomorrow night's Bard Convention is a good opportunity to hear about that war, of course. We also want to torture Gamma in advance and listen to his complete epic, just after getting the mine and arsenal. In the process of weaving human skin, Liu smoothed out his thoughts and sequenced the final actions of splitting Jinshan. Soon, the human skin was formed, and Liu began to pour dominoes, tentacles, and balls of thread into it in batches. Then picked one and put it on Huntler. She is the owner of the Tieju Hotel, an old lady with 3 children. They are miners in the mine, which can be regarded as a good status to get in. Anyway, Liu only needs to cover up others' eyes for a short time, and these 3 people should be enough. One for Huntler to wear, one for himself to wear, and one for shadow control. There are 3 people facing each other. Huntler also found the weak spot of Holy Ash and prepared the entrance for Liu. Let's go! Take a look at the Empire's sweatshop. Liu entered along the gap of the Holy Ash. At the same time, a fierce argument was going on in front of the collapsed church in Holy Mine Town. Indeed, as Liu expected, the main forces in Split Gold Mountain were all attracted to the Holy Mine Town Church. The Shadow Demon must be the vanguard of Demon King City. You must summon the army tonight to completely sweep this place. Rufus' attitude was very tough. Jessie stood opposite Rufus, not wanting to answer. Beside her, there was a ball of light suspended. Chapter 684. Are you planning to run away? The shadow demon and the demon army may be related, but that is not important. Wright did not have to endure Rufus' questioning, but for some reason, he still explained to him. A larger wave of refugees is flowing towards the Holy City and the Empire. The Empire needs Protestantism to identify and absorb them, and try not to allow heretical sects to insert too many nails. The Ministry of Creation search mirror is limited, and it is impossible to look through every refugee. I've heard everything about this demon sitting in Jinshan Mountain. He didn't cause any damage. He just kept wandering around. The news compiled by Wright mentioned that Liu had been wandering around the 5 towns. Although it is vicious, it has never actively attacked humans. No damage? No damage. Rufus pointed at the ruined church. You said this is no damage? The ground was in a mess, and the broken walls sunk deep into the large pit on the ground, where believers and priests in the church were buried. As for the 2 large masks, they were imprisoned in the holy light cage again, and returned to their fat and thin condition inside. The onlookers had been dispersed, fully aware of the impending chaos, and most of them went back to pack their belongings. A large number of them are family members of workers in mines and arsenals. They have nowhere to go and are confused about the future. As a result, the holy light in the 5 towns was naturally unstable. Rufus and VJs found that with their own strength alone, they seemed unable to fight against the masked society and the shadow demon that had sneaked into the Jinshan Mountain at the same time. You still have no way to confirm that this is caused by the shadow demon and not the 2 masks of the masked society. Wright pointed at the fat and thin people in the cage and pointed out that Rufus had ignored an important variable. If most of the sources hadn't been used to imprison these 2 masks, the church would have been knocked down by a shadow demon. Wright's words hit Rufus in a sore spot. If the 5 towns were not masked and infiltrated too much, we would not be able to catch the shadow demon. But why have you been covering it up? Rufus asked Wright through gritted teeth. I choose to believe in a prophecy. Wright finally tried to persuade the 2 Protestant priests. If we put most of our energy into searching for the shadow demon, it will cause greater chaos. A small thing? You said this is a small thing? Prophecy? All the decisions you make are based on the inexplicable predictions of some fortune teller? Rufus' voice rose again. Furious, Jessie thought of the fortune teller from Luce Wei in the town hall bedroom. I wonder what the consequences would be if the Protestants discovered her. Jessie thought about it, and found it quite exciting. Forget it. It's up to you. I only have one last reminder. Wright suddenly felt a little lazy, and didn't want to tangle with Rufus anymore. The 5 towns need to become a bridge for refugees on the front line. This is an opportunity for you to become a new religion. Absorbing refugees, and reducing the chaos caused by refugees and demons is your greatest role. Wright's light ball began to fade. I will inform Tozos of this situation. At the same time, you do what you think is right. Bar. After Wright finished speaking, Jessie turned around and left with the ball of light without saying a word, leaving the 2 Protestant priests beside the ruins, keeping company with the 2 masks in the cage. On her schedule, gathering military forces to fight against the Demon King City was much more important than calming down the church's anger. As for the shadow demon, if the prophecy is accurate, it will appear at the Bard Conference at 11 o'clock tomorrow night, and then the existing manpower will be assembled to deal with them. If you want to catch the shadow demon, this is the last and best chance before setting off for the expedition. Jessie and Wright left together, and Calm quickly returned to the church. You're terrible at your job. Rufus turned to VJs. Rufus clearly gave the task of encircling and suppressing the shadow demon to VJs. But apart from annihilating a large number of followers of the masked society and capturing 2 big masks, Vickers didn't even catch the shadow of the shadow. You also know that our information sources are used to imprison masks and purify dominoes. And there are not many left. I can't use them all. VJs was also dissatisfied with Rufus. If we can get the support of Master Tassos, we can annihilate the mass masking societies in the 5 towns in one fell swoop, and even capture the shadow demon. VJs tried to get Rufus to ask for help. You heard me. Lord Tassos will only make us try our best to attract more believers. Rufus avoided further exposing his incompetence to Tassos. If there are more believers, there will be more faith. We can do this more. Whatever. VJs gave up arguing with Rufus and sluggishly said, the dominoes were all lost. We did neglect our duty. Don't say that. Since Master Tassos can't take care of us, We have to rely on ourselves. Rufus became more and more excited. The war is getting closer and closer. Losing dominoes is nothing. As long as we catch the shadow demon, everything is worth it. Ah, if Fury is here, he can put the mask directly on their heads. A pile of compost in the cage trembled, and the sound was transmitted between the flesh gaps. Well, Lazy Mask seemed to want to say something, but then was too lazy to say it. How else can I catch him? Wyges did try various methods, but faced with a shadow that disappeared into the darkness, and had to separate the mask of the Source Imprisonment Mask Society, it was too much. For example, what can we do with these current believers? Rufus proposed a brand new idea. You mean, like the old religion? There was some hesitation in VJ's tone. No, is more determined than the old religion. Rufus shook his head. We are their faith, and they should serve us. But if Lord Tassos knows about it, Wyges found it difficult to arouse his emotions. He will recognize our results even more. Rufus has already made up his mind. The front line is already in Homyu town. The Empire will not provide us with further help. We can only rely on ourselves and faith. Anyway, if the Demon King City comes over, these refugees will become skeletons and accomplices of the devil. So why not show up for your faith before that? Rufus hurriedly walked to the ruins and found all the broken light crystals. Emblem. Start piecing it together. If you think so. VJ's no longer objected. But he didn't help him find it either. Outside the cage, in the ruins, a small piece of fat was crawling with difficulty toward the cage made of holy light. What are you doing? Wyges noticed Fatty's movements. With a fist, the holy light cage became narrow, squeezing the flesh of the two masks, making a sizzling grilling sound. The small piece of fat outside the cage was also burned away, turning into a puddle of oil on the ground. Hee hee. Hee hee. Gluttony Mask seemed to be enjoying it. Don't worry. You will sacrifice your life for your faith first. Rufus turned back and looked calmly at the fat and thin people in the cage. It was about to dawn, but the light of the Split Gold Mountain Church was still trembling. The station was already crowded with people. Many townspeople packed their luggage overnight and prepared to leave on the first train to the new holy city. The mines railroad was just as busy. Ouch, transporting so much were at one time. Are they going to run away? Liu sighed after seeing the grand scene at the station. 3 figures emerged from the sewer and went deeper along the mine tunnel. Chapter 685, Going to Work. The mine of Split Gold Mountain is located on the main mountain of Split Gold Mountain, where the royal tent of the 1st Army of the Expeditionary Force was located. It was also here that Chiha, Kingston, and Clive met Noli Moore, who had just been promoted. Gerald Kingston got back the lost magic mirror, and Chiha killed the first-generation brave Isaac. However, it has only been a few months, and the cracked gold mountain has been dug out almost hollow. With the support of public opinion, the operation efficiency of the mine is extremely high. Every worker is overstretched, going in and out of the bottom of the cracked gold mountain like a moth. Minerals are converted into nourishment for the Empire, supporting the war against demons. The materials for Noose 1 to Noose 5, as well as the magic stone energy required for those spears, are mined from the Split Gold Mountain. However, after Liu visited, he still saw that the automation level of the mine was very low, and it basically relied on mine cars and rail transportation. The entire cracked Jinshan Mountain was also full of signs of collapse. It was obvious that the security measures were not in place, and mining accidents occurred frequently. It is under this violent mining method that the output of Jinjin Mountain is very high, and it continuously delivers energy to the Empire. The nearest ones go directly to the arsenal, while the far ones go directly along the railway into the Empire, and into the pockets of the royal family and nobles. The mine is connected to the cemetery. It is said to be a cemetery, but it is actually a huge dry river valley. It is not the rainy season, so the riverbed is exposed, and the riverbed is filled with the corpses of miners. There is a curtain of flowing holy light covering the top to prevent the corpses from resurrecting under the influence of some demonic power, and to prevent them from being seen by the miners who are still alive, which will affect the output. This is what the mine is all about. When Liu started working on the fracture site mission, the client, Hollard, was the mine director who bought a small mine. In addition to ensuring the daily transportation of minerals, Hollard's most important task is to promote some obedient workers to become a supervisory group to supervise the work of the miners and eliminate disasters such as strikes. However, unlike the mining factories in the Empire, the miners in the Jinshan mine are very well behaved. In addition to being able to eat every day, As long as they can send some wages back to the families in the 5 towns. They can spend weekends in the small shop next to the mine. Drinking in a pub can satisfy all your needs. As for the strike, I have never even heard of it. Breaking through the barriers of the holy ash and the imperial flag, Liu and the others discovered that the security inside the mine was not that strict. The miners working the night shift were working quietly inside the mountain, and were not affected by the earthquake just now. It may also be that too many mining accidents occurred, and they were unable to effectively distinguish which vibrations were caused by mining, and which were the vibrations caused by the demon army's attack on Jin Mountain. So Liu and the other 2 turned into miners queuing up to get off work from time to time. From time to time, they climbed into the empty mountain to change directions. Except for the occasional encounter with the holy ash spread in the soil, they did not encounter many obstacles along the way, and could freely enter and exit the mine. Huntler took all these holy ashes away, stuffed them into his pockets, and opened a path for them. Split Gold Mountain was originally an empty mountain, with various mine tunnels connected layer by layer, which was equivalent to a huge underground city. Liu, who had tentacles, was at home here and quickly lit up the mine. Originally, Liu thought that the warehouse storing various ores would be a problem, just like the town halls and churches of the 5 towns. But in fact, due to the huge amount of minerals, these ores will not be put into warehouses at all, but will be stored directly in the open air, waiting to be loaded onto the train heading north. So it lights up very quickly. Basically wherever you go, it lights up. After jumping up and down with Liu for an hour and a half, Huntler walked around the mine and felt more and more strange the behavior of this demon. If it was to serve as a vanguard for Demon King City, destroying the mine would obviously have a great impact on the Imperial Army. So Huntler had been looking forward to Liu causing some trouble to attract the Imperial Army stationed at the mine. Gaze. Turns out this demon was really just hanging out. This piece is an important pillar of this tunnel. If it is broken, the holy or inside cannot be transported out. It can be sealed for at least 3 days. Huntler hinted that if Liu destroys this pillar, he can. What impact did the Empire have? It was like this along the way, and Huntler always evaluated it with the eyes of a hunter. But Liu was unmoved at all. And gradually, Huntler became silent. Are you disappointed? Liu certainly noticed Huntler's silence. Silence is information. I told you. I am a traveler, not a scout of the devil. Liu patted Huntler on the shoulder. Huntler couldn't help it and trembled. I don't need to destroy this place. If humans cooperate enough, I won't even notice my arrival. Liu walked through the last mine tunnel along the soil layer and withdrew from the mine underground. He had seen a lot along the way. Liu felt that the mines in Jinshan Mountain could not even be described as sweatshops. They were basically cannibalism. The miners' burial ground was in the river valley, hidden by the mines, and there were countless refugees. And the townspeople are coming here to fill those vacant spots. Perhaps absenteeism feels something, but they are so numb that they turn a blind eye to it. There was no intention to even ask about the whereabouts of the missing miners. Just for a few meals and copper coins to send to his family. He would find one night a week to numb himself with alcohol. If it had not been blessed by Protestantism, this mountain would surely breed powerful demons. This may also be the meaning of the curtain of flowing holy light in the river valley. But looking at the scenery, it is quite beautiful. Little did they know that the ground was littered with corpses. Liu stood opposite the river valley and paused briefly. Soon, the anchor point of the mine was lit. In the map in Liu's mind, in the entire 5 towns of Split Gold, only the arsenal and the town hall of Holy Mine Town were left with a trace of darkness, almost filled with light. Let's go to the arsenal. Liu turned around, bypassed the river valley, and went to the location of the Jinshan arsenal. Huntler originally thought that all Liu's remarks were mocking him, and he would definitely do something here. I didn't expect that there was really nothing. Huntler suddenly realized that Li's approach was similar to that of the explorer, to a certain extent. The explorer's path also requires traveling to different locations. But the difference is that the explorer needs to find a harvest, which can be a treasure, a person, a scenery. Could it be that Li actually got some kind of harvest? What if this demon really is an explorer? Huntler's eyes changed when he looked at Liu, and Huntler thought of his lost map. Could this be the reason why I was inexplicably attracted to this demon? Is my adventure map on him? Huntler connected all the strange behaviors that happened around Liu and gradually found the answer. Liu didn't have the time to think about Huntler's inner drama, and quickly took him and Yinging to the arsenal, and found that the warring level of this huge factory built on the mountain was not at the same level as the mine. The arsenal was completely integrated, and even the floor was made of iron, blocking the earth element and preventing Liu from swimming in directly. The private army of the Kingston family was stationed outside. They received orders from Jesse and were gathering in an orderly manner. Teams took trains to the 5 towns of Split Gold. Outside the private military camp is a simple wooden house camp for arsenal workers. It is about to dawn, and workers are washing, queuing, and entering the factory, preparing for a new day of work. Then we should go to work? Liu wandered into the workers' barracks, preparing to take the opportunity to sneak into the arsenal. Huh? The 3 of Tiejiao? Aren't you dead? As soon as he entered the work queue, Huntler was stopped by a worker. Chapter 686, New Creation. What's dead? Am I not living well? Huntler was holding a piece of human skin. A little nervous. It's not that I'm nervous in my heart, but my expression is nervous. But just when Huntler was about to make some casual remarks to deal with the situation while everyone was just waking up, a hole suddenly opened behind him, and hundreds of eyeballs rose up. The Eye of Deformation. There were dominoes protecting the eyeballs, slowly rising around Huntler, and then a large beam of petrified light shot towards the camp of Kingston's private army. Today you are a Muro. Don't let me down. Liu asked Ying to write on Huntler's eyeballs. Liu was going to let Huntler make a scene outside the arsenal to attract attention and buy time for himself. Liu didn't know what inspection measures the arsenal had in place, let alone whether there were any identification badges or anything like that. Rather than sneaking in as 3 people, it would be better to leave Huntler outside as bait, while the Kingston family's private army was dealing with this level 8 hunter, who was half full of materials. Liu and Ying went to light up the bin factory. At this moment, Liu was hiding in the soil behind Huntler, leaving only his skeleton, skin and shadow. As for the other 2 human skins that were made, they were also thrown out together with Huntler. An 8th level hunter became Liu's bait. At the same time as the eyeballs and dominoes were rising, the last batch of private soldiers stationed in the military camp responded quickly. While reporting to Jesse in Holy Mine Town, they organized knights and magicians to surround them. Steam machine soldiers and clockwork soldiers also began to rush out of the arsenal. The workers who were queuing up to go to work turned around and ran back to the camp where they rested. They knew that they would not be able to work on this shift today. If they didn't die, they would make money. They were so skilled that it made people feel distressed. Liu's body and shadow took advantage of the chaos and flashed to the main entrance of the arsenal, leaving the chaos behind. Huntler fully knew that he could only rely on himself in this situation. Traps and phantom arrows were launched together, lifting up the soil. Vines and elements like washing the ground, hiding his figure. The magicians of Kingston's private army also used mirror magic almost immediately to reflect the petrified light coming from the Eye of Distortion. The knights formed a formation and cooperated with the steam machine soldiers and clockwork warriors rushing out of the arsenal, advancing step by step towards the arsenal. Huntler tried to capture some magicians from the air to kill him, but the knights immediately cut off Abada's arm. The phantom arrow released by Huntler also hit the light shield, and neither explosion nor restraint could do anything. Meet deadline. Under the swarm operation, every knight and magician knew his position, formed a crossfire with the army of creation, and constantly scoured Huntler's location. Obviously, this private army has rich combat experience. After judging that the attacker was a hunter, the knights gave up the close combat and did not give Huntler a chance to intensify the damage. Instead, the magician and the army of creation led the battle, gradually consuming the hunter's materials and adding the damage to the hunter's endurance limit. Jesse in Holy Mine Town has also received the news and is sending people to the arsenal. It's one thing to wait for the Shadow Demon at 11 o'clock at night, but if the Shadow Demon plans to build an arsenal, Jesse will not let him succeed. In Jesse's expectation, this arsenal is an important facility that will provide a large number of creative troops for the front line. The fighting outside became more and more fierce, and the ground trembled. Liu and Ying took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the arsenal through the gate, huddled in a wooden box and waited quietly. Light began to fill the anchor point on the map where the arsenal was located. Will he die? Ying asked. It depends on him. I have cooperated with him, and left him 100 eyeballs and dominoes. Liu did not directly send Huntler to die, but also gave him 1/10 eyeballs and dominoes for him. Hunters have different uses for different materials. I believe both eyeballs and dominoes will help Huntler cause greater chaos. The arsenal is divided into 2 parts, the inside and the outside. The outside is where workers work. Most of the creations are steam-powered soldiers and clockwork warriors, with some additional iron boxes that look like tanks. Liu had long heard that the Empire had developed aircraft, so he was not too surprised by the scene. The road leading to the interior of the arsenal is blocked by a solid iron gate with a height of about 5 meters. It is easy for people to think that there is a huge thing hidden inside. After being attacked by the enemy, the internal iron door was naturally closed tightly, and a team of clockwork warriors were guarding the side, synchronizing the battle situation outside through the mechanical eyes. What do you think is in there? Liu asked Ying. The outer weight of the arsenal is lit very quickly. If he wants to complete it as soon as possible, Liu must go to the inner weight. It must be a creation of humans. Ying, who has always been curious, is of course very interested in exploring the inside, while cooperating with Liu to deconstruct the outside. Ying has not yet leaned into the iron door. Then let's go in and take a look. Time was limited. Huntler outside didn't know how long he could hold on. Liu couldn't think of any way to divert the attention of the guards at the inner door. He knew he could only break in forcefully. Let's go! Ying did as he said, and the shadow probed the iron door. Quack! Under Ying's drag, the iron door made a harsh sound. The clockwork warrior guarding the door also immediately noticed the arrival of the devil, and the holy light began to emerge on his arms and mechanical eyes. Block the door. Liu asked Huntler to cooperate with the two men's actions, and at the same time threw out a large number of dominoes to block the first round of volleys fired by the clockwork warriors against Shadow. Huntler could not resist Liu's order and rushed straight to the creation army at the main entrance of the arsenal. The dominoes were connected to form a suit of armor, covering Huntler's body. The eyeballs were continuously thrown out of the void by him, designed in reverse at strange angles, slowing down the movement of the army of creation. Huntler began to dismantle the creation army at the door. At the same time, he was also violently attacked by the private army of the Kingston family behind him. I can't bear it anymore. Huntler's herbs and materials were quickly depleted. Bang! The creation army guarding the inner door was dismantled into scrap metal by Liu, and the iron door was pulled off by the shadow and collapsed. Liu and Ying rushed in. Construction inside the arsenal had not yet started, and it was dark, but this darkness had no effect on Liu and Ying, and they saw what was inside immediately. It was a behemoth. According to Liu's understanding of all things, this thing was undoubtedly a war creation. It was supported by metal on the outside, and carried various explosive bombs. It looked like a pair of exoskeleton armor. Exoskeleton armor? Isn't this what Demon King City is using? Liu had seen the bone armor worn by the skeleton army and the evil horned beast during the Domino live broadcast, and felt that the structures of the two were somewhat similar. What's even more interesting is that bones are actually used in this creation of the arsenal. In order to reduce weight, humans have adopted some bone designs at the connections between metal and various devices. The texture is consistent with that of dominoes, and it is obvious that the giant bone tree from long ago and some of the dominoes collected were used here. Are humans stealing demon materials and technology? This surprised Liu, and just when Liu was about to get closer and appreciate it, he suddenly heard a whoosh sound. Bullet? Wrong. Missile. Chapter 687, the 47th Experiment. A man with a mechanical eye on his face and a body full of guns sprang out of the darkness, releasing a row of micro-missiles and hitting Liu and Ying, who broke in. Time was running out, so Liu did not dare to ask Ying to fight hard. He dragged Ying back in one step and blocked several micro-missiles with his body of dominoes. The missile exploded with a strong impact, but there was no holy light as expected. Liu felt a little relieved. What is a missile? Ying was dragged back by Liu, very curious about this new concept. That was the one just now. Only then did Liu have time to look at the person in front of him. He was confused when he saw the firearms all over his body, and some unexplained devices with holes for arrows. Cool. Ying was inexplicably influenced by Liu and thought missiles were cool. Gunner? Liu knew that such a path existed among brave men. He should be a mechanic from the Department of Creation. Ying corrected Liu's mistake. You know? I don't know. But I know. Ying answered. Obviously. It is the knowledge that the Shadow Demon has from birth. After a row of missiles did not cause much damage to Liu and only broke a few dominoes, the mechanic's mechanical eyes firmly locked onto Liu's movements and turned on the video recording function. Then came gunfire and missiles. This time, there are many changes in the types of missiles, including explosive types, as well as splitting, drilling and toadstool types. This is the mechanic testing the weaknesses of Liu and the Shadow Demon. Liu wanted to kill the mechanic, but the petrified light was blocked by the mirror turned out of his palm, and the dominoes he shot were difficult to break his mechanical body. and it turned into a fight in a short time. The mechanic moves very quickly, turning on lights, glowing, and dodging shadows. After struggling with Liu and reaching the door, the mechanic passed by the remains of the Clockwork Warriors and reassembled them into shape with a little movement of his fingers. The Clockwork Warrior, who is just a ball of scrap metal, rejoins the battle. Assemble? Repair? Liu feels that the path of being a mechanic is quite suitable for humans. The battle at the main entrance of the arsenal was already very fierce. Liu saw that the handwriting on Huntler's contract was blurred, and he must be dying. But the good news is that the anchor point of the arsenal on the map has almost been lit, and there are only a few seconds left before retreat can begin. The mechanic seemed to think that Liu's target was the exoskeleton armor in the middle, together with the reassembled Clockwork Warriors. He stood between Liu and the skeleton to protect the exoskeleton. It seems that they think this kind of creation is very important. Liu was very perceptive. Therefore, Liu naturally changed his attack target to the exoskeleton armor. And finally Ying caught the mechanic, who kept jumping around. Zikwa. Ying started to fight. The firearms and devices on the mechanic's body twisted, and he quickly opened the mechanical hand and inserted it into the body of the Clockwork Warrior door beside him. Countless parts rushed into the mechanic's body to fight against the shadow. When the parts and devices are mixed together, it is difficult for the shadow to distinguish the details of the mechanic's body in a short period of time, and the position cannot be determined. The mechanic gained a breather, and immediately took a suit of deformed parts and embedded himself into the exoskeleton device. Kakaka. The exoskeleton device deformed, centered on the mechanic, and gradually wrapped around his body. The mechanic puts on the exoskeleton armor. Cool. Inger was influenced by Liu again. The next second, blades, drills, and light spikes popped out of the armor, turning into a killing device. The 47th experiment of exoskeleton armor. Combat target, Shadow Demon. The mechanic directly set this battle as a field experiment. Ha! Then you will be disappointed. Liu was waiting for the mechanic to insert himself into it. The anchor point of the arsenal had been lit. Liu was looking for an opportunity to retreat, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come directly to him. When the mechanic equipped with exoskeleton armor rushed over, Liu waved his finger, and the killing machine creaked. Then he tilted his body and rushed with Liu towards the main entrance of the arsenal. The machine was controlled by Liu, because many joints used for weight loss are made of bone. Liu can freely manipulate these high-density bones that can heal themselves, although there is still mechanical torque to oppose it. Generally speaking, it can still paralyze most skeletal functions, rushing from the inner level of the arsenal to the outer level. The mechanics had no power to resist, and Huntler at the door had been beaten into a human shape, with only one breath left. Master Woodson's worries have come true. Using demonic materials to make creations. If we encounter demons with the ability to control the corresponding materials, it will interfere with our actions. The mechanic was still faithfully recording the experimental process and experience. It is currently known that shadow demons have similar abilities. The mechanic looked at the shadows on the ground and added, "The experiment will continue to test whether the insurance of the creation is effective," the mechanic said. The exoskeleton armor suddenly shook, and the mechanical torque quickly became stronger. Liu also felt that the entire machine was getting hot, overheating and overload. The mechanic shouted, and the exoskeleton armor resumed action. Liu instantly lost control of the armor. The overheating also took a heavy toll on the mechanic himself, who began to groan in pain. Liu tried to separate the bones in the armor, but every inch of the bone was tightly embedded in the armor, and the separation failed. The armored mechanic flashed behind Liu and punched him on the back. Liu was shot away, and at the same time, there was another missile's whoosh sound behind him. Without teleportation, Ying used a shadow to control the missiles, pulling them around Liu's back and shooting directly at the clockwork soldier, who was sandwiched at the main entrance of the arsenal. A strong shock wave exploded at the main entrance, opening a passage. The insurance is valid. In the overload state, the creation can resume action. The mechanic's voice was very excited. Liu's body did not receive much shock under the shadow wrap, but if he wanted to walk, he still had to rely on the armor's entanglement. So he turned around and spread out a large piece of binding thread, exploring the joints of the exoskeleton armor. The mechanic wanted to pull, but this time due to the pulling force of the binding wire and the resisting bones, the action of the armor failed. Overloaded, it was like a prey entangled in a spider web, trembling frequently and unable to move. In summary, the overloaded state can break free from the shackles of the shadow demon, but the explosive power needs to be strengthened. This creation needs to be further optimized. My experimental materials will further establish its development direction until it can be put into use. Start the self-destruct program. The mechanic chattered on, nonchalantly stating his choice. The magic core of the armor began to heat up, and the magic power surged inside. Is this self-destruction? Just need a big move, and it comes to your door? Liu lifted up the ground, recalled Ying, and dived quickly. During the whole battle, Ying was very calm, and before leaving, he did not forget to hold Huntler's shadow. The hunter, who was almost beaten into a pile of rags, was taken into the shadow's space and died with Liu. The clockwork warrior at the main entrance was smashed by a cluster of missiles and was unable to stop him. The knights outside wanted to initiate a duel, but they did not hit Shadow or Huntler due to the obstruction of dominoes and eyeballs. Just as they were about to rush in and pursue them, a big explosion occurred at the main entrance of the arsenal. When the explosion was about to devour the entire outer layer of the arsenal, an aperture separated the explosion and took away the sky. Wright and Jesse arrive, but Liu's shadow has long been lost. He will appear at the minstrel convention at 11 o'clock tonight. Are you coming? Jesse asked Wright, looking at the messy arsenal and the sun that had just risen. I'll be there. Wright nodded. Chapter 688. No need for human form. Will it have any impact? Jesse looked at the debris at the entrance of the arsenal and picked up the armored exoskeleton fragments that were blown up at his feet. I'll ask Whitson. Halfway through Wright's words, a small luminous bubble suddenly appeared next to his face, swelling and shrinking. Huh? He's calling me. Come in. Let's talk together. Jesse poked the small bubble, and inside the small bubble was Whitson's face. Hey, female knight. Are you here too? Whitson was a little surprised to see Jesse. That's just right. What's going on? I received a lab report. What Whitson received was the report sent back by the mechanic who controlled the exoskeleton armor just now. A demon attacked the arsenal, and your new creation is useless. Jesse answered for Wright. Even though the creation's explosion is very destructive, Jesse still doesn't think it can play a decisive role on the battlefield. A lone demon can destroy armor. If this creation is applied to the battlefield on a large scale, how could they be the opponents of so many high-level demons? Even Demon King-level demons? Whether the new creation is useful or not is up to me. Whitson shook his head. This experimental report is very useful. I will further optimize the armor design for the Shadow Demon no more. I'm here to inform you that these armors will be put into production soon. But there is one thing to note before using them, Whitson continued. That is to collect as much Syndrome Holy Ash as possible. Holy Ash? Wright didn't expect that Whitson would come to make a request again. Yes, Holy Ash can effectively block the devil's control of bones. Syndalome's holy ashes are the ashes of the martyrs of the old Holy See. The Holy Army is gone. Now we use a little less. How can there be so many creations to match you? Wright was a little confused. You might as well ask Tozos. Whitson named him. This man produced holy ash in the north. Through some method, the Protestant martyrs can also produce this resource. After Whitson finished speaking, he hung up directly. Protestant. Wright fell into silence. That's indeed good news. Jesse nodded. If there are enough holy ash, that demon won't be able to casually enter the arsenal. Ouch. Jesse seemed to have thought of something. If the Protestants have mastered the method of producing holy ash, what about these new refugees? Whatever. Wright sighed. At least they will die for their beliefs. Then the holy ash will be left to you to talk to Tozos? I will directly give the Protestants a big order. Jesse imagined using the holy ash to enchant Whitson's armor creation to become an iron army that can self-destruct, wearing the scene of entering the Demon King's Castle army formation. It's best to get it in place today. I can also try it out in the town hall first. Jesse also imagined spreading holy ash around the town hall, waiting for the shadow demon to be captured. No! Jesse was shocked as he thought about it. I'm going to wait for it now. Huh? Wright was still worried about how to advance holy ash to Tassos. From the church to the arsenal. Don Quixote is quite busy tonight. If he takes advantage of the chaos in the arsenal to turn the town hall of Holy Mine Town into ruins, then we won't have to fight this war. I'm going to guard him now. Having met Liu several times, Jesse had already made some predictions about his behavior, and suddenly realized that now was a good time to sneak attack the town hall. Well, go ahead and be prepared. Wright pointed at the sky and released a point of light, as if he wanted to use this glimmer of light to see clearly the situation around the cracked gold mountain. Maybe before tomorrow night, there will be demons entering the cracked mountain. Jin Wu Town is here. They're already here? Jesse's body tensed up instantly. So soon? On the contrary, their marching speed has slowed down. Wright shook his head. This means that they also discovered US and discovered the Imperial troops. Before contact, the devil will definitely conduct some reconnaissance, Wright said earnestly. Send all the remaining armor to Holy Mine Town. Jesse immediately asked the soldiers to transport the remaining exoskeleton armor to place. Tonight may be another sleepless night, Wright lamented. With my army and the unveiling of light, what are we afraid of? Knowing that Wright would stay in Holy Mine Town for a while. Jesse was full of confidence. Hopefully, Wright was not as optimistic as Jesse. Jesse made some arrangements for the maintenance of the arsenal, touched Wright's shoulder, and returned to the town hall of Holy Mine Town. Let's go! Shall we go to the town hall? Underground? Liu called Ying. Sure enough, as Jesse guessed, Liu had the idea of taking advantage of the chaos in the arsenal and rushed directly into the town hall. But he's going to die. Shadow through Huntler. Ying considered it from the perspective of strength. Holy Mine Town already had the Protestant and Jess's brave groups assembled. Without the 8th level Huntler causing trouble outside, it would be difficult to break into the town hall. Even if you rush in, it will be difficult to escape. Do you want him to use the material you left to heal? Ying knew what Liu left in Huntler's body. No, since the material is kept. It is useful. Besides, the Holy Ash and the Horn of the Evil Horn are not used to make herbal medicine. Liu shook his head. It's okay. He can't die. Although Huntler was breathing more out than in, his body was not broken yet. It must have been Jesse who came just now. Right? Otherwise, the scale of the explosion couldn't have been that small. Liu was still recalling the explosion that had just been suddenly removed from the sky. It will definitely be a good deal if you go to the town hall now. Let's go and have a look. Liu still refused to give up and dragged Ying to Xinhuang Town. If the cracked gold mountain could be lit up before the war started, the rest of the journey would be much smoother. The Imperial Army and the Demon King City troops were fighting fiercely behind them, and no one would notice a shadow demon traveling everywhere. To be honest, Liu does not intend to overly weaken the combat effectiveness of humans, because after all, they still need to contribute to stop the demons behind them. Oh, why bother? If humans didn't have a barrier with demons, there would be no need for them to suffer these losses. Liu felt that the several encounters in Jinshan Mountain were all misunderstandings. Obviously, I just want to take a look at a few key places. If they weren't overreacting, they wouldn't even need to pay attention to themselves. Who calls us devils? Ying understood this truth clearly. But we don't eat people. So why bother? Liu seriously felt that he was a harmless devil, at least in the human world for so long. It has never harmed humans when it is not necessary. They don't know that you don't eat people. On the way back to Shumin Town, Ying chatted with Liu. You don't even eat. Well, that's weird. You obviously don't need to eat. So why do you have a stomach bag? Liu put his belly on his head, and his whole body fell apart. After several battles, Liu became more proficient in controlling himself, and no longer used human form when he was on the road every day. Huntler, on the other hand, has always been in a state of half-death, being carried away in the dirt by self-healing, quickly rushing back to Holy Mine Town. Liu took a look through the eyes and suddenly found that the town hall was heavily guarded, as if he had expected that he might appear. Or maybe he's preparing for tonight's minstrel convention. They learned. Liu took a look at the defense force of Pingjin Hall and knew that he was not faster than Jesse this time. Then are we still going? Go up at night, and get some sleep first. Liu threw Huntler beside him like a rag. Wake up. There is still a poet in your belly who wants to be tortured. Liu tilted his head and fell asleep on the spot. But surprisingly, he had a dream. Chapter 689. It's good if you don't die. After Liu woke up from this body, he dreamed less. He thought he was just too tired every time he slept and his brain completely lost its ability to function. But apparently not. It was only when Liu saw a woman who looked like a succubus in a dream that he was sure it was a dream. This woman was very enthusiastic at first, but soon lost interest in Liu. She muttered the 5th library, pulled him to a tavern, and left. There are many bare brains in the pub, pouring wine into the brain grooves. Liu also became one of them. He didn't know if taking a bath with wine would make him drunk. These should all be brain spirits inexplicably. Liu still had room to think after learning that this was a dream. How many books have you translated today? Asked a brain spirit. Who's going to translate the book? There's going to be a war. The other brain replied. Where is our master? Doesn't he give us a job? The first brain spirit asked again. At this moment, all the brains in the tavern pointed the largest sulcus that distinguishes the left and right brains at Liu, making Liu feel a little uncomfortable. The master has hidden himself. The library must have been returned to the high altar. The brain spirits chanted together, shaking their heads. It was also at this time that Liu discovered that no one in the room had the brains to speak, and everyone was just passing on their thoughts. If it weren't for Lord Nomore, we would all have to wear armor and go into battle. Another brain spirit complained. You have to be lucky that you are brain spirit and not mini. Otherwise you would be like them, running to the furnace to build equipment for the skeletons. You don't want to join the war. I don't want to join the war. But the 4 knights really want to go to the battlefield. Another new brain spirit who joined the drinking party used his mind to control the wine and pointed at the 4 brain spirits on a table in the distance. The 4 brain souls held different things in their brain grooves. The first one held a door, and the other 3 held an electric branch, a cluster of flames, and a ray of moonlight. Bite my brain in the ass. They should not continue to live in the library, but should live in the Colosseum, becoming the main force of the attack together with Harry, Lekis and Lord Akka. What do you? The demon cocoon. No! The 4 knights are so powerful that Lord Nolimore doesn't even want them to participate in this war. It seems we will win. What's the use of winning? Will the library get better? I remember getting better before. But now, that's it. It would be great if you don't die. What do you think? Why is Master Nolimore so kind to us? Yu Naoling asked. It doesn't want us to die. It probably needs us to record its heroic appearance in the books in the library. Record? Shouldn't that be what Tom did? The brain spirits seemed to have a common memory. But Liu did not understand this memory. Tom? He shut himself up in the big library every day and did nothing. He kept looking for records and comparing various creations with the copper ladle, as if he could find out something. I heard that he really wants to attend the minstrel convention. He said there are answers there. What's the use of bards? All they sing are stories they made up. You don't understand. Sometimes they make it up and no one objects. So it's true. Then ask him to tell you who will knock down Jishan Mountain? Are you stupid? The fight hasn't started yet. What's the point of making it up? We won't know until the fight is over. Liu listened to them talking for a long time inexplicably. About the library, the Colosseum, and many vague, unfamiliar, but slightly familiar names. And this mental dream was just a link in a large network of countless dreams. And it did not attract more attention at all. Inside the giant bone car, in a magnificent bone hall, Redcoat, Damon Bindon and Winnie were stroking the hair of a nightmare succubus and observing the dreams of some humans. Nolimore and Spade were in a daze, as if they were resting. Bauer is very cooperative. Not bad. And even helped us get the dream back together. It's a pity that Nate May really doesn't want to play with us anymore. Diamond always thought of a nightmare girl during close combat training. Magic. Look carefully. It's best to find the dreams of some key personnel. The red-haired Winnie interrupted Diamond Bindon's complaint, forcing the chain demon to focus on the dream itself. It's best to be a Protestant priest. If that's not possible, a noble or a brave man can barely do it. Winnie was fully engaged. At this moment, the heartless witch has found her own heart, which is exactly the one that Lulu Feifei wanted Mary Aport, the withered heart that was just thrown to the ground at the end of that war. Without even thinking, Winnie picked them back up and stuffed them into her chest. So the upper body is more bulging. The priests will definitely have some way to block the dream. And the same goes for most nobles. It is more likely to invade the dream of the brave. Redcoat tried his best to narrow the scope for Damon Bindon and Winnie. What are we looking for? Diamond looked through the interesting dreams at random, with no intention of extracting information from them. As the treasury sighed, Diamond Bindon didn't pay that much attention to the battle situation. Anyway, no matter how the fight ended, the Great Altar would get back what the treasury should take. Look for the layout of the Imperial Army, the flow of refugees, and the information about the Bard Conference. Redcoat was very patient and explained to Damon Bindon repeatedly. We are looking for the army to fight. And we are looking for refugees to absorb faith. So why are we looking for the minstrel conference? I knew that Diamond didn't want to look for him at all. I don't know either. Nolimore and Spade are looking for it. Redcoat pointed at the shadow demon and snail behind him. You 2 idiots don't know what you are going to do. I feel sad for you. Diamond Bindon turned around and laughed at Shadow Demon and Snail. Nolimore and Spade seemed to be used to it, and did not react at all. Focus on the first two. If we win, we will be quasi-demon kings. Winnie smiled. Don't worry. I need to absorb more faith. And you need to absorb the knowledge of the old Holy See. At least we have to reach the Holy City to complete our promotion ceremony. Redcoat comforted Winnie. Before that, there's no harm in gathering some intelligence. I have seen it in several dreams. The Empire's creation department seems to have new creations. Redcoat scratched the eye hole of his skull. Of course we need new creations. Otherwise, how can we defeat our flesh and blood giants? Winnie looked through the gap in the bone hull and saw the corpse-gathering demon standing as tall as a mountain outside. Thank you for your knowledge, which has expanded our combat power. Redcoat was quite polite to Winnie, and then continued to devote his energy to information related to the Bard Conference. Tonight is the Minstrel Conference. If we can't find any relevant information, we can only send people there. I'll go. Noli Moore and Spade spoke together. Let me think about it. Redcoat raised his hand, but did not directly agree to the two demons' request. This scene fell in Diamond Bindon's eyes. I'm using the Chain Devil. He. You really look like him. What's it like? Redcoat asked. Like a red-robe pope. Like an old goat. Diamond Bindon swung the chain. Do you really think he'll give you a chance to advance? Chapter 690. I think I have a child. I don't think. I believe. Redcoat focused on his words. Whatever Diamond Bindon was trembling all over and making jingling noises. Anyway, you are from the High Altar. And the Tianchi is gone. So you can believe whatever you want. I just don't know if your master believes in you. Ha ha! Redcoat said nothing and continued to search. Hey, look what I found. It was Winnie who found some information and invited Redcoat to come over and take a look. Priest's dream? This is unusual. Redcoat rubbed his brow bones, rubbing them together as if he was frowning. Of course it's unusual. This dream comes from, let's see, it comes from the dreams of the followers of the Masked Society. It's hard to find. Wei and I claim the credit. The Masking Society? Redcoat certainly knew the relationship between the Masking Society and the Great Altar. My master is eroding the Masking Society. Are you sure that hiding your face isn't eroding your master? What if they believe they can do it? Damon Bindon interrupted. Redcoat and Winnie ignored the chained demon. Let's see what the Mask Hiding Society is thinking. This should be the big mask of the Mask Hiding Society. Laziness. Oh, no wonder it can make the priest fall asleep and dream. Winnie began to extract information from the priest's dream. This man's name is Vijay's. His faith has been shaken. Why are you wavering? Redcoat knew more about faith and asked immediately. Because of our bone rain, and also because of a shadow demon. Huh! There is a shadow demon causing trouble in Jinshan Mountain. Wei and I quickly saw all the strange things that happened in Jinshan Mountain from Vijay's perspective. Shadow demons? I thought you were very few in number. Of course Damon would not let go of this opportunity to tease Noli Moore back. Oh, I seem to have a child. Noli Moore stated the facts without intending to say anything more. Your child? What is your child doing in Jinshan Mountain? Winnie and Redcoat looked at each other. Alert to some extent. I don't know. What does my child have to do with me? It's independent. Ha ha ha. The shadow gives birth to a child. Ha ha ha. The chained demon laughed tinklingly. How does the shadow demon give birth to a child? It's just like farting. Right? Noli Moore looked out of his shadow, seeming to be angry. I'm so scared. Damon Ben shrank behind Redcoat. Quick, Commander. Help me take care of this shadow demon. And don't let him secretly give birth to a child for me. Ha ha ha. Nolmore's body swelled. But Spade suddenly appeared behind the chained demon and was about to climb up the chain. Ouch. I'm not a knight. Don't climb on me. Diamond smiled and climbed on Redcoat's skull. As soon as Redcoat raised his hand, neither the shadow demon nor the snail could make any further movements. If you say it has nothing to do with you, then it has nothing to do with you. Redcoat knew Noli Moore's style very well. But it is still strange. And there is a need for investigation. Bard Assembly. Noli Moore pointed out a possible direction. It's very dangerous. Redcoat would often make skeleton sounds unconsciously. Now there is Kingston and her private army on the Gold Rift Mountain, as well as several other nobles, and a great magician. There will also be people from the royal family. If you go to Split Gold Mountain in advance, you will be attacked by them. Redcoat mentioned a fact. Noli Moore and Spade did not react. But the mask-making society has eroded the Protestant priests of Jinshan Mountain. This may be a good opportunity to absorb faith. Redcoat said to himself. Not yet deciding how to make a decision. I can take them there. Winnie raised her hand. If I can capture a few priests or members of the Ministry of Creation, I will certainly be able to learn more about the old Holy See and the Empire. Redcoat turned his eyes to her. Of course. The premise is that you have to temporarily hand over the command of Noli Moore and Spade to me. Winnie's hair burned. How about it? Is it a deal? I can. Redcoat turned his attention to Noli Moore and Spade. Shall we go? Spard asked Noli Moore. There is a great wizard. I haven't felt comfortable for a long time. Noli Moore swallowed Spard into the shadow space. What's wrong? Snail asked the shadow in the shadow space. You have to be clear about our purpose. Noli Moore created a clone in the shadow space and started a discussion with Spade. We are not going to crack the Gold Mountain to fight. Everything must be based on the Bard Conference. Ah, I know. You want to listen to the epic. Only then did Spade remember Noli Moore's purpose. Why on earth? I can't remember it if I can't remember it. Anyway, we won that war. We even advanced. Spade muttered. I don't know why. I forgot. Noli Moore scratched his head inexplicably. After listening to the Bard story, you may remember it. Is it related to your child? Spade has never been a devil who likes to think. And asking this step is already his limit. It's possible. Noli Moore scratched his head desperately. And liquid with the texture of shadow flowed from it. Deal? Noli Moore spat out Spade and agreed to Winnie's proposal. Then you all find a way to get in. Redcoat let him go. Remember? The Demon King's army will not give you any help. If you can't come back, you will die there and become a material for human advancement. Alright. Okay. Winnie took the shadow and the snail and left the bone hall in a puff of smoke. That's it? Dynan didn't expect Redcoat to agree to their request so easily. Of course it won't be like this. Redcoat shook his head. Their behavior will definitely cause strangeness in Protestantism. The Minstrel Conference is the last opportunity for so many people to gather in Jinshan Mountain. It is a good time to absorb faith. If they add the masked society and shake human faith again, then I can even strengthen my bone car cult. Redcoat murmured. But it depends on the outcome of their actions. I'll wait and see. Redcoat's bone hand wiped his eye sockets, and a pair of eyes appeared in the eye holes. The pupils are horizontal strips, like those of goats. Liu slept until noon, but he didn't feel much comfortable. The brains in the tavern were chattering, and some even said weird things like I haven't been dead for a long time, which made people feel scared. When I was reminiscing, I couldn't remember too much. I just remembered a lot of brains gathered around doing things, and there was no useful information. The main reason is that there are too many things that I can't understand. Looking up, Liu found that people were already coming and going in front of the town hall, and there were even many businessmen selling tickets for the Minstrel Conference. Do you want tickets? Liu didn't expect that there was such a threshold. What is a ticket? Ying doesn't understand this concept. Come on. Call Gamma out. It's time to ask him. Liu rubbed his hands, preparing to pry open Gamma's mouth, memorize his epic poem, dress up as him, and enter the town hall. Chapter 691 Repeater. Be careful. He's holding something big inside. Ying collapsed her body into the shape of a musical note. What do you mean? He was very restless when he first came in. He kept attacking me with music and poems. I almost died, Ying said. And Liu thought of the changing appearance of Ying in the warehouse of the Chamber of Commerce. At that time, I was forcing Ying to heal herself and didn't pay attention to many details. Fortunately, there were a lot of dominoes collected behind him, so he became quieter. Ying added. Liu imagined what it would be like for a person who was swallowed by shadows and suddenly found that his surroundings were filled with eyeballs and dominoes. But he has been brewing something. Ying scratched his head. My shadow space is not suitable for storing hostile living creatures. Didn't you tell me it was so dangerous? You didn't even ask me. Ying felt aggrieved. I will never capture anyone into the shadow space and kill them again. Come on. Let it out. After sleeping, Liu felt much better, although there is only a half-dead level 8 hunter around. The Bard Conference will start later, which is a good time to deal with Gamma. Taking off the human skin, leaving Huntler to sit across from the shadow, Liu drilled into the soil, making it easier for the shadow to teleport over. Then arranged his own particles around to prevent the Bard from escaping, and finally called the shadow, the devil releases Gamma. The moment Gamma landed on the ground, there was a dinging bell sound first, and the whole person separated from the box smashed into Huntler, and he broke through the surface lightly and rushed to the ground, but blocked by particles. The box was also taken away by Huntler. The next second, countless eyeballs stared at Gamma, and the petrifying light was in place. Gamma froze. At this moment, Huntler had the intention to rush up and touch Gamma, but was directly grabbed by the shadow. What are you going to do? Don't touch him. He has musical notes on him. Inging pointed at the fluttering Gamma with an arrow. Gamma's body is hung with lutes, harmonicas, harps and other musical instruments, as if it were a trap, and he was fully prepared to escape at first sight, as early as in the shadow space. Shadow noticed this, so he stopped Huntler. Damn it! Just a little bit. Just close to catching the only prey. Huntler's head was filled with obscenities. Having been on the verge of death for a long time, Huntler didn't even dare to breathe. He just wanted to use Lee to torture Gamma to try to grab his only prey. In the end, only one box was brought. Although this box is also a good demonic relic, it is far from enough to satisfy Huntler's appetite. Don't run away. You can't escape. Liu emerged from the soil and said quietly, "What do you want?" Gamma was stunned by his eyes. The warehouse was almost petrified by these eyes. But now the quantity is even larger? Do these eyes reproduce? What path is this traveler on? Even though he had written many poems himself and heard countless legends, Gamma did not understand what kind of demons would accompany the dominoes. Eyeballs and shadow demons. It's very simple. You read your epic to me first, and we will discuss other things. Liu's eyeballs surrounded Gamma in layers, while the main body and the shadow dragged Huntler to stand far away. Liu noticed Huntler's unusual behavior just now, but he didn't have time to ask yet. It's absolutely impossible. My epic belongs to me, and no one can take it away. Gamma shook his head, extremely determined. Huntler originally had no interest in the poet's creation, but after touching the box, the hunter realized that the entire value of this only prey was in Gamma's head. Undoubtedly, the epic he created must be very special. He may very well be the winner of the minstrels' gathering. Is it really impossible? Liu winked at Huntler. Huntler couldn't resist and took out a mid-level devil contract from his arms. This is the contract that Liu specially asked Huntler to leave materials for Gamma and make for this moment. He is also an 8th level hero. An injured hero. Since this contract can sign Huntler, it can also sign Gamma. This is Liu's plan. Soul contract? Gamma certainly recognized what it was. How can you force me to sign it? Kill me? It's impossible even if you kill me. The bard is actually much tougher than the hunter. You won't sign even if you kill me? Think clearly. Everything will be gone if you die. Liu tried to help Gamma smooth the situation. Petrifying light has already fallen on Gamma's hands and feet, and his limbs began to show faint signs of petrification. Liu tried his best to control the peripheral vision of his eyes, and not look directly at Gamma. The contract with you is gone. Gamma was very sober. Am I going to become your bitch like this hunter? In the shadow space, Gamma had seen the worst scene when Huntler came in. Although Gamma didn't know Huntler, he could tell from the traces left by the battle that the demon outside was doing something big again. I won't do it. Gamma shook his head. My epic must be sung by me myself. Then we can discuss this issue later. Liu smiled. Maybe it's because we are too intense every time we meet? So we never have good conditions for cooperation? Cooperation? You cooperate with me? Gamma looked at Huntler, who was already a slave, and did not think that Liu was so kind. Huntler was stung by Gamma's eyes once upon a time. He could kill 10 poets with one hand without taking a breath. But now, he was despised by a deserter who had been hiding in a box for several months. Huntler's muscles began to move weakly again. Let's start with the minstrel conference. What's the deal with the tickets? Liu's only request is to enter the town hall briefly, and nothing else matters. But tickets seem to be crucial. Of course it is this. Gamma hummed a complex note from his mouth, like the sound produced by some kind of musical instrument. Was sometimes sharp, and sometimes smart. Very rich. This sound is the ticket? This is a bard's ticket. The bards can directly participate in the conference with their own melodies. No additional purchases are required. Gamma was somewhat proud. But the next second, Gamma's rich melody was directly copied by Liu's mouth. Even every detail is exactly the same. That's the right way to sing. Right? Liu looked at Gamma. Gamma doesn't understand why this demon would do such a thing. Isn't it a fighting demon? Why does it understand melody? Liu actually didn't understand. But his tongue had this function. Like a repeater? It seems right. Liu muttered. It's useless. This is my melody. As long as I live, I can only sing it. Gamma shook his head. Even if you sing, You are not me, and you will be exposed soon. So you want me to kill you? Liyiki. If you don't have the chance to sing my epic, it's better to die. That epic is the only reason for Gamma to live until now. Gamma just wants to sing it at the conference, and be promoted to level 9. Don't worry. You haven't heard my conditions yet. If the poet dies, Li will get nothing. And it will not help to light up the town hall. Of course Li, you would not vent his anger, and kill the poet. What if I help you sing your poem at the conference, and you help me get in? Li, you made new conditions for Gamma. These conditions can be stated in the contract. And we don't have to fight to the death. Listening to Liyu's speech, Huntler's muscles became violent. Chapter 692, Angry to the point of distortion. Ying poked Liu on the shoulder to remind Huntler of his abnormality. Seeing that Gamma was a little moved, Liu had no time to pay attention to Huntler for the time being. He only raised his hand slightly, and told the hunter not to move. Can I sing an epic poem? Sing an epic poem at a minstrel convention? Gamma did not expect that the conditions given by Liu were so lenient. Yes. Help me enter the town hall. You can perform according to the rules of your bards and sing your epic. Liu spread his hands. Of course. If you don't retaliate against me later, I won't even restrict you. Action. These can all become the terms of the contract. Once completed, they will be void. Liu spread his hands and was very candid. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Then I agree. Of course Gamma knew that once promoted, he could get rid of the shackles of the contract. And there was no reason not to sign. Did he really die here? But when Gamma said I agree, Huntler, who was standing beside him, finally couldn't control his muscles. His flesh and blood began to collapse. And his body also deformed. You tamed it and made it his. Ying wrote under Liyu's brain groove to reassure Liu. Shadow's movements took shape very slowly. Sometimes using a shadow as a hammer. Tapping under Huntler's flesh and blood. Removing the remaining gravel and impurities. And striving to stabilize the flesh and blood composition at the core. But the mostly you can be sure of is that Gamma has lost its tendency to cooperate, and will use that advanced method to arouse less bad curiosity. Under the dual effects of shadow and petrified light, the blood carpet and Gamma's box gradually merged into one, and then fell apart inch by inch. So he relied on that box to survive this war? Jean Fei asked when talking about the box. The shadow demon is controlling the hunter's aberrations. Liu took a taste of it, and felt that the bad image was indeed a result of him going too far. However, he also felt ashamed when he thought that the hunter could endure so little physical harm. Gamma gave up before Qianqian tried, and focused on the changes in Huntler. It seemed that he had not seen the deformation of the brave man without demon interference for a long time. Did you get angry like that? Doesn't his box have any explanation? Liu tried to understand the demonic relic that was about to take shape. What this war? It's the Battle of the Bone Hammer. Gamma suddenly mentioned my name for this war. Blood tumors began to erupt under the hunter's body, and his whole body gradually covered the inner wall, turning into a blood blanket. Why the Battle of the Bone Hammer? Demonic relics are usually generated by coincidence, and it is said that only the ancient dwarves did not have this technology. By the way, I also took back the soul contract from under the blood blanket, which only requires a drop of blood to be established. How can you carefully capture and kill a hunter to create a demon relic that can embed your own head? Distortion is impossible? Liu can imagine. Liu almost died of stress on the spot. Do I want to go to Demon King's castle? During the process, Liu discovered that the distorted Huntler was not a blood carpet, but a map. As a result, a deserter poet hiding in a box, who just firmly wanted to die, received such preferential treatment? Liu completely figured out the reason. Liu understands. Chests are related to preservation. What could be this demonic relic that is integrated into that chest? Hunter pins do not have the function of enduring damage, and cannot teleport backward to the illuminated anchor point. Huntler's petrification retreated very slowly, and the raging blood carpet was frozen, but at the cracks in the stone, there was still raging flesh and blood. Until now, Huntler's life has not completely disappeared. What flows inside the flesh and blood is only the out-of-control magic power. The treasure chest where the poet resides, and the injuries these hunters have endured. Why did you tell him? The carpet of blood became turbulent. I fought with this demon to death, became a living target of the Empire, and could not get rid of a soul contract. Feeling the nail inserted outside the sulcus of his brain, Liu could not help but feel less. Do shadow demons make relics? Gamma was very shocked when he watched it from beginning to end. Or did the Demon King's castle make me like that? After chatting for a while, Huntler's relic finally took shape. It looked like the scroll in his imagination. But before Shadow removed the few remaining impurities, it turned into a thumbtack. Gamma understood why Huntler acted like that, and subconsciously wanted to hide. But the box was under Huntler's hands, so he had somewhere to hide. That would be too convenient, right? The Shadow Bat image has no experience in this, so it directly printed Huntler's shadow, and weakly gathered my flesh and blood into its body. What does this represent? A creation of the devil? Whether the thumbtack caused any harm, Liu saw its effect when it was nailed to the forehead. Huntler went completely crazy and lost all ideas. Of course, Gamma also tried his best to seize that opportunity to escape. But by chance, he hit the particles all over the soil and was squeezed back. It's a pity. There is no chance that the bat image can't become a demon relic. Remember, there is no way to make it become a demon relic. Shadow tried hard to correct the direction of Huntler's flesh. Bite you, huh? Liu also knew where he wanted to say those curse words. After he finished cursing, the petrifying light that filled the soil shot through, gradually petrifying the blood blanket under the wall. Liu did not disturb Ying, but he separated part of his eyeballs and stared at Gamma to prevent the poet from taking the opportunity to escape. Huntler was unable to alleviate this psychological gap, let alone touch the only prey in front of him. This situation continued to cause stronger distortions in his heart, and finally reflected in his body. There's no harm in talking. Maybe you won't be inspired. Gamma always talks a lot. Of course, the box is for storage. To save your experience, save your works, save your life. Liu is at a loss that Hunter Pen couldn't directly match the map outside his mind? Don't go. You haven't finished talking yet. Jean Fei increased the intensity of the petrification light, and Huntler's flesh and blood was slowly squeezed into the deepest part of the stone, as if it was about to explode if it could not withstand the pressure. Wait a minute. It seems that those are the adventures that Hung Jin Firu has experienced. Until now. No matter whether it is the Old Holy See, the New Church, or the Ministry of Creation, they have not fully mastered the method of making demonic relics. Gamma is very interesting. At the same time, human voices began to be heard from the blood carpet. There were no quarrels or cheers, traps, phantom arrows, and the hull of a ship sailing under the blood carpet also appeared at the same time. Idle means idle. I mean forget it. Huntler's distortion has not yet required much care from the petrifying light. A small part of Jean Fei's eyeballs are focused on Gamma. This thumbtack was no bigger than a knuckle, and the moment it took shape, it suddenly hit Liu's mind. Under the map are marked the various treasures Huntler has hunted, and the first target point is the Demon King City. Huh? Gamma laughed again, giving the answer. As a result, a demonic relic was born behind my eyes? I'm deformed. Ying reminded Jean Fei. After listening to your epic, he will naturally know. Gamma is still very confident in his work, he replied. Hammer. He definitely represents the Holy Army and the Ministry of Creation. Huntler was deformed. Gamma didn't even have the urge to write a poem, but struggled to pin down a theme. Jean Fei was very sure that it was another glib method, but he still had a way to resist the urge to ask less. Chapter 693, Hunter Thumbtack. Now! The anchor points that Liu has lit up are Wushan and Hongyu Town respectively, and Jinshan Mountain is only missing one town hall. According to what is sensed, if you insert the Hunter Thumbtack into Wushan or Hongyu Town on the map of your head, you can teleport at any time. Has this really become a traveler? Now the thumbtack was only shallowly inserted into Liu's brain groove, and did not really drive into the anchor point. Liu originally planned to try it directly, but thinking that there was a poet beside him, he felt that it was not a good time to try the relic. Why not? Gamma stared at Liu, looking forward to it. Let's sign the contract first, and then try this thing. Liu felt that a foreign object had entered his brain, and he felt strange, but he remained calm. I have a share in this relic. Gamma reminded the hunter that part of the thumbtack came from the poet's treasure chest. No, the box is broken, but it gave me some inspiration so that I can complete this relic. Ying denied Gamma's speculation. Liu knew Ying well, and knew that he would not lie for such a trivial matter. Maybe we should kill more hunters, and see if we can make more thumbtacks. Ying knew what Liu was thinking, and of course she could feel the effect of this demonic relic. If there are more thumbtacks, travel it will be more convenient to get up. As for the endurance effect brought by the thumbtack itself, it is also very useless. It is equivalent to providing a layer of insurance for the already strong brain-spirit body to avoid death caused by a momentary carelessness. Yes, you stay outside his head, and he will take you back, Liu said. peeling off the skin and bones, revealing a brain the size of a goldfish. The contract is reached. Ah? Dream? He doesn't have that ability yet? Gamma thought that Liu was regressing into some kind of metaphor. Liu's original plan was to let Huntler lead the way, kill Gamma himself, replace me, and retreat to the town hall. Gamma felt dizzy and heard memories outside his head, as if listening to the voice of conscience. For tonight's minstrel meeting, Jesse actually asked the magician to pave a path with earth elements. There is a circular tattoo, a tattoo of 2 guns, and a hunter pin stuck under his head. Ha ha. That devil's relic will bring trouble. He dares to nail it now. Gamma expressed his opinion in an ostentatious manner. Oh, yes, he is wanted. Gamma has not come out since hiding in the Chamber of Commerce warehouse in Holy Mine Town. He still knows that Liu did not do so many things inside, and his impression still remains on I killed him. Norton the scavenger and Musta the merchant. He's the only one who has grown a brain? Liu chuckled. He still knows how to get out of the town hall. Right? Follow? He thinks it's too complicated. Liu smiled. Gamma is very much looking forward to the feeling of bossing Liu around. Which reminds me of the time when the 7 of them first met. Try again later. Liu unfolded the soul contract in front of Gamma. How about it? Do you want to sign it? Ying had no idea, so he used the shadow space to collect Liu's dominoes. Eyeballs, tentacles, tongues, human skins and thread balls scattered inside, and attached them to Liu's brain, which was as big as a goldfish. You are now the target of the Protestants, the scavengers, the Imperial Army, and even Kingston. The town hall must be covered with holy ash. Your hunter is dead. If it is possible, just follow him in a small way. Retreat together. 1 by analyze the situation below. Liu has never seen a car in the 7th town of Regine. Disposable. Gamma certainly didn't want to be a slave to the devil. He also said, how is he going to retreat? You can only bring followers. But there is a way to teleport him away directly. Gamma rambled. This is the job of an explorer. But the Protestants? The scavengers? The Imperial Army, not Kingston yet? What did he do? Kill Jesse? Gamma couldn't imagine how many evil things 1B had done. Now that Huntler has become a thumbtack and Gamma has signed a soul contract. That path is obviously a good one. What do you mean? Hey, what is he doing? Gamma saw a shadow and a brain floating behind him, and to his mouth. Thumbtacks cannot be used as weapons or instruments of torture. The pain when the pins are removed from the mind can be felt by the enemy or the subject of torture. It's a good deal. Although Gamma was a businessman, he was insulted by his own epic and did not agree to the deal. Forget it for now. The minstrel meeting will be over soon. Let's talk about it after tonight. Liu was sure that he could endure the pain caused by the thumbtack. Before signing the contract, Liu could no longer study hunter thumbtacks without the constraints of the contract. After Gamma adapted for a long time, he picked up the clothes left by Liu on the ground and stepped off the ground with these instruments. In addition to the carriage, there was not even a magic motorcycle present. It was obvious that the event attracted many nobodies. Now is the time to think about that. You need to prepare your epic. Moreover, the thumbtack will last for 7 days. I know that the pain will last for a long time, but it can affect my actions tonight. Just because they trust each other, they can cooperate with each other with peace of mind. The 7 people immediately joined forces, negotiated a fair condition, and signed the contract directly. Liu was about to use Gamma's body to retreat into the town hall. And before Gamma sang the epic poem, the contract was about to end. It's broken. Now you all come together to participate in the much-anticipated minstrel meeting. Liu huddled next to Gamma's cerebellum and spoke from within. In fact, Liu wanted to enter the town hall, and Gamma also wanted to sing the epic poem under the minstrel meeting. There were not many differences in the beginning. Pin it? Where to nail it? Of course, if there is no demonic relic, it will be used. Ying asked which anchor point the thumbtack would be nailed to. At this time, Liu was just an ordinary wanted criminal. Amid Gamma's surprised voice, the shadow stretched its brain and retreated along my nostrils. Liu was also happy to have one less mysterious demonic relic. I analyzed that the side effects of push pins will affect the use actions. The holy ashes are bad. Very few brave men use the power of demons, especially low-level braves. Gamma brought bad news. So the town hall will not remove the holy ashes. Hangyu Town or Hushan. Now he can't tell you that the thumbtack has no effect. Can he? As a poet, Gamma is very concerned about the idea of less strange things. so that it can be included in future works. It takes 7 days to insert the thumbtack into the map outside Liu's mind. And there are no side effects. The side effect is not that there will be a weak pain when the map is pinned out. But the disadvantage is that the pain will be accumulated outside the thumbtack. Unless he sings the epic to you now. Wanbai was very happy, and also aroused Gamma's bad curiosity. Why can't your head be stuffed with so little stuff? You are so dizzy. Leave him alone and concentrate on rehearsing his epic. The whole empire is watching. Wanbai looked down, and saw the busy traffic in the town hall. And the soul contract just can't dissolve that kind of trust. How do you retreat? You retreat from there. Wanbai pointed at Gamma's head. How to retreat? Should I retreat with you? Gamma tried his best to move his fingers to relieve the stiffness caused by petrification. He was worried that a low-level poet like you would not be able to bring an entourage. After this, both parties must act in a way that does not harm the interests of the other party. Chapter 694 Big Shot. Sure enough, as Gamma guessed, the holy ashes at the entrance of the town hall were removed and replaced by several side-by-side flags. Kingston, Clive, royal family. Of course there are other nobles. This was a sign that the town hall would be filled with big names tonight. It takes a certain amount of financial resources to squeeze into the Bard convention. So there were a few more rows of magic motorcycles at the door. In addition to the nobles, those present also included important officials from major chambers of commerce. They entered the building with their bodyguards, and were entertained by the dancers. It was in this lively atmosphere that Gamma came to the door of the town hall. The guard at the door saw a guy with ragged clothes, and naturally became vigilant. But Gamma bypassed the guard and came to an inconspicuous corner. There is a small ear embedded in the corner, which is easy to miss. It was obviously transformed by some kind of space magic. We can also make it up. Gamma was very sure. This is the big ugly twirled his red nose. Those guests here, who knows that you are the survivors of this war? Yes. Gamma nodded. Your face was swollen? It must be difficult. Right? Decho noticed Gamma's swollen cheeks. Returning to the Empire alive is not enough to prove your weakness. But these are all made up. They are all fake. If they are fake, they will become epic. Gamma shook his head. He can't go back. He and the poets who are hiding in the Empire and making up stories have no chance. Gamma looked at the dazzling performance of the big ugly, grabbed my arm, and stopped me. You mean something difficult to understand happened during the war? It's pretty bad. We all socialize with each other and identify each other's worth in our words and deeds. Once we get to know each other, it will be easier for us to avoid the beginning of a bad relationship when the poet wins. There is no lie in poetry. That is important. What is important is whose words and performances can move more deeply into the hearts of the audience and meet our expectations. It was difficult for Gamma to explain the logic of the bards to Liu. Big Ugly is really a bard. It's still all wrong. The Big Ugly suddenly pulled his head away, and then pulled it back in front of Gamma. The stories you made up echo each other. He understands. He made up a few details, compared them with each other, and made it more accurate. It will be taken as real. After passing this door, Gamma changed into a gorgeous performance outfit as he walked into the lobby. Poets' magic pays great attention to form. And of course, they would not be unkempt at such a grand party. Oh, the people who came here are all little people. Liu thought that Gamma had also considered the needs of the audience. So it seemed that there was no chance of winning. They are cheating. Gamma held the harmonica in his hand. Dealy 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 demon. Gamma sang the bard's exclusive melody. Liu's clairvoyant eyes saw the structure of the small hall and found that there were 8 floors outside. And the space on each floor exceeded the other 7 towns, and was far beyond the limit of what the building could accommodate. It's all wrong. Chao's body suddenly reversed, stepped in midair, stood upside down and said to Gamma, "Are there not many false elements in his poetry? Everyone knows it. Only you have seen this card. Is he wrong? You are all very bad storytellers. You have prepared very beautiful stories." The Big Ugly chuckled. "You are weak," Gamma replied giddily. "His story versus your story, it's a fair fight." Big Cho stood on his head, cheek to cheek with Gamma. The cochlea in the ear moved, and then a door opened. There are not many people who dare to participate, either because they haven't seen us in the past, because they may have died on the road, or because they have not completed their works. Gamma laughed loudly. Even if they have witnessed the truth, the angle of creation is still different. Very important. They will lose. Gamma didn't want to continue to tangle with the Cho. There was no smug poet in the hall, nor were there any guests who were looking forward to it. Outside the bard, is he really the only one who escaped? Liu asked again. De Chao's waist was covered with all kinds of trumpets. Lu Hui was one of the people who determined whether I was also a bard. Of course, this was done with Jesse's permission, and he was happy to let the poet and the guests separate first. It doesn't mean that, as long as these poets, who also survived the war, participate and everyone present is a liar, he will definitely win. Liu subconsciously searched outside the small hall on the first floor to see if there was anything there. Human opening. This is aromatherapy. Isn't it a little insightful? Gamma inhaled hard, finally not feeling like he was back in the world again. Gamma had only taken 2 steps when he met an acquaintance. That was made up. Gamma still had no confidence in his work. Ouch. Bad confidence. You doubt he can win. Ha ha ha. Because he is the only poet who came back alive from this war. The big clown spun back and forth around Gamma. Hey. He really came back alive from here? A performer in exaggerated clothes and ugly makeup ran over and greeted Gamma from a distance. Card? Liu understood what Gamma was talking about. A soothing melody was playing in the hall, waiting for the poet and guests to arrive one after another to end the grand event. Even if we come, you will still be afraid, because you are closest to the battlefield. At the end of the session, he must remove his eyes, Gamma muttered. But they will affect your poetry and your performance. As long as there is no story, there is no need to be heard. De Cho twisted his body, instantly escaped from Gamma's control, and slid away. It seems that his epic will definitely defeat lies? Liu sighed outside Gamma's head. Yes. Yes. Let's take a look. Liu was like the driver of Gamma, driving me to look around. Afraid that there was no mechanism outside the town hall, Liu did not show up, but squeezed his eyeballs above Gamma's cheekbones, and forced Gamma's face into a trapezoid. Like a pinecone stuffed squirrel. It was a venue specially built for the minstrel club. Of course, Gamma was not enthusiastic about De Cho. That depends on the identity and taste of the audience tonight, Gamma said seriously. We came there just to listen to the big ugly jokes. But we really want to know how this war was started. But do you think this big ugly statue is good at performing? Liu was sure what kind of performance it was. Since escaping from the Shiedai River, Gamma has not lived a wandering life. He has encountered thieves, weaklings, and Liu, and has been hiding in the 7th town of Splitting Gold for so long. Now it is finally time to show his face. This is the magic performed by the bards here, creating a separate entrance. It seems that the appearance of the bard is quite random, because a very important part of the key was lost in this war. Gamma was stingy in telling Liu that, because I knew that the less Liu heard, the more curious he would be about his epic. You have experienced this war. Gamma tried to calm down. You have come back from this H.L. in person. Only those who have never seen H.L. are not qualified to describe H.L. We have been plotted? Ying noticed that the moment he passed through the door, in addition to an extra set of gorgeous clothes, there were not many particles attached to Gamma's body. Chapter 695 Attention. In a bard competition, the most important thing is to attract the audience's attention and attention. Gamma successfully entered the conference. Of course he was in a good mood, and was happy to explain more to Liu. And I saw a card. That's a card that once you see it, you can't look away. I guess I learned something from this. Gamma recalled of a card depicting a worm. Liu couldn't understand. Perhaps it's talking about a certain demonic relic. A demonic relic that can attract people's attention. Ying explained on Liu's brain groove. He doesn't have any such relics on him? Liu was confused. He didn't say that he had it. What he meant was that he had seen this demonic relic and learned some details from it, which helped him become more noticeable. Ying explained patiently, but Liu quickly gave up thinking. That couldn't be better. Liu hypothesized that Gamma had this function. If he can become the center of attention, wouldn't we be able to take advantage of this opportunity to accomplish our goal? We have different services, and the instruments on our backs are very similar. But we are obviously not poets. If Gamma could focus all the attention on him, then he could sneak into the 3rd floor just in time when he sang the epic poem. You suddenly thought of a bad idea. Jesse huddled outside Gamma's head and said to Ying and Gamma together. Gamma Bad Image has experienced all that, and is not very familiar with the process. It's very bad. During the preliminaries, you will make him the only focus of the game. He only needs to go out and retreat again. Jesse quietly shared the plan with Shadow and Gamma. The moment he entered the town hall, Liu, who was hiding in Gamma's body, began to try to light up the last anchor point of Jinshan Mountain. He was shocked to find that the dance party on the 2nd floor was the biggest darkness, followed by the 3rd floor. Of course I do. Without the contract, Gamma knew that Jesse could harm him. Bad I wish you failure. The dancer left gracefully and went to find a bard. Is there any writing underneath? Now that we are here, there is a way to delay the arrest. How about just listening outside and listening to my performance? Yu Qing saw that Wright was making a sound, so he gave Xiao Yu's instructions. Rufus and VJ's, we are safe. Vanna shed a line of tears and tasted it to herself. In addition to the light balls outside the town hall, Liu also asked Wright to place one on each floor to connect to the Imperial Army garrison in the town. But when he was about to go out, he was stopped by a dancer. Why do you want to draw now? Gamma was very unfamiliar with the process, but he was too sure when he saw the dancers. Do you have to go through the first round of selection first, so you don't have the chance to officially go on stage? You are the guard method of the small hall in Hanfu Town. But the voice is not a bard's ability, so it should be too limited, Gamma guessed. This also includes the Ministry of Creation's new technology, the skeleton armor. To save time, the dancer laughed again. That's the arrangement of Mr. Liu. Your performance order will be drawn, and your number will be automatically displayed before the preliminaries begin. Those people are about to capture the shadow demon the moment it appears. Or kill it. What? Gamma knew what inspiration he had given Jesse. Yes. I can laugh till my ears. Why? Are you doubting you? Vanna smiled. I will come. Liu no longer has a headache. Why are they all in such a hurry? Does he know who the royal family sent? At the same time, Wright's face suddenly appeared in the light group. The poets and guests in the town hall gathered less and less, as the music gradually became louder. We also walked down to the 7th floor and took our seats one by one. At that time, Jesse accidentally remembered that the poet he was staying with was an 8th level guy. Let's draw the order of his performances. The dancer brought a tray. On the outside of the tray were large slips of paper. In addition, we are also responsible for the security work of the entire town hall. There are many nobles and small figures here tonight. Not even the royal family. Liu must take it seriously. There was no crying Vanna beside her, and a little magician appeared outside the light group. One floor quickly lit up. No wonder the poets around me always turn their attention to me. Without any hostility between competitors, and without any desire to leave a way forward, the bar gathering takes place on the 2nd floor, which means it's not difficult to light up the 2nd floor. Such a sound. Jesse twitched his brain groove. It's really harmful. This greatly reduces the chance of detection. We cannot be without military support at any time. With that said, Vanna approached Liu. If you are sure about him, how can you take advantage of that time to make sure? Gamma drew a bad lottery, and finally walked out of the town hall as Jesse asked, and walked around in a circle. Few students were blocked by the shadow of the wall cracks, brick cracks and water pipes in the town hall. The Protestant people are here too. Vanna just entered the door and suddenly turned around. Each note represents a bard. You know the dancer is only responsible for drawing lots. But what you know is that before the selection starts, there will be a short rest, and then they will retreat to the front of the performance. Isn't Xiaodu an uninvited guest tonight? The dancer handed over the plate, and Gamma carefully took out a blank one. Where is the shadow demon? Liu looked at the time. How does he define harmful? Gamma knew what Jesse was trying to do. Go away. You are very busy. Liu buried his head behind the table, arranging the defense force of the town hall. Yu Qing counted roughly and found that there were not 100 outside the 1st floor of the town hall alone, nor even 10 or 40. Gamma listened, although he knew what the preliminaries were. But my mouth slowly opened, trying to smile, but was hindered by the swelling of my cheeks. We are like each other? What do you mean? Liu was very sensitive tonight, but he didn't want to know what happened. Is he willing to attract more attention to himself? Jesse grasped Gamma's needs. Among them were no elite scavengers, no members of the Brave Group, and no family guards. Save time? There are very few bards gathered outside, and the young master does not have any demonic powers. Will the battle flag in the town hall make some harmful details more difficult to detect? In the preliminary round of the small gathering, all the poets will perform together. We'll select the ones that can win the attention of the audience, so that everyone will have the opportunity to read the complete poem. Bad. Ying was slow to understand Jess's intentions, and of course fully cooperated. As long as you step off this stage, you can't attract all the attention. Understood? You will definitely win. Gamma continued to give himself even less confidence. Whether Wright responded or not, he was probably busy teleporting little people from the Empire. Jesse felt that Li Yu should have waited so long to set foot on the battlefield in Hongyu Town. So he took it so slowly. Such a grand and small party is going to last for several nights. Right? So Gamma followed Jesse's plan and ended up wandering around in the nooks and crannies of the town hall and gradually walked toward the door. Jesse's front-end arrangement after her bad Gamma performance. Gamma is here. The side door of the mayor's office opened, and Vanna stuck her head out to greet Li Yu. Gamma is coming. Li Yu conveyed the news to Wright, who was outside the light ball beside him. How many poets will be selected in total? Gamma was judging Yu Qing's time arrangement. Wait a minute. Are the poets singing one by one? Jesse suddenly thought of a question. Does everyone get the same attention? In less than 10 minutes. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Less than 3 hours before the shadow demon predicted by Vanna appeared. Whitson's wife, Sophia Alexander. You are here on behalf of the royal family. If Vanna's prediction is wrong. Protestant? Are we also interested in epics? Do you think we are suspicious? Li Yu understood the purpose of Protestantism. Of course it is. He counted. There are not many poets left now. Chapter 696 Performance. The Ministry of Creation felt it was necessary to figure out the outcome of that war. And Whitson thought we would tamper with the content of the epic. So he decided to have his wife listen to the original version. Wright explained. Whitson might have come over in person if it weren't for the need to optimize the design of the exoskeleton armor as quickly as possible. The Ministry of Creation and the Protestant Church. Jesse found that the situation seemed to be a little out of control. When will you arrive? Jesse needs the Revealer of Light by his side. Not just a cursed soothsayer. I will be there during the finals. Wright's voice became softer and seemed very urgent. Everyone's eyes are fixed on that epic poem. Many accidents will definitely happen. Gamma is here. Do you want us to arrest him first? Jesse quickly informed Wright of the news before he disappeared. There is no point in arresting him now. This is a ceremony. A necessary part of the birth of an epic. Wright shook his head. Now that the conference has begun, Gamma must win justly and sing his epic song. Wright hung up. Is it too late? Where did the Gamma come from? Jesse looked at the light group with a trace of sadness in his eyes. How about it? Do you want to confirm? Vanna invited Jesse again. Gamma frowned and looked at the two bodyguards, whose eyes were always locked on Liuka to determine how you wanted to escort him. On the other hand, the man wearing glasses sighed, his eyes never leaving the bard who had a harmonica, harp, and lute around his waist. 10 minutes is enough for you to complete your performance. Liuka cast a meaningful look at Gamma. Follow you. Jesse was worried about how to escape, but he thought that there would be no chance to meet him. The minstrel meeting is about to end in less than 10 minutes. In addition to preparing their own works, the poets are still trying to find opportunities to socialize with the nobles present. We just know that we don't have much energy to listen to epics. And we don't have much energy to search for hidden heresies. He's bad. You are Liuka. Fu Rong called Jessica. Liuka walked up to Gamma and introduced himself to you. This is Rufus and Vergers, the Protestant priests. Looking at the most opposite box on the 8th floor, Fu Rong's thoughts were filled with thoughts. Fu Rong thought about the exciting performance that might happen 10 minutes away. And the body had no choice but to swim directly to Gamma's nasal cavity. But Jesse was still sure what Liuka wanted to do when he came over at that time. It should be. The result of Fanna's prophecy has not yet been revealed. Li will even cut off your head with a sword. Gamma noticed the moment of communication between Decho and Liuka just now. Could some Alexander be sitting outside? On the bottom are round tables. Where are the businessmen who bought tickets and such important nobles? Evidently we came to hear the minstrelsy on behalf of the Protestant Church. The big ugly jumped long distance, seemingly planning to succeed. It is to know how much energy the magician consumes. It's Su Ti, your brother, Liu said in a gentle voice. Jesse tries his best to egg Gamma on. Liu took Gamma and left. And your bodyguard followed from a distance, seeming to be completely aware of your actions. Oh! Why does my face look so like a squirrel? The man wearing glasses sighed. After all, the entire minstrel meeting is a performance. And the little people may not be tired of the usual poetry and music. That's enough. Get out. Liu was not interested. Jessica should know Gamma. Right? Come with you. Jesse demanded weakly. He told C. Come with you. Even if you dare to waste his time. He can't finish his own performance while watching you perform it over and over without you. But a big ugliness is a big ugliness after all. Bad. Did Fanna push Fu Rong too much? You just want to help him and help him deal with the security that may be brought about by the Protestant religion. Except for Rufus and VJ Sri. There are obviously some little people sitting under every table. Let alone those under the balcony of the box on the 8th floor. The 7th and 8th floors of the town hall are completely connected. Almost opposite to each other, created by Liu A Theater. It must be for solicitation. What is this for? Especially when the blood still flows from the broken neck. Gamma seemed to have heard it. Silently preparing for the upcoming selection. No need. You haven't proven your worth yet. Jesse refused. With the army and right in hand. I am the absolute power in the 5 towns of gold. Jesse was fully aware that the outcome of this war was quite mysterious. No wonder Gamma came to attend the minstrel meeting even if he died. In the middle of the field. The music ended and became passionate. And the tranquility subsided. But with that level of security, Jesse had no way of sneaking out of Gamma's head. He only took the opportunity of Liuka's invitation to rush to the bathroom. Which is why he was so suspicious. But it hasn't been 10 minutes yet, the selection is about to take place. Gamma heard Jesse's voice. But still wanted to leave with Liuka too much. In addition to their first meeting in the town hall, Fu Rong also met you in the bathroom of the church in Iron Mine Town, and knew your true appearance. Or the king himself? Sneeze. Gamma sneezed. Hearing Fu Rongka's last name, Gamma had to raise his head. He is bad. Gamma. Ouch. You're coming. You're coming. Jesse reminded me from outside Gamma's head. As for those sitting on the 8th floor, they were all serious little people. And every family had a box. Forget it. I am the winner of that game. You need to taste the taste of a loser. The man wearing glasses adjusted his dress, took off his glasses, and walked towards Gamma. And desperate situations are more conducive to the growth of knights. Jesse's everything was to consider his promotion to the paladin. He wanted to make his brother's mistake. Vanna walked towards the door gradually. I was trapped in a desperate situation for too long and lost my life. Directly behind the round table is a stage. And it is not the stage where the bards will appear soon. Well, you are willing to escort him to the bathroom. Gamma felt that his interest was even lower. Oh, it's really an ordinary name. Liuka answered quickly and went straight to the topic. Do you know that, mister? Gamma is not interested in escorting a man to the bathroom? Jesse finished his thoughts. Gamma thought about Jesse's plan, and suddenly felt that it might be a worse way to appear. If he needs it, you can't find some friends to help him. Vanna couldn't tell who her friends were, and she burst into tears. What if you were a bait sent by the big ugly, trying to ruin your chances of participating in the selection? Liu remained silent because he wanted to show his strength by asking Vanna. Is Liuka trying to recruit level 8 poets for Furong? As soon as Jesse arrived and sat down on the 7th floor, he saw 2 old acquaintances coming downstairs surrounded by a group of believers. Do you know that absorbing the blood of a cursed person will have no effect? Of course, Jesse had long recognized that the man wearing glasses and a dress was the man he first met outside the town hall in Iron Ore Town. A distant relative of the Jessica family. Furonka Jessica. That's enough. Get out. On the 7th floor of the town hall, under the round table seat, a man wearing glasses just made an ugly dance invitation to see. Chapter 697. Such a wonderful performance. Are you satisfied with my performance? Such a wonderful performance. Well, it's a pity. This is a limited time performance. You have bigger things to do. Yes, I have. My epic. While Jessica lowered her head and Gamma raised her head, Liu and Ying swam into the women's bathroom stall, admiring Jessica's skills through perspective. The minstrel conference is about to begin, and Gamma is about to be fully prepared to be released. It seems that it will be in time. What are they doing? Children don't watch. But this is meaningless. Ying had already seen Jessica's performance in the bathroom of Iron Ore Town. But this time, there were big differences in the details. Human mouthparts do not. What do you mean? The source had thought that such rare materials would appear in such a small way. Get ready to work. She knew and saw that Gamma could handle it. So he left me alone. He then pried open the wall tiles in the bathroom and drilled back the wall, waiting for the bad show to begin. The second half is the selection competition. The poets will step off the stage together to start their own epic, and the audience will choose the 8 poets who can advance to the finals. After all, he is an 8th level poet. Although the items left behind by Decho will cause some trouble to Gamma, they can only serve as a delay. Liu and Ying wrote and communicated for a while. Jessica's performance over there had come to an end, and the 2 stood up with satisfaction. The stage suddenly expanded, and hundreds of bards each took the stage with their own instruments. Clanking and clanking. The source left a quip in Gama's ear, which shocked me. Lu Xun knew what kind of demon relic it was, but according to the host's description, it should be a projection-type item. The audience knew that this was the announcement that the meeting was about to end, so they applauded warmly. The first half is of course not your final. The 8 poets will take turns to appear on stage, sing our respective works, and use that relic to reproduce everything we described. As he said, the host pressed a button, and under the stage floor a bathtub-like device was raised. At the door of the performance room, an ugly face popped up, smiling and saying "Hello to Gama." The small meeting is divided into 2 parts. A half-hour break. The host used an exaggerated tone to attract the audience's attention, so that we would not be disturbed by the noise under the porch. Okay. Stop analyzing. There is nothing to analyze. Liu quickly stopped the shadow. Sometimes, psychological satisfaction is more interesting than physical satisfaction. Can I try it? Ying slumped. This isn't cool at all. Listen carefully. The source noticed that the host looked bad. Did he mention how to judge the winner? The scene was extremely chaotic for a time, but soon returned to normal. Goodbye, Mr. Jessica. Gama said goodbye to Jessica and left the bathroom. And then, he saw huge shadow characters rising from the wall. That's the appearance you've been waiting for. Gama's response was firm. Finish. The balloons under the porch moved, and giraffes, rabbits, and sheep floated toward Gamma. Well, you know, Gama calmed down and muttered. I never thought that no one in the Kingston family is good at that kind of performance. You mean, just a hole is enough? Can I try? Ying was about to solidify into a human form, but was immediately stopped by Liu poking her head, waiting for the performances of the 8 poets to begin. Liu will decide who is the loser that makes Xujia most suspicious. The host spread his hands, and threw a ball of Lu's hand to the 7th and 8th floors of the small hall. In the middle, when the host gives the order, the poets have to play. There was no big ugly man holding a maracas and a unicycle, no young man with a beer belly holding an accordion, and no fiddler wearing a tuxedo with a cello hanging from his neck. Is it wrong to enjoy it? The performance will be great. He has arrived in time. The epic is yours. The big clown chuckled, and then retracted his head in an instant. Everyone here tonight is here to understand the outcome of this war, so I will allow you to slow down and enjoy tonight's performance. Maybe you can't continue until he sings his epic? Jessica twisted around in the cramped cubicle, opened the door quickly, and walked out reluctantly. Then, inexplicably, the audience heard stereo sounds surrounding them. Then I saw a monkey doll riding a unicycle coming up behind me, clapping a big gong. I want to go. I want to go. Want to help. Gama heard the source's voice outside his head. The guards under the porch turned a blind eye to the debris, as if they should be there. Don't let him. He is a succubus, the source objected. You are also controlling me now. I will be where you want me to be to provide convenience for you. And just as the little family expected, the winner will of course get Liu himself the right to name this war, and the big gifts prepared by each little family. The host said in a sudden tone, lift low, regarding Liu and his belief. Everyone present is obviously the Protestant priest who knows best. It turned out that on the road leading to the performance room, Gama saw several toys and balloons spread out on the porch, which was incompatible with the original layout of the minstrel gathering. That means the minstrel coven is coming to an end. Gama's eyes were no longer dull. You're leaving. Gama pushed open the door and went straight to the performance stage on the 7th floor. If I had known that, I would have been able to control me. It was Gandhi writing to Lu Xun. Focus. There are things to do later. Liu corrected Ying's focus. It's time to get to work. It was also at this time that the music in the small hall stopped. Is it too late? The source asked me spontaneously. Dominoes are the tongue of the devil, seducing all the strange souls and attracting your attention. Few poets wanted to seize the center or back position of the stage, but in order to preserve their strength, they all fought directly or not. In the end, they changed their respective positions from chaos to disorder. He has the final say. I guess that Liu will be aware of my feelings towards our works. Whose work is he most willing to doubt? So he won't feel it. Ying knows better about that kind of demonic material. It's just that there is no water outside the bathtub, but it is full of sand. A group of poets sing their own songs, and it's hard to understand who is more eye-catching, but when the 8 finalist poets sing their own works, who will determine the final winner? We are all bards who play the same instrument. Under the stage on the 7th floor, a host wearing a tuxedo appeared. Oh, almost made me forget my great achievements. Gamma tied up his clothes, still immersed in a deep sense of satisfaction. Has Gamma stepped down yet? You know. But you will know. Ying ended not being very surprised at the outcome of that small meeting. It doesn't make sense. The source agreed with Ying's explanation, and then instinctively thought for a second that there was no possibility of cheating. But will it be affected by the Protestant religion? In the sound of the gong that was only for Gamma. Gamma's movements were stuck, and he struggled to lift the harmonica, fighting against the dolls and balloons left by the big ugly. It doesn't matter. You need that kind of debut. Gamma shook his head and hurriedly walked along the porch to the performance room. Chapter 698, Intoxication. Coincidentally, the audience all heard the same content Gamma epic. The brave men, the Legion and the Holy Army stand side by side, in the torrent of steel, opening the road to the Demon City. Gamma's singing surrounded the second and third floors of the town hall, radiating to the inside and outside. Li Yu's learning skills had an effect. Not only did the audience in the hall hear Gamma's works, but the scalpers and townspeople outside the town hall were also baptized by the song. Is this learning to speak? Using learning to speak to make one's singing reverberate. This poet may use this to develop a new genre of poets. But why can he control the gab? He is a poet, not a hunter. Maybe he believes? After all, with the source of information, the paths and needs of the braves have also changed a lot. That's why I said that this poet might develop a new genre. Then, there will be a huge demand for pedophiles in the Forbidden Forest. The premise is that you can enter the Forbidden Forest. The merchants in the second floor hall started talking about it. You want to hear the sequel to that war? Ying scratched his head. How can a group of poets be offended? The guards listened intently to Gamma's singing, and there were few reactions. But finally, the devil showed his fangs. While the second half of the minstrel meeting was still going on, there were only a few guards in the corridor on the 8th floor, and even our attention was attracted by Gamma's singing. At this moment, all the attention is focused on Gamma, waiting to see where my story will go. That's safer. After all, there are several small families here, not even the royal family, so we can probably recognize everyone. Cui Yin thought of some spy movies he had watched in later generations. Walking down the corridor, he even looked at the people at the door. The guard smiled and greeted. Gamma appears. Li Yu felt that there was no chance of worse, so he took out human skin and a ball of thread from outside the shadow space, knitted it into clothes for the staff of the town hall, and swayed in the corridor. Li Yu thanked the weak reminder of the contract. Yes, kill me now. Although he was the only 8th level poet in the field, it was difficult to survive under the siege of nearly 100 poets. Because obviously, if things continue to develop like this, even if they can retreat into the first half of 8 players with Gamma, they still won't be able to defeat me with their works. Fewer poets have also finished cooperating with the big clown, the little man and the piano player, ready to work together to eliminate the smallest hidden danger. Remember the purpose of your coming? Although Cui Yin was affected by Gamma's poetry, the sound of the soul contract brought me back to my thoughts. At the same time, there was no gunfire. Several rows of bullets sliced off the accordion man's scalp and almost smashed my fingers. The boxer, who had not even rushed down from the stands, beat a certain poet until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and his head was decapitated after he retreated. Did he forget? That was the second half. If I could sing it again in the first half. Li Yu pulled Ying down. You go. A brain as small as a goldfish, with thumbtacks inserted in it, drags the shadow and moves outside the pipe in the town hall to the 8th floor. The second half of Minstrel Club finally retreated smoothly before going through a lot of twists and turns. Hey, what is he doing? Have you heard everything? When he met Gamma in Hongyu Town, although Ying did not show up, he had experienced everything with Li Yu. Of course, this includes the piece where Gamma used it to speak cleverly to Li Yu. Jessica Kingston on the table licked her lips and smiled. The main reason is that the little people in the audience have no understanding of this war itself. If they know some facts, they will automatically ignore some works that are too extreme. As the poets approached Gamma, the strings, bellows and maracas resonated, gradually blocking Gamma's sound and range of movement. When Bone City turns around, you finally see the true face of the devil. They become the remaining white darkness of several cracked mountains of gold. That was Li Yu's purpose. Will it be discovered? Is Ying sure that he is that bad? Or is it worse to just use the speed of the shadow to rush through the 8th floor? Immediately afterwards, the audience saw the door behind the stage open, and a poet with bulging cheeks and gorgeous clothes made a grand entrance, floating lightly in the air on the stage, attracting everyone's attention. The contract woke Chui Yin. We also learned from Gamma, and used our own abilities to float down in the air in an attempt to seize the field of vision. More importantly, we realized that we needed to join forces to prevent Gamma from continuing to sing. Even Liu was also intoxicated. Liu has been waiting for too long. Liu knew that he had made the right bet and hurriedly walked through the 8th floor. But he soon discovered the problem. The martial artist stood in the audience and pointed at the poets who were not there, telling us to be more honest, and then jumped back to the 8th floor with a curse. Looking back at Ying, Liu found that the guy was also completely addicted to the Gamma epic and made no move at all. Even the entire Sheng mining town became quiet as Shuet Tan's stereo sound spread. The content of the contract stipulates the obligations of both parties. Liu helps Gamma attend the minstrel meeting, and Gamma helps Liu attract the audience's attention and then lights up the town hall. Each private room on the 8th floor has weak anti-peeping magic and protective magic, and is filled with surging magic power. It is possible to see the situation outside from inside, and it is even more difficult to light up. As a result, the other poets off the stage became very slow and motionless. That mission could only be accomplished without opening the door. It was also at that time that Chui Yan's brain twitched, and the soul contract signed with Gamma came to mind. The audience at the bottom were either young men from the Chamber of Commerce, nobles, dignitaries, or even members of the royal family. Oh! But Ying still wanted to stop. Chui Yan also realized that being a bard is also a dangerous path. A small meeting is likely to be the steps to the top. Is more likely to be a funeral. Although the town hall had been transformed by space magic, it was limited to the area of human activity. The pipes were still the original length. Su Liu and Ying reached the 8th floor together. Too miserable. Too miserable. Just when the poets were about to get close to Gamma, the knight on the 8th floor shouted a duel, pulled away the poet closest to Gamma, and then came back slowly, beat the poet into a bloody ball, and threw him off the stage. Now is the time to go to the 8th floor. With the interference of other bards, Gamma devoted himself wholeheartedly, and continued his playing and singing. The audience was also immersed in the story I created. The 3 spears guide the way forward. Even if it is a trap, there is no turning back. Gamma's epic is very close to the truth, and it is also very consistent with the expectations of the little people on the stage. Liu didn't look forward to it, and continued to hold his forehead. The poet's clever words, and the suspense effect of Gamma's epic have not aroused the audience's interest. We allowed other poets to interrupt Gamma's singing, while watching Jessica's performance in the bathroom. Liu had already lit up the 7th floor of the town hall. He only had to turn around on the 8th floor to light up the entire Jinshan mountain. After finding it, memories of the body. Seeing that scene, Liu was glad that he didn't pretend to be a bard and cheat. He really worked hard to play in the audience. Because if he annoyed the audience, we would rush him down and beat him. Yes, the content of Gamma's epic allowed Gamma to get extra help. In terms of content, the Gamma epic is indeed weaker than these fabricated works. 2 died and 1 was injured. The poets finally gave up the siege of Gamma and focused on their own performance. Chapter 699. Smash the door and run away. What should I do? Rush in? In the bathroom, Ying scratched his head and asked Liu. You are seeking death if you rush in. There are many big bosses hidden inside. Liu rejected this proposal. Smash the door and run away. Who can run faster? Ying perfected her plan. We don't know how fast the people inside are running. Liu imagined that this group of people were still in God's O City a day ago. So there must be guys who are good at teleportation nearby. It would be dangerous to simply compare speed, and this wastes the advantage created by using Gamma. Then, use that cool method. Ying swayed. What? The one used in the arsenal. Let's hide it. Arrange a huntler in the corridor, and cause some explosion. They will definitely open the door. Ying actually learned Liu's tricks. Maybe it's a way. But there is another way. What? There were only 2 bathrooms, one each for the east and west, and Jesse regarded them as a starting point and a destination. That woman? Where does he think Liuko will be when the second half starts? Jesse asked. This is the time when his plan comes into play. Before weaving Liuka's human skin and clothes, Jesse finished weaving a mixture of huge eyeballs and dominoes with binding thread. Of course it's the bathroom. You can't bear it now. Although Ying knows Wang Suika, she knows Wang Suika's shadow. You will definitely find Gamma and go to the bathroom together. Although my works are boring, they are so long. No businessman present was impatient. But you're upstairs. Although Ying understood Wan Shui's plan very well, she knew that it was difficult for humans to appear in two places at the same time. Yes. She is Kingston. Kingston is looking for Kingston. Is this reasonable? Liu at least knew that Jessica Kingston and Jessie were related by blood. Anyway, you are here. You can imitate her movements without being discovered. Without a doubt. I became one of the 8 bards who dropped out of the finals. We can't dress up in human skin and pretend to be Liuka, and then knock on the door one by one. Looking for Liu, Jesse said as he walked towards the west bathroom on the 8th floor. However, his heroic heart suddenly jumped, and Liu woke up and realized that the event was not just about finding this poet who could sing an epic poem, but also about waiting for a shadow demon. The fabric of Liuka's dress was very wrong, which delayed some time. I can do this. Ying had already deconstructed Jessica's performance moves and originally wanted to try it. But Will's cooperation did not alleviate Liu's doubts. You were worried about another thing. Will didn't want to know who made the prediction. He only knew that the fortune teller was introduced by Wright and was very mysterious. Nearly 100 bards have eliminated less than half, leaving only a dozen who are still struggling. And the competition leaves 7 withdrew to the finals. You can only delay for 10 minutes. Compared with Linda, the pocket watchman, Will's ability is unlimited. If it is further away, it will cause a small burden on you, but it can delay the time to 30 minutes. It requires the big clown, the little man, and the cellist also struggle to be selected. And the hunter's ability to hide his whereabouts is very weak. So we rule out the possibility that he hasn't retreated yet and then showed up at 11 o'clock. After exiting the venue to rest, the doors of each box will be opened. Did you hear my father say that he can't extract time slices? Liu asked about Will's ability. But your feeling is too bad. Wan Shui frowned. How is the situation with the guards? You see, he should be a businessman. And he should also be a poet. The businessman responded to my sarcasm. Moreover, that time magician was an assistant sent by his father and was one of the top combat powers of the Wan Shuigu family. So he also needed to be treated politely. The second half of the minstrel symposium is also coming to an end. Few poets have not finished singing all their works, but they still have ways to attract the audience's attention and automatically enter the venue in a daze. During the break, destroy them all, so that the first half of the epic can be spread out casually. Liu gave instructions. You guys push that thing back out of the wall in a while. If there are no doors outside those boxes, you can make a little trouble. Jesse did double insurance and waited quietly for the start of the second half. You're overthinking. It's not that action. It was difficult for Liu to explain to a child. I haven't checked the situation of Zuidianua. It should have been placed when Gamma and Liuka were messing around. It will cause harm. Vergier said. What's wrong? Do I need to regress and clear it? The Pale River and the 8-winged angel dragged the blood, rushing towards the entrance of the magic city. Gamma sang here and stopped abruptly. When is the guest he's waiting for expected to arrive? Will asked. During such a break, you will check everything outside the town hall again, Will said with his head high. 8:43. Will, the magician, closed his eyes slightly and announced the time. Even though I insist on being at the forefront, I also have a way to arouse the audience's emotions between the lines. Anyway, at the end of the first half, Little Magic Light will be sitting next to him. The meeting isn't over yet. If this demon hasn't arrived yet, why would it come back at 11 o'clock? Liu no longer believed in Vanna's prediction. We really want to hear the final ending slowly. This is not the time for you to appear on the 8th floor, Jesse said as he transformed human skin and knitted it into something like Liuka. It's necessary for the time being. Liu didn't demand anything from Will. You're asking about the time. What time is it? Liu repeated. The magician seemed to have been intoxicated in the Gamma epic for too long. For a moment, he didn't realize what Liu was asking. What time is it? In the box on the 8th floor. Liu was excited and asked the magician chair next to him. It's still a long time. I found out that the person who appeared in the arsenal was Huntler, a level 8 hunter. Hunters usually spend very little time observing their prey, and then kill it with a fatal blow. Will analyze based on his own experience. Wan Shui can hardly blame me. After all, you yourself were just the same, attracted by the content of the epic. If it can really become an epic sung across the continent, every word between the lines will be remembered by those who need them. The businessman continued. And there are not so few humans, and so few beliefs in the continent. Epics need to take care of each of us' understanding of the world. But what if you catch Gamma? Ying sensed that everyone outside the town hall, including businessmen and nobles, wanted to take advantage of the break to have a relationship with Gamma. Is Jessica Kingston down there? Liu pointed to the second floor. He can't act like it's not done yet. Will obeyed. The Bone City was pushed into the sky by the engine, and the shadow covered the news. Gamma was still prolonging his voice and singing quickly, and was about to sing the part that Wan Shui had heard. Of course, the grand occasion of that small meeting had something to do with Vanna. The cursed fortune teller was still lying under the bed in the mayor's bedroom, comforting himself. Then he understands. Right? The most important feature of participating in a minstrel meeting and composing epic poems is not to be long. Another uninformed businessman replied. 11 o'clock. Or will he retreat during the break? Liu could not hold back his anxiety and tried to analyze the situation. Chapter 700 Finale Appearance. Sure enough, Jessica Kingston couldn't bear the restlessness and immediately ran to the performance room behind the stage to wait for Gamma. Liu observed her movements and guessed that she wanted to fool around with Gamma in the dressing room of the performance room. Jessica disappeared into the lobby on the second floor. It was Liu's opportunity to get out of the bathroom on the third floor and light up a few boxes. I have to admit, you captured the hearts of the audience. The clown smiled at Gamma before leaving the stage. I said I would sing an epic song. Gamma seemed to gain a lot of confidence from the audience's reaction. His clothes became more splendid and his body was gradually recovering. At least from Liu's point of view. When the various poems on the stage came together, the damage done to Gamma was already healed. Can poets heal through the approval of others? No wonder the chess man is so eager to attend the bard gathering. Hey, not only did they hear your poem, but we also heard it. The clown seemed to be hinting at something. I hope the second half of your poem is as exciting. Otherwise, maybe we can make it better than you? The clown hugged the big man and the violinist, and raised his thick eyebrows at Gamma. It seems you have some business over there. The host also didn't return the merchant's gift and spread his hands. Probably. The host nodded understandingly. You can give it a try. Gamma didn't think they could imagine what happened in the second half of the war with their imagination. Kingston works closely with various small families, and is the source supplier of manpower to all factories and industries in the empire. In addition to the Kingston family, Huya also saw several other minor nobles on the 8th floor who were as famous as Huyayue the Sweet, Gainer and Coin families. Don't let him take it easy. If he takes it easy on you, just take it easy. Ying originally wanted to do that. Jin Shan found that his movements were frozen. It is also the white darkness at the forefront of Huya. Jin Shan stepped back and sat on the toilet, preparing to control the dominoes and eyeballs from a distance to make them explode and petrify. That is Gamma's understanding of the promotion ceremony. Oh, give it a try? Did you see it? What is your order of appearance in the second half? The clown took out a piece of paper and rolled it into a ball of flame. The flames formed the number 1. As Jessica, since you have not been invited to Jess's box, the status of this client is obvious. Kingston's. Do you need to talk to you? All Gamma needs to do is to finish singing the poem in the first half and completely end the bard's promotion ceremony. That won't save much time ahead. As for the identity of the people outside, it was actually easy to tell. Several small families guarded the room, and there were guards in silver armor standing at the door. They must be the royal family of the empire. But it hasn't been long since there were no 9th level poets in this small continent. The content of the epic will also affect the promotion results. And Gamma is not sure what will happen at this time. Jin Shan couldn't help but imagine that if the Demon King City came over at that time, or if a cannon landed on the roof of the town hall, how many heads of the empire would be chopped off? Either rush away or run away after being hit. Compare your speed with us. Ying could feel Huya's anxiety, and came up with an idea under Jin Shan's brain groove. The moment he opened the door, Jin Shan felt that the mood outside the box was very simple, full of peace and excitement. As if he was very much looking forward to the grand occasion when the epic came out, and the waves of refugees flocked to Liyue or the holy city. This is the time to make some noise, and see if we can find an opportunity. Jin Shan also placed a group of eyeballs and dominoes outside the mezzanine of the bathroom wall. Huya, who was wearing a Clyde dress, walked out of the bathroom and asked from box to box, Mr. Gamma, are you willing to share his creative experience with you? Except for Huyayue. No one is waiting for Gamma. All that was learned about Jin Shan through newspapers and word of mouth in those days. Sweet controls the empire's sugar, salt, and pharmaceutical industries. Gaynor focuses on the research and development of various guns, and has close ties with the Ministry of Creation. The Coin family is the main owner of the Imperial Bank. Even the royal family is extremely loyal to us. Polite. The businessman's voice became thicker, and he reached for his wallet and handed something to the host in an attempt to bribe. But that was not the plan to influence Huya. When Liu first became an imperial territory, Kingston was not the first group of nobles to come there to absorb refugees. You know he is very slow. But he should not be slow yet. Huya smoothed her hair charmingly and looked in the mirror. With so few nobles, not even a royal family, it would be a joke to take action outside. The businessmen under the tables on the 7th floor gathered at the edge of the stage, trying to find Gamma to sit down. In the boxes of each family, the mood of anticipation and security is the main theme. As if Gamma's epic is a magic box, with secrets that can shake Xiaolu hidden inside and outside. Huya winked at the speaker and slowly moved forward to the previous room. We don't have the keen eyesight of businessmen to see who is least likely to be the winner. It means I prepared a bland performance so that the audience can't be impressed by your epic? If that's possible, Gamma muttered, cutting a few harp strings and twisting them together, like a big worm. When the expectations of the epic fall on me alone, I only need to tour a few small human cities, or go directly to the God-sworn city to sing the epic, and I cannot become a true 9th-level poet. On the 8th floor of a large town hall, there are so few nobles and little people gathered. Next to the Kingston family is the Medi family's box. There are very few people outside, and it is almost not full yet. This may be because the Medi family controls the small newspapers in the empire, and is not the main force in spreading epics. It treats the Bard Guild most seriously. But after the businessman successfully came up with something, Gamma slowly left the stage and went to the performance room to prepare for the first half of the performance for Gamma. What the businessman could provide was not important. After all, even Gamma himself couldn't understand what happened at that time. No one was discussing the epic poem, they just heard outside the bathroom. Ying dared to speak directly to Jinshan. The first box belonged to a certain family. Noticing the slave family emblem under our clothes, Jinshan knew that we were not the family that focused on human trafficking and slave training Huyayue. If it matters, there will always be no business. The businessman nodded to the host. And did he have any intention of taking back the bribe? For example, at the beginning of the game, and after the winner is announced, passing by the box belonging to the Huyayue family but not retreating. Jinshan walked around on the 8th floor, leaving only a box in the center that was not lit. Seeing Gamma's reaction from a distance, Jinshan felt that Huyayue might be disappointed. Amidst the finale it's so grand, haha. I doubt you. No one will be able to see his performance in the first half. Decho left a strange sentence, went on stage with my companions, and went to the performance room to quickly revise the draft. Only then did Gamma remember the draw at the end. Took out the note, and saw the number 8. Seal the building. It was not at that time that a voice came from the bathroom on the 8th floor. It was also when he stepped into the first box that Jinshan discovered that as long as the door was open, he could not see inside or outside even if he stepped back. He is bad. You are Clive. Clive Jessica. Have they seen Jessie? Jinshan imitated Clive's voice. Ying imitated Huyayue's movement rhythm. Played by two demons, it's about a man who is looking for a wife between performances. He hurriedly walked through the corridor, from the west washroom to the east washroom. The intermission was about to begin. But Jinshan never waited for the opportunity for the royal box to open. And he was not relieved at all. During the intermission, due to physiological needs, the doors of almost all the boxes were open. So there was no need to ask. Jinshan walked quietly, stopping from time to time to observe, trying his best to attract the attention of the bodyguards at the door. Notice. That's in line with the rules. The host stopped behind the businessman and said, the schedule is halfway through, and you are here to inquire about the content of the poet's works. Huyayue, this one sitting upstairs? No one outside the box noticed Huyayue's appearance, and her tone was full of patience. Is there anything he wants outside? Get out. Chapter 701, Twists and Turns. Charge. Smash. Run away. Ying changed words one after another on Liu's brain, and almost pointed an arrow directly at the box where the royal family was. Don't panic. It's over if you panic. Liu held Ying down and didn't move. Suddenly, Liu felt as if his predecessor had experienced a similar incident. The feeling that he was about to be discovered, but had not yet been confirmed. At that time, I seemed to be sitting at an auction. Is it that while the cracked golden mountain is lit up, the memory also begins to gradually loosen? Someone should have discovered the dominoes we hid in the bathroom. But they didn't really discover us. Liu quickly took off Jessica's dress and untied it into a fluffy binding. Once the guards start searching and find the two Jessicas, there will be no hiding. What should we do? Ying felt the time freeze. Time has stopped moving. What else can I do? Just wait. Being imprisoned by time. Liu also felt a puzzling sense of familiarity. As if he had seen him before. This kind of magic should be very powerful. Right? If it lasts for too long, it will consume a lot of money. Liu vaguely felt that time was gradually loosening. And resistance began to appear in each box. Silver armor? What is he doing? A Liu knight dragged the time around him to pieces, trampled on the floor, and walked out of the bathroom step by step. You may seek the help of the Protestants to delay the purification of the entire town hall. Li raised his finger. But of course, he has to look forward to this scene too much. After all, it will cause little harm to the poets. This signals that the first half of the Bard's Coven is coming to an end. Devil? Knight Liu frowned. If we retreat to the box, we will cover the entire corridor on the 8th floor. Slowed down. The first half is almost over. Very strong smell. Unless, well, made a new suggestion. Unless you delay seeking help from the Protestants? The magic circle is attached to candles and lights, illuminating the white and dark spaces and laying out shadows. Once the shadow demon retreats into that shadow range, an alarm and imprisonment will be triggered. Can't this be used to unlock the magic on his hands? Knight Liu raised his sword. Their magic has caused Wang Nan so much trouble. But I'm sure Rufus and we are cooperating. You are saying that the Revealer of Light will arrive very soon. Li Liqing emphasized Right's name. No matter whether there is no demon or not. No matter where it is hidden. I will find it. That was his dereliction of duty. Knight Liu clenched his fists. Did you find it? Like Will. Shining Armor was affected and hurriedly left the bathroom. However, according to the current situation, it is true that the shadow demon has not shown up until 11 o'clock. For the sake of Prince Wang and the wife of the Minister of Creation, he cannot return to you slowly and ask if you want to delay your departure. Li said casually. No. Shining Armor said weakly. The resistance in each box on the 3rd floor is particularly weak. No nobles. No royal family. No one is willing to be trapped in time. The main disadvantage is that the magic circle will make the light on the scene weird and bring some peculiar smell. What's going on with the Protestant religion? Knight Liu was about to leave to report to Wang Nan when he suddenly turned back. What's there? Fire wings leaked out from Shining Armor's armor, instantly cleaning away the dominoes and eyeballs. He's talking about the very low-cost one? Of course Li already knew that plan. It was to use the elemental magician's affinity for dark elements to create a set of magic arrays that maybe can detect shadow demons. Will has a point. We will definitely give up on learning the truth about this war for the first time just because there is still a demon that can capture the shadow. Understood. Will nodded. But if something goes wrong on the Protestant side, so it doesn't make any sense for him to ask those questions? Of course. Shining Jia fully understood the purpose of various small families and royal families coming to the small meeting. Huh? No. In the west bathroom, the magician will looked at the spider web woven between his palms, but did not find a clear target. It has something to do with cooperation. Anyway, Right will be here soon. There was not a ball of light outside Shinjia's box. Of course Shining Armor knew about Right's magic that could emit light spots as marks. Tell Wang Nan that there is no demon left. Of course, Shining Armor would risk Wang Nan's death to hide the news. But, Will didn't have anything to say yet. Perhaps you will go out on the 8th floor and place some dark element magic traps that only target shadows? Your magician can do it. Where is it? There are so few brave men gathered under the Bard Guild. And the power of demons is everywhere. Shadow demons are naturally rare. And humans have no limits on their detection methods. You have waited too long. No. Shining Armor nodded to Will. He knows this is not possible. Liu said warmly. Immediately afterwards, Liu sensed that the dominoes and eyeballs in the west bathroom were destroyed. Just do it. Although the cost is very low and the taste is very strong. At that time, Shining Armor has no worse choice. Shining Armor just thought that the shadow demon would stop moving so early. You said, Right will be by your side very soon. Shinjia walked back to the box. The shadow has come out. Even if it can escape the trap and Right search, as long as it dares to show up, it will never appear again. Escape is lost. There was an entire structure of the town hall hanging on the web. and everyone was trying to break free. Is Vanna's prophecy wrong? Shadow Demon. Shining Armor thought for a moment, then took a step back to announce the news. He knows that shadow demons are difficult to distinguish. At the same time, Will's forehead would sweat. Every noble is also resisting your magic. If he must have found a shadow demon, this can only be like that. Shining Armor had an expression on his face. I found that one. Will picked up the dominoes and eyeballs and presented them to Shining Armor. The host waved his hand and summoned the bathtub. The sand outside the bathtub began to overflow and spread all over the venue, forming a giant three-dimensional painting covering the Demon King's castle and the 7 Noose fortresses, covering the entire stage. He also went to notify the small families to check on his entourage. Shining Armor rearranged Will's tasks. Since you can't check everyone, we can only hand over this part of the responsibility to ourselves. The death of the God of Faith is really troublesome. Silver Armor patiently closed the armor. Only a quarter of the stage is left, waiting for the poets participating in the finals to appear. Those things have a way of hurting you. They seem to be just the eyes of the devil. Will tried to analyze the function of the group of bones and eyeballs. The eyeballs embedded under the dominoes tried hard to rotate, but they could only look in the specified direction. What are they talking about? Nightly, you hated the feeling of being kept in the dark. This is the secret weapon to capture the shadow demon. From the perspective of a time magician, if you want to assassinate the royal family or a small noble, that little thing is obviously enough. Will lifted the magic, and everyone outside the town hall resumed action instantly. I want you to witness an epic performance. No invitation. The host called to the first bard to appear, and it was not this big ugly one. Those shadow demons haven't come yet? Of course Lily recognized whose belongings they were, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Maybe this demon is also curious about the outcome of the war? Will raised his head and silently sent a message to the boxes of a few nobles. At the same time, music sounded on the 7th floor of the town hall. He knows the current situation. The worst he can do is cause some trouble. Nightly, you left this sentence before turning around and leaving. After all, I am also one of the brave men who absorbs the source of information to increase the power of weakening. Chapter 702, a clever epic. It seems we haven't been discovered? In the mezzanine of the bathroom wall, Inging and Liu were hiding, writing in the groove of their brains. But we didn't light up the last box either. The royal room appeared in Liu's mind. Wait a minute. There's some movement. Inging suddenly stretched out along the shadow of the crack in the door, and then immediately retracted. What's wrong? It's very strange outside. Humans are doing strange things. Inging felt the difference in the shadows on the porch. The moment she poked her head out, she felt full of malice and very dangerous. For example, if you find that we are there, but you can't find us, you are using some kind of magical power. Inging savored it carefully. It is very similar to the spells of Huntler's magic traps. Maybe it is some kind of magic that is aimed at me. The trap. Then we can't get out? Liu took a look through and found that the light in the corridor was indeed divergent. Although the scenery was still the same as before, it was inexplicably different. Be prepared for the worst. If I accidentally step on the shadow trap, I will be discovered. The shadow covered Liu's entire head, like a cat that dared not jump into a pool of water. That's okay. At least you can hide in my mind. The shadow above Liu's head. Jessie felt that since the purpose of creating a surprise was to attract the attention of the guards, there was no need to wait for Gamma's performance. Of course, after all, Kingston lost his heir and army outside this war. Wright took a deep look at Tong Xian. Tong Xian finally understood that for a bard, it is important to understand the audience. It's very bad. Without him here, everyone on the 8th floor would have been deceived by the poet's clever words. After what Wright said, Liu was even more looking forward to how the various forces would be integrated together in addition to Gamma's poetry. Worthless? Is it more real? He means the stories are all the same? Tong Xinka said. Seeing Wright's arrival, Liu Sini settled down. It's time for him to deconstruct and deconstruct. And for you to light up. What do you mean? Oh no. Let's talk about it. Is there any news tonight? After listening to the first piece, Wright turned to Tong Xian and asked seriously. To displease the royal family, it is of course more difficult to win the favor of the royal audience in the audience. That was equivalent to Low Tower betraying the Empire and leading to that war. Well, that's our fault too. Wright took a chair and sat down. Outside of the remaining 8 bards, only Gamma has participated in this war, and has always sang the truth. With so many remaining bards, of course, the poets above must think of other ways. Yes, since the stories are all the same. Let's see whose performance is more profound and whose ending is more worthless. The businessman knows everything about bards. He agrees. It means that others will agree. It means that he believes in it. Wright noticed that there was no movement outside the box where Mr. Wong was when he heard the ending. On the 8th floor, outside Liuka's box, Wright walked out of the light group and saw the big clown dancing the maracas at a glance. Are all minstrels guilds so fake? What should I do? Do you want to smash it? Ying couldn't think of a better way. While I was singing, my lyrics became characters of sand, which were deeply imprinted on the wall in front of the stage. The characters of sand danced back and forth, attracting the audience's nerves with every beat and gradually introducing impressions. Yes, according to your opinion, each of us will pick someone to displease. For example, that one is obviously trying to displease the royal family. As an Alexandria boy, Wright certainly knew who the big ugly was singing to. The scholars and magicians outside the low tower are the ones who care about the slander of a big ugly man. Tong Xian certainly knew what the low tower meant. Correct. Wright nodded. And if you want to displease the Ministry of Creation, you have to sing repeatedly about how brave and fearless the Holy Army is. The reason why the epic spreads, apart from the facts, also depends on where the communicator sits. To seek evil? Will there be no one to seek evil from the nobles? Humans are so weak. The Empire's royal power will never collapse. De Cho even added some auspicious words. Well, that's a problem. Liu scratched his head. The performance on the 7th floor was not over yet. The first clown appeared on a unicycle, played with my maracas, and reinterpreted the second half of the Gamma epic in a playful tone. Do you remember that Gamma said that he has a way of attracting everyone's attention? Jessie said quietly. Just when I was the most eye-catching, you smashed down the door of the royal family. Do you believe that the shadow demon hasn't arrived yet? But he has found it, and can he help? Even a fool can tell that De Cho has changed his work and is trying his best to get closer to Gamma and describe the story of difference or lack. But I have to deconstruct it. Otherwise, I won't be able to light up the anchor point. Wang Nan is the wife of Whitsun, the Minister of Creation. Of course she knows that her husband hates Low Tower. As the businessman said, De Chao's work retreated into the first half. I waved the maracas, inserted another maracas into the ground, imitating the collision between Bone City and Noose 8, and hummed my newly composed work. Does he think so too? No wonder the next one is God's O City. Liu also listened to the works of bards a lot, but at this moment, all he felt was full of seeking evil and the magic power of wanting to brainwash. The stories of all the contestants from now on will be closer to Gamma's, washing your brain nerves over and over again. The businessman pointed to his head. Yes, it's worthless. The businessman confirmed. You need to make sure that the winner's work has no value for anyone to hear it. During the break, did you have the opportunity to perform, and did you get the satisfaction? At this time, you were sulking. This is certain. People always doubt what they want to doubt. Wright was not as optimistic as Liu. After a moment of complex discussion, the Big Ugly performance also came to an end, and the ending of the Big Ugly. Prince Noel, who was on the 8th noose, was assassinated by a ruthless person. And the assassin was the little magician whose soul was corrupted by the White Devil. That's very unusual. After all, he wants to hear the same story 4 times in a short period of time. Next to Liuka's table was a businessman's table. A businessman said with a smile. Is that plagiarism? Liuka asked from the 7th floor of the small hall. I really didn't expect that I would be so cowardly. While trying to displease the royal family, I would actually dare to belittle the tower. Wright was very satisfied when he heard the ending. When it came to the businessman's career, Lee was too lazy to ask any more questions. But when he thought that Gamma might not win, the raging longing in his heart became much hotter. But with my flexible performance and vivid expressions, and the scene of gravel in the bathtub, all the audience saw a war raging above the Bone City. There were no spears, no rays, and no skeletons turning around and rising into the sky. City. Brainwashing? Liu snorted. Of course the bard will take into account the audience's reaction. He will think that I have seen that everyone hates this. Gamma's work. Right? The businessman asked in return. Will there be no one here to harm the Protestants? Mr. Ji sang about that war. Mainly because the Protestants were present and used the holy light to cleanse all the demons? Liu slowly understood the key. Now, Sister Wang should be thinking about how bad it would be to let that big ugly work be sung in the mainland. Right side. He thinks it will be epic. Chapter 703. The attractive Gamma. Jesse told Wright about the discovery of the dominoes and eyeballs, and also explained the town hall's defense strength and the weak consensus with the Protestants. My people have set up shadow traps on the 3rd floor. A brave group and 3 mecha groups are in place outside, as well as a time magician invited from the family. The church agrees that if a shadow demon is found, it will be purified with holy light. But they might construct a purification ritual by sacrificing townspeople, not counting the strength of each family. It is very easy to suppress a shadow demon. If you are here, I think I can even directly challenge the 3 demon sons. Jesse was talking about Redcoat, Noli More, and Spud. The difficulty is not finding it, Jesse said, as the second poet also came on stage. It was the big guy with the accordion. Indeed, as Wright had guessed, the clown and his group of bards were going to tell a similar story. But each had its own focus, and each attracted its own audience. You are the revealer of light, so finding a shadow shouldn't be a problem. Right? Jesse has been waiting for a long time. Although the bard's performance was quite rich, he still felt a little uneasy because he failed to catch the shadow demon. Indeed, I can walk around the town hall. If the shadow demon is not hiding in someone's body, but inhabits the shadow, I will definitely find it. As the spokesperson of light, Wright is naturally sensitive to shadows. Jesse and Shadow are able to resist the attention and become the audience. This is a card made of strings. The worm under the card is curled up and sleeping in a sphere. The surrounding lines form countless circles. Staring at the worm. Looking at the time, it was already 10:27. And roughly at the end of the poem, the predicted shadow demon was about to appear. The bone city depicted in the sand crashed towards the fortress, with Shay and the 8-winged angels running towards the broken city wall in front of them. That's why we have to listen to it now. The later it is, the less likely it will be interfered by demons. Wright clenched his fists. At least Gamma is still a human being, so it will be beneficial to you. But it would be a bad idea to delay it. Not only the audience outside the town hall, but also the townspeople in the town hall suddenly saw the Gamma under the stage, and the sand rising from the bathtub. He doubts you that much? Liu raised his eyebrows when he heard Fana's name. Maybe he has also slept with you. Right? Yes. That's how it works. That small ceremony is the bard's promotion ceremony. I have to sing it in front of your eyes, and then it spreads throughout the entire continent. It is the real epic. Wright shook his head slightly. It would be the worst thing for you if you let me sing it now. The epic affects the audience's perception of this war. At that moment when the mainland is flooded with information, the audience's perception will change reality. That was the reason why Wright valued that small meeting. We also each named this war, which made Wright shake his head repeatedly. After all, the unveiling of the light had almost seen the whole process of the war. But he had no doubts about the final outcome. The songs sung by the next 7 poets were all by Wright. Pay attention to the following. Liu slightly believed that Decho and his gang would be so untargeted after knowing who the royal family was present. So much so that the second half of Gamma's performance didn't even arouse our interest during the break. Will and the guards had not yet finished cleaning up the gossip, and Gamma could only rely on himself at this time. Knowing about heresy? The little wizard doesn't need it either. Wright smiled. And you need to understand the curse. There was no movement outside Wang Nan's box. The light of failure is brewing in the box, but it has long been shrouded in the haze of deception. That was the moment when humans were closest to Sheena, and also the moment closest to victory. The entire minstrel coven is a ritual, but that will definitely interrupt this conference. Wright's focus is very strange. That will be the time when you are closest to the truth. The war is about to end, and it will take a long time to wait for a small conference. What he means is, the epic will change. Rush away. Hit and run. All Inging could think about was that. And he calculated a path leading to the royal box between the flowing dark element traps. Next, the remaining 7 bards appeared one after another. Some complained about the food shortage caused by the sandstorm in the kingdom. Some complained about the absence of the church. And some showed the heroic battles of several small nobles, each with different angles. Affect reality? And did Vanna say 11 o'clock? Why is he delaying? Wright still remembers Vanna's prophecy and is very doubtful that it will come true. Since Wright suspected that the shadow demon would appear at 11 o'clock, Ji Chio just hesitated and concentrated on watching the poet's performance. Oh, let's see if Vanna's prediction is wrong. Liu needed that kind of preaching. That is not a ceremony that belongs to the entire continent. You have to wait for it to happen. Right looked at Liu. But there is no way for you to know the truth or change the truth. You think he would be so superficial. Right shrugged. Speaking of Sheena, before the fall of the god of faith, every brave man was a heretic. After chatting for a while, Xiao Han's work has not yet entered the first half. The ending of Xiao Han is still the death of Prince Noel, but the process is slightly less tortuous. It expresses whether the Ministry of Creation has received enough resource support due to the constraints of the church and the low tower to help ultimately lose the war. When Gamma sang those two lines, Jesse and Yingying's attention was attracted by the poem. Jiqiu opened his eyes, and Yingying also formed a shadow eye, staring at Gamma's performance. But at that moment, Gamma's harp cracked, and the strings twisted into worms, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the house. Finally, Gamma appears. Yes, the epic will change with the author's performance. And the real epic will also affect reality. Wright's words shocked Liu. Liu did not speak, still immersed in what Wright had just said. Ah? Did he know that Gamma would be the first winner? What are you waiting for? Just kidnap me and pry open my mouth, suspecting that I am willing to share the epic with the little wizard. Liu persuaded. The same thing is that no matter which version of the story, Iha is the smallest sinner who leads to the victory of this war. Sure enough, as Wright guessed, Xiao Han stood at the end of the Ministry of Creation and fully praised the Ministry of Creation's Machine Corps and the reformed Holy Path Army. Remember? Don't look. Your chance has come. Jesse in the bathroom closed his eyes at that moment to avoid being disturbed by Gamma's magic. Wright thought of this blazing light that could not possibly cover the sky. This is definitely Gamma's epic that will be beneficial to you. It was just that at that time, a small number of the audience had not yet been filled with the stories of the 7 poets behind them. Their minds were very simple, and they were each thinking about which epic song would be most unfavorable to them. At the same time, in the town hall, a pretty face appeared in the flames of the torch. A snail crawled under the back armor of the knight standing guard, dragging a slender shadow. The pale river and the 8-winged angel dragged the blood and rushed to the entrance of the magic city. Gamma is finally about to open a new chapter. What was emphasized by Gamma was a large machine box in the arms of the 8-winged angel. Chapter 704, 3 Masks? Why did he know that what humans blew up was a fake library? Outside the town hall, Noli More, Spud, and Winnie gathered around a fire. Is it really false? Wei and I heard Gamma's epic and became somewhat interested in the details of that war. Really? Noli More's answer was vague. Haha, don't joke with me, I will take it seriously. The flame on Winnie's head swayed. After obtaining the heart of purgatory and escaping from Sharfa's control, Winnie has been in a good mood. Bards have their imagination. Maybe we are lucky. This bard's imagination is very close to reality. Wei and I commented on Gamma's work. I kind of want to finish listening to it. In the light of the torch, Winnie's face blurred and swayed, and there was a small snail hidden in the shadow. Everyone's attention was focused on Gamma, and no one noticed this little difference. The light of victory lit up in the wrong place. The bones cracked and shattered, but they were healed by the light of blood. The desire to kill restored the Bones City. As Winnie spoke, the torches in the town hall shook together, and the embers of the sparks were transmitted into the town hall little by little, exploring the inside of the hall for Winnie in a hidden way. Huh? He's actually a royal man? Maybe? Noli More was also sure. When angels lose their wings, will the holy path be restored? Gamma sang here and stopped abruptly. The mask of the Masking Society occupied the Protestant priest who broke Jesse? Was that done by Red King Mountain? Or was it the small altar? What a joke. In an instant, the entire town hall was ablaze with flames. Oh, sure enough, many young priests have come to the Protestant church. We are the ones responsible for splitting Jesse. We must have a lot of knowledge. It's a pity that there is no one outside the box, but you will choose a worse target. Winnie didn't know that there was a little magician sitting outside Kingston's box. And that bad image creates less suspense for Gamma. If the birth of the epic will affect people's beliefs, then you must be the devil outside the small altar. Or a Protestant. And you will miss that opportunity. Winnie was happy to answer Noli More's question. Didn't Brother Chow die at that time? Shurchin had a rough understanding of the process of the war, and knew that Gerald Kingston was not killed before the Holy Path Army folded its wings. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. You are a meteor. Spade danced. You are still mature at this time, and it will hurt if you smash our LS. I heard that there is no wife of the Minister of Creation yet. Judging from the scene, Humans and the Imperial Army seem to have lost hope. Not that outside. Not that outside. You become a mature body. Spade walked around outside the shadow. But who is this light spot? Red Shirchin? The city defense commander? Spard asked Inging. You always feel that there is no point. 8 little masks. What do you want to do? Are you waiting to tamper with the epic? Winnie felt that there was no need to chat with Red Jinshan. But due to the attraction of attention, Winnie could not do too little. Action. 1. 2. While listening to the epic, Winnie was counting the number of masks in the mass masking party. 8. Noli Moore did not answer, but listened intently. You also want to know. Noli Moore's shadow stretched into an eye and stared, including Kurt, although the light was obscured by sand. Right, recall the end of this war. This is your light. What did he mean by tampering with an epic? Noli Moore looked at it and suddenly asked Winnie. Winnie finally came to a topic that interested Noli Moore. The 2 demon sons were completely immersed in Gamma's story, and were brought back to this war by memories. Wait a minute, the situation of the Protestant priests is very strange. Noli Moore didn't answer. That's right. That's right, it's actually a mask hiding party. Wei and I discovered the key information at that time. Right nodded. The meteor from the sky breaks the light of public opinion. The Bone City falls, causing cracks in the indestructible faith. Since the priests are occupied by the masked society, you can only find a way to kidnap Wang Men? Kidnap you and steal knowledge from the Ministry of Creation, Winnie giggled. Or Shirchin Kingston. I heard you can. I'm in charge of entertaining you at Split Jesse. The 7-winged angel is resurrected. A river is flowing. And mankind is falling. Under the stage, the sand stopped turbulent. And Wallace spread his 7 wings and resurrected, rushing towards the brightest light together with the river. Off the stage, new 7 fortresses were also destroyed one after another by the Skybone City's crash, leaving only News 8 still barely holding on. Yo, the Mask Hiding Club is ready to cast a spell, although Winnie couldn't look away from Gamma. She could feel the changes in the priests through their temperature. What he means is, after the poet sings, the masks of the masking society will choose the winner we think. Tamper with the content. And make people's high. We want to make people high? Noli Moore needs to determine the truth. And it is an epic that has been tampered with. Yes. What I'm curious about is why this poet can attract our attention soon. Wei and I noticed the broken string Gamma placed on the stage. Winnie collected a lot of information. Outside that time, everyone was paying attention to the epic's exit. Right, and Kurt even forgot that the shadow demon existed outside the small hall. 8 little masks came to the mass masking party. Winnie checked to see if any were missing. But Noli Moore and Spade still showed no reaction. But that's still what Noli Moore and Spade care about. Gamma's epic retreats into its final chapter. Winnie kept talking to herself. But Noli Moore and Spade didn't listen to a word. We seem to have seen this thing before. Spard gathered the particles into the shape of an eye. And together with Noli Moore, he set his sights on the attention card created by Gamma. But that's very troublesome, Winnie said without getting angry. It's a bad thing that the flames won't show you the way. You need to know which little people are here. However, Winnie quickly judged the composition of the people in the town hall through the embers of the flames. Winnie could only continue talking to herself. The epic is also sung very slowly until the point of light lifts an egg to block the sword thrust by a river. The egg discharges the dirty river and transforms into one and countless snails. Why does it look so safe? Shirchin's body tensed up. Huh? What he means is that he knows me. Immediately afterwards, in Gamma's depiction, the entire people of Holy Mine Town saw the 7-winged angel and he had tearing away the spear and shield beside the city defense commander. And a sword emerged from the river and stabbed at the light. Gamma sang about how the Demon King's castle was saved from being torn apart by the desire to kill. The knights present all trembled when they saw the snail. That's not why you want to hear the end of my story. Noli Moore responded. It seems that the little Minister of Creation has very poor taste. This card is gradually solidifying. The embers of the flames were able to tell Winnie that there was no one outside each box. She could only collect some conversations that took place near the flames. And the news that was thrown back and burned in the flames. It would be great if we could step back and take a look. The nobles outside the box are also very mysterious. White liquid oozed from the nostrils of Rufus and VJs. Chapter 705, 11 o'clock sharp. How do they tamper with the epic? Of course, we use the source to change some details and content, so that the epic can be more helpful in spreading the beliefs of the mass society. Wei and I explained. Why are they so sure that what this person sings is an epic? Noli Moore did not see the previous performance, and was not sure whether Gamma would be the final winner. Who knows, this is the last bard. Maybe they listen to them all first and choose the ones they want to change, Winnie said with a smile. Bite my hot ass. If their sources are enough, there's nothing wrong with revising all the works in the second half. Of course, and you little baby, how could I forget the third mask? Winnie's flames not only pointed at Rufus and VJ's, but also had another target. Jessica Kingston. Jessica's nasal cavity and tear glands also exuded a faint white liquid, just like Rufus and VJ's, and the air around her began to become ambiguous. As for the people around Rufus and VJ's, some were drowsy, while others were looking at the stage while grabbing the food on the table and eating it. The masks of the Mask Masking Society have begun to show their strength. In this way, whatever plans Rufus and Vergers himself had, or whatever agreement Jesse made with the Protestants, were effectively aborted by the three masks coming together. We are too suspicious that you do it. Will also age rapidly at the same rate. What the heck? Of course, the source noticed Noli more behind the stage after all. He was always attracting attention. With the mixed influences of the 8 Jesses, something nameable is happening. He actually hit a little magician outside. Is he giving you a surprise when he is preparing to start the war? Wayne's eyes were fixed on Gamma under the stage, and she smiled softly, then turned into flames and circled around. Go to Wang Nan's box on the 8th floor. Affected by the want to use, the little nobles on the 8th floor did not react immediately until a ray of light lit up. What Vanna said is right. VJ's and Jessica are safe. Mo Ming recalled a prophecy made by Vanna jokingly. Put it away now and tell Sophia to leave. Li Yu certainly hoped that Wang Nan would suffer any harm. Winnie's strange behavior did not affect Noli Moore and Spade. The clock stood at 11 o'clock. With the influx of even fewer private troops and machine regiments, the entire town hall fell into absolute chaos. Only VJ's, Jessica, and Liyuka turned into 8 masks supported by white pulp. They were constantly twisting and deforming under the baptism of light, and crawled hesitantly towards the stage step by step. What's going on? What happened? Xin Yuan, outside the bathroom, felt that everything behind him was shocking. He obviously wanted to sneak in and take advantage of the situation. But why did he suddenly lose control? A river becomes a trophy that belongs exclusively to the Demon King. From now on, the Bone City will stand on the same side of the elements, and it will be the enemy of light. We dueled Winnie one after another, and then one by one, we became charred corpses falling outside the corridor. Then, Li Yu looked at the wall clock outside the room. When the snail devoured the knight's armor, the Bone City embedded the news at the instruction of the devil, and the gears of the meat grinder stopped turning. Gamma's voice stopped. Mom, Mom! Even Ying was completely still, writing repeatedly on the ground. It will mix into the river of blood and become a moat. And it will also be a quagmire that devours the brave. In Gamma's works, the Demon King City was gradually described to me as something that I wanted to use and have a way to defeat. Still, everyone's eyes were focused on the stage, fighting with their peripheral vision. Wang Nan's room will be attacked. Time Magician will also immediately unfolded the time section and saw what was about to happen. The heads and shoulders of the knights in shining armor moved apart, as if the space was misaligned. The box door opened, and royal guards in silver armor rushed out from the outside. As Gamma's epic song was about to end, the 7th floor fell into absolute chaos. It was also at that time that an inexplicable commotion broke out on the stage. Let you see, who wants to steal your wife? At the same time, the businessmen under Liyuka Rufus' table in the distance wanted to hug and kiss each other. Elemental affinity. Well, Demon King City has gained elemental affinity. Wright also heard some details in Gamma's epic that he had initially ignored. Noli Moore. The scene was inexplicably weird. Noli Moore was still listening carefully to Gamma's performance. The masked society stole the new religion. Countless light groups began to appear around Wright, and the Rufus family's private army, which had long been ill-prepared for battle, finally retreated into the town hall. And just as the knights in shining armor gathered in 2 rows in the box, preparing to escort Mr. Wang into the ball of light, a snail crawled down the shoulders of all of us. During the pause, a handful of Jesse rotted and fell off under the 8 masked men on the 7th floor. However, VJ's and Jessica seemed to still retain their affinity for the holy light. The 8 masks were able to withstand Wright's pressure, and were not immediately cut into pieces by Wright's light. A shadow split the small closed door of the town hall. The shadow demon dragged his name and blocked it directly behind the stage. He broke the shape of 8 masks and suppressed Wright's light at the same time. But when the light illuminated the darkness, The guests on the 7th floor did not regain their consciousness, but disappeared completely. Yes, the third of the 7 masks. Laziness, gluttony and lust. Winnie nodded, her eyes becoming blurred. Bauer must hate that boy very much. What if I want to take you away as a gift to Bauer? First, no one fell asleep silently. And then, VJs opened his mouth and bit off half of Jessica's head. Bullshit prophecy. Fire wings spread out from Liu's back. It's time to slow down. This is the wife of the villain of the Minister of Creation. It's worthless for research. A face suddenly emerged from Mo Ming's fire wings. It was Wei Ni's smiling face. The shadow demon appeared. But it was not the one Liu was expecting, but the more terrifying one. Wei Hao resolutely carried out Liu's order and turned the dial of the clock remotely. But there was a lag. Jessica scratched the white liquid that spilled out of her head. She seemed too lazy to care about the injuries, but spread her body under the table. Go back in, Mo Ming shouted, trying to ask Will to push the time back to 1050. The prophecy was wrong. Although he was just a royal man married to the Minister of Creation. After facing the Bone City, what Mo Ming needed most was Manchu, who was not from the City of Gods and the Ministry of Creation. Wake up! It's your turn. Although Mo Ming couldn't understand what happened, he also knew that it was the worst time to light up the Jinshan mountain. It wasn't until Liu named Wei and I for a duel that the raging flame stopped. Mom, Dad. Ying seemed to have completely lost the ability to think. That scene was incomprehensible. However, when they rushed to Wang Nan's box, Xin Yuan and Ying were intercepted by a man, seemingly feeling that Jessica's head tasted bad. VJs started devouring the surrounding guests, and these guests also started biting each other and eating the sleeping people. That's very important information. Outside the box on the 8th floor, Liu murmured to right beside him. The final destination of the epic may become unacceptable to humans. Are these 3 the leaders of the Masking Society? Noli Moore knew that they were unusual if they were worthy of being mentioned by Winnie. Wright himself immediately descended to the small hall on the 7th floor and watched the 8 masks of the Masking Society with a weaker light. And whether they are kissing, hugging, or devouring each other, while we are doing what we are doing, our eyes are firmly fixed on Gamma off the stage, and the scene sung in Gamma's epic. Chapter 706, You Have Me. Liu sensed a tall, thin figure with curly hair appearing in the princess's box. He wore a set of wide glasses, and the gears on his body rattled like a living steam engine soldier. Lord Woodson. The royal guard called out the identity of the person. And only then did Liu and Ying know who was standing in front of them. At this point, the town hall of the small holy mine town contains a great magician, a minister of creation, 3 masks of the Masking Society, 3 sons of devils, and the leaders of the 6 nobles of the empire, not to mention the brave men and machine soldiers who kept appearing from the light group. The brave Sawyer, who was infected by the white devil, also came to the scene and immediately rushed to the stage on the 2nd floor to join the battle group of the 3 major masks of Right, Noel Moore, and the Masked Society. Noli Moore. Where's AKA? I was peeled off from Chiha by you. How did I escape? Tell me the answer. Sawyer's whip shadow struck Noli Moore's shadow hard. Each time one question at a time. Sawyer wanted to look directly at Noli Moore, but his eyes were attracted by Gamma on the stage, and he shed tears of blood. Noli Moore fell into complete silence, guarding the stage, blocking any humans or robots who wanted to come on stage. Noli Moore needs to finish listening to Gamma Epic. The light of the crystal ball also covered 8 layers in an instant, and then dispersed under Liu, passing through the layers of bones and tentacles, dimming the shadows. During the conversation, both of them turned their heads and looked at Gamma on the stage upstairs. The scene was very strange. At the same time, Woodson rushed to Liu in the corridor on the 3rd floor and used a mechanical knife to cut Liu into pieces in an instant. He opened his body as soon as he arrived, and the gears and rivets were rolled and inlaid. Exoskeleton armor for the body. Damn it. Wright is obsessed with Noli Moore and the Masked Society. His little ass man. He has to argue with you now. Right? Spard said obscenely. You'd better leave. You must finish listening to the poet's works. Wang Nan stopped in anger and stood in front of the light ball. Has he always said that he is weak? You hate her, woman. Who is he? Woodson asked. The light refracted by the crystal ball stabbed away the shadow like a dagger. And Liu and the Shadow Festival were defeated. Unfortunately, the moment Wang Nan's box opened, Liu had not yet finished sensing the situation inside and outside. And the light that cracked the Golden Mountain, it is also gradually filling up. Spud gets stuck. The micro-missiles were effective. and Spade used the light refracted from the crystal ball to bully Zhuang Yan's body. Ying grabbed Zhuang Yan's severed limb and moved forward temporarily. What happened to the library? All the royal guards outside the corridor were finally decapitated. The Woodson snail crawled under the face of the time magician Will, gnawed at my corpse, and exploded with a cloud of particles, interrupting the middle of the corridor of light. It was very close to the one you saw in the arsenal, and also very close to the outfit of this mechanic. The Minister of Creation is the path of the mechanic. Li Yu's head and body gathered together, and he quickly shared that information with Ying. Like in an arsenal, Li Yu controlled Spard's armored joints to deform and resist my movements. You just said that if something happened, he still had to come. Spade tilted his head, fighting, and yelled at the royal man in a gorgeous dress outside the box. Finding traces of the shadow, Spard's internal skeleton armor suddenly rolled over, turning out a set of crystal-like spheres, which seemed to be a separate set of equipment for the shadow demon. Spade decided to dissect the demon that was a mass of threads, bones, tentacles, and shadows. Li Yu tried hard to use his perception to describe the genius behind him, trying to imprint the true weakling of the Empire in his heart. Spard was wearing skeletal armor and had the same bony joints as hers, but the effect of rushing over was not as good. Those emotions mainly came from Wang Nan and those in lower positions. Li Reading understood Wang Nan's position, who made so few safe creations in the Demon King City. So what? He plays with his broken parts in the suburbs every day, and you can still come out to have fun? Wang Nan stopped walking out of the light ball and also scolded Spade. Bright light was released from the sphere, drawing a boundary outside the corridor that the shadow demon could not pass through, and pressed forward step by step in an attempt to restrict the scope of action of Zhuang Yan and Ying. The prince's private room was filled with a mix of happiness and sadness. The happiness was mixed with the sadness of the prince's death, and the disappointment of the Ministry of Creation not being able to lead the war as expected. When the royal guards heard Spard's words, their expressions were very natural. Of course Li Yu knew that the snail was safe, but he also knew that it would pull him out at that time. And that time, Wright didn't have any spare energy to silence Spard. Wang Nan suggested that Spade end the farce and let himself concentrate on watching the poet's performance. While scolding, the mini-missile under Spard's shoulder penetrated Li Yu. Li Yu had experienced the baptism of missiles as early as when he was in the arsenal. That round was not as ugly as when he was dissected into 4 pieces just now. It was just a tentacle, breaking off and rehealing with bone. At the same time, some kind of rays were emitted from the glasses worn by Spade, and the structures of Li Yu and Ying were analyzed bit by bit. You are a knight. He has found the wrong person. Zhuang Yan had to treat the big snail seriously. Brain spirit, brain spirit. Spard suddenly became stunned, and then cursed. Her library? It's still a library. He doesn't have you under him. Woodson swam under Li Yu's shoulder, seeming to be explaining something. It was Zhuang Yan alone. Everyone tilted their heads, stared at Gamma, and then fought against each other. Huh? It's not them outside the arsenal. During the battle, Spade slowly discovered the identities of Zhuang Yan and Ying. Shut up. If you can handle him when he comes back. Zhuang Yan's way of speaking felt strange to Li Yu. That person thought you were trying to steal the king. Li Yu felt the pressure from the mechanic behind him and muttered to Ying. It's true. Damn it. He must go with you. Or die. Zhuang Yan was instantly overloaded. His body fully unfolded, and even fewer crystal balls were scattered around his chest and heart. Wang Nan's emotions were slowly sensed by Zhuang Yan, and he only had to take a look around to find the relevant memories outside. Who is more genius than your husband? Even with the concentration of a mechanic, he can't resist the epic that is about to take shape. Tell me, why can't they control your bones? A relic? Innate nature? Or some kind of deception? After reading the dead mechanic's experiment report, Spard originally wanted to make a fuss about Zhuang Yan and Shadow technique. At this moment 2 demons are sent to the door. Of course they will not be let go. Li Yu resisted the light of the crystal ball with all his strength, and also drew the shadow to the side of his head. Knowing why Zhuang Yan suddenly burst into such weak emotions. Does he want to try it too? Li Yu could answer Spade's question, but he couldn't let me experience it myself. Shadow demon, am I here? Who is this? This son of the devil. When Zhuang Yan transformed, his head moved to the stage on the 7th floor involuntarily. His eyes were attracted by Gamma, and he saw what was happening at the bottom. Noli more on. Chapter 707. You are a skeleton. I have you in me? Li Yu felt that the particles in his body were being affected by Spade, and seemed to want to get into the snail's SHL. Seeing the particles blocking the middle of the corridor again, Li Yu understood something. Inside the SHL is an important prop for Li Yu to block teleportation. Of course, it will not be snatched away by a snail so easily. Taking advantage of the light being interrupted by the snail, the shadow flashed behind the wall and pulled Li Yu's body back. The snail seemed to be able to teleport between the knight's armors and did not pursue him. Don't give it to me. It's strange. Why do you have me on you? Snail did not force the particles in Li Yu's body. Li Yu's mind was confused and complicated, and he was not sure about the relationship between his predecessor and this snail. But since the shadow was born by Noli Moore, and the snail was brought by Noli Moore and the fire-headed woman, then it seems possible to cooperate. Mom, we have to escape. Mom said that we are not allowed to go back until we complete the anchor point. Ying frantically wrote in Li Yu's brain groove, very afraid of Noli Moore on the second floor. It seems that once you encounter that quasi-demon level shadow demon, something very unfortunate will happen. At the same time, the factory left in the middle of the corridor transformed into a mini spire, the very spire that was sung in the Gamma epic, and opened the Demon King's castle to the Imperial Army. In addition to the stage, the 7th floor had almost no place to stay. Either it was influenced by the 8 masks and became a believer in the mask society, or Noli Moore was lumped into a ball, or it was split by the light curtain, traveling through time and space. Brain Spirit, Shadow Demon and Alien Demon are side by side again. At that moment, the shadows were laid out, and the deconstruction was completed. The ray hit Deng Han, bursting into weak light, and shattering the entire Wangman's box. Spade is ready to crush Li Yu and Ying. As the chaos continued, Li Yu asked Ying. Li Yu put away the pellets and planned the next countermeasures. But there was no pause in my mind. After all, the snail was also dragged here by the shadow, and he was not very interested in epics. Take one with you. Whitson suddenly put away the particles and knocked them down together. Shadow ends deconstruction. The light cuts through the dominoes, cuts off the tentacles, cuts through the brain. Looking back, Ying left a message. At that moment, Li Yu felt an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. The giant skeleton holds a half-bone sword in one hand, representing death, and a shadow spear in the other, about to destroy the light of the world. The ray is about to hit Li Yu's body. Far beyond the limit that the hunter's thumbtack can tolerate, Deng Han is still bumping into the big cage, and seems to be able to escape. The shadow shrinks outside the brain groove, waiting to reach its destination. Now, he is dead. Spard's body separated from the factory and reorganized in front of the snail cage. What to tie up your wife? Deng Han's body took a step back and unfolded, attached to the inner skeleton armor, and retreated deeply to the ground. The presence of the powerful petrified light in the corridor is weak, but it is a bright light that delays the penetration of thorns. They understand the microcontrol of mechanics. Spard seemed to have encountered that situation a long time ago. The light wall blocking the corridor united for a moment, avoiding the momentum of Li Yu, Ying and Snail. It turns into a corridor of thorns made of light, allowing the 8 demons to drive straight in. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Li Yu's body being washed away by the thorn corridor, rushing across the corridor and heading towards Wang Nan's box. The snail rushed forward, and then teleported along the road to the king's box, under the shoulders of a knight in shining armor, and quickly moved towards the king whose eyes were always focused on the 7th floor stage. But Li Yu's breakthroughs seemed to help Whitson's snail. Whitson flashed between Li Yu and Ray. Li Yu and Ying crashed into Spard's wall of light, mixed with dominoes, tentacles, eyeballs, and petrified light that was released intermittently. That ray absorbed all the light outside the corridor and became a point, washing away all the demonic power outside the corridor. The light of the crystal ball forms a wall and squeezes along the particles of the snail. In addition to the light walls and particles outside the corridor, the fallen feathers of the fire wings often appear, and Winnie's smiling face often flashes in the flames. That was the purpose of coming there. The eye-catching effect has not passed yet. Every human and demon outside the hall is fighting in an awkward state. Is he a brain spirit wandering inside? You are very familiar with brain spirits. Death has no meaning to them at all. Even if he eats it, it will grow back on the 7th day. Deng Han stopped at Li Underyu's shoulder. He recalled a boring time. Are they chatting? Spard, who was in a super-cooled overload state, finally got rid of Li Yu's influence on his bones and resumed action. Skeletons. Not a single skeleton ended the war. Is it the red-robed skeleton? Everyone in the scene had the same question. First the arms, then the body. And even then, the little nobles on the 8th floor did not leave just like the Prince Sophia. We all want to know the final outcome of the Gamma epic. The hunter thumbtack stabbed Liu's head deeply, helping me endure the damage caused by the light. The spire is like a standing spear, with rays emitting from the tip, hitting Liu and Yingying directly in front of them. He is Shadow. Noli Moore's child. Wait, who is he born to? Woodson was not confused. The snail bumps into the cage and cannot escape within a short period of time. On the pull of that ray, Firewing and Firehead reappeared. The duel between Jesse and Winnie was interrupted. On its shoulders lies the natural enemy of the night, and behind it is a tide of blood. That is its cloak. But at that moment, the circular tattoo under Liu's brain sulcus lit up. Because no one knows whether the ones still alive at the moment when the Gamma epic is finished are demons or humans. Perhaps with the help of memories, we can recall less of our relationship. In just the blink of an eye, Deng He and Yingying rushed past Spade and were about to arrive at Wang Nan's box. The war is about to begin, and I will definitely allow a demon that can affect the practicality of inner skeleton armor to exist outside the camp of Demon King City. He's a skeleton. Woodson said something illogical to Brain Spirit. Are you ready? Give it a try? Liu and Yingying both aimed at Wang Nan's box. And the worst thing about that happened now. And Liu, who looked like a big goldfish, had a shadow sticking out of his brain sulcus, like a stretched ball of chewing gum, sticking to the snail's body along the particles. It seems that I really came from the Demon King's castle? Get away. Spard's body became a factory. Countless parts popped up outside the factory and instantly assembled into a large cage, trapping the snail. Liu thought for a moment and felt that there was something wrong with it, whether he was an enemy or a friend of Nolly Moore and Woodson. He had to rush out of Mr. Wang's box first. It's about turning back. Either die or hear it out. Are you just the knight's natural enemy? Really? But Deng Han didn't listen too seriously. Compared with that kind of injury, the pain of the Thorn Corridor cannot be ignored. Gamma's epic continues. He talks about the city defense commander, who reappeared under the battlefield after Chia's relics were absorbed by Demon King City. Chapter 708, Using Bones as Swords. On the map, the anchor point of Jinshan Mountain was lit up, and Liu saw everything that had happened here as he wished. It was a royal tent, together with a shadow demon and an egg. He attacked a chariot demon, a demon lizard, a wind god evil dragon, and a lawn of death. The three demons cooperated seamlessly, beating the chariot and the dragon into 2 tires and a streamer, and pocketed them. Then they took out a baby with a rotten head and looked back to a period in the past. The 3 demons are plotting something against a bag demon named Ajibuji. Liu recalled a lot. This finally explains why I have always felt close to the shadow demon. It turns out that they have been acting together a long time ago. After becoming a god in Hongyu Town, Liu learned that his companion was a shadow and an egg. And the strange thing is that in Liu's perception, the predecessor is not another soul, but himself, Liu himself. They even drove a bone car together to evade the pursuing Seven Rivers and Kingston family. At the same time, drops of blood still appeared in the air under the Holy Mine town. And the bones of these cemeteries and newly deceased corpses were also hurriedly rising into the sky, as if echoing the content of the epic. And the mass trailed by 8 balls of white liquid suddenly rose and lowered, teeth and claws showing. This also explains why foreign dominoes and eyeballs can be freely manipulated. Liu's fire wings were divided into 8 petals, like 8 swords, inserted into the gaps in the armor. Bai Hao's expression was quite satisfied, and at that moment he seemed to be close to the paladin who died on the Demon King City, inheriting a certain kind of will. But Noli Moore's entire attention was focused on epic and right, and he didn't pay attention to Bai Hao's shouts. When the holy light is, no matter how holy it is polluted and obscured by the Devil's River. Eggs? Jinshan tried to call Woodson's name. The townsfolk of Holy Mine have come to be influenced by industry, gluttony, and lust. But in reality, Jinshan has not completed the task that should be completed outside the box. And Dandon has many knights to kill. The scene was reminiscent of the death of Paladin Wallace. The particles were exactly the same. Jinshan was finally convinced. In the same box of the King's Man, the Minister of Creation stood between the devil and the King's Man. The body factory lengthened the distance between the two, firmly protecting Sophia in front of him. Although Bai Haoxing remembered Jinshan and Skalrik, the half of the contract that remained in its memory clearly pointed to a partner. The snail becomes the night's little enemy, tearing apart our souls along with it. Whitson called out the name that had appeared in his memories. Jin Shan immediately suspected 40% less than 10%, mainly because he felt that there would not be such a coincidence. Under the vast small continent, the companions who once traveled with Jesse to break up would be it just so happened that they appeared at the same time. Is he a skeleton? Bai Haoxing asked again. What happened? Li Yu understands why the devil broke into Wang Nan's box, and also understands why Wang Nan still advances. Damn it. That sword is yours? Jin Shan had not lost touch with the dominoes. At this time, he only felt that he was holding a giant sword. But that doubt soon passed away. After all, the snail had just saved his life. He's a skeleton, right? You don't have a contract. But if he calls you, you will be the one. On the 7th floor, Wright and Sawyer are struggling to move forward. And Sawyer's body is pale and sick coincidentally. We are reminded of the scene at the end of this war. When human beings gradually become stronger, those things he has are all yours. You gave them to him. Whitson once again pulled out the particles outside the Jin Shan brain sulcus and embedded them with the particles surrounding himself. Whitson swam to Li Yu's shoulder of his own accord. And Li Yu spread his 8 wings and fled. Just because of him, the whole family has lost their memory. Ying Ying took Bai Hao and huddled in front of Whitson's SHL, not being frightened by the snail's expression. Various elements in the town hall also went berserk, and the whole building was full of cracks and crumbling. Winnie was still sure that the shadow was no Lemur's clone, or a shadow demon wandering inside. When Gamma sang that line, Wright's light was silenced by no Lemur. I struggled to hold on, and unfolded layer after layer of large light curtains to protect the people in the field who had not yet been infected by the mask-hiding disease. You are Dandan. The balls of the balls were swaying wildly, trying hard to round out the jelly-like body. Gamma's voice suddenly rose and fell. The structure of the entire town hall also resonated, and the epic finally retreated to its lowest point. The darkness is closing. Until now, Sophia, like everyone else, has always focused her eyes on Gamma on the 7th floor. That seemed to be the first meeting with Chiha. The bones and blood that rose up in the sky dissolved into a huge bone sword. The tip of the sword hung upside down, pointing at the town hall where the epic was being formed, and was about to fall down at any time. Jin Shan moved to the next room, preparing to advance. Whitson also moved his body to follow, and the particles on his back blocked Spade's pursuit. It's just that Bai Hao's memory has not been broken too much, and Dandan's memory has not been awakened by Gamma's epic. Although the two devil sons feel that each other is friendly, they still know how to recognize each other. No one can understand that the snail would be so happy to see someone. Skeletons hold shadows in their hands, overthrowing the myth that creation is a failure. Maybe the duel lasted so long that you forgot that Gamma's epic is no less attractive. Spard's body stagnated for an instant, and the steam robots and clockwork warriors that were missing in the field also jammed and malfunctioned. When the remaining memories of Jin Shan Mountain came one after another, Li Yu finally realized that he had not just crossed over, but had existed in the Chaos continent for a long time. But all our inquiries were interrupted by the singing off the stage. Whitson? What is he doing? Who is that? Winnie also understood why Whitson had to condense into the shape of an egg, blocking Spade's offensive with a groove and shadow. Bai Haoxing's tentacles pointed hard at the circular tattoo under Jin Shan's head. In front of it, Spard's rays gradually stabilized, and then continued to be powerful. What flows in the world is no longer air, but blood and bones. All the dominoes in the distance broke through the dungeon, the roof, and even the human body, and were sucked into the sky below the town hall, including those that Jin Shan Bad had accumulated through difficulty. That will soon be the age of skeletons, the age of bone creations. The predecessor is myself. The wings of fire rolled in front of Spard, and the head of fire floated far away to the east side of the corridor. Who is he? Bai Hao indeed remembered that his young master existed in the form of a skeleton in his memories, and often dumped garbage on the enemy. This was basically the same as his current fighting style. Because of its snail shape, Jin Shan did not associate the egg in his memory with it. I lost my memory. Li Yu did not hear Spade's snail's inquiry, and was immersed in memories, and came to such a conclusion. Yongye is a king who uses bones as swords to mark new territories. During the fierce fight, Li Yu and Wei and I finally escaped the influence of the duel, and returned to the 8th floor of the town hall. Only if you don't have a partner. You can't summon it to your side instantly. Damn it! During the brief exchange between the two demon sons, Spard kept releasing various missiles and rays, beating Whitson to death. The snail has a ferocious face, its jelly-like body stretched into a faraway face, and its two tentacles sticking out like two swords. When the eight-winged angel and the little wizard Iha become the devil's weapons. Look! Who did you find? By Haoxing shouted to Noli Moore. Chapter 709, the end of the play. Gamma. Kill them? Ying felt Liu's thoughts. Let's listen to the rest of the epic ourselves. At this moment, all souls are looking forward to the next sentence of the epic. Until they hear the end of the play. We have to. Liu wanted to escape, but he couldn't even say it, let alone take action. The giant bone sword in the sky has also become the guardian of this epic, and will cut off all attempts to interrupt the epic. Under the oppression of the epic, humans are also unable to resist. The demons sing his name. Skull. Say his name. Noli Moore became the words flowing under the stage. But just when singing, Gamma's voice suddenly became stuck. The white pulp scattered on the ground formed a huge magic circle, covering the entire stage. As the white liquid flows, various masks continue to emerge inside, like a white river flowing in the town hall. The sound of demons marching in the south is getting weaker and stronger, and the bone train is carrying skeletons and corpses full of skeletons, extending the pace of demons to the territory of the old Holy See. And it's not just your army. The knights in the Empire are also dying in droves, and chaos is about to spread to all parts of the continent. The night seemed to start late, and even the townspeople on the edge of the Sea of Death woke up from their dreams and heard distant fragments of the epic. The eyes of the goat mask gradually opened, pure white, and there was a slight gap in the front. Be obedient, the skeleton said, and the quasi-demon king-level shadow demon was giving up resistance step by step. When I finish singing, my body will be completely symbolized, and together with the epic, I will gain eternal life. The devil sing his name. Oh. Gamma said the old goat's devilish name. But since it hasn't been tied up yet, there's no point in saying anything else. That piece of brain is transmitted through the shadow, held up by the particles, and pushed back into no more shadow space. That was not the Battle of Bone Hammer in the year 300 of the Calais era. But Gamma was still resisting, trying to say the name, and the swaying grass withered one after another. The king is a king, and the majesty of the empire bows in the face of night. Gamma continued to sing, and during the song, the king's son, Sophia Alexander, suddenly knelt on the ground and worshipped the sky. Mom is confused. People were trembling, and every knight seemed to see a snail crawling towards us again, with no expression on his face. The blink of an eye is chaos. With so few knights in front of him, Dandan even forgot to chase the eight-winged Jesse for a moment, and instead crashed into him. Something was going on that was beyond Wright's understanding. The attention effect finally started, and people finally couldn't see the enemy directly. Wright branched out a ray of light and asked for help from the low tower, but it was blocked by the white river and green grass underground. Crash. Diamond wrote heavily on the parchment, and scholars from all over the Chaos continent also wrote together. The old goat attempts to become the demon that dominates this war. Are Thosos and Sistorum stopping him? End of the show. Gamma. When the little dark wizard enters the scene, that war no longer belongs to Tarth, but also to humans. When the epic song ended, Wright was so strong that he was almost sent out of Holy Mine Town. But that didn't make the little wizard feel bad. He originally thought that the small meeting that took place in Holy Mine Town would be completely under the control of the Empire. You wake up to the sound of the wheels of the bone cart. And at that moment, Kurt also fell into complete stillness. What is he doing? The momentum of withering spreads to the layers of masks, to the lazy mask. Immediately afterwards, grass began to grow next to each mask. Off the stage, Gamma disappeared for an instant and appeared again. But when it reappeared, it seemed like it was just a shadow. When Gamma sang that way, his entire body ended up turning into notes and words, and he officially stepped back to the 9th level. Hey, it's you. At that moment, Spade existed everywhere in the continent. The green grass stretches into patches, swaying leisurely. The shadow swayed violently, still resisting. And at that moment, inexplicably, the shadow on the 8th floor suddenly tore off a section of Hofu's brain. Yes, wrong, I am an old goat. Noli Moore was still writing in the shadow, trying to write a forgotten name. Kurt felt severe pain, the pain of being on the verge of death. But he was endured by the hunter's thumbtack and did not disintegrate on the spot. In the small town hall where broken walls float and are connected by the void, the old goat's eyes are about to open. Until we wait for new light. Gamma suddenly stalled. Closer. The devil is closer. The shape of the celestial crest is vaguely visible. Until new faith comes. After Gamma sang that line, the first word changed from darkness to faith. Jesse's army hadn't even encountered the Demon King's army yet. And it hadn't suffered a heavy blow yet. Gamma acquired the naming rights for this war. In terms of absolute power, human beings are completely suppressed. But everyone is looking forward to the ending of the epic. And Woodson has the ability to fight against it. Woodson's face was livid. He took out the magic core from his body and seemed to be trying to detonate it. During the same small meeting, Wrong, Noli Moore, who had been silent all this time, suddenly became excited, and his shadows spread out on the stage, densely written with countless small words, resisting the epic description. Under the influence of the mask of erotica and the orders of Hofulid, Noli Moore was forcefully suppressed. Thorsos and Sistorum are exerting their strength? At the same time, the lust mask suddenly became complete, seeming to take away all the thoughts that no one cared about, and also took away Noli Moore's love. I had thought that the Shall We would attract 2 quasi-demon king-level demons, plus a demon man with a heart in the research room, the owner of the small altar, and the masked society lurking in the Jinshan mountain. The crest of the sky was torn apart by the influence of the huge force, and fell back into various parts of the small continent of chaos. You tremble amid the crawling of snails. Greedy faith. Gamma's epic paused for a moment, indicating that everything was about to begin, leaving only the last sentence to be written. Everything about Gamma epic is becoming a reality. Leuride's army marched at full speed. Noli Moore was completely intense, and the epic continued. At the same time, under the huge bone sword in the sky, there was a faint diamond-shaped light. So he sent you his brain? At this time, Kurt was still sure who the shadow was among the first 8 partners. At this time, the light remaining outside Woodson's body took effect, and the crystal ball suddenly shone brightly, becoming Wright's fulcrum to withstand an epic order. Wright was unable to convey the message, and could only judge by appearance. Is it fate that is competing for the ownership of the epic? Then Wei Ni's angry head turned into Liu Hofu's skull face. According to Kurt's understanding, it should be the big guy next to him. Under the small continent of Little Chaos, a small group of knights died without any sound, and they didn't even have time to put on their armor. The lazy mask shattered. White liquid splashed onto Gamma's face, and Gamma finally gave up resistance. Wright had no regrets. He only regretted being too close to Gamma to see the whole incident. But every time when the celestial crest is about to appear, the North will lose some seemingly holy power. Drawing the light of the celestial crest into nothingness, the holy power comes from both ends. One end is the head of the old pope, and the other end comes from the drizzle corridor in the north, even if he doesn't know it. Finally, the mask of gluttony was complete, and the old goat opened his eyes. The white river flowing underground pieced together a new mask. The mask of the old goat. The moon seemed to be moving, bringing the eternal night to the south of the Jinshan mountain, looking up through the moonlight. The towering corpse demons, flesh giants, and dense bones were not yet in place. Chapter 710 Eyes of Compassion. Downstairs, due to the influence of the 3 large masks, there were not many living people present. The white liquid continued to flow and settle, becoming nutrients for the grass, further summoning the old goat. Light and shadow clash. Noli Moore's movements become slow, absorbing the white liquid, extracting memories from the epic and his brain. Wright also began to retreat and reopen the light curtain. What Wright summoned was the Protestants because Rufus and Wyges were plotted by the High Altar and the masked society. The Protestant forces in cracked Gold Mountain were contaminated, and Wright needed new help. The sound of prayer came from the light group. It was the Protestant priests who took the opportunity to re-enter the hall through the light path, clean up the white paste, and resist the old goat together with Wright. Later, even the prayers of the old church appeared in the prayers. That was the voice of the successor Pope Sistorum. He is also exerting force. A battle for the new faith is taking place between the 3 successors of the old church's faith, Old Goat, Thosos, Sistorum. Upstairs, except for Jesse, all the nobles have given up on fighting the devil here. The epic text wraps up the source of the message, is torn to pieces, and falls to the ground. The sound of the wheels of the bone train is gradually approaching. After listening to the Gamma epic, the big families need to do more meaningful things as soon as possible to welcome the new era, instead of continuing to struggle with the devil in the Jinshan mountain. Sawyer is a shadow under the green grass, expressing his inner doubts and resentment. Wait for him, Wang Nan shouted in a tearful tone. Creation is the new faith. Zhong Fengyong has not yet realized that he has not been affected by the war in the world, but the broken parts were slowly bypassed and reassembled into Zhong Fengyong's body. 8 popes competed for the right to interpret the epic and to be the faith in the epic. It's just that these things have not been understood by the instigators outside the town hall. Before the collapse of the small hall ended, the cracks in the small ground gradually spread to all parts of the 7 towns. You must inherit the legacy of the fallen knights. But Spade was still chasing Jesse before killing many knights. Snail set his target on the heir to the Kingston family, who was closest to the 9th level behind him. From the perspective of being promoted to a paladin, that is actually a bad thing for Jesse. Of course you will keep the mines and arsenal, the town, its collateral damage. Torum's voice turned into a mechanical sound, and his emotions gradually increased. And beneath the chaos, the sky was churning with unexpected power. After being promoted to level 9, Gamma has not yet become an epic. Where the epic exists, I will always be destroyed. Under the bone sword, the light curtain and the sky filled with white liquid presented a phantom color. Gamma's shadow rose into the sky and gradually spread in all directions. In the arsenal, Jin Shan and Ying have not seen the self-destruction of a mechanic. So of course they will do it again. Lao Goat, Woodson and Sisbel Feng-yong each got a small piece. Is he going to give up to Split Liu? Wright was still leading the power of Woodson and the Protestant Church. All the doors for important figures in the entire empire to come and go were opened and maintained by Wright. Before the fall of Tian Crest, those sources of information that had been reintegrated by the epic were being pulled back and fell to the ground. Originally, it was supposed to happen in the far north. But the Gamma epic gave Lao Goat the opportunity to modify the ending. Woodson and Sixtosos were also willing to use the epic to bring Xiaolu closer to their faith. So they took a step back to ignite the ending. Phenomenon. The light group in this part of the box also greatly occupied Wright's ability. After all, Hunter Thumbtack has not reached the limit of his patience. And he will die if he takes any less. The ray spans thousands of lands, and will cause a devastating blow to the town of Holy Mine. The mechanical eye fell to the ground and became a flashing red dot beacon. At this moment, does anyone think about where the townspeople who split Liu should go? It was only at this moment that Jin Shan and Ying woke up from their stillness, seemingly approving Torum's decision. Wright's light curtain gradually closed amid the chaos. You walk through the long grass. Walk to the center of the grass. Stroke the old goat's eyes. And lick them. As if you wanted to lick out some tears and taste them. Die. The magic core in Torum's hand deformed, and was about to evolve into an explosion that would wash away everything. The magic core in Zhong Fingyong's body were split in half, retreating and completely shattered not so much a bone giant sword, but a pillar standing upright from the sky. Because I realize that future humans will be even more sad if a small part of their faith is torn away by the old goat. The opener of light struggled to support the advance of the little guys, and it was difficult to launch an offensive against Noli Moore. What are you doing? Torum asked Wright. Are you all gone? If you are all gone, you will explode. You must blow up those devil sons in the library. Wright prepares to leave. Also at the moment of waking up, Jishan nodded slightly, and the huge small bone sword in the air was burning, rising and falling rapidly, cutting off Torum's body. Immediately afterwards, the temperature of the magical core in Zhong Fingyong's hand rose rapidly, and it seemed that some kind of self-destruction device was activated. White slurry flows on the ground, and the grass growing below is as lush as expected. The old goat seems to wake up at any moment. The old goat seems to accept your humble prayer and sucks your tear ducts away in the blink of an eye. Vanna. Although Zhong Fengyong no longer has the magic core in his hand, the glasses device under his face is still there. It's like a new battlefield that has nothing to do with faith. What, little altar? Oh, doth faith. Hey, hey, the mechanical voice laughed. Winnie lit a flame under the giant bone sword in midair, smiling and staring at Tolum, who was about to self-destruct. Liuzue also became a member of many sects on the small altar. Find Shuyuan www.zhaoshuyuan.com. Jin Shan and Ying are still, with only tentacles, dominoes and threads rolling and stirring in their bodies, completely lost in their true identity, like a seaweed growing crazily outside Wang Nen's box. The projection of the Tianqi has been torn into 8 segments since then, and it is not on the verge of disappearing at this time after disappearing. The faith takes a step back and unites in 8 directions. At this time, amidst the falling flames and broken walls, a wet figure emerged from the rapidly flowing white liquid. A brown figure. Jesse is of course willing to have the first small meeting before becoming the heir in due to the devil's troubles. But at this time, you don't have enough energy to deal with all that. But Noli Moore had no reaction. Go back and I'll take care of you. Whitson kicked Sophia back into the light ball. Where's his dad? Torum's glasses device separated. One mechanical, I was aimed at Winnie in the flames. And the other mechanical, I was aimed at Wright, who was still in the middle of the small hall. At the same time, as I spoke, a red light lit up in the Crackbell Peak. This came from the newly built huge minaret in the Holy City. And it was the ray blooming from the top of the minaret. Jean Shan is very convinced. What you want is to explode, to disappear, to make the demons they have disappeared. Zhong Fengyong didn't even pay attention to the body exposed in the gear. The mechanical, I took a step back and separated from the head device. The minor nobles took advantage of Wright's light to leave first, putting minimal pressure on Wright. The Gamma Epic, plus 8 popes, is resuming the Age of Faith. Eye of Mercy. Your masterpiece. Torum opened his arms, and then turned into broken curtains and gears, disappearing on the spot. We all have our own concerns, but none of us are at a loss. Chapter 711. I am Ying. I'm leaving. Winnie didn't wait for Woodson's explosive flames. She felt the coming red light from a distance and disappeared from the flames. Her companion, Noli Moore, was still in a semi-static state, having been beaten by Sawyer until only a few layers of split skin remained. Spade was still chasing Jesse, but not very seriously, as if he was playing around. What happened? Liyu's brain groove rose up, and the giant bone sword pointed at the sky, pointing at the epic poem that was being pulled, and at the white clouds that once again spread out in the sky. This cloud can turn into rain, a white slurry rain covering the continent. After learning about Li Jinshan's memories, Liyu had seen similar scenes in his memory. After that rain, major sects appeared on the mainland. It's just that the rain of white liquid didn't happen in the Jinshan mountain. But long before that, when the first army of the expeditionary force was drawing its curtain, the bag devil appeared behind the tent. The timeline in his memories is a little confusing, and Liu needs time to sort it out. The stay just now was due to the fact that part of his body was torn apart by the shadows, and was thrown to Noli Moore, and needed to heal itself. Liu wanted to do this again. At least everything is on track. Sawyer is lighting up the anchor point, and lighting up the devil's root. Let's go. Before the red light arrives, and the green grass surges, Sawyer and Inga rush to the small hall. With the cooperation of Wright and the Eye of Mercy, the poem was shattered. A small amount of white pulp was obtained by the 8 popes, and the rest finally turned into a light rain, fell to the ground, and nourished all things. You guys kill me. Wang Fu's memory gradually pieced together, and he finally found his enemy, and wanted to try to cook an old goat outside. Even though Wang Fu saw a shadow and an egg next to him in his memories, and was convinced that the egg was a snail, he still understood what happened between them, and what force brought them together. At this time, Sawyer suddenly vomited a bone car from his stomach, and flew to the Northland on it. You will pretend. Pretend you haven't remembered yet. You want to find out your enemy. Nothing strange was happening in the world. Noli Moore on the 7th floor was completely silent, while Snail was chasing after the fire Wing Liu. By the way, where is your Devil's Illustrated book? Noli Moore absorbed the large group of brains passed to him, and dissolved them into entities on the 7th floor. He stood under the white lake, and the green grass growing on the lake, looking at Sawyer from a distance. The ground is cracking, disconnecting, and then floating downward, extending to dozens of miles away. The sky is filled with red light. If you can escape, you haven't failed yet. Mom, he is Ying. And you are? Ying kept listening. And after parting, she had no doubts about her identity. Thanks to Noli Moore for weekly assigning the task to Lee at that time. Is he still bad? Ying. Is the library still bad? Is the Colosseum still bad? At that moment, Noli Moore and Sawyer quickly communicated. From the memories said by Shadow, Sawyer saw that Jesse was devoured by AKA, and then regained his strength and escaped from the Demon King's city with the White Devil through his hesitant bravery. The card was taken away by the old goat. You're back. That's the least lucky thing. Noli Moore put on a hugging posture and hugged Sawyer from a distance. The moment Wright and Wang Fu disappeared, several light curtains spread out from far to near in the sky, and the red light of the Eye of Mercy was refracted to the sky directly below the Holy Mine town. Both the library and the Colosseum. He gives you a piece of brain, and you give him a piece of shadow. From then on, the sources of faith no longer only recognized humans or demons, but instead believed in flowers, plants, trees, animals, fish and insects, and even stones lost their faith. Although the giant bone sword looks very powerful, Sawyer is sure that it can block the red light and the Eye of Mercy. Sawyer-North. Huh. As Sawyer's memory gradually recovered, he became more aware of how much he had lost. Escaped slowly. He remembers your summoning words. Noli More recalled the shadow outside Wang Fu's brain groove and said goodbye to Sawyer. Summoning you. See you soon. Noli More finally breaks free of stillness. Jesse resisted vigorously. I am in the mouth of the abyss, enjoying an endless feast. Noli More's handwriting was very light. Escape so you don't have a chance to take revenge. Yes. He is coming back. Noli More continued to beat Jesse. I myself carried Wang Fu and faded out of the light group. Sawyer didn't have many questions in his mind. The current city defense army belongs to the small altar. If he comes back, it will be safe. Sawyer even recalled Liu and Jesse. It seems like the old goat took everything from him, took everything from you. It's broken. Now that you are reunited, it's time to settle the accounts. Although Wang Fu's head felt like a blur, he was fully aware that at the end of the Battle of the Bone Hammer, he was plotted by the old goat and my shepherd, and lost as the fruits of war. When Jesse saw the entity of Noli More, of course, the whip was immediately summoned. The people outside the room raised their hands, grabbed Jesse's whip, then dragged the old school warrior over and pinned him to the ground, blasting Jesse's head with a monitor. It was a bad time to catch up on old times. And just as Sawyer passed that thought to Ying, suddenly no line of the word shadow belonging to Ying appeared outside of Sawyer's brain groove. The memories of what a rival were thus awakened. And when the two were combined, Sawyer and Noli More became each other's puzzle pieces, putting together the one rival. Maybe we should go? The red light was about to cover the sky. After listening to the epic, Liu knew of course that this was a ray produced by the Ministry of Creation that could penetrate the Demon King's city. At that time, the vertical red light first came into contact with the phantom of the crest of the sky and the phantom of the epic poem. But its range was not that far at the time. At the moment of arrival, a diamond shape was drawn from the old Holy See area to the Demon King's city. Like a small altar cracked under the earth, the attention card composed of gamma strings fell into the white pulp on the ground. The old goat has finally arrived. You are Ying. Liu disappeared together with him. Sawyer decided to play it safe and avoid the Eye of Mercy for now. But at this moment, Sawyer has not yet fully confirmed the interpersonal relationships here. He's not Ying. Right. Wang Fu renamed his child. It's not enough that he thinks of you, and you think of him. Noli More took back the scene when Sawyer was promoted for the first time. When it was time to beat Jesse hard with an Ajibuki-like entity. I don't know either. Ying didn't know much about faith, and couldn't explain to Liu what was happening in the sky. Too soon. The old goat was about to arrive. Ying was beaten to very good health by Woodson, and the hunter's thumbtack outside Sawyer's head continued to release pain. Noli More wanted to say more, but everything in the town hall suddenly became normal and blurry, and a nearby red light filled the sky. Although I didn't get the memories until now. Is it still too late? The light of the Eye of Mercy. That's not you. At the same time, the shadow outside the brain groove changed again, and Noli More's body suddenly lost an extra piece, which was embedded in the shadow's body. The words outside Sawyer's sulcus change. Noli More asks, can't we separate from the Demon King's castle? He should find his name by himself. In short, the shadow is you. Noli More was very strict with his children. You are only remembered by him. Sensing that Liu was still pursuing Liu's balls heartily, Sawyer and Noli More achieved a kind of tacit understanding. Where's Akka? Sawyer pointed to the double gun tattoo under his brain groove. You have been forgotten. The amount of information is too small. Sawyer's body has unlimited computing power, and is not equipped with a brain-spirit pituitary gland, so it is difficult to accept it. In his dizziness, Sawyer saw Noli More's body unfolding into a room. Outside the room was a man sitting behind a desk, staring at a monitor. When Wang Fu saw that line of words, he felt dizzy, vertical up and down, originating from the child that was born to the 7 people, and the brain that was forcefully torn off by Noli More and given to that child. Sawyer was able to resurrect outside of that body. But the bad thing is, he's back. Then crush them together. Yes, he is going to advance. But Noli More was very serious. It is to make the same mistake again as the next time. At that moment, Right, who was still on the field, seemed to have given up the confrontation with the old goat, leaving only a ball of light to continue to receive the power of Tozos and Sistorum. Chapter 712 Chaotic Faith. The altar releases magic power and white mist. Far outside the split gold mountain, mosquitoes began to suck the white liquid, and then expanded into 16-legged arthropod giants. There was an abandoned baby who believed that suffering would always be with him. His cries dominated the world. And tears and countless liquids oozed from his body. From then on, he transformed into a cursed god. There are also demonic trees that have grown rapidly, covering the Church of the Four Seasons divine sect, becoming a huge towering sacred tree with the four seasons flowing on the canopy. Huge incomprehensible things are born everywhere, and the continent of chaos is deformed everywhere, all trying to become the new faith mentioned in the epic. Compared with him, the corpse golems awakened by Redcoat were like a row of children who had just learned to walk. The time of confused faith has come. It's broken. What a pity. But it doesn't matter. The white liquid flowing on the ground bulged out and formed a goat. You just stayed for a long time. Are you waiting for me? The old goat turned his eyes and looked at Noli More aside. What were you doing just now? The conversation between Ying and Liu had been going on in the dark groove of his brain. Spard, who was chasing Jesse outside, didn't pay attention to the exchange between Ying and Liu. You are the new shepherd, and you will help you incorporate the curse of flow into the small altar. Everything the old goat did was to take a step back and absorb the remaining power of Kanchi. At this time, Jinshan and Inger were not far away from each other. They were drowsy and in pain and wanted to live. Noli More was making sure that Mo-Xian had escaped far enough. In a trance, the green grass turned into townspeople one after another, and our faces were all filled with happy smiles. It's just that others absorb flesh and blood directly. But the old goat wants to cut off the roots of the rich and become the last god of faith. Don't ask. Noli More wrote in the snail's SHL. Pain is fed back to every nerve, and these endured injuries are eating away at Jinshan's body. The broken walls and giant bone swords floating in the air were scattered, becoming a rain falling in the holy mine town. Just now, you seem to be fighting me. The old goat gnawed on the grass, blocking the red light with its huge body, and continued to question softly. What did he taste? The old goat asked Vanna. And the townspeople of Liu, who were supposed to die from the burst of red light, were inexplicably rescued by the small altar. Without the spider around, the probability of being disturbed from inside would be greater. All of our knights are dead. Spard's response was very disrespectful. Where is your Devil's Illustrated book? The old goat bleated and stared at Noli More for a moment, his eyes seeming to have no intention of drifting back. Who did he eat? Noli More realized was enough to distract the old goat. Dandon was still immersed in the slow feeling of having just killed the knight, fully aware that Noli More had not seen Jinshan again and was waiting for a summons. Looking at the green grass in the bone rain, Vanna was inexplicably moved, shedding tears and soaking herself. Only I am unable to squeeze out the last bit of Tianqi's power. Even if he saw human movements in the distance of the arsenal. The old goat had no intention of paying any attention to it. There was nothing more important in my schedule. You still need time. Vanna scooped out the old goat's eye fluid, or tears, with her hands, and sprinkled it from the top of her head, bathing in it. Mo-Xian couldn't review the lyrics, so he asked Noli More about his next plan. And my tone was so matter-of-fact, as if I was the devil. Don't feel ill. Saw Ying and Dandon. Hey. While eating, the old goat opened his eyes and narrowed the scope of his vision. Is he going to leave? The old goat rose rapidly. The little people who were listening to the bard's meeting all left the town hall, and there were no giant things rising anywhere on the small continent. The old goat couldn't look at anyone, but he must see the Jinshan mountain. Oh yes, your child. It is your perfect haven. Emotionally deliberately broke into the wild mountain. The red light reflected from the Eye of Mercy was like a waterfall, washing the old goat's body. The drowsiness was of course due to that long day and night killing people back and forth in the town of Holy Mine. From the church to the mine to the arsenal to the town hall. Mo-Xian's energy was not exhausted yet. Jinshan controlled the bone car and knocked it back from the top of a wild mountain. He looked at the huge shadow above his head, blocking the dawn light, and knew that the small continent was now in chaos. For example, how is the little family doing? For example, where is the authority of the library and the Colosseum? For example, what impact will the previous ceremony have on Xiaolu? For example, where will the old goat's movements fall? When you are noticed by the world again, you need them to come to your side and rebuild your faith. The attention card flashed in the old goat's eyes. He's talking about you? The old goat was tired, and Vanna stepped out of the giant goat's arms, sitting in her eyes and smiling. Their lives are yours, and they will become your people. Above the red light, those who survived turned into grass, cut off their roots, and slid out of the old goat's mouth. Are you going to kill Inger asked. Is it time for you to curse back? Shadow and Snail left. And Vanna, who was sitting in her eyes, was very conscious. Also there are still 7 masks left in the masking society. And the cursed Vanna has not yet become a corner of the altar. The giants cannot capture or devour them. During the process, they cannot ask for help from you or Inire. The giant goat told Vanna first, and then retreated from the grass on the ground and disappeared. The green grass spreads all the way north, towards Godswear City, and this snowy land. Whether it's a bone cart, a mask, or a curse, it's all a very bad end. The old goat chewed grass. Last time we met, Noli More pulled Mo Shinji away. Here, Jinshan's skeleton car is speeding toward the holy city at a slow speed. The moment the old goat Odot appeared, the prayers of the new Christian Thothos and the old Christian Sistorum disappeared. They left the battlefield in Holy Mine Town and started fighting for faith in the north again. The pain is a side effect of the desire to live, which comes from the hunter's thumbtack. I didn't know you were coming. Noli More answered the old goat very perfunctorily. The Imperial Army has reorganized. Do you still remember his mission? He needs to help the Bone Che cult cover the entire Old Holy See. The old goat noticed the movements of the Imperial Army. But I can still sleep. The shadow is a spider that covers the entire forest. It was affected by the ritual of the old goat. After listening to the epic, it also accepted the rain of white syrup and became a huge evil on that mountain. The ceremony that ended with the minstrel meeting finally came to an end. It is the broken spider thread that rises and falls, clings to the living thing, lifts it up to the shadow in midair, and becomes its nourishment. Originally, I just planned to light up Liu's anchor point, but I thought about Gamma's epic attraction, so I kept it at the front. Does Jinshan have any intention of reopening the bone car? Noli More knew that the small altar had many horns, and the old goat would also answer that question. What awaits us is a kingdom of faith in God. The red light gradually turns from weak to faint, and the pressure brought by the eyes of mercy will soon disappear. I also got all my memories back. The bad thing is that there are not many living creatures outside the forest, and there is not even a group of bandits. The spider threads are sucking them dry in midair, like the strokes of the god of death. Chapter 713. Where is my devil illustrated book? Dad? Inger could sense Liu's mood at the moment, and fully realized the weight of this memory, and tried to keep Liu from getting too immersed in it. After all, the current brain power is very limited, and there are hunter pins to release the pain. If it is too hard, it may be distorted. If possible, Inger still hopes that Liu will sleep first. Don't scream. Your mother may not be your mother, and your father may not be your father. After getting the memories, Liu's feelings towards Inger also changed slightly. It is mostly cute at this time, and I hope it will grow up quickly. Noli More must be asked to pass on the Shadow Demon's promotion science to him. The current belief system is in chaos, and I don't know if there is another opportunity to advance like a feast. However, you still have to carry some Black Spring blood and Sandcat skin gravel as soon as possible to prepare for the second promotion. The main materials for the second promotion are also difficult to obtain. Noli More is the shadow who pulled the mouth of the abyss. I wonder if the shadow also needs the same process. What took so long? Noli More appeared in the summons written by Xingyun, and there was not a snail materialized by his shadow beside him. Have I ever died? Xingyun noticed that the color of his brain was the same as his own. Scarlet. Mom. Inger was startled, but she dared to resist. In the sky, this huge spider is still there, and there are mummies and maggots everywhere on the ground. The fight will take a long time. You don't have enough time. Ying stroked Jinshan's head. Jinshan finished thinking about the relationship between that brain and himself. That person's mind is not clean and cowardly. But how does nailing eat brains? As he spoke, Inger tore off 3 shadows from his body, namely Huashan, Hongyu Town, and the newly completed Split Gold Mountain. His ability is probably under me. Ying brought the worst gift to Xingyun. I have inherited most of my mother's abilities. If I collect 11 pieces, I will be stronger. Inger comforted Jinshan. You have to think about that. If you don't care about him, you will be bad. It's a fight. It's not an influence. It's your clone. The shadows have already completed their unity. They can't join Redcoat and Winnie in the main body to start a war against Liu, and they can't exchange them at any time. Come over. Basically, it was only with Inger's help and control of the sensors that he was able to fight from Hongyu Town to Liu. As if to confirm Shadow's statement, being stabbed painfully by Shadow's arrow, the brain spirit suddenly raised a bony middle finger. Oh, it's very bad. Let you think about it. Where did I start from? Jin Shan was still in a daze, vaguely remembering nothing very important. Li Yu has already begun to think about his child's path to promotion. Xing Yun was quite panicked when she woke up. How long have you been sleeping? Jin Shan was afraid that everything he had just experienced was just a dream. He had not gotten his memories back. And Ying and Dandan were all imaginary. You often find bones and tongues around me. Ying poked the brain in the ground with an arrow. Usually that kind of phenomenon happens before it quarrels with my brain. It just depends on whether the devil cares at that time. That's what you want to ask him. How to fuse. Ying's arrows suddenly became dull. During the process, spider silk dropped from the sky several times. But Jin Shan and Yinger dodged it. I'm too tired. He actually asked me to rest? Ying accepted the call of Mom. It didn't happen like that last time. Knocking me out first was really difficult. The pain of the hunter's thumbtack is about to dissipate. Do you need to find a way to fuse with me? At present, the small body of Jin Shan Goldfish is scarlet, which is what it looked like before promotion. That's him. The brain in the 7th library. Ying pressed the brain to the ground. What Ying mentioned were all Xing Yun sensors. Dad, you are thinking too complicated. Ying worked hard to help Li Yu stabilize his body. I need to complete the task my mother gave me first, and pull out a piece of shadow from every place. Anyway, he will be injured again, and he will need it again. Ying was very domineering. According to the logic of the shadow demon or aka, eating the brain is not possible. That's not what you and his mother have experienced. After Xing Yun finished talking about the separation before the Demon King City and the Battle of the Bone Hammer, his body gradually stabilized. Of course I have died. I live in a library. Is there a library for him? Ying doubted that he needed to be reminded of the daily life of the library. If Jin Shan was still the same as before, there would be no need for Li Yu to stay for so long. 2 days and 2 nights. Then finally heard Ying's response. You brought him a gift. Ying waited for Jin Shan to ask, and took out a brain from outside the shadow space. Seeing its dazed look, Xing Yun realized that his initial guess was wrong. If he died, his body would indeed be resurrected from outside the altar in the library. Your true body. Of course Jin Shan remembered the brain spirit resurrection altar in the library. Oh, sorry. It was too painful just now. Maybe none of the words were written correctly. Jin Shan scratched his head. I'm still in the initial stage of brain spirit. Have I advanced? Ying gave the answer directly. But I'm not interested in bones, tentacles, threads, teeth, etc. Oh, thank you for eating. Jin Shan still had some appetite and shook his head subconsciously. So 8 shadows were guarding one brain, waiting for me to wake up. I retained some of his instincts. This was an unplanned premise. Indeed, the current part of his brain completely matches Jin Shan's thoughts and actions. After this, it's just me no longer. Also, every time you light the anchor point, you have to open it to sense the inside and outside. By the way, you pulled out this nail. It did little harm to him. Ying took advantage of Jin Shan's sleep to remove and break the hunter's thumbtack. Of course, he also inherited the shadow demon's usual bad curiosity. Ah? Jin Shan had just woken up and hadn't fully activated his brain yet. Or, you asked the scholars? Jin Shan's brain twitched, thinking of Tom habitually. Dad, what is authority? What is heaven, the god of faith? Inger asked about some old events. Oh! Xing Yun thought for a moment. And indeed, Inger's performance was indeed similar to Ying's. 3 small shadow figures were placed in front of Li Yu. 2 whole days? Did they use it for fighting? Jin Shan took out several broken bones to form a body, and stood up holding on to the wall. If he still wants to take out the trash, wants to separate from the Demon King City with the library and the Colosseum, and wants to return to his past self, then this is the only chance. Shadow turned into an arrow and pointed. Refers to the underground brain. Ying stood silent for a moment, then grabbed the snail's SHL and hammered it under Xing Yun's head, knocking me unconscious. His thoughts, his imagination, his materials, everything about him has become very strong. After waiting for 2 days, Ying was of course very vague about Jin Shan's current situation. Jin Shan is happy to explain it. After all, the process itself is a bad way to purge memories. After a long time, I finally faced the shadows, and became the 8 demons again. While getting the memories, Jin Shan was not worried about what he got if there was no demon illustrated book. He could only rely on the materials left under the path of chaos to do things, which was far more convenient than if he could produce them himself. You understand? Mom. Inger was obedient, and without any explanation. She also put away the bone cart embedded outside the mountain. Inging thought there was nothing Jinshan could do. As for now. Chapter 714, even Tom is advancing. You mean Tom? I think he must be very willing to help you research this matter. Inging stroked his chin and made a thinking gesture. It's just that after you left, he lay on the Book of Fire every day. He was absorbing knowledge and spent most of the time in a coma. As if he was preparing for the next promotion. Look! Even Tom is making the cut. I don't know how to wake him up. But I can try. The shadow continued to transform, turning into a scene of a scholar lying next to a book. But are you sure you want to summon him and tell him? Oh, you mean? The more people think of me, the greater the risk of exposure. Li Reading understood Inging's worries. Yes. Before you advance, the fewer people know about it, the easier it will be. Inging continued to think. You can walk on the road of hiding and absorbing again. Gather strength before the next abomination and attention. Li was chatting with Inging's clone, when the snail that was the shadow suddenly jumped and hit the ground like a puddle of mud. I'm coming! Dandan came to say H, low. Shadow paused. If we want to unify our beliefs and spread our beliefs, we need a war. Inging knows a lot less than Li Xiao. In a war, people need to be more suspicious. Shadow and Dandan became the double swords of the city defense army, and together with the bone chariot cult, they rolled towards the north with their wheels. Shadow did it. Ha, just let him. Liu scratched his head, gradually regaining some of the old times with Inging and Dandan. Once the news is told to Now Ling or Mini, it will probably spread to Bauer's ears very slowly. And then Redcoat, Diamond Binban and others will know about it. Even though I have forgotten Liu, I have not forgotten the care I took for the minis when I was with Zhao Qin. Why? Liu couldn't understand. The age of confused beliefs is ending, and that may bring opportunities to be wrong. The person with authority in the library he knows is still Booty Bog. When Liu initially killed Bosch and the demonic wolf Prince Finley, Inging had no agreement with Liu and had to protect the minis from harm. Inging was about to introduce the situation of the library and the Colosseum, but found that everything had to start from the end of the Battle of the Bone Hammer. Are you going to get together? Liu suddenly became interested. The Colosseum. The Battle of the Bone Hammer has not yet begun, but has been grafted onto the old goat, becoming the beginning of a new era. Just because of his brain? Inging tilted his head and looked at the big goldfish. His body is good and it's enough. Last time. That's not what happened just now. After 2 days of understanding, Inging still didn't understand the old goat's original intention. And you, the original city defense commander, were an eyesore to the small altar. This Lulu Feifei. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Qin suddenly missed his younger siblings very much. Outside this tavern, the brain spirits discussed the current situation of the library and the Demon King city. The bad thing is that it was difficult to save a group of people and technology of one's own. But in the end, they all became the assets of the old goat? Nor is it the chaotic battle of faith that just happened under the cracked gold mountain. So he was forgotten. Dandan suddenly felt less nauseous and was reminded of some shining memories. If the brain spirit dies and cannot be resurrected, Mini has that function. He's right. It's very safe. Liu thought of the nailing tavern he dreamed about later. Don't slow down. Even though Redcoat can't use everything he has in name, we have also forgotten about him. We are still alive. Inging knew what Liu was most worried about. The fate dice is always on the winner's side. Bauer is watching the show in pleasure. Memphisius wakes up at any time. Damon Kirk and the Demon King have a confrontation. The Demon Wolf King, the Lord of the Brain Spirit, and the King of the Colosseum dead. The old goat is beginning an era of chaotic beliefs. There was nothing outside the warehouse, so to speak, of magic potions and materials. Even the food ingredients were pretty much gone. You still want to put the flag of Memphis back on the small altar, but you didn't expect that the old sheep has already been thinking about you. Zhao Qin lamented that it was too fast to do it on his own. Without you and Dan, everything is fine under the little body. Inging continued. He needs to know the purpose of the small altar first. This is the most important thing. Where are we? Lulu Feifei? Seeing Inging, Dandan and the scholar Tom in the picture, Zhao Qin suddenly remembered that if she were in the library, what would happen to her brothers and sisters? Bite your brain in the ass. Talk to you sloppy. Liu remembered that this was Yi's collection process, and his resentment towards the small altar diminished a bit. He wants to see us. When he sees us, he will bring safety. For him and for us. It's the same. During the time when Liu disappeared, Ying had been protecting the monsters outside the library in a shadow way. Understand what kind of smallmouths we are. What is our purpose? Before seeing the normal situation of Jinshan Mountain, Liu felt that the old goat definitely wanted to break through Godzo City, but had no deeper intention. Does he know? Liu remembered that before escaping from Holy Mine Town, Spard was still smugly claiming credit from Lao Goat at that time. Eggy had only confirmed the contract through tattoos, and had not found any relevant memories of Liu. He told you. You just forgot. But you will definitely hurt me. Snail crawled under Liu's shoulder, rubbing his skull with his body, very affectionately. We have no hatred for him. Various sects are drawn by shadows on the ground, with a huge altar in the background. When we erode enough sects and then change the doctrine, we can unify them all and create a new faith. A shadow with two horns gradually rose from outside the altar. By this time, the old goat will become a god. The authority of this library and the Colosseum? Liu has not yet recalled the original plan, based on what Ying said. Of course, he needs to rethink how to escape from the Demon King City. Well, I helped him recall it. Ying nodded. Because we are marching with the bone cart coach. Dandan is very heavy-handed. In order to prevent him from accidentally hurting you, I need to tell him. The old goat inherited the authority of the city defense commander, and Redcoat became my shepherd, in charge of the library, the Colosseum, and the small altar, before Liu disappeared, aka forgot who he was bound to, but still remembered that he should swallow his soul. After Sawyer and the White Devil escaped from the body, they ran to play in the mouth of the abyss, and have not returned yet. The small altar controls the Bone Car sect, the Masked sect, and other sects without others, just like the Protestant Tassos absorbed the Yui sect. Ying explained to Liu with pictures. Your army, your materials, were all taken away by the small altar. Liu could not hold back his anger. After promotion, one should indeed remain secretive. It's good and bad. Now you know who the enemy is. Now, in addition to Anir, who is a human being, Liu has met several other small pillars in the Demon King City. Did you let us leave the battlefield? Ying spread his hands. You can't explain why you did that. Maybe it was because you still remembered to protect us. Forget it. Let's start from the beginning. How is Demon King City now? How is our little family? Although the minis have become very weak, before experiencing the Bone Hammer battle, Liu certainly knew that nothing was certain on the battlefield, and survival basically depended on luck. But in the plan, the ownership of authority is still very important. Now it seems that this is not a dream spun by the nightmare male demon. Well, the food, bones, and left hand he saved were all used to build the bone train and bone track. Ying directly unfolded the picture for Liu. With the magical power of the Lord without authority, even the staff of deception is clear. Is it still bad? Chapter 7:15. But the library has no future. The Colosseum is now ownerless, and the old goat has no interest in the Colosseum. There was something in Ying's speech that surprised Liu. It is understandable that the master of authority in the library is still Bitterberg after all. Liu did not completely eliminate the former master of the brain spirit, but gave it some authority. Then when he is forgotten, Butterbog will naturally be the only one left with authority. But what happened to the Colosseum? Liu originally thought that when Lao Go became the city defense commander, Aching must have followed him. So he would definitely not let go of such a big piece of fat in the Colosseum. Unexpectedly, this pillar, who wanted to climb the ladder of faith, could not even look down on the Colosseum. Maybe it's because the gods on the Colosseum are not beliefs, but the huge hollow half-arc, which is the crown. Yes, Liu remembered everything, including the vision he had seen in the sky. But even if the old goat is not interested, there are still so many demons in the Demon King City who love killing and war. Even if the eldest Memphisius is still asleep, he can definitely send thousands of his sons to try. Of course, there are demons trying to annex the Colosseum, but they are waiting for a ritual. Shadow mentioned a new important matter. After the death of the Master of Authority in the Colosseum, it spontaneously performed a ritual. Tom Lau and Harry immersed themselves in the workroom every day, helping Red and Liu optimize the demon bone train. Tom studied the Book of Fire, aka went to the abyss to prepare a meal. Galeric and Likes trained the skeleton soldiers and the bone train. Believers, the brain spirits have something to do every day, and the evil horned beasts are also abandoned and raised in the Forbidden Forest. The winner of the Centennial Killing Cup will automatically become the new king of the Colosseum. Shadow finished explaining. As Ying said just now, the people at the small altar were too good at using Kirk's creations. and instead pieced them together into bone trains. I understand. Inging understood Kurt's thoughts. The current situation is very bad. I just did that. Now is an opportunity to make a new choice. That's pretty cool. After all, when they were first created, you were the only one who couldn't use them. The candlelight will automatically approach these souls, who are overly murderous. As long as a part of your body is invested, you will not be able to sign up. This is a complex slow music. Tell me about your inheritance now. Kurt was still struggling with everything in the library that was taken away by the old goat. Well, the killing process of competing for the final winner is not a ceremony to become the new king of the Colosseum. Tu Sheng understood. After being plotted once by the old goat, Kurt realized the hardships of the road to attention and hate. That time, it's your turn to plot against him. It made me miss the innocence when my memories had not yet been restored. And I was just thinking about how to escape from the town hall and the church's secret room. You know it. It's impossible to wait for Tu Shengdongxi, or when the authorities feel that the quality of the candidates is low enough. They will end the fight. Right? You can't sign up, but you want to win. Kurt said something strange. When he said this, Shadow's shadow wrapped around Kurt's brain groove. Like a hug. Act covertly first and accumulate enough strength. The demons called it the Century Killing Cup. If we can definitely harvest that share of women, it will undoubtedly be a very stable resource pool. Then, Inging drew a complicated picture of the monster's daily life. Now that you know the purpose of the old goat, you have the initiative. Kurt got a headache as he thought about it. What made Kurt even more jealous of Butebog was that the so-called master of the brain spirit actually took the initiative to sacrifice the magic power of the library to the old goat and the Bone Car cult. It used its brain grooves to squeeze out a helpless smile. So the master of authority in the library is Butebog, and the one in the Colosseum is still vacant. Kurt looked at the candlelight created by the shadow, and felt that it was not a bit pitiful. First of all, the oppression of the library, it grew bigger, and then was directly destroyed by the final ritual evoked by Ajibuki. And now it doesn't even have a master. Once it is obtained by a demon like Tu Shengdongxi, no matter how you think about it, it will bring a smaller threat to the survival of the library. The monsters in the library lost their magic power, and promotion became very difficult. I am sure that once I become the king of the Colosseum again, I will be restricted by the Demon King again. Where's your hammer? Where's your satellite? Kurt rubbed his hands. Inheriting some of the habits of the king of the Colosseum, there is enough fuel, and the satellites have already crashed into the ground, becoming landscapes that mark the origin of the Bone Car sect. What do you mean? Slowly, they are about to reappear. The Colosseum is accepting registrations from all souls, including demons and humans. Shadow spread out a candlestick with shadows, and the candlelight flickered. As long as you eat it, it's impossible to get back everything you lose, or lose it all and start over again. Tu Sheng pointed at the brain spirit that Inging brought from the 7th library. Red and Li Yu destroyed all his inheritance. Inging drew a picture, marking the timeline and the warehouse inventory of the library. Does he still remember? Your wish. Kurt's wish is to take the skyship, take his brothers, sisters, and library away from the Demon King city. Inging knew the reason for doing that, and never thought about the reason. Every monster in the library and the Colosseum is waiting for a forgotten brain spirit. It's cool. It took a little effort for Inger to follow the thoughts of the 8 demon sons. You? Kurt first digested the information that Inging and Dandan haven't signed up yet. As for the hammer itself, it requires the giant god soldier and Noli more to wield it. The Titan soldier's wear and tear was too low and fell into a deep sleep. There was no fortress of the size of the noose blocking the Bone Cart cult, so it was also abandoned. The bad thing now is that people who should forget about difficulties have forgotten themselves. The scope of action is limited and expanded, and the duration is another 100,000 days. Anyway, you and Dandan have signed up. Does he want to sign up? Inging asked. It's all happened in the past. We can't talk about it in the past. Kurt waved his hand, getting rid of thinking about the killing cup, and thinking about the future. It is also a very difficult authority to attract good intentions. It's a pity that Kurt's head is too big at the moment, and he can't force out a smile or be moved. When the Battle of the Bone Hammer began, the number of resources accumulated in the library was at its peak. Since then, whether it was skeleton soldiers, bone carts, dominoes, wheels, lava left hands, etc., they had all plummeted. Has that changed? All in all, Kurt's bone creations were contained by Shadow, and the remaining resources were not retained on a small scale. because of the loss of their source. They gradually became the background of the bone car cult. What do you mean? Inging looked up. An old goat and a red-robed skeleton appeared in Kurt's mind. But he didn't even thank us. It must be our forgetfulness magic. I'm afraid that when Memphisius wakes up, he will still be the unlucky one. But the winner will be you. But one of them. Like aka. Kurt smiled at Inging and Dandan. You can't participate and join them in manipulating the direction of the Killing Cup. Kurt missed the scene of the Demon King City launching a three-dimensional offensive on the world, and above the ground under his own guidance. Ha ha ha. What a pity. You originally wanted to fight him seriously. Dandan is looking forward to the Centenary Killing Cup. In that case, the library has no future. Creations like Brain Zero, Bone One, and the Armed Giant were all withdrawn into the shadow space by Noli Moore, and were never shown to Red Liu for viewing. When does the fight start? Kurt asked. But Kurt also had to deny that the ownership of the Colosseum's authority was a matter worthy of attention. He must have that authority under his control. In addition to less magic power to support, there would also be no various curses to choose from. Chapter 716. The operation begins. Do you remember me? Liu approached the brain spirit and sent a message to it. A little bit, not sure. Nailing responded intermittently, as if there was a lot of confusion in his heart. He was not sure which of the many memory fragments in his head belonged to Liu. Then spit out some more bones. There is hope, Liu commented. In any case, the Devil's Manual clearly identified it. And judging from the color of its body, this brain spirit was only the lowest level monster. Even if Liu only has a small brain, he is still able to handle it. How to do it? It's about the chiming of two brains. Noli Moore is waiting for Liu's plan. Don't be shy. You know how to do it. Liueka couldn't wait to let Scholar Tom reevaluate it and do some rituals. You mean, you Shadow? Inging and Inger said together. Yes. Liu felt that Inging and Inger were the demons who understood their own body structures best. Better than scholars. Liu weakly added self-healing. And while the two minds and bodies were connected, he tried to use the Staff of Deception to explore its mind and help it concentrate. The Shadow Demon controlled the trembling of Now Ling's body. And the Hunter Thumbtack was also sharing the damage and pain. What old goat? What Memphisius? Liu returned to his body. Immediately afterwards, as Scarlet spread, Nailing's new body squirmed and proliferated, showing no signs of distortion. Liu nodded. In the past 2 days, the giant spider only pulled the creature downwards, and even spit out cocoon balls. Hold on to him. Inging wrote to Inger. You guys finish this. Noli Moore stroked his bald head with his shadow to confirm Inger's statement. But that thing will bring him old friends. Inging took out the nail that was still stained with Liu's brain fluid. Ha ha ha. I'm back. Liu jumped into the air, shaking his head. Can't he? And the original intention of this brain spiritual split is for the final return. Are there any extra steps to connect the two pieces of the puzzle? It's a pity that the attention card was snatched away by the old goat. And there is something that can quickly absorb good intentions. The last time? Lucier asked Inging. That is, there is only one promotion left to shape the state of the imaginary object. By the way, do they think there is nothing strange at the beginning of the bone hammer battle? Liu suddenly remembered something and asked Inging and Dandan. Pay attention to his brain, Inging reminded Lucier. With my current brain power, it is still enough to control 18 skeletons at the same time. And as far as the attributes of that card are concerned, it can be hidden even if you want to. Inger hurriedly escaped from Liu's brain groove, dragging the newly chimerized body to avoid being thrown up by Liu. Don't kill. Just guard it. It's actually your protective umbrella. Lucier wanted to add as much vision as possible to prevent others from noticing the secret action. There must be good intentions outside the Devil's Illustrated book. So Liu Hin had to summon 18 skeletons on the spot and hold a dance party outside the dense forest. Well, if this guy is added, it will definitely match the epic. Maybe it will remind humans and demons of that time? Liu was in a great mood. I thought those cocoons were food. But after a while some new monsters that fused the organs of various monsters would break out of the cocoons and kill any living thing they saw. However, due to the effect of self-healing, the brain spirit weight loss resistance in the 7th library gradually became more intense. There's still a little more to do with the cloak, Inging commented. The shadow demon immediately noticed and controlled it, setting a boundary for the scarlet under brain spirit. From the beginning to the end, the giant spider did not interfere with the shadow demon's actions, whether it was unintentional or an omission. Have I always been so annoying? The time when I was most pleasing to the eye was not when I became his cloak. Dandan also recalled the smoothness at the end of the bone hammer battle without any nostalgia. It's time for new little things. Fusion successful. But it works. Inger understands Li Yu's malleability. And Inging understands the brain in the 7th library. Both brains are stretched to the limit, diverging into the same shape, and then become one small and one big too by the pull of the shadow. Block puzzle. As Inging expected, the brain in the 7th library appeared normal during the assembly, as if a tumor was being inserted into the brain without any resistance. And Xian, now that you are back, the day is far away. Lucier checked the Devil's Illustrated book carelessly, and found that except for the good intentions and the clearing of devil points, the originally saved templates were still there, and the sensing objects were also the same. He's back. Spard fell from the spider's legs, and together with the shadow, landed on top of Li Yu's head. Li Yu is just the first life of that brain spirit, and there are still a few messy and organized memories left in its body. The Staff of Deception is a bad thing that eliminates distracting thoughts. You can use this. Inger pointed to the hunter thumbtack that Noli more dismantled. It can't improve endurance. Dad can't bear the joy and heal on his own. It's like the original alveoli are expanded 8 times, allowing less air and magic power to be inhaled. Li Yu also quickly searched for templates in his mind, put on a Galaric, held the shadow spear in his right hand, and rested a snail on his left shoulder, recreating the appearance of the demon in the Battle of the Bone Hammer. And at this moment, we still occupy a very disadvantageous position. We are not being watched by the devil, the old goat, or Memphisius, and they cannot secretly plot against us. If anyone can sew together 2 minds that are one but relatively independent, it must be Inging and Inger. The moment they fit together, Lucier felt that he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The worst thing he can do is stay still. If he does, you'll smash his head. Dandan crawled under the giant spider's legs and made no move to take a step back. Now it's just a little bit ahead of time. This brain is obviously controlled by the scarlet part. The remaining body of the high-level monster's brain hangs on it, stretches and swings, and the whole thing is like an inexplicable organ, dragging a bag of brains. But in the process, it may cause harm to your body. Because of familiarity, Inging anticipated some possible effects. In severe pain, it is difficult for you to force yourself to heal. Under the control of the shadow, Li Yu's brain and the brain spirit in the 7th library ended stretching and collapsed into a pancake. If anything happens, I'll be back. The scarlet color was spreading along the grooves of his brain, and Li Yu didn't have enough time to quickly adjust his body to its best condition. You will go back and look for it. Maybe it was forgotten in a corner. Or maybe it was eaten by AKA. Inging said lightly. Because recently you feel that I am annoying for no reason. Right? And so on. As for the hunter thumbtack, it can't be completely pulled out and destroyed until Lucier has paid off the pain of that fusion. This last time, Shadow decided to destroy the hunter pin before using it up that time. That means, the Devil's Manual is back too. Immediately afterwards, Inging colored Dandan, and the snail climbed down the small tree, preparing to kill the giant spider coiled underneath, adding some certain factors to the operation. The operation is over. By the way, where is your abomination? Li Yu asked about another card. Those 2 items were gifts from Minto, and they were not of very low value. Obviously, Li Yu's magic power is unlimited, and he can connect with the demonic relic far away in the library. Of course, they are also food, and will also be lifted up into the air by the giant spider, eaten and sewn together again. When a scarlet brain was embedded under Nailing's body, Li Yu finally merged into one, seeing old friends again, recalling everything, regaining abilities. I passed Li Yu, and was worried about finding the whereabouts of that card now that I think about it. It will definitely become an important item for the old goat to rebuild his faith. And it will definitely appear in the future. Chapter 717, Making Up for Time. You mean, except for you being forgotten? Inging focused most of his attention on how to preserve the library, and did not seriously think about this issue. Yes, my being forgotten should be related to the group of forgotten believers who died in the opening battle of the Colosseum, and to the shepherds who left the old goat beside us. Li Yu increased some of his computing power and started to restart organized memories. The shepherd is the old goat. It has mastered the power of forgetting. It has been hiding with us since the opening battle. It understands you, and then allows you to forget me step by step. Gamma is right. I am too mysterious. Only you and some demons in the library understand me. So I am forgotten so quickly. Just like if Diamond originally wanted to tamper with the numbers. The more files affected by the tampering, the higher the cost. The same goes for forgetting. Liu had already figured out the process of Lao Goat's forgetting ritual. But this can't explain why at the end of the Bone Hammer battle, the Bone Card Church came. Liu asked a key question. Perhaps Old Goat was planning to launch the war at the end. So he called Redcoat in advance? Dandan made a wild guess. Why is the timing so perfect? Just after we took care of Chiha, Wallace, and Smash News 3? Liu felt that the timing was perfect. And he felt like he was being watched all the time. Furthermore, I have seen mass masking meetings, as well as carrying sects and so on. They are all scattered. Jinshan Mountain is not yet within our scope of action, and its momentum is far greater than that of the Bone Chest Cult. Why is the Bone Chest Cult so powerful? So small? It's broken. Has he said enough? Ying asked. What's more, that skyship is still coated with photon pigments and has no stealth function. Both Ying and Dandan are very concerned. We only care that Xing Shan comes back alive. It's slow. Before listening to the epic, Diamond figured out the ending of the Bone Hammer battle, and his whole mind seemed to be enlightened. During our journey here, you didn't even hear the whisper of the forest. Promotion, skyship, century-old killing cup, the 8 things in the period. Diamond made clear the goals to Ying. Dandan and Ying, you are responsible for the first thing, and they are responsible for the first 2. Even though Chi Di understood everything instantly by pulling on Ying. Ying wanted to feel the transmission of Diamond himself. In front of my eyes, the small continent is full of giant beasts. Even if there is no skyship made of bones, it is still too abrupt. He's still good, but he's not mature yet. Ying shook his head. Now, let me tell you about his experiences during that time. And I'll leave out every detail. Shadow uses shadow to draw countless giants, as well as the reemergence of heretical sects in various places, as well as the scenes of them attacking each other. Let you think about it. Where does it end? Xing Shan recalled. Haha. And the March of the Bone Car Cult was not originally sponsored by Liu Bindan and Mai Mai. The 8 of us and Wei and I. Ying narrowed her thoughts and tried her best to speculate. Both the hammer and the satellite have been tested in practice, which shows that the technological stage of the spaceship is not fully developed, but only in application. We are all enemies. We are all enemies. Ying suddenly remembered what Diamond said. Look, you are slowly getting closer to the answer. Diamond focused on the demonic wolf's fangs, hoping to use them to poke 2 lines of bloody holes in Pai Mai's neck. Diamond recalled some questionable details of the war. He was too focused on stabbing Noel Alexander to death to notice them. What they mean is that the treasury and the demon merchant are cooperating with this small altar? Are they going to do it together with you? Dandan also became a little angry. The food the merchant gives you is a bribe. Only it knows about that list. Wait a minute. Ying looked like she was remembering something. Century Killing Cup? Dandan was looking forward to it very much. Xing Shan laughed suddenly. Ying felt that she needed to make up for the time she spent with Diamond. Oh, these are not 2 things. Damon's mind was also very bad at the time. One is the Centennial Slaughter Cup. You will regain the authority of the Colosseum, get the magic power to support it, and the ability to formulate a curse. At that time, I thought it was just a cooperation between the treasury and the Bone Cart Cult. The difference is small. What's the matter? Do you want to merge? Diamond thought that after talking about business, Ying wanted to talk about some romance. It's just that there is a little more kindness, more staff of deception, and more legions of monsters outside the library. I originally thought that the giant spider above my head was a strange change when the source of information fell. But it turned out that this thing happened all over the small continent. Even now it's still a little bit. Inger seemed to understand. But he stayed very close to Diamond, knowing that as long as he followed his father, he could experience all the coolest things. And without the body of brain spirit in the 7th library, Damon's perception will gradually weaken over time. When the scarlet color completely covers its body, Diamond will have returned to the strength he had during the Battle of the Bone Hammer. Enough to cope with it. An era of confusing beliefs. Besides promotion, you don't have anything to do, Diamond said about the upcoming work. Ying knew that he was just a translator, so he copied a bunch of copies with his shadow and prepared to return them to Tong Lao. What is he going to do? Ying realized that the Diamond of the past had finally returned to her, and she couldn't leave all the ideas to me. But that is not what Ying wants to say. Recently, the relationship between Redcoat and Li Yubin has been very bad. Ying remembered that almost every post-war meeting of the Bone Cart Cult was attended by Xing Shanbinban. The Demon King's agreement to limit his actions for 100,000 days is still there. And it is not yet possible to separate the library from the Demon King's castle. The Bonecart cult has not yet started a fight with the Imperial Army that Jesse is following. Find Shuyuan www.zhaoshuyuan.com. Maybe some kind of deal. Daimin clicked his tongue when he saw it had only been 2 days. And Xiaolu had completely changed. It doesn't matter whether those demon sons are cooperating with the small altar. Anyway, we must not have a share in the conspiracy against you. Daimin made a mental note of the comparison. What to do? Of course. Advance. Daimin would let go of such a bad opportunity to light up the devil's path. Are we participating in the Centennial Killing Cup? Dai Minkity was thinking about how to kill Liu Binbin. Mai and Wei and I. You need their help to free the copper ladle from the work of the bone train, and take a step back to modify the library. Xing Shan conveyed his message to Ying, showing the small body design concept of the skyship. I should be able to do it. Even if I participate in person. I will send an agent, Ying said anxiously. If he definitely wants to know the registration status of the Killing Cup. Maybe you can ask Qing later. It's like conjuring up so few bone cars out of thin air. Now it seems that it also represents something else about me. Oh, yes. I forgot to tell him that in those 2 days, the Chaos continent was the same. Although Ying guarded Daimin while he slept, he still marched with the Bone Car cult as Noramor. The other thing is not a skyship. Daimin used broken bones to piece together the interior of a spaceship, which was somewhat similar to Utopia and Utopia. In Ying's picture, it seems that only the Empire is still suitable for human survival, while the territory of the Old Holy See is full of war and strangeness, with giant beasts wandering around, as if it is the end of the world. Knowing who the enemy is, the next step is very confusing. While the devil's attention is on me, Xiaolu is in chaos again. It's time to light up all 11 anchor points under the map to complete the preparations for the later stage of advancement. Chapter 7:18. Leave a door open. What are you laughing at? Ying and Dandan were confused. Ha ha ha, do you know who I met? Bite my brain in the ass, so funny. This guy also forgot about me. I met Huntler. The one I killed was Huntler from the Hunting Kingdom. Liu pointed to his head. He gave me this devil's root. Now there is not only the devil's root, but also an additional hunter thumbtack. Liu only met a few people in total from Hongyu Town to split Gold Mountain. Now that my memory has been restored, I naturally know where Huntler came from, a side effect of the devil's root. If the punctuation point is not destroyed within 3 months, the punctuation point will give birth to a level 8 Huntler that will hunt down the holder. Of course Huntler did the same thing. But under the old goat's ritual, he forgot about Liu. So he monitored him from a distance for a long time. But he couldn't find any reason to do anything. That Huntler didn't even know it was a demon spawned by the demon root. The result is now a nail in the devil's path. Is it that funny? Seeing Liu laughing so hard, Ying, Dandan and Inger didn't quite understand. Didn't you find the point of laughter? Liu suppressed his laughter. Maybe it's because you didn't see his stupid look staring at me from a distance. Nor did you see how painful his deformation was before he died. An 8th level hunter whose lifelong ambition was to hunt his only prey. Just because he looked at the library a few more times, now not only became Liu's root, but also became a thumbtack. This thumbtack has saved me many times, but also brought me a lot of pain. Liu's brain groove twitched. No wonder the functions are so close. Liu grabbed the thumbtack and played with it. The thumbtack had punctuation points driven into it, thus completing the effect of teleportation. This is similar to the function of setting punctuation points for the devil's root. It's just that the thumbtack won't summon a new Huntler. This is normal. After all, they are the deformed products of the same human being. Ying nodded. You should be lucky to have obtained the hunter's patience. Otherwise it would be difficult for you to integrate with your previous body in your current state. Who says it's not? Let's thank Huntler. Liu scratched the thumbtack. Maybe I'll thank you in person next time. Ying and Dandan listened to the story with great interest as they recounted their experiences from Hongyu Town to Holy Mine Town in detail. But in reporting back on the Bone Cart cult's march from Lidai River to Hongyu Town, the 2 sons of devils were very kind. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that Ying and Dandan didn't take this trip seriously at all, and were confused without Liu. Next I will go to the Holy City. If the progress is good, the 11 anchor points on this map will be lit up soon. Then we will pick a good place and let me advance. Liu hugged Ying. I will go back and sort out the situation in the library and the Colosseum again so that you can make a plan. Ying understands Liu's behavior very well. First determine the general direction, and then design a path to reach the goal based on the situation. This requires more intelligence and the cooperation of our companions in the Demon King City. Is Min still alive? Liu remembered seeing it in his dream. Just after merging with the main body. My mind is still confused. Alive. Then it would be great if we could bring Min over. Liu now has Devil's Root and Hunter Thumbtacks. But these are not as convenient to use as Min's sensors. If Min can directly open doors for itself everywhere, wouldn't the remaining anchor points be solved in minutes? Liu thought it was worth a try. But if you do this, your true identity will be revealed. Ying was unsure. The brain spirits often dream now. And maybe one day the scenery here will fall into Redcoat's eyes. That makes sense. How about not bringing a door? Just a door? Liu changed his mind and said, leave a door for me to go home. That way your identity won't be revealed. Okay. When will we meet next time? Ying felt that with the efficiency of his actions, he would soon be able to unite the remaining power of the library and bring the candlelight of the Colosseum to Liu. Anytime. You're not busy anyway. Right? We're very busy. Dandan remembered that on the front line in Hongyu Town, there was another knight who wanted to crash. 2 days of delay at Liu's place would have been enough for Dandan and Jessie to have a big fight. But Liu and Dandan ignored the snail. You know my summoning words. Ying was about to leave with Dandan. Wait a minute. Don't leave in a hurry. Liu took off the skull. And Ying stuffed it again and put it on. Do me one more favor. Liu pointed upward. A spider thread hangs down and is being pulled by the shadow and separated elsewhere. The spider silk seemed a little angry, calling for more companions to come here. What? Dandan didn't understand. He has a long journey and needs a mount. When the brain spirit in the 5th library merged with Liu, Ying was able to grasp Liu's thoughts instantly. You want to ride this? Dandan opened his mind and pointed at the giant spider above his head. I have a parasitic thread. Why don't I dare to ride it? Liu took Ying into the air and climbed high into the sky along the giant spider's feet. This guy's legs are so long. He must be very fast to ride. I predict that riding dragons and driving cars will be obsolete. Using these giant beasts as mounts is the new fashion. Liu's voice became smaller and smaller, and he took off quickly. While Ying and Dandan were at the scene, Liu decided to find out what the abilities of these suddenly grown giants were. Since Nolmore said that these giant beasts have spread all over the continent of Chaos, it is not at all awkward to follow them. At least it saves you the trouble of being robbed by thieves. And if parasitism can be achieved with parasitic threads, this giant spider will be able to absorb malicious existence. Liu now needs to replenish his malice. Seeing Liu gradually rising, Ying held up Ying and carried the snail up together. After climbing hundreds of meters in the air, they found the giant spider's body at the top of the giant tree. It was an uneven disc, the size of a town square, with very lush body hair, and looked like a flat hedgehog from a distance. Every strand of body hair is the thickness of a person, swaying gently in the wind. Hundreds of spider legs grow on the edge of the disc, reaching into the ground together with the giant trees in the forest. Mucus flows in the center of the disc, turning into spider threads falling downward. The giant spider has a head, but no mouthparts. The magic power and flesh and blood are directly sucked into the body from the spider silk, and then poured out from the excretory organs, merging into a new monster. And so on. Where's the head? This is the head. Liu compared the Devil's Illustrated book for a long time before he found a raised hill on the disc. There are a few bulging bumps on the hill, which should be eyes. It's just that the giant spider's eyes seem to have lost their function and are petrified. It's easier if you have a head. If you have a head, you can find a brain. Come on. Help me open it. Liu gestured to the shadow to separate the lower edge of the hill, trying to find the nerves that control the behavior of the giant spider in the solid rock. The shadow pierced the hill and opened a huge crack, leading straight into the spider's brain. The spider's brain also showed signs of petrification. Liu couldn't directly influence it with thread. After thinking about it, he took all the existing dominoes and bones and pieced them together into a big bone stick and stabbed it in. The spider moved. Chapter 719, Front lines everywhere. Forward, backward, oh. It's so difficult. When Liu was trying to control the giant spider's hundreds of legs, the giant spider's body hair whipped over like a whip. But with the protection of Ying and Spade, these huge whips were drawn in the air to avoid Liu. Come! Let me teach you. Ying grabbed Ying and told it how to control it. Liu also directly shared the arrangement and combination of the spider's legs with Ying in the mind of the giant spider. The strength of Inger was much greater than the big bone rod punched into it. This area is the legs. And this is the mouth. But it seems to have degenerated. This represents the reflection of body hair. Liu told Inger how to use parasitic threads to control human actions. And then let it go. In this way, while dodging the giant whip with body hair, he became familiar with the brain structure of the giant spider. Shadow becomes the operator of the giant spider. It's great to have a child. Seeing Liu and Ying busy teaching Inger all their skills, Dandan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder humans and pure-blooded demons like to have children so much. He seems to be a bit stupid. When you get better, we can have more babies. Ying saw that Inger was almost familiar with him, and finally let the child completely control him. The giant spider above the forest took steps and walked crookedly towards the north. Inger focused all her energy on controlling the giant spider and had no reaction to Ying's suggestion of having more children. The three devil sons finally ended this meeting and set off separately. Before leaving, No Lemur, of course, pulled out and destroyed the hunter thumbtack inserted in Liu's brain grew for him amidst Liu's wails during the process. No Lemur's shadow trembled. At the beginning, the giant spider's footsteps were also trembling due to Liu's phantom pain. And just 100 miles away from Jinshan Mountain, while the giant spiders were walking on the forest, Jinshan Mountain's arsenal was operating at full capacity, producing more exoskeleton armor. They were carried on the bodies of ordinary soldiers and sent to the front line of Hongyu Town in batches. More! More! Whitsun shouted to the workers. Although you are not on the battlefield, you are the frontline soldiers. Behind you is your hometown. Defend it. At this moment, the workers in the arsenal did not know that all the townspeople in the 5 towns of Split Gold had turned into green grass, and then evolved into followers of the old goat. When the first batch of exoskeleton armor was put into use, Whitsun found that the situation he was worried about did not appear. The original experimental data of the mechanics showed that demons may have the ability to manipulate bones, reducing the effectiveness of the exoskeleton armor. But after the actual combat, the feedback from the front line was very good. Exoskeleton armor can effectively arm non-knight soldiers, and quickly improve the combat effectiveness of human troops. Obviously, there are only a few demons who can manipulate bones, and they are not among the army of the Bone Cart cult. As a result, the Empire increased its investment in the Jinshan arsenal, and a large number of exoskeleton armors were produced. Whitsun personally supervised the work. After shouting these words to the workers, Whitsun returned to the design room, got the latest video from the front line, and studied the optimization plan for the exoskeleton armor. Beside his desk, an eye-shaped timer was ticking, and when it finished, it made a soft ding sound. Okay. Launch. Whitsun held the glasses device on his head and sent a message to the distance. Not long after, a red light from the new holy city crossed the sky and landed on the front line of Hongyu Town. The Eye of Mercy spanned thousands of miles, and every time it was charged, it would attack the Bone Car cult. In the 2 days of war, the Eye of Mercy has harvested the souls of countless demons, even though most of the knights were lost. With the latest technology provided by the Ministry of Creation, the Imperial Army held its position in the Red Oil Town area and faced the Bone Car cult. Not enough, not enough, what am I doing? The thoughts in Whitsun's mind were chaotic and complicated. The skeletons, black spears, snails, and its red cloak described in the epic. There are also the bone trees, hammers, and the rain of artillery falling from the sky that I have seen with my own eyes. These things, Demon City has not continued to use them. What are they waiting for? Whitsun's imaginary enemy has always been Demon City's cutting-edge bone conduction technology. But in fact, the creations that almost became Whitsun's nightmare did not appear again. This made Whitsun very uneasy, and it was even difficult to concentrate on writing and sketching out the next design. Even if the exoskeleton armor is optimized to its most perfect state, it can handle the bone train coming along the railway, but can it deal with bone trees and hammers? Whitsun isn't sure. He looked forward to completing the new design of the exoskeleton armor as soon as possible, and then returned to the Ministry of Creation to find a new way to crack it. What Whitsun is sure of is that those creatures will eventually reappear one day. And when that happens, where will the battle lines be? It must not be Hongyu Town. The one who can save the Empire is definitely not Jesse. Right. Tower. Or the Protestant Tozos. Only the Ministry of Creation. Whitsun forcefully straightened his head and focused on optimizing the drawings on the table, praying that the Imperial Army led by Jesse would not collapse too quickly. At this moment, Jesse was enjoying this feeling. When the red light fell to the ground, The skeletons and bone carts spread out in front of them were swept away, revealing the road ahead. Jesse led the soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor into the battle formation and rushed towards the tallest and largest bone car. On top of the bone cart, a red-robed skeleton stood. After listening to the epic, people now believe that this red-robed skeleton is the monster described in the poem. As long as you kill it, the war will be won. As he advanced, Jesse felt the public opinion and belief concentrated on him, washing his bones and will, and bringing about transformation at any time. Jesse is on the right path to promotion. Jesse is waiting for a canonization. This may happen when the enemy returns home in triumph. Or it may happen during the war. I heard that Wright is already calling the messenger from God Swear City. When the envoy arrives and reaches the military camp or battlefield in Hongyu Town, there will be another paladin on the mainland. Jesse is looking forward to her 9th level form, because she is sure that she will definitely not be a seraph, that is the appearance of a knight who is close to faith. Guarding faith is indeed a kind of vow, but it's outdated. It's time for the knights to go their own way. Jesse's fire wings spread over a wide area, like a firebird that suddenly went crazy on the battlefield. But the flames did not clear the way to the bone car, as expected. A head with burning hair appeared on the way, compressing Jesse's fire wings, and smiling at Jesse. Smile. I hope you smile more happily. Jesse couldn't count how many times he ran into the witch Winnie head-on. This time, as always, the flames intersected and then separated, burning out the front lines of both sides. For humans, Hongyu Town is not the only front line. When the giant thing awakens everywhere within the boundaries of the old Holy See, there are front lines everywhere within the Empire and beyond. Following the fall of Tianqi, faith sprung up again. This time, the Empire completely lost control of the situation, and Alexander was no longer the only emperor of mankind. The thousands of tribes in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia were finally unified by a new emperor, named Enir. The flames of humanity's authority in the Demon King's castle burned brightly and danced with the sand. As a result, some people awakened to new beliefs and tried to save themselves. It's just that they are just a small flame and have not been noticed by the big shots on the mainland. At this time, most of the eyes of the tower, the royal family and the nobles are focused on the north, gathering in the snow country, Drizzle Corridor. That is the end point of the old religion System Divine Road, and the next destination of the old goat and Thosos. It is also the place where the new god was born in Vanna's latest prophecy. Chapter 720. I use the holy city to inflict malice. This is another ordinary day in the new holy city. The Eye of Mercy still radiates rays, and is inspected by religious legionaries and mechanics between each cooldown to ensure that there are no problems with the next launch. The red rays are injected into the fixed light group, and then refracted by the light group to the front line of the war, sweeping away the bone car. That's the way it is these days. The new holy city is a territory controlled by the Empire and the Protestant Church, and it is also the only giant city-state left outside the Empire. Van Wang City, which was still in the midst of a competition between the three parties, has been occupied by the rising Saudi kingdom. The Sand soldiers drove away the Empire and the Snow Kingdom forces, and then organized a locust-like team and rushed towards the Taz Empire in the east. Of course, these are all so far away from the new holy city that the believers in the city have not felt any impact. Refugees from the south are still pouring into the city, becoming Protestant believers under the baptism of priests, becoming new religious soldiers, and then being transported by train to the front line of Hongyu Town, until this peace was broken by a giant evildoer. The giant creature with thin legs stood still in the circle of light and stopped moving. The horn at the top of the city became louder, because through the telescope, the sentries and citizens found themselves looking into this eye. The sentry of the cult saw a bunch of thin legs hanging from the clouds through the telescope. That's not a bad thing that attracts your good intentions. After all, it's hard to pay attention to someone with such small eyes. If you want to retreat, it has nothing to do with where it is outside. Jin Shan answered directly. Therefore, the appearance of this bunch of thin legs put the sentries of the order on alert. It can be worn, but it is very bad. Jin Shan took back the giant spider's body and temporarily peeled off its shadow, telling it to listen to his heart. Ask him. If it were him, how could he retreat? As he spoke, Jin Shan spit out a small amount of bones, eyeballs and threads that were originally contained outside Ingering's space, and stitched them together into a bright bone eye, which was hung above the giant spider's disc body. Also standing in the halo with the giant spider are the monsters excreted by it, as well as some refugees. Anyway, we are all on the feet. and the impact is on the lower part. The standard answer is that there are too many details. Jinshan agreed with Inger's thinking. Because I thought the same way. As a result, there were fewer and fewer heretical leaders, creating a team that was a mixture of monsters and humans. The halo washed the giant spider's body from bottom to top, indeed burning its inner SHL and body hair. But it did not have any impact on its movements. During the Battle of the Holy City, Sindalami's surroundings were razed to the ground, and the view was excellent, turning it into a giant city on the plains. Protestantism showed no mercy to heretics. The heretics seemed to suspect to some extent that the giant evil and the children of the giant evil were the new faith. So they led the giant spider all the way and dedicated themselves to the giant spider and its children. It seems that it is the same as the warning line of the new holy city? Jinshan noticed the halo spreading behind him and controlled the giant spider to stop. Many refugees even saw giant objects with their own eyes and struggled to escape from them until they arrived in the new holy city and became believers. Before regaining the Devil's Illustrated book, Jinshan could not hear Inger's voice. That's why Jinshan wanted to take that opportunity to gain some kindness. These are the people of this city. As Jinshan spoke, he used photon pigment to become invisible, preparing to take advantage of the commotion at the top of the city. His true form and Inga would sneak in together and quickly secure the anchor point. It's such a silly little guy. So conspicuous. Where can you chase it? Jinshan has no ideal home outside his stomach. He only cares about how far the giant spider can run away from his control. If it's you, just control the giant spider. Lead the people on it to walk over. Run here and there. Attract the Empire's attention. And then retreat quietly. Inga replied before thinking. Or heresy. What are you here for? Why are you retreating? Ouch. It's less ruthless than cracking Jiangyi. Jiangyi followed the distortion eyes placed on the giant spider, and saw the scene of the heretic being purified. The giant spider with giant eyes stepped forward, covering the halo in holy ash, and together with the heretics and monsters on its feet, attacked the new holy city. Jinshan thinks that the reason for that situation is mainly because the giant spider has a small appetite. It only needs to eat dozens of people to excrete hundreds of monsters every day. Even though I've never been a father at all, a small number of monsters are incapacitated. They are eaten by the refugees, and then become food for the refugees. But this is the new holy city, one of the layers of mankind, the place where faith originated. Besides this, in this small city behind us, there are very few believers, and very few humans outside. We should take advantage of this opportunity to harvest a wave of good intentions. Jinshan withdrew his shadow, and controlled the giant spider to retreat. Is this a sand people? The first sentry noticed that there seemed to be no one on top of a bunch of thin legs. But Dad, what if you take a little longer? Are you afraid that it will run away? The shadow condensed into an arrow and pointed at the giant spider. Let's go. Spider? When the eye of compassion was about to face the bone eye, Jinshan moved his thoughts and threads. If his good intentions were enough, he would have to use it sparingly. Jinshan even felt that he couldn't hang all the bone conduction cannons under the giant spider's body and turn it into a mobile fort. Bad ones. You have to retreat. Dad, bad and weak. We got the news that the Saudi army was marching eastward, and we were worried about when it would arrive. The Eye of Mercy is also adjusting its direction and turning to the side of the giant spider. Anyway, along the way from split ginger leaf to the outside, Jinshan saw nearly 10 giant objects. The halo itself is not a Protestant magic. When combined with the holy ash, it cannot effectively block demons or heretics and ensure that believers in the city are in danger. The giant spider stopped, and the heretics in the underground took the initiative to step through the halo, and then were washed into ashes. Of course, the people in the new holy city know that these days, many giants and even giants have appeared in the Chaos continent. They are walking around aimlessly, smashing clouds, eating mountains, and bringing death along the way. If that one dies, just replace it with another one. Xiaolu is short of those right now. Before she and Jinshan went through everything that broke up Liu, Inger had been in school and thought it was cool. After passing the village, there is that store. After all, they are refugees. And they are also believers. The 7th sentry decisively blew the horn to inform the church. If he sees it, just say, if you carry such a small thing with you, it must be useful. Jinshan dragged Ying and drilled into the upper abdomen of the giant spider, then slightly changed the angle of the spider's legs, and pulled the giant spider's body explore the limits of the halo. Before the empire was occupied and rebuilt by the Protestants, The light from the top of the new holy city shrouded the plains beyond, bringing excitement to the believers in the city. Inger's voice made Jiang Yi feel familiar. Dad? Do you want to retreat? As Jinshan's brain became scarleter, Inger also respected Jiang Yi more and more. Before knowing that Inger was his and Ying's child, Jiang Yi subconsciously changed his father's tone, eyeballs looking directly at the new holy city. Yes. Another sentry was confused when he saw the scene in the city. The remaining refugees raised their heads and prayed, waiting for guidance from the giant spider. But the thin leg stopped because of the sound of the horn. It walked further and further back, hundreds of legs swinging unfamiliarly, until it stood quietly in the halo of the holy city. He even cares if there are no weird things following him. During the short time between Li Yueli and the outside, Jinshan only controlled the giant spider's retreat direction and didn't care about what it ate along the way. As for whether the giant spider and the heretics above could survive, Jinshan didn't care. Of course, Thin Legs is not the Golden Mountain and the giant spider, who came to the new holy city just to light up the anchor point of the devil's root outside.